In the current world, the moment anyone acts even slightly out of line, an existence known as an angel can flick them into exactly 7 tails of ash. And yet this young man had no problem punching one in the mouth, flying up, grabbing it by the throat, and snapping its wings like plucking a chicken. Ryu Min was the young man who had once made it all the way to round 20, the final round, completely on his own. After breaking the necks of every guard there, he began staggering inside. It was an extremely spacious place, rather like a temple. He stepped into the magic circle. The circle immediately lit up, and the system suddenly displayed a notification. 5 people were required to enter, but there was currently only 1/5. Damn it, how was Ryu Min the only one who had survived and made it here? Because the condition had not been met, the system would forcibly eliminate him. Ryu Min, furious, used every ounce of strength he had to smash things apart, but it was useless. His body also began to vanish second by second. Ryu Min had died, thereby fulfilling the condition to activate the time rune, and he would regress back to round 1. This was also the final time he could regress after 99 failures. Ryu Min truly returned to the real world, right in his own country of South Korea, before the rounds had even begun. Today was New Year's Eve, the day before an explosive new year, so crowds had gathered densely in the square. A few minutes earlier, several useless punks had gathered here to celebrate the fact that they were about to become adults, since they had turned 18. They were thrilled that they would no longer need fake IDs to buy alcohol and beer and party like crazy. The guy with the slit eyebrow was Dongmin. When the others asked him what his dream was after graduation, he grinned stupidly and said he would become a gangster. Since you only live once, he chose a job according to his heart rather than listening to reason. Hearing him talk such nonsense, the whole group made disgusted faces and wanted to cut ties with this lunatic. From afar, Dongmin spotted Ryu Min. Ryu Min had always been bullied by this bastard for being poor and weak. The guy even joked with the others that even after graduation, he would never let Ryu Min go. He glanced over at Ryu Min and saw him take off his hat. Somehow, he had a feeling that the errand boy he knew looked very different today, and being stared at by Ryu Min made him extremely irritated. Dongmin immediately wanted to go over and start the new year with a bang by messing with Ryu Min, but his useless punk friend stopped him, since it was New Year's after all. As everyone there was wishing each other a happy new year, a strange voice began to echo down from somewhere in the sky. A radiant, brilliant halo of light illuminated the entire night sky, and everyone immediately looked up. A luxurious, dazzling, graceful, and majestic angel appeared, instantly mocking the people below. Some people even thought this was a new television event meant to surprise everyone for the new year. Everyone exclaimed that she was incredibly beautiful, even more beautiful than a movie star. Only Ryu Min knew everything that was about to happen, because he had experienced this scene 99 times after regressing. The angel began laughing coyly in an extremely affected manner, and said humans were nothing but trash, and that they had all fallen before her beauty. That is why people say women become even more dangerous when they know they are beautiful. Seeing the bewildered reactions of the people below made her even more delighted and satisfied. One man below thought this was all a trick and hurled an insult at her. The angel's fake sweet smile instantly turned into red eyes and an ugly, irritable expression. Immediately afterward, that man's head exploded after he insulted her. Only then did everyone panic, realizing this was not some television script. The angel immediately changed her attitude and said humans had no right to question angels. If anyone else tried to act as if they were on her level, the result would be their head and body parting ways, just like that man. Arrogantly hovering in the sky, she began explaining the rules of the game to everyone below. Ryu Min could only sigh because he had been through this calamity far too many times. The game was simple. Clear 20 rounds on the first day of every month. Human souls would be taken to a new dimension to play a game. There, the players only had to do one thing: complete the mission. If they completed the mission, they could safely return to reality along with generous rewards. But if there were rewards, there also had to be punishments. Not everyone could survive after completing the mission, because only half of the participants would be spared. Hearing that, the people below began to get seriously scared. This game would only take people between the ages of 15 and 29. Everyone was confused and stunned, while Ryu Min remained effortlessly ice cold. The angel began filtering the data and would bring 1.8 million people into this game. Once the explanation and selection were complete, the beautiful, elegant angel began casting a spell to send the contestants to another space. Everyone was taken to a dimension where they could not see one another. Here, players could customize their appearance, and they would only get to finalize it once. Ryu Min chose his appearance and kept his old nickname, Blackhound. On a lonely green hill, Blackhound's appearance emerged, looking incredibly cool. He had used this appearance 12 times across his 99 regressions, so now it felt almost like his own body. Other players also gradually began appearing. Some even chose appearances resembling the K-pop idols they admired, and everything here could be fulfilled. Everyone wanted to be the best-looking version of themselves here, but to Ryu Min, that was an incredibly stupid choice. This was a survival world, and if you were too attractive, you would become prey. Dying in this world meant logging out from the real world for good. The thug Dong Min chose a bulky, muscular body for himself, leaving Ryu Min speechless and unwilling to even comment. The angel appeared and once again sneered at everyone's appearances here. She wanted to see what they would look like when they were terrified. There were 1.8 million people in this space, and someone wondered how the number could be even more absurd than Bitcoin. The angel immediately got angry, calling them ignorant because this place was divided into many different servers. Everyone began opening their personal status windows. Ryu Min looked at his and could only sigh in boredom because once again he had to climb all the way up from zero. The angel began explaining the rules, cleared 20 rounds, and the reward would be any one wish. Everyone was then instructed to open their inventory. Inside was a runestone fragment that could only be used once. As long as they held it in their hand and thought about using it, the fragment would activate. Each stone fragment had a unique function, and whether it was strong or not depended entirely on luck. The elegant angel then snapped her fingers. The mission window immediately appeared. Round 1 was very simple and easygoing. Kill 100 goblins. However, only the fastest half of those who completed it would survive. The goblins then appeared. A few people saw the small creatures and thought fighting them would probably be easy. But as soon as they finished speaking, the angel summoned 17 goblins at once, causing everyone's expressions to change. The 10,000 people on this server would fight 50,000 goblins. The battle between humans and goblins officially began. The savage goblins charged forward at high speed the moment they appeared. Ryu Min advanced arrogantly with his hands in his pockets, making everyone wonder what he was doing. His eyes turned red, and then he unleashed a shadowless kick, cleanly killing a goblin. First impressions are the most important thing, whether at work or on a date. This, however, was survival, so Ryu Min especially needed to show off. He threw punch after punch, leaving all the contestants in this area gaping at his skillful handling of the goblins before him. And the reason he wanted to show off so much was to draw the attention of the angel observing from above. With a blade in hand, he moved like the wind and struck lethal blows against the goblins. Everyone began murmuring, thinking his nickname, Blackhound, was extremely cool. Seeing Blackhound kill the goblins so easily gave everyone more motivation, because they were sure these had to be the weakest monsters in the games. One young man had just rolled up his sleeves, ready to show off, when a goblin stabbed him straight through. The people nearby saw this scene, wore horrified expressions, and everyone fled in panic. The goblins began massacring the players here. With these situations occurring, they no longer thought of this place as a game. There was only one thought left in their minds: survive. The human survival instinct rises fiercely when facing death, and of the 36 strategies, running away is best. Ryu Min had chosen that strategy during his first 2 runs, but then he realized that fleeing in this vast, empty field was hopeless. Someone who ran far away was immediately blocked by a magic wall. Besides that, there were also people from a modern era who had never harmed any living creature before and felt weak when trying to attack the goblins. But if they were soft-hearted, they would pay dearly. To survive, they had to overcome their fear. If the enemy touched them, they had to hit back. If it came at them, they had to receive it head-on. The angel above watched with great smugness, because humans could not resist the goblins and could only run and die. But she also paid special attention to the young man stealing the entire spotlight, Blackhound. She wondered what on earth that human was, since his monster kill progress had already reached 70 out of 100. She was extremely curious about Blackhound's identity, but the system's security was frustratingly reliable, making the angel very annoyed. Even so, she still forced herself to smile brightly and act elegant, believing these humans had no ability to damage her dignity. Below, Blackhound kept tearing through one goblin after another, and his experience continued to rise. When monsters came at him, he dodged. He gathered 5 or 6 more at a time, only for Blackhound to easily kill them all with his dagger. His body and hands were now stained with goblin blood. The goblins had gone from hunters to hunted. After casually wiping out monsters for a while, he reached level 4. He put all the stats gained from leveling up into agility, because it increased his evasion rate, as well as his attack speed and movement speed. The goblins once again prepared to attack. Blackhound threw his dagger upward and instantly killed one, making the others shrink back. He sighed, then quickly stepped forward to retrieve the dagger he had just thrown. Before the goblins even understood what had happened, he had already slashed them into halves, making them cosplay as Gojo. After killing all of them, the mission to kill 100 was complete. The system began announcing that Blackhound was the first person to complete the mission in this area, and also ranked first across all areas. Because he was first place in the first round, the system rewarded him with a weapon of his choice along with a treasure chest. To Blackhound, these early weapons were all low-grade trash, so he simply chose a compact, easy-to-use dagger. While he was lost in thought about worldly affairs, outside, everyone else was still struggling against the goblins. This regression was also different from the previous 99, because now he had gained an additional title, Last Traveler. Since this was his 99th regression, his time rune fragment could no longer be used, as this was his final attempt. In this game, there was something even greater than runes, titles, and the stronger they were, the harder they were to obtain. Priest had an ultimate skill called Resurrection, but it only revived someone with 30% health. But Blackhound's title revived him with 100% health, which showed just how terrifying this title was. He immediately used the title and set it to private to avoid attracting public attention and unnecessary trouble, because even when set to private, its effects still worked. The people here also gradually completed the mission of killing 100 goblins, while some were left as bodies without souls. The angel flapped her wings, stirring up this party, and some of those being logged out of this world had their bodies vanish. Along with that, she added 50,000 more goblins so the players could complete their missions faster. It sounded very kind, but something about it was very wrong. The battle between humans and goblins gradually approached its bloody end. Some petty people even used the bodies of other players as shields to protect themselves. Others used all their strength to strangle goblins in order to preserve their lives. Blackhound still sat there indifferently, unconcerned by everything happening around him. The angel was delighted as she watched the players kill each other and fight for survival. Once enough players had passed round 1, the goblins all disappeared at once. Those who were still alive but had not killed enough goblins would die. Their bodies also gradually faded away. Then the angel congratulated those who had cleared round 1. The rankings for the area and all areas were also announced, and Blackhound was in first place with a time of 10 minutes and 21 seconds. His reward was sent to him, along with 1,000 gold, which could be used to buy things in the item shop after reaching level 10. The angel was delighted that the number 1 player across all areas was in the place she supervised. She began to grow curious about the strength he possessed, but she was rather annoyed that she could not check it herself because of the system's security. Even so, in front of Blackhound, she still pretended to be superior and claimed she knew why he was so strong. Blackhound could only smile blankly as he listened, because he knew full well she was just bluffing. He arrogantly said he wanted to make a request of the angel, because he felt the first place reward was a bit small and rather plain. The other players were all surprised by his confidence, and the angel's expression also changed when she heard him say he wanted something even better. She acted offended and asked him to repeat what he had just said. Blackhound was not scared at all and repeated it. The other players marveled, while the angel's fake sweet expression instantly turned extremely irritated because Blackhound dared to order her around. She immediately wanted to raise her hand and kill him, but because she had already used that ability once at the beginning, she could no longer use it. Her eyes lit up as she thought a good plan. She then descended to the ground and accepted his request on the condition that they go somewhere private and secluded so the other players would not complain. Everyone was jealous that Blackhound could bargain with an angel. Before leaving, he even cast a meaningful glance toward Dongmin. The two of them slowly walked into the forest. The angel thought that humans were not only disobedient, but far too greedy. Thinking it over, she decided there was no need to reward him at all. Since he was greedy, he would have to pay the price. She planned to kill him the moment they passed that rock. She was worried that the other players would riot if she killed someone openly, but if she did it discreetly and hid the body afterward, it would be perfectly fine. If no one knew, no one could complain. She turned around with an extremely cute expression and asked what reward he wanted, only to be sent flying by a punch before she even understood what was happening. She angrily stood up and saw that he had vanished. Blackhound had slipped behind her, grabbed her wings and throat, then mercilessly tore them off as if plucking a chicken. As for her remaining pair of wings, he grabbed them as well, stomped her down, and ripped them off, sending blood spraying everywhere. Blackhound had seen through her entire plan and even mentioned the weapon she had hidden in her wings. She began saying that this was all a misunderstanding and begged for a do-over. Blackhound knew it was all a lie and directly called her by name, Burial. Then, without wasting any more words explaining, he pulled a knife from his inventory. Cornered, she threatened to blow up his head. Blackhound merely smiled brightly and said, "Who can you kill now?" leaving her speechless. When intimidation did not work, she tried threatening him with the power of friendship, saying that if he killed her, the other angels would hunt him down. But Blackhound knew full well that these angels were a selfish bunch who did not care whether their companions lived or died. Driven into a corner, she threatened that if he killed her, he would not be able to return to the real world. Unfortunately, he also knew that the system would send him back on its own, without needing an angel. In this game environment, angels were merely pieces used to monitor the players. Once she was done babbling, he rushed forward without hesitation and gave her a one-way ticket to heaven, removing one foul mouth from existence. The system then recognized him as the first person to kill an angel, granting him a title and angel blood. He immediately used it, and a rune was engraved onto his body. The title First Angel Slayer also had the effect of doubling his stats when facing divine beings. Blackhound learned about this reward after taking revenge on an angel in his 13th regression, and the reward was limited to a single player. There was also the Slaughter Rune, whose effect was that every time he killed a target, all his stats would increase by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%, lasting until the related round ended. But above all those overpowered things, what made him want to kill an angel the most was angel blood. With this item, he could change his class to Grim Reaper, the enemy of angels, and a one-of-a-kind position in the entire region. Whenever a player reached level 10, they could choose a class for themselves, and the system had a total of 30 classes. To change classes, they needed to obtain the required class change item. Aside from the basic classes, there were also special classes, and these special classes were on a completely different level from normal classes. Bonus stats, growth runes, and so on were all extremely powerful. Blackhound used his reward and immediately chose the triple experience effect for round 2, so he could level up as quickly as possible and change classes. Round 1 then ended as well, and the surviving players returned to the real world. Everyone thought they had just experienced a strange dream, but the thing was, everyone had dreamed the same dream. Some people were still sound asleep, and only when they were nudged did the others realize that those people had logged out of the Earth server for good. Dongmin's friend had died. Only then did the whole group realize that the people who did not wake up were those who had been eliminated and killed by goblins in the game. Even Dongmin, the arrogant thug who always acted tough, now had his arms and legs trembling. Although he was afraid, he also felt that thanks to this, the world had become a little less unfair. Whether someone had been born with a silver spoon or not, all living beings were now equal. His friends thought that was truly unfair to them, because they knew that Dongmin would eventually end up as a street bum anyway, while they, despite being petty delinquents, were delinquents with dreams and ambitions. He looked around for Ryu Min and thought that perhaps he had died because he was too weak. There was a player over there wearing a full set of armor. At that moment, Dongmin realized that outside the game, they could now open their status windows and inventories in real life as well. He picked up a stone from the ground and easily crushed it into dust, which made him even more arrogant and full of himself. The national news began reporting an incident in which more than 10,000 citizens had suddenly lost consciousness at Central District Plaza on New Year's Day in Yongdo. They had also captured footage of the angel, making citizens explode and knocking out 10,000 people in broad daylight. The news then spread widely across other social media platforms. This phenomenon had not only occurred in the country, but on a global scale. Online communities began buzzing, and keyboard warriors appeared, leaving enthusiastic comments about the video. Everyone thought it was all just a scripted stunt made to chase views and likes. Ryu Min was also following the news. Some people were in a vegetative state, some were clinically dead, and most famous people were found already deceased. 11% of the population had died after this bizarre crisis. What worried Ryu Min the most was the survivors. If they could keep participating and steadily level up, they would gradually become powerful beings. No matter what modern weapons or elite armies were used, they would no longer be able to suppress those players. And now, for the world to remain peaceful, there was only one solution. He would control all the players with a power that stood above them all. He could not allow the same ridiculous situation from his previous regression to happen again. So this time, Ryu Min already had several potential candidates in mind who could conquer the 20th round with him. Ryu Min returned to his rented room and looked at his younger brother, Ryu 1, who was sleeping soundly. His family was not wealthy, and on top of that, his parents had passed away in a traffic accident. From a moment, he wore mourning clothes. Everything in his life changed. The hardest thing for Ryu Min was having to raise his younger brother Ryu 1 all by himself. He turned on the light and woke 1 up so the two of them could pack their things for $1 million operation. 1 still did not understand what was going on, but he obediently did as his brothers said, changed into nice clothes, and the two of them went out. Seeing the serious look on his older brother's face, 1 realized for himself that this matter was probably very important. Knowing that his naive little brother still did not understand anything, Ryu Min told 1 to go online and check the trending topics. When he heard that his brother had cleared round 1 was extremely shocked and worried, asking whether he had been hurt. 1 knew that ever since their parents died, his brother Ryu Min had worked incredibly hard to fill the void they had left behind. Perhaps his brother had always had to prepare himself with an extremely strong mindset against the storms of life. Ryu Min knew exactly what his younger brother was thinking, so he reassured 1 and told him that in the future, his big brother would become so overwhelmingly strong that a few goblins would be nothing at all. For now, all 1 needed to do was follow him. Seeing the wound on 1's hand, he immediately brought up the name Bang Taegyu. Today, the two of them would go together to the residence of Bang Taegyu, the thug who specialized in bullying 1. Hearing his brother mention this made 1 panic, because he had always hidden it from him out of fear that he would only burden his brother further. In his heart, Ryu Min had always wanted to apologize to his brother, because in his previous regressions, he had learned the truth only a few hours after returning from round 1. 1 had gone out to meet someone, while Ryu Min, exhausted, had lain down to rest. It was only in the afternoon, when the hospital called him, that he rushed over in panic. 1 had gone blind after being beaten by Bang Taegyu. Back then, because he had been foolish and weak, he had been unable to protect his brother. But now, he was in a new position. Compared to the Ryu Min of his previous regressions, this was truly a massive leap forward. Now, if anyone touched 1, he would boil them alive, and if they came looking for trouble, he would welcome them properly. At the warehouse, the fat Taegyu was still in the habit of bullying the weak. He brutally beat and kicked 1 of his lackeys. The other lackeys, seeing this scene, were terrified, and none of them wanted to be bullied by him. After beating him to his heart's content, he started rambling about wanting to buy a new car, but having no money. He asked his lackeys to think of a way to make money without working. But as the saying goes, if you refuse to work yet still want to eat, you will only end up eating something bitter. The buzzcut lackey thought for a moment and remembered the handsome errand boy, Ryu 1. They schemed like strategists, planning to take money from 1, but Taegyu knew that 1 did not even have a house. Even if they killed him, they would not get a single coin because his family had nothing left. Even their cheap motorbike had been pawned off to gamble. He also knew that one had no parents and lived only by relying on his older brother. Just as he mentioned wanting to find him, as if his wish had been granted, Ryu Min and Ryu Won arrived. Seeing the two of them, the whole group laughed gleefully and said that speak of the dog, and the dog appears. Taegyu shouted loudly, calling Ryu Won a little bastard. But when he looked over at Ryu Min, he became slightly intimidated. When asked who he was, Ryu Min gave a handsome smile and said that he was Won's older brother. Taegyu cracked his knuckles to show off, warming up to beat the Ryu brothers black and blue. His three lackeys immediately stepped forward. One of them even compared his height with Ryu Min's, only to take a punch that sent him crashing down. The bowl-cut lackey rushed forward swinging his fist, but Ryu Min easily dodged. Then he returned a punch that sent the man flying straight into several metal barrels. The remaining two attacked at the same time and were instantly put down with two punches, left lying there in regret. Taegyu still looked extremely cocky, thinking Ryu Min had learned a bit of boxing somewhere and had come here to show off. He stepped forward with his hands in his pockets, but he did not look cool at all. He looked ridiculous. Facing Ryu Min, he said that physique was very important. But have you read the news? Seeing that Taegyu knew nothing at all, Ryu Min could only sigh. Taegyu rushed forward and swung his fist, but Ryu Min easily dodged. Ryu Min dodged the next punch as well. At that moment, Taegyu began to feel that something was wrong. He could not touch even a single hair on Ryu Min. Ryu Min gathered strength, creating a blue aura around his hand, then stepped in and punched Taegyu straight in his chubby face. Taegyu staggered, then sprang back up to counterattack, but Ryu Min had already vanished from in front of him. Ryu Min had slipped behind him and landed a second punch. Surprise, you fat idiot. Taegyu clutched his face, then held his precious tooth that had fallen into his hand. How nice. No need to go to the dentist, yet his tooth came out on its own. Losing control, Taegyu charged in to punch Ryu Min, but it was completely useless. Ryu Min grabbed his arm and delivered a painful blow. His face had already been unpleasant and ugly, and now Ryu Min had punched it until it swelled up like a festival rice cake. Taegyu charged forward, wanting to throw a punch at Ryu Min, but Ryu Min immediately leaped up and struck him with a fierce dragon kick, sending him flying straight into the wall. Ryu Min asked him if it hurt, because no matter how many times he had regressed, he had never forgotten the sight of his younger brother blinded and covered in injuries. This fat fool finally began to feel fear and begged for mercy, but the law of karma spares no one. Ryu Min walked over, grabbed his hand, and warned him never to touch his brother again before breaking his fingers. Seeing this, the lackeys knew the best of the 36 strategies was to run away. Taegyu promised that he would never harm one again, but to prevent him from taking revenge later, Ryu Min broke his wrist as well, just to be safe. On the way back, when one asked about it, Ryu Min showed his younger brother the skills that players could use in real life. He could even make an incredibly cool knife appear out of thin air. He further explained that the reason that man could not hit him was because his agility stat was now 11. An ordinary person's was only 3. For an athlete, it could rise to 10. One asked what would happen if his brother leveled up, but Ryu Min did not want to answer and kept the fact that he was a regressor a secret, because in the 11th regression, one had been kidnapped by another player. Although Ryu Min had taken revenge, he did not want it to happen again and wanted to use everything he had to protect his foolish little brother. After that, the two brothers went to a convenience store to eat. Ryu Min withdrew all the savings he had. Then he told one to take whatever he wanted because his big brother would pay for everything today. One shyly worried that it would cost his brother too much money, but still picked out chili-dipped beef with an extremely happy and satisfied expression. The two brothers enjoyed the expensive beef together. One ate in bliss because it was his first time having something so delicious. Ryu Min then used all the remaining money to buy lottery tickets, shocking one. Before one could even recover from that surprise, Ryu Min gave him another one. Every ticket had the same number. Ryu Min smiled confidently and said that all of those numbers were today's winning numbers. Until 5 in the afternoon, no one could say who would end up rich. Today, the 1049th lottery drawing was taking place. Ryu Won gloomily bit his nails, regretting the money they had spent on this gamble. But a moment later, he froze when the numbers being drawn were exactly the numbers his brother had chosen. With tears in his eyes, one hoped this was not a dream. His older brother cheerfully said that this was not a dream, while one jumped for joy because they had won first prize. Ryu Min had been very happy the first few times, but after winning the lottery over and over again, it had become normal to him. What Ryu Min wanted to do more than anything now was make a great deal of money, because in the future, more than 900 million people would die, causing the economy to collapse. Rare items in the game would also be sold at extremely high prices. He felt that the money from this lottery win would be enough to shake the world. Ryu Min then dressed up and went to Nonghai Up Bank. When the employees learned that he was the lottery winner at their branch, with 115 winning tickets, they immediately called the chairman down to welcome him because he was now no different from a VIP client. Honestly, if someone had several billion in their account like him, life would immediately feel much more comfortable. The bank chairman came down, greeted him cheerfully, and led Ryu Min to a VIP room. Once inside, he handed the winning tickets to a female employee to check, and the amount Ryu Min would receive was 22.5 billion won. After taxes, it would be around 15 billion. He signed the papers quickly so he could receive the money and go home to invest in Bitcoin, because next month its price would suddenly surge by 500%. Afterward, he had one choose a new place to live, then gave his younger brother some hot news. He had invested 1 billion won into Bitcoin, leaving one frozen and completely speechless at his brother. But money was now nothing but fleeting dust, because Ryu Min had once again dreamed of numbers that could help him win the lottery. Hearing that, one hoped his brother would remember them very clearly and accurately. Of course he would, because Ryu Min had done this countless times. Then he told one to pack, because today the two of them would move into a penthouse and no longer have to live in this remote, rundown place. Dong Min was somewhere testing his strength, and he felt extremely lucky to have the double strength rune. He was still irritated about Ryu Min glaring at him, so he went to the boarding house to find him and teach Ryu Min a lesson. He pounded on the door wildly and pressed his ear against it, ready to charge in the moment he heard any sound. Hearing the knocking, the landlord came out to see what kind of worthless punk was causing trouble. After talking to the landlord, Dong Min learned that his errand boy had moved somewhere else. When he asked for the address, the landlord did not know either, which made him extremely angry that Ryu Min had gone somewhere without telling him. The way the veins bulged on his clenched fist was almost adorable in how annoying it was. The two Ryu brothers had arrived at a luxury apartment building. Ryu Min had rented an apartment with an absurdly beautiful countryside view in an area of 330 square meters. The place was fully equipped with high-end facilities, so the price was also painfully steep, making one want to move somewhere else because it burned through money too fast. But to Ryu Min, money was meant to be spent, and the more expensive the place, the higher the security. That was because on the first day of every month, players would fall into a deep sleep. This was the time when players were at their most vulnerable. Aside from objective factors such as natural disasters or earthquakes, there were also subjective factors, such as assassins hired by other players to kill them. Even if they were godlike beings in the other world, their souls would still leave their bodies if their bodies in the real world died. One remained anxious, feeling useless for enjoying these luxuries while his brother would be dragged into another world next month and forced to fight. Ryu Min patted his brother on the shoulder, hoping he would stop overthinking, then invited him to go down to the second floor to eat or have some fun. Dong Min kept bothering Ryu Min, but Ryu Min ignored him because he would definitely repay that grudge with interest. A new day arrived. Early in the morning, Ryu Won had already prepared everything and told his brother he was going to buy rice cakes to give to the neighbors there. Ryu Min thought that one truly was his younger brother, so the two of them went to buy rice cakes together and handed them out to everyone. The brothers happily spread goodwill and made friends with the ladies, gentlemen, and children in the apartment complex. After a tiring morning, the two brothers had greeted everyone, and now only one home remained. The owner of the penthouse had bought both the 44th and 45th floors, so Ryu Min guessed that they might be a celebrity. They rang the bell, but no one opened the door. Just as they were about to leave, the famous Korean actress of the time, Seo Ari, appeared behind them with her bodyguard. Seeing the huge star in front of him, Ryu Won immediately became flustered. Ryu Min, however, remained cold and composed, thinking that beauty was only an outward appearance. The bodyguard immediately blocked them from approaching, thinking they were fans. When he learned that the two of them lived on the floor below, he spoke on Ari's behalf and said that she did not eat sweets, then opened the door and let her inside. Ryu-min thought that, aside from being overbearing, the man was also extremely rude. He told his younger brother not to mind him. Of course, one did not mind at all, because his mind was now filled entirely with Seo Ari's image because of her dazzling beauty. Ryu-min was speechless at kids these days, always watching short videos and dramas while he had been breaking his back to make money, with no time to be obsessed with celebrities. Social media was now reporting that many entertainers had died, and only 50% of famous celebrities were still alive. Ari sat reading the news, her expression changing. Actresses more famous than her had all died after participating in that game. Thanks to some blessing from above and a good rune, she had been able to clear round 1 easily. Otherwise, she would now be appearing in the headlines as well. Everything she currently owned, including this penthouse, had been provided by her company, so she felt that she was very lucky. Ari confided in her bodyguard, saying she did not know how she would survive the next round. The bodyguard immediately comforted her, telling her not to worry because he would be by her side. She should trust him and rest. At first, Seo Ari thought the company had sent the bodyguard to monitor her movements. But after going through the game, she realized that without him, she might have died in the first round. Seo Ari remembered the rice cakes and really wanted to eat them. She was afraid they would feel hurt, while the bodyguard thought they might try to take advantage of her because she was famous and would keep bothering her life forever. But looking at those two utterly clueless guys, how exactly were they supposed to take advantage of anyone? She wondered how that neighbor over 15 had gone through the game, yet remained so cheerful, optimistic, and full of life. The bodyguard sighed, thinking that killing 100 goblins was easy and only an idiot would lose. Seo Ari thought to herself that although he stood out with those skills in the real world, compared to Blackhound, his level was still the difference between a gambler and a challenger. Watching Blackhound perform, Seo Ari even felt sorry for the goblins instead of the humans. To survive in this survival game, one needed to get acquainted with someone capable, so Seo Ari very much wanted to know Blackhound. When it came to life and death, luck could not keep coming forever. On Tuesday, January 31st, Ryu-min returned home and told his younger brother that he had just earned 15 billion won. This was the 4th time Ryu-min had won first prize after buying lottery tickets. The chairman there kept asking him for his secret, and he simply answered that his ancestors had blessed him in a dream. The Bitcoin he had invested in had also risen to 150 billion won. Ryu-won immediately grew worried and wanted to withdraw the money, afraid the price would fall. But for someone who could earn billions like Ryu-min, he was no longer short on cash. A mere 100 billion or so was nothing to him. The two brothers went out together to eat pasta, shop, and buy snacks until late at night. As a new day was about to begin, Ryu-won tightly held his older brother's hand and hoped he would survive and come back. Min smiled brightly like a flower and said, "You've seen your brother deal with those street thugs, and you still don't trust me?" He patted one's head and told him to go to sleep, because when he opened his eyes, his brother would wake up too. Everyone returned to the game. As for Blackhound, he was now extremely famous because he had ranked first in the region in the previous round. Seeing how everyone was buzzing about him, but did not dare approach, he understood that his reputation had spread across the entire server. Another angel then appeared, leaving the other players very confused. She merely said that the previous angel had met with an accident, and that she would now take over the role of supervisor. She spread her golden wings, their radiant halo shining down on everyone below, and announced the mission for this second round. The second round's main mission was to choose a regional representative within 3 hours. In this round, all players could pass without any loss of life. The angel looked at the humans with a delighted expression. She raised one hand and explained that the regional representative could use their authority to give orders to others. If they told someone to crawl, that person had to crawl. If they told someone to die, that person would lose their life. It was a privilege that sounded extremely impressive. 3 hours later, all players in this region would receive their ballots. On the ballot, they only needed to write the name of the person they wanted to elect as regional representative. It sounded very easy, and in truth, this mission really was just that simple. There was no need to overthink it. They could simply treat it as a relaxed little gathering. Everyone cheered happily because they would be able to continue living thanks to this round's easy mission. The angel also wished them success in completing the mission, then left. The people there began voicing mixed opinions. Some were happy because the mission was as easy as eating cake. Dong Min, however, was furious because he had trained and prepared so much for battle. But everything happening now was exactly like Black Hound's memories from his previous regressions. So despite everyone's random chatter, Black Hound casually walked into the forest because he knew very well that where there was a main mission, there would definitely be a side mission and a hidden mission for this second round. That mission was to level up and obtain a class. And to do that, he would now grind as quickly as possible to reach level 10. A robin monster in the forest began to appear. Without another word, he immediately leapt forward and skewered it with one knife strike. Because of the effect of the slaughter rune, each time he killed a target, his stats increased by 1%, stacking up to 100%. As soon as he killed one, the monsters dragged their entire extended robin family over to welcome Black Hound. He smirked, then used his knife to take them all down. Only 30 minutes had passed, and Black Hound had already reached level 9. He put all his stat points straight into agility. Because among the 36 strategies, running away was the best. No matter how strong one was, if one could not avoid a fatal blow, one was finished. Players had 4 stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength increased physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence strengthened magic damage. Willpower, and perception. Agility increased attack speed, movement speed, and evasion rate. Luck increased critical hit rate, item drops, and bonus gold. Every stat was important, especially for the Grim Reaper class, because that class used both physical and magical damage. Raising all stats evenly was the most ideal. As he walked around searching for monsters, Black Hound sensed danger lurking nearby. He immediately turned and raised his knife in that direction, because he knew very well someone was watching his movements. Either show yourself, but don't blame me for getting angry. And when I get angry, things get troublesome. A girl stepped out from behind a tree. The moment he saw her, Black Hound recognized her as the superstar Cory. Her bodyguard also appeared behind her and mediated, saying that they had no grudge against him. Seeing this bodyguard, Black Hound immediately knew he was on Sangchul, Ma Jiangrock's capable right-hand man. Heavenly Demon was his nickname. Ma Jiangrock was the eldest son of the largest company in the country. He was also one of the targets Black Hound had his eye on. His true objective was to recruit the priest connected to him by round 20. Only now did he remember that Ma Jiangrock had once been rumored to be sponsoring a celebrity for business purposes. And this was a change in the future that he had not wanted at all. Cory began explaining that they had been watching Black Hound's every move from the beginning. She wanted to propose cooperation because she knew he was the player who had taken first place on the server in the previous round. Black Hound could only smirk. How is there supposed to be cooperation between someone who weighed 800 caddies and someone who weighed half a tail? He coldly turned to leave because he knew he was overwhelmingly powerful. If one wanted to go fast, one had to go alone. Only if one wanted to dawdle did one need teammates. As soon as Black Hound turned away, Cory collapsed to the ground because of the pressure of standing face-to-face with him. She desperately wanted to cooperate with the top-ranked player to keep herself safe. But clever people like her were everywhere. Sangchul knew from the start that since Black Hound stood high above others with a peerless air, his pride was naturally very great. But for the strong, having great pride was their privilege. Since they had seen Black Hound farming experience, the two of them also went to look for monsters to level up. The robins in the forest had now gone from hunters to prey after encountering Black Hound. 5 gnomes also appeared, making Black Hound look interested and feel that he was truly lucky. 1, 2, 3, 5. Did he miss a beat? All of them were wiped out with a single knife strike. Now he had reached level 10 and fulfilled the conditions to advance and transform. The side mission of the second round was to level up before the voting time. If successful, one would obtain a class advancement item and receive a class. He also received a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Anyone seeing a side mission for the first time would be dazed, confused, stunned, and wearing a foolish smile. Everyone knew that obtaining a class was a good thing, but the problem was that no one knew how to get a class advancement item. Class advancement items were usually obtained only by fulfilling special conditions. Warriors needed to raise their strength stat to at least 10 and kill 30 monsters within that time to receive a class advancement item. Berserkers also had to hunt and spill blood within the designated time. Assassins needed to successfully assassinate monsters many times. In other words, each person had to complete activities related to their class in order to receive a class advancement item. Back when he was a newbie, Blackhound had also struggled, sweating blood and tears, to complete the Hunter class. But from a day he obtained the Grim Reaper class, he stood in a new position and was no longer the same silent figure from his previous regressions. He began using the item he had obtained after killing the angel in the previous round, then activated it and proceeded to change into the Grim Reaper class. The ancient script of the Grim Reaper had these effects. When used during the day, weapon attack power doubled. When used at night, attack speed increased by 50%. When resting at night, the chance of being detected by enemies greatly decreased. A radiant aura, like the light of all Buddhas in the 10 directions, began to wrap around Blackhound's entire body. The completion reward was the Grim Reaper's scythe weapon. His rank was also raised from novice to apprentice. This rank was also something important that distinguished the level of the elite players here. Players were divided into 6 ranks: Grandmaster, Master, Expert, Normal, Apprentice, and at the very bottom of society, Novice. Just like in PC games, when one ranked up, the rewards increased and new skills were added. After that, he also received a new skill called Mark of Death. Its effect created a mark that only the target and the caster could see. The target would suffer 100% additional damage whenever the caster attacked at the same time. The effect only applied to a single target. On top of that, he could equip the Grim Reaper's scythe, a very wicked piece of equipment. Because he was the first person on the server to advance, he was given a bag of gold, and along with it, he learned a new skill called tracking for 20,000 gold. It had the ability to detect the location of a desired target, but the profile and the name had to match for it to be valid. Of course, he immediately tracked Huang Yongmin, the guy who would look for any opening to cause trouble for him. The target was 190 meters away from Blackhound, so he was curious to see what that bastard was trying to do here. Cori and her bodyguard were covered in wounds and had to stumble away because they had been ganged up on by Huang Yongmin's group. The bodyguard immediately had negative thoughts, believing that Ari was holding him back. If not for her, he would have already escaped far away. Yongmin's group was extremely arrogant because they had overwhelming numbers. What they wanted was very simple: hand over Cori, the idol of the younger generation, to them. Hearing those words, that rotten bodyguard's face darkened as he thought that if they had said that from the start, he would have abandoned her already. He had no intention of losing his life just because of this beautiful girl. Everything he did was only because of the mission he had been assigned. If he could not protect Cori, Director Ma Jianrock would be very disappointed in him. Yongmin then raised his smug face, looking like he wanted to give someone a proper beating. The bodyguard could now only bring up the law to threaten them. But if someone killed another person in this place, who would provide evidence? And even if there was evidence, there was no guarantee their faces and names would match their real lives. While he was thinking about how to fight with his battered body, Blackhound suddenly appeared beside them, watching. Blackhound asked what the two of them were doing here. Yeoman tried to butt in, but he immediately told him to shut his mouth. The bodyguard shouted that they were hunting Cori, and if Blackhound acted righteously, this favor would definitely be repaid. Blackhound repeated the bodyguard's words to confirm whether they were true, but Yongmin continued acting arrogantly. As they say, when the tiger does not roar, dogs start thinking they own the forest. A crimson aura surrounded Blackhound, and the Grim Reaper's scythe appeared in his hand. He said that anyone who touched them would have to deal with him, and if they came at him, he would welcome them to make sure those two would not be hurt. Just like the first time dragon fruit appeared in instant noodles, today he would also let these guys know what a festival was. He knew very well that helping them would be very useful for future relations, because Jianrock would gain a good impression of him. If it was one of the largest corporations in the country, the reward would certainly increase by a lot, and he would be repaid handsomely. Besides, conveniently enough, he was also rather irritated by these newly sprouted brats in front of him. Yongmin and his companions began getting scared, yet he still threatened that if Blackhound dared to step forward, he would stab him. But in this situation, did it even look like he could stab anyone? Though he said that, he also knew his own limits, because he had witnessed Blackhound tear apart the goblins alone in the blink of an eye. Worse yet, last time, Blackhound had ranked first on the server. Blackhound lowered his scythe, crossed his arms, and said that if Youngmin knelt down and begged to live, he would consider it. Youngmin felt humiliated in front of the group, especially in front of the pretty girl. Being insulted made him remember how, in the real world, he had once smashed a wall with his bare fist. If he was lucky, he even thought he might be able to take Blackhound down with a single punch. The script was beautiful, but unfortunately, he was not Saitama. He smirked, cracked his knuckles, rolled his shoulders, and staggered forward like an ostrich, imagining a scenario where he would land a heaven-shaking punch on Blackhound's face. Blackhound also put away his weapon, feeling that it would be a little unfair if one side used fists while the other used a weapon. Winning like that would be boring anyway. Those words only made Youngmin even angrier. As soon as he finished speaking, Blackhound leapt forward. Youngmin had been waiting for that moment and threw a straight punch. Who would have thought Blackhound would easily dodge it, then deliver a thunderous kick straight into his stomach, sending him flying 7,749 miles. Youngmin collapsed to the ground, but his mouth was still filthy as he kept cursing. Blackhound walked over and kicked him directly in the face. Then he grabbed him by the shirt and unleashed countless painful blows straight into his face. Youngmin felt as if these were not punches, but as though he were being pounded by a hammer like grain in a mortar. Blackhound's final lightning-like punch knocked him unconscious. One of Youngmin's companions behind him raised a crossbow and shot at him from behind, but Blackhound dodged it. He moved forward with ghostly footwork, closed in beside him, then used his scythe to cut off the arm that had dared to ambush him. The remaining two saw that scene and still did not know fear. One idiot recklessly charged straight forward. Feeling that this guy did not know his own limits, Blackhound used Mark of Death on him. Then he swung his scythe cleanly and sliced off the idiot's leg. The last one's face turned completely pale, but Blackhound still did not spare him because he had dared to hold a weapon in front of him. Just like that, one of his arms fell to the ground. Now all he needed was one killing blow, but Blackhound did not want to do that. He wanted to make sure they would never dare come near him again. Yet even with wounds all over his body, this guy's mouth was still running. Blackhound swung the scythe, making all of them tremble in fear. Youngmin was hiding behind a large tree, but even if he tried to hide from the heavens, it would be useless against him. No exceptions. Those were the 4 words Blackhound gave Youngmin before cutting off his arm. He hoped these wicked brats would stop crying like children, because what they were going through now was nothing compared to what they had done to him in the past, in reality. Now, the wounded one wanted to wound others. As soon as he finished recalling that, he swung the scythe again and cut off Youngmin's remaining arm. The bodyguard felt a chill run down his spine at the sight, seeing how Blackhound could cut off both arms of someone who had lost all will to fight without the slightest mercy. To some people, that was truly cruel, but he actually liked people with such cold heads. He remembered the name Blackhound, the man who dared oppose even the chairman. After finishing the matter, Blackhound asked after the condition of his 2 good friends and told them there was no need to worry about those street thugs anymore. As everyone had seen, they had all been crippled, and now what they needed to do was return a vote. Coari and the bodyguard bowed their heads and thanked Blackhound for saving their lives. Coari was actually worried that those bastards might die, but to him, there was nothing to be concerned about because they were no better than beasts. He looked at her and felt that she was far too soft-hearted. He thought that perhaps because she had to maintain her image as a celebrity, she wanted to pretend to be a saint. The bodyguard then wondered why Blackhound did not simply kill off all these dregs of society. Blackhound explained that the reason was very simple. Killing them all would bring him no benefit. And because if the number of participants decreased, the success rate for clearing this game would also drop. After hearing Blackhound's explanation, the bodyguard also found it perfectly reasonable. He felt that Blackhound was truly an extraordinary person, someone not to be underestimated. Blackhound left, and the bodyguard wanted to repay him by transferring money in the real world, but he still replied that there was no need and walked away calmly. This left a deep impression on the bodyguard, and he was certain that he had to report this to the chairman immediately. Before leaving, he did not forget to spit on the scumbag Huang Youngmin's head, then left together with Coari. At the voting area, an internal conflict had broken out among the players. Everyone wanted to become the representative of this region. Some people even wanted to stab each other over that position. Each and every one of them put forward their own justifiable reason for becoming the regional representative. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making them fall silent and listen to him. He was the mint chocolate boy, and he tried hard to explain things to everyone before making a proposal. Everyone listened to him obediently, and there was a reason for that. The reason they obeyed him like this was because he possessed the rune of persuasion. Seeing that everyone had been drawn in by his enchanting voice, the man revealed a sinister smile. The reason he was so smug was the rune of persuasion he had obtained in the first round. Just as Mint Chocolate had beautifully planned, his rune of persuasion had begun to take effect. Back in the first round, when he obtained a rune of persuasion from a random rune fragment, he had been rather disappointed. At the time, he was surrounded entirely by monsters, so trying to win with words was meaningless. On top of that, the rune of persuasion clearly had no effect on people with a higher level than him. But necessity breeds ingenuity, and he quickly found a trick to use this rune effectively. He used his words to persuade people to help a girl who was being attacked by monsters, then rushed in to kill-steal the monsters when they were about to be finished off. That wicked, heretical method was what helped him pass the first round and make it to the second round. It was truly proof that evil, petty people often live the easiest lives. Right now, if he was lucky enough to persuade everyone, there was a high chance he would become the regional representative. He began using his silver tongue and playing his manipulation game. He asked everyone to choose no more than 5 candidates to make the voting process as easy as possible. Almost everyone found that reasonable and began nominating their own candidates. He grew more and more pleased as he saw everything proceeding smoothly. The first person to speak nominated Mint Chocolate, saying that he seemed capable of organizing and calming everyone well. That made him very satisfied, and he thought that another fool had come over to his side. While he was feeling smug, someone raised a hand and nominated Blackhound. He found this case acceptable too, since the person who had ranked first in the previous round was naturally bound to be nominated. The third person nominated the player who had ranked second in the previous round, whose username was Documentary Film. Next came Black Dragon on the right hand, who had ranked third. Mint Chocolate decided to settle on 4 candidates and suggested that before voting, each person should give speech. And naturally, he immediately volunteered to go first. But just as he opened his mouth, the young man whose username was Documentary Film appeared and insulted him, saying, "Cut the nonsense already. Do you really think everyone will obey a cheap instigator like you?" Mint Chocolate was extremely shocked, thinking that he had been found out. He tried using manipulative words once more to check whether he had truly been exposed. He started lecturing the young man like some 9-fingered life coach, making the man lose control and shout, "All of you, if you want to live, vote for me." Seeing the man's aggression, Mint Chocolate continued speaking in a lecturing tone, advising him to stop humiliating himself. The man fell silent for a moment without saying anything. But unexpectedly, the man swung his arm, and with a slash, Mint Chocolate did not even have time to react before he died before he could sell any more chocolate. As a great person once said, "The mouth is always what brings disaster upon the body." Everyone who witnessed the scene panicked, seeing how the young man who had been standing before them just moments ago had already been logged out. The players began cursing at the man, but he paid them no attention. Instead, he charged straight at them and skewered every person who dared to mutter nonsense. To him, this feeling was wonderful. There were no police, no one reporting a crime, and no cameras, so he could stab people as he pleased. He pointed at the remaining people and threatened that if they did not vote for him, they would end up just like the others. After witnessing that horrifying scene, everyone trembled in fear. His next target was Blackhound. As long as he eliminated him, he could openly and legitimately become number 1. Meanwhile, after killing more than 200 monsters over the course of more than 2 hours, Blackhound had only stopped at level 16. The fact that he had fought for so long, but had not gained many levels proved that the higher one climbed, the slower leveling would become. On the positive side, monster hunting had now become much easier, since he possessed both the Grim Reaper rune and the Slaughter rune. One doubled his damage, while the other doubled his stats. Now, it was also time for him to leave because the time for voting had arrived. All players were summoned to the starting point. The players who had not been present earlier were horrified when they were summoned and saw the scene before them. Co Ari and On Saint-Chul were both alarmed, fearfully wondering what was going on. While everyone around them was still making guesses, Blackhound stood to one side and thought to himself. It seemed that this time, Young-sik was taking the lead. He was the head of a notorious gang in South Korea and the second strongest warrior in Blackhound's district. Worse still, his personality was absolute trash. Blackhound believed he had to defuse that bomb before it exploded, but the time was not ripe yet. While Blackhound was still lost in thought, Young-sik spoke up and interrupted him. He asked contemptuously where Blackhound had been and said that he had been waiting for a long time. After hearing that, Blackhound asked irritably what this brat wanted. As if he had been waiting for that question all along, Young-sik went straight to the point and demanded that he come under his command. Hearing that answer made Blackhound frown. In contrast, Young-sik maintained his hostile attitude, spinning the blade in his hand a few times as he said that if Blackhound obeyed, he would spare him. But Blackhound was not the type to back down either. He asked whether Young-sik wanted to start fighting right away, then ordered him to kneel and beg. If he could do that, Blackhound would forgive him. Feeling that his pride had been trampled and insulted, Young-sik angrily threatened that if he became the regional representative, he would definitely not spare him. Before the bastard could finish rambling, Blackhound cut him off. He used his ability to summon a scythe from the void, not forgetting to mock him while doing so. The moment Young-sik saw Blackhound's weapon, he became afraid and realized that he had provoked the wrong person. Faced with Blackhound's challenge, he tried to preserve a little dignity and replied, "The leader of the Young-sik gang will never kneel before anyone." Not only that, he stubbornly challenged him as well. Looking at Young-sik, who was acting increasingly rough in front of him, Blackhound thought to himself that if he displayed his strength and was voted in, things would become rather complicated. Instead, he would make that man the representative and use him in the third round. Furthermore, now was also the time for the angel to appear. Just as he had thought, the angel appeared before everyone. Blackhound coldly told Young-sik that he was lucky, while also warning him that the next time he wanted to challenge someone, he should check that person's information first. Otherwise, he might not know who would end up biting whom. Although Young-sik was extremely frightened, he kept his composure outwardly and thought that if he became the representative, he would make Blackhound pay 100-fold. Returning to the angel, she now began speaking, asking everyone about their choice of representative. At the same time, she announced that the election was about to begin, and she did not care about whether they lived or died. At that moment, the system screen appeared, and the vote officially began. Each person only had one vote. Players would look toward the person they wanted to choose, and the representative would be the one with the most votes. Players who did not vote within 5 minutes would be eliminated from the round and disappear. At this moment, everyone turned their eyes toward Young-sik. He was delighted inside, and the instant he noticed anyone not looking at him, he immediately threatened them. Very soon after, the vote ended. Young-sik realized that he had only received 2,412 votes, while Blackhound was in second place with a number of votes extremely close to his own. Young-sik was indescribably furious. He had acted like a complete madman, yet the difference was not even that large. The angel then spoke, saying that she would grant Young-sik command authority to give orders to everyone. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. He thought to himself that he would show Blackhound what a real festival was for humiliating him. But after receiving this blessing, Young-sik discovered that he only had 10 uses of the authority, and those orders would not work on A-rank individuals. While Young-sik was still stunned by that surprise, the angel announced another one. They also had a side mission, to rise to A rank and find a rank-up item. She said that the quest window had been set up to appear that way on the screen, but it seemed none of them had noticed. At that moment, one of the players spoke up and asked how they were supposed to level up when there were no monsters. The angel's expression changed, but she soon calmly opened the system. She said that, in total, only 80,000 people would be promoted to A rank in this round. Not only that, she also announced that Blackhound was the first person to successfully rank up. In addition, she even pointed out that Blackhound was a Grim Reaper. Realizing that Blackhound was the Grim Reaper, the players present began murmuring noisily. That gang boss stood off to the side, burning with jealousy as he wondered why Blackhound had been able to change classes at this moment. Clearly, he had been planning to use his command authority to order order Black Hound to fight back against him. Returning to the angel, she announced that the rankings for the second round had been rewarded according to the order in which the side mission was completed. And that person was none other than Ryu Min, whose account name was Black Hound. Looking at the statistics screen, she was surprised because Black Hound was not only ranked first in the current region, but also first across the entire server. Impressed by Black Hound's ability, she could not stop marveling at his Grim Reaper class. She even thought that the nickname Black Hound suited that power perfectly. She signaled for him to answer her about that nickname, and even suspected that he had known in advance that he would obtain this overpowered Grim Reaper class. Faced with the angel's questioning, Black Hound remained as cold as ice and calmly denied it. He said that becoming the Grim Reaper was his destiny. He laughed inwardly, because even the angels did not know how to obtain the Grim Reaper class. They only knew that it was a special class. The angel found his clever answer interesting. To think that someone in this region had actually changed classes. Because of that, Black Hound was the only person on this server who was not affected by command authority. After hearing the angel's words, the players present felt extremely confused. The angel cheerfully explained that command authority did not apply to people who had a class. Therefore, the representative could not give orders to someone with a class. Furthermore, there were only 10 opportunities to use command authority. In other words, being the regional representative did not mean possessing unlimited power. Every word the angel spoke was like a knife stabbing into Young's sick, making him extremely uncomfortable. Humiliated, he thought to himself, why was she telling others these things? As for the angel, she now happily rewarded Black Hound. After hesitating for a while between several sets of armor, he finally decided to choose the professional hunter's leather armor. After that, he quickly chose triple experience points so that he could fight monsters more effectively in the third round. At that very moment, the angel spoke, saying that the third round had begun. The system screen appeared and announced that the players' souls would soon be transferred back to their bodies in the real dimension. Returning to reality, Hwang Yongmin sat bolt upright on his bed in terror and looked at his still intact arm. He swore that he would never pick a fight with Black Hound again. Back to Cory. She was looking toward Sang-chul, who stood before her and thanked her. But he quickly said that there was no need to do that, because he was both her manager and bodyguard, so of course he had to protect her. Cory was happy to hear that, and she also asked him how she could meet and thank Black Hound. But since Black Hound did not want his identity exposed, there was no way to do so. Hearing that, Sang-chul suggested that Cory give Black Hound an item in the next round. She liked that idea very much. After they reached an agreement, Sang-chul took his leave and departed. At that moment, he received a call from Chairman Ma. He congratulated him on successfully changing classes to Dark Knight. At the same time, he reported that he and Cory had only reached level 8 and had also been injured. In addition, Sang-chul had something important to discuss and wanted to meet Chairman Ma at the hotel right away. However, he had no idea that the entire secret process was being watched by Ryu Min. 10 minutes earlier, Ryu Min had returned to the real world and quickly investigated the bodyguard on Sang-chul's information. After guessing that he might go to Ma Jiangrock's place, Ryu Min decided to follow him. At that moment, Ma Jiangrock was on a high floor of the building, unable to stop thinking about Ryu Min. He believed that Ryu Min might have caused trouble with his subordinate, and he was determined not to let that slide. Even if Ryu Min was ranked first or whatever, he could mess with him, but he had better not mess with one of his people. Sang-chul's voice rang out from the door, cutting off Ma Jiangrock's thoughts. The two greeted each other cheerfully with a few words. Sang-chul sincerely thanked Ma Jiangrock as well. Hearing that, Ma Jiangrock said there was no need to thank him, because in the end, he had not done anything for Sang-chul's boss. They were not even in the same region. Sang-chul respectfully bowed his head and replied politely that just having Ma Jiangrock appear had already filled him with enthusiasm. After hearing that answer, Ma Jiangrock thought that Sang-chul was flattering him too much, wondering why he was being so ingratiating. Sang-chul quickly sat down in the chair opposite him and congratulated him on successfully surviving. After hearing that, Ma Jiangrock merely chuckled and said that the second round they had participated in was like a game of taking candy. At the same time, he modestly said that his successful rank-up was only due to his own luck. Hearing Ma Jiangrock Jiang-Rock's answer. On Sang-Cheol said that luck was also a kind of skill. Besides, ranking second and third across all regions was not easy either. More than that, On Sang-Cheol continued flattering him, declaring that the greatest honor of his life was being able to serve Mr. Ma. Faced with On Sang-Cheol's flattery, Ma Jiang-Rock quickly realized that he wanted to ask him about something. He stared at On Sang-Cheol and said that if he had something to say, he should just say it, because Ma Jiang-Rock understood him too well. Realizing that he had been seen through, On Sang-Cheol awkwardly asked Ma Jiang-Rock where the rank-up item was hidden. After hearing that, Ma Jiang-Rock immediately switched to a cold attitude and answered that the item had dropped while he was hunting monsters. But inside, he secretly laughed because he had actually obtained the item thanks to the Dark Knight rune fragment he possessed. It turned out that he had gotten lucky in the first round because his random rune was practically a cheat item. That was because it could help him change classes once he reached level 10. Even so, to Ma Jiang-Rock, even if On Sang-Cheol was a subordinate he trusted like family, he could not reveal such heretical information. After all, human nature changed very easily. With that thought, Ma Jiang-Rock immediately changed the subject. He asked whether the wounds on Sang-Cheol's body had been caused by Black Hound. Hearing that, On Sang-Cheol immediately objected and said that Black Hound was actually the one who had saved him. Hearing that, Ma Jiang-Rock became extremely curious and asked his subordinate to recount everything that had happened back then. After a while, he finally understood the situation clearly. Sang-Cheol said that if Black Hound had not appeared in time, he and CO Ari might have lost their lives. He believed Ari had a strong ability to survive, but the incident would have traumatized her and made her unable to continue working in the entertainment industry. Jiang-Rock did not ask much either. He vaguely asked Sang-Cheol about the condition of those thugs. Sang-Cheol knew they had been thoroughly tortured by Black Hound, not killed, because if the total number of people decreased, the number of survivors who passed around would decrease as well. After a moment of silence, Jiang-Rock thought he should compensate Black Hound, but in the end, he gave up on the idea because Black Hound had not revealed his identity at all. With no other choice, he could only ask Sang-Cheol to thank Ryu Min on his behalf in the next round. After that, Jiang-Rock's gaze became deeply thoughtful and filled with murderous intent as he asked Sang-Cheol for the nicknames of those bastards. Meanwhile, Ryu Min was hiding behind a tree, observing Sang-Cheol's movements, constantly admiring his loyalty. Realizing that he had confirmed Sang-Cheol's destination, he quickly headed back. He silently thought that he should thank his younger brother. Thanks to his brother's cluelessness in bringing rice cakes to greet the neighbors, he had been able to run into Ari, and that was how he discovered the relationship between her and Sang-Cheol. Ryu Min believed that as long as he used the excuse of being neighbors as leverage, he would definitely be able to gain Jiang-Rock's trust easily. However, he still needed to consider whether or not he should take him along in the 20th round. That was because Jiang-Rock's Dark Knight rune was so excellent that it was almost like cheating. However, nothing was perfect. It also had unpredictable drawbacks, such as not having a rank-up reward rune and being forced to become a Dark Knight. But the biggest drawback was still that, in order to use the Dark Aura, a type of Dark Knight power, he had to accumulate a separate kind of mana called Dark Mana. And this Dark Mana could not be obtained through ordinary means. In a certain sense, this skill was extremely suited to someone with perverted tastes like Jiang-Rock. Ryu Min worried inwardly that being teammates with such a pervert also carried many hidden dangers. For now, he would just regard him as an unpolished gem, and how he used him later would depend on fate. Ryu Min believed that besides him, there were still many talented people, and he would begin his search for companions to clear the virtual world. When morning came, the scene changed. At that moment, while the man in the shop was constantly trying to hide the store's revenue, a young woman suddenly appeared from outside. It turned out that lottery ticket sales had now completely stopped, while the rent and labor costs kept increasing. At this point, they seemed to have no way to manage anymore. Noticing her father's worries, the young woman smiled and said that she was about to graduate. She would definitely help him by finding a part-time job to increase their income, but he quickly refused. He advised her to focus on her studies and fulfill her dream of becoming a doctor, but she immediately argued back against her father, because right now, passing the round was what mattered most. She spoke up to reassure her father that she had survived the second round, and she had also obtained a class with a blessing skill that could increase the vitality and physical condition of ordinary people. While the two were happily chatting, Ryu Min suddenly appeared. Ryu Min entered the convenience store from outside, and the owner was extremely surprised to see him. He was the winner who had guessed the same number on 100 lottery tickets. Ryu Min stepped forward and greeted the owner. He asked if the owner remembered him. He had bought 100,000 won's worth of lottery tickets here. The owner was very puzzled, not understanding why he had come. Ryu Min bowed his head and sincerely apologized to the store owner. He had seen the news. Because he had won first prize several times in a row, the store could no longer sell lottery tickets. So he apologized for unintentionally causing damage to the store. The owner politely told him that he did not need to worry. This was not his fault. Even if the store could no longer sell lottery tickets, it would not make him starve to death. Even so, Ryu Min still felt guilty because he had affected the store, so he wanted to compensate him. Although the amount was not too large, it was mainly a token of his sincerity, a modest 10 million won. Hearing this, the owner and his daughter were extremely surprised and told him he did not need to do that, asking him to take it back. But Ryu Min firmly told the owner to take it because he had to leave now and had many things to do. Seeing that, the daughter took the money and said she would run after him and return it. When he saw her running over, Ryu Min asked who she was. The girl told him she was Min Yuri, his classmate. She was extremely surprised to find out that he did not know they were in the same class. He apologized, saying that he was not very good at remembering faces. But that was Ryu Min's lie. He knew that she had a special class as a buffer who provided support effects to teammates. Last time, fate had caused the two of them to meet in his previous regression. She had helped him for many reasons, and now he was seeking out his own fate. Using the excuse that he had happened to run into Yuri was his way of bringing her over to his side. Yuri suggested that they go somewhere to talk, and Ryu Min quickly nodded in agreement. Yuri returned the money to him, saying that they could not accept such a large amount, so he should take it back. Ryu Min seemed to understand very well that they would not take it, because she was the type of upright person who, no matter how difficult things became, did not like living in debt. Yuri urged Ryu Min to hurry up and take the money back. Holding the money was heavy, so her hand hurt a little, but Ryu Min stubbornly refused to accept it. He wanted to compensate them because he felt guilty. At the very least, he had to do this for his conscience to feel at ease. No matter how large the amount was, he wanted her to take it. Otherwise, he would feel guilty and keep thinking about it. But Yuri said that if she accepted it, she would feel extremely burdened. To him, that amount of money was nothing much, just a bit of loose change. After saying that, he left, leaving behind lingering feelings. Unable to persuade him, Yuri told him that 10 million won really was too much. She would only take 1 million. That would be enough. Ryu Min told her that she had to ask the store owner too, but that store owner was her father. She was extremely surprised to learn that the person who had won first prize in the lottery was her classmate. She wondered if he really did not know they were classmates. The moment he walked into the convenience store, she had recognized him right away. Of course, Ryu Min knew very well who she was, but he said that he truly was not good at remembering faces. Besides, this was the first time they had spoken to each other. He felt a little guilty for pretending not to know her, but he had to do this in order to make her interested in him. This guy did not even have a girlfriend yet, but once he started dropping hints, his flirting skills were truly top tier. Yuri stood up, introduced herself once again, pointed at her face, and asked if he remembered now. Ryu Min happily replied that he would remember. Yuri, meanwhile, was extremely gloomy after being slapped in the face by reality. As a beautiful woman, she had actually had to introduce herself to a classmate. At the very least, they had now become acquainted by fate. Since they were about to graduate, Ryu Min figured they probably would not contact each other anymore. So while they were at it, he casually asked for her phone number. Yuri took Ryu Min's phone and entered her number into it. Before leaving, he even said something ambiguous. Meeting like this was truly fate, so from now on, they should keep in touch. He left without taking the envelope. Yuri was extremely embarrassed after he asked for her phone number, and her heart beat wildly. Even though she knew he only saw her as a friend, perhaps she really did like Ryu Min. At first, they had met by chance when she saw a group of people beating him up. Unable to ignore an injustice, she immediately called the police. She followed him to make sure he got home safely, but when she saw him going to his part-time job, as if nothing had happened, she realized that he was much stronger than he appeared. Even though he was covered in injuries, he was still cheerful as he went to work and met other people. From that point on, she started to become interested in Ryu Min, but she did not have the courage to talk to him. After that, her feelings for Ryu Min grew greatly. She had not even dared to approach him, and she never expected that they would meet again in a situation like this. She felt that this was an opportunity granted to her by heaven, so she could not pretend not to know Ryu Min, especially while holding 10 million won in her hands. She wondered if she should invite Ryu Min out for a proper meal right away. Ryu Min sat on his bed, tapping away on his phone and texting, and the person he was texting was indeed Yuri, because she wanted to invite him out for a meal. Everything had gone according to the beautiful script he had written. As expected, she felt indebted to him. She had even suddenly invited him to lunch. He unconsciously smiled. If he grew close to her naturally, it would be easier to turn her into an ally. He climbed down from the bed and decided that he would help Yuri and bring her to the 20th round with him. Ryu Won was sitting on a chair watching television when he saw his older brother dressed nicely and heading out today. He immediately asked if he was going out with his girlfriend. Ryu Min calmly replied, saying that with a handsome, popular, and rich man like him, was he not allowed to meet a few girls? He also told his younger brother not to skip meals at home because he would be eating outside. As soon as the door closed, Ryu Won began to question his life, thinking that his brother was always flexing so casually. Could he really be going on a date? At a steak restaurant, Ryu Min sat across from Yuri, eating and chatting happily. She blushed shyly, never having expected that she would get to eat alone with him. She felt that it truly was a lucky day. The two of them ate amid the gentle music without saying anything more, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. She felt that she should say something. Yuri asked him how he had managed to win the lottery repeatedly, winning as many as 4 times in a row. And as usual, Ryu Min answered that his ancestors had appeared in his dreams and blessed him, then laughed awkwardly. The money he had earned from the lottery meant he would not have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Now, there was probably nothing he could not buy. The only thing he needed to worry about was simply staying alive. He and she continued talking about the first trial where they had to kill goblins. His area number ended in 5, while hers ended in 7. That meant the two of them had not been able to meet. Hearing that, she felt regretful that she could not meet him in that world. Ryu Min smiled and thought to himself that she did not need to be disappointed because they would meet eventually. Later, the areas would begin merging together as the number of surviving people decreased. Yuri had reached level 10, and her class was buffer. That meant she could enhance effects for her teammates. Ryu Min felt that this was truly fortunate. This time as well, she was a buffer. She demonstrated her power. There was an effect called Blessing that enhanced all stats. She used that energy and poured it into him, and all of his stats increased by 50% for a limited duration of 3 hours. He felt truly impressed. If she reached the maximum level, the stat increase would reach 100%. Fortunately, she had enhanced him from the start, because this had been his main goal for this meal. The reward he had received last time, after changing classes, was a random gold pouch, and it could be affected by the luck stat. Therefore, the higher the luck stat, the more gold he would receive. Yuri told him that if he needed a blessing, he should just ask, because using this skill did not tire her out at all. In truth, this meal was her way of thanking him. She thanked him for the 10 million won, and she said she would try to repay it as soon as possible. Seeing that Ryu Min did not seem to need money, she took out an item and handed it to him. It was some kind of purple crystal. After the meal ended, the two said goodbye and went their separate ways. On the way home, he opened his inventory to check the gift Yuri had given him earlier. It was a low-grade purple magic crystal. He could sense subtle mana inside it. It was used to combine with items to increase stats. He had not expected her to give him something like this. Just by looking at the description, it would be difficult to know its use. But once a player reached level 20, they would realize just how rare this item was. The combination function would unlock when players reached level 20. By using it, Ryu Min could combine a weapon with a magic crystal, and he could even choose the upgrade. There were 7 colors of magic crystals in total: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo. Red increased damage, orange increased strength, yellow increased luck, green enhanced agility, blue enhanced intelligence, and indigo reduced incoming damage. And the purple magic crystal was the rarest of them all. It had an extremely low drop rate, and it enhanced all stats. Ryu Min suddenly remembered that he had to open the gold pouch before the time limit ended. But before that, he needed to enhance his stats with the Slaughter Rune by becoming the Lord of Insect Extermination with 100 mealworms. Each target he pierced would increase his stats by 1%, and that also applied to insects as long as they were alive. Now that the time had come, he gathered all the luck he had been born with and opened the gold pouch. Until now, with his luck, he would usually receive around 3,000 to 6,000 gold. He wondered how much he would get this time. Ryu Min was surprised by the amount of gold he received, exactly 9,999 gold. He had received the maximum amount of gold. Receiving the blessing had truly been worth it. His current total gold was 16,249, which was already enough to buy an epic grade item. But the item he wanted would not appear until 2 weeks later, so for now he would keep it safe. As soon as he got home, his younger brother Ryu Won ran out and asked how his date had gone and whether anything had come of it, because he thought his older brother had gone on a date with his girlfriend. But Ryu Min simply ignored him and told his younger brother to stop babbling because it was giving him a headache. When he said Ryu Won should order something good to eat, Ryu Won replied that his brother had no idea how badly he wanted black bean noodles. Just 10 months ago, the two brothers' circumstances had still been very difficult. But now, his investment capital had increased to $150 million. Just like last time, in 2 weeks, it would very likely drop significantly. Before that happened, he should get a driver's license. In the written test room for the driver's license exam, Ryu Min let out a bored sigh because he no longer knew how many times he had taken this exam. He would just go through the motions and leave. He quickly finished the test, stood up, and walked outside. The proctor was surprised that in such a short time, this handsome young man had scored 95 points. The result was obvious. He only took 4 days to get his driver's license. He had far too much experience already. But wait, how many years had passed? How old was he supposed to be now? After getting his license, he immediately bought a supercar, and it did not take long for him to choose one, because he had driven this same model in his previous lives. Just like that, 2 weeks passed, and now it was time for him to part ways with his investment money. Seeing him sitting there and laughing in an extremely sinister way, Ryu Won came over to ask what had happened. He learned that his brother had just sold off all of his cryptocurrency investment. The amount he sold it for was now $300 million. All the lottery winnings together had only been $60 million, yet now it had increased straight to $300 million. Ryu Won felt happy that his brother was no longer investing in cryptocurrency, but his older brother immediately poured cold water over him by saying that he would invest in stocks next. The younger brother was worried because his brother did not know anything about stocks. As for Ryu Min, he only had one slogan. He had seen it in a dream, and his ancestors had blessed him. Ryu Min looked at his adorable younger brother. It was natural for him to worry, but Ryu Min knew the future in advance. The company he was going to invest in was a company ranked 85th, valued at around $900 million. Heavenly Demon Consulting. This was Jiang Rock's company. Although it was not very famous yet, after the 4th round, it would introduce a special system and grow rapidly. If he could own a large number of shares and gain operational control, he could influence the company as a major shareholder and make a modest profit. First, he would invest $280 million and secure 31% ownership. The moment Ryu Min pressed the investment button, he heard Ryu Won's prayer beside him, begging for his brother's dream to come true. His younger brother really was still doubting the meaning of life. That midnight, Ryu Min entered the shop to buy the equipment he needed. All the gold he had saved up was for this day. As long as he had gold, he could buy ordinary items and skills. It truly could not be more convenient. Although they were all common grade, that did not mean he could not buy rare and epic materials. What he needed to buy today was the bone necklace, an item that increased intelligence and attack speed. Compared to its effects, it was also quite cheap. He bought the item using the 50% discount card he had earned after completing the rank-up mission. As a result, the money he spent was nothing more than a cow losing a single hair or a tamarind tree dropping a leaf. After buying it, he still had quite a lot of gold left. At first, he planned to buy a set of common equipment with the remaining gold, but if he saved just another 6,000 gold, he could buy another common skill. A common skill was still better than common equipment, so he needed to quickly earn another 6,000 gold. Fortunately, round 3 was coming soon, and it had plenty of monsters. And after a long time, that day finally arrived. In round 3, the players were dragged to a village this time. It was an extremely remote place. Everyone looked around. There was a tall, thick, sturdy wall surrounding the area, and in the middle of the village stood an enormous crystal, gigantic and sparkling brightly. Looking at the scene, everyone seemed extremely anxious. The only one who remained indifferent was Young Sik. Some said he was a gang boss. He had even threatened everyone with a sword and forced them to vote for him. Blackhound should have been the representative, not a murderer like him. Another man standing nearby heard that and said he should not talk like that. Young Sik might hear him. Right now, Young Sik held authority, but he could only play lord over everyone 10 times. Hearing everyone whispering and gossiping, he told them all to shut up. He knew this kind of thing would definitely happen, and could only wish that damn angel would keep her mouth shut. Jongmin suddenly stepped out from the crowd, bowed politely, and shouted, "Hello, sir," because he knew that documentary film was Young Sik, gang boss Young Sik, and a gangster. Young Sik asked in surprise whether the brat was one of his underlings. The boy could only answer that. For now, he was not. He simply had a dream of becoming a gangster. Hearing that, Young Sik thought the kid must be crazy. Jongmin said Young Sik was his role model. He very much wanted to join Young Sik's gang. Then he knelt down and said he would devote his whole life to following him, begging to be accepted. Young Sik laughed in contempt. In his life, he had met plenty of lunatics, but this was the first time he had met a young man this gutsy. At that moment, he really liked the kid's spirit. He told him to hurry and stand up, then asked if he was blind. Did he not know that his Westward March gang had fallen apart, and he still wanted to follow him? Jongmin answered that he did not care what people said. Young Sik was someone he respected. As long as Young Sik accepted him, he did not care what anyone else thought. Young Sik laughed loudly in delight and said he would take responsibility and teach him. Seeing this, everyone started gossiping, thinking Jongmin had gone mad. Ryu Min, watching from the side, saw all of his actions and was very pleased because this was truly a good thing. Suddenly, that angel appeared with radiant light shining in all directions and said that 90 people were missing today. The status window clearly stated that the main mission of round 3 was to protect the sacred relic for 3 hours. The total number of participants across all areas was 856,302,000. Currently, no one in the area had completed it. At present, there were a total of 4,900 participants, and no one had completed it yet. Everyone was extremely surprised that this area was short on people. Meanwhile, that angel fell into deep thought. Impossible. People had died out of nowhere. It seemed that in the real world, people had been killing one another. She worried about just how far the competition would go. Down below, the players were terrified when the number of people who could complete the round had dropped to only 1,225. Everyone thought there had been an error. That angel smiled and said it seemed they were afraid because the number of people who could complete the mission had decreased. But they had forgotten that only half of the people could survive each round. Since everyone had survived the previous round, it was only reasonable that only 1/4 of the players would survive this round. In this third round, every 30 minutes, an army of monsters would appear before the castle gate and target the sacred relic at the center of the village. There would be 4 waves of attacks in total, and everyone had to cooperate to protect the sacred relic. They would receive an additional reward if they protected it for 3 hours. And if they failed, naturally, they would receive a penalty. Rankings would be determined by the number of monsters killed. Young Sik, standing to the side, was delighted when he heard that all they had to do was kill monsters. Since he held authority, this round would be a piece of cake. The angel said Young Sik had command authority, but if he died to a monster, the position would be left vacant. If another player killed him, however, that player would immediately become the new representative. She then announced that monsters would appear in 10 minutes and disappeared. Hearing that, Young Sik was furious because everyone behind him was now aiming for him and wanted to kill him to take the representative position. Ryu Min approached him, wanting to talk. He had an extremely good deal. Blackhound would protect him from the other players. I'll protect you from the other players. In other words, I'll become your personal bodyguard. Everyone was shocked to hear that the Great Black Hound would protect that bastard. That meant they would have to go up against the Great One as well, and they did not know what to do because Black Hound had enormous influence. Judging by everyone's reaction, the offer seemed very tempting, but anything that came for free always had a price. Young Sik asked what Ryu Min wanted in return. Ryu Min said that he would have to obey all of his orders. That was the condition. Hearing that, Young-sik realized Ryu Min was ordering him to become his subordinate. He wondered what made Black Hound offer such a deal. He then asked what kind of orders he would have to obey. Ryu Min said he could not tell him, and that Young-sik only needed to obey him unconditionally. Young-sik gnashed his teeth in anger. So, you want me to follow you for the rest of my life? Don't think a street thug like me is that easy to fool. But what would happen if he refused? He worried that Black Hound would not attack him for no reason, right? Ryu Min urged him to hurry and decide. Just as Ryu Min had predicted, Young-sik was certain to refuse him because there was no way he would lower his pride like that. Everyone was extremely surprised and did not understand why he would do that. If he agreed, he could hunt at ease. They felt that for this man, pride was even more important than his life. Everything was unfolding exactly as it had in Ryu Min's previous life. What he needed to do now was draw a line. Since Young-sik had refused, there was nothing he could do, so he left. Young-sik was furious. As a proper gangster, was he really supposed to accept that offer? Suddenly, an announcement said the first wave would soon begin. Everyone should prepare for the monsters to appear and disappear unpredictably and protect their sacred relic for the next 30 minutes. No matter how many monsters they dealt with, the second wave would still begin. The first wave officially began. Young-sik knew he could not fight alongside people who held grudges against him. Seeing Ryu Min heading somewhere, he followed him to check the situation. The status window displayed 9,800 monsters. Young-sik hurriedly ran away. He did not understand why Black Hound was not moving. Was he planning to fight alone? Was he confident he could kill 100 by himself? Watching from above, Young-sik thought Black Hound would only fight for a little while before tucking his tail and running. Down below, the goblins began charging in to attack. Black Hound used his abilities to wipe out wave after wave of goblins. Young-sik had not expected Black Hound to be that strong. He wondered whether he would be that powerful when he reached level 16. But now was not the time to think about that. He needed to level up quickly and become stronger. The battle between players and monsters grew more intense. Everyone took turns blocking the monsters, preventing them from approaching the crystal. Young-sik went down and began attacking the monsters. Thanks to his ability, he could predict the monsters' movements in advance. Suddenly, an arrow shot past his face, wounding him. He swore he would tear the one responsible into 100 pieces. A player began attacking him, and Young-sik quickly gripped his knife and stabbed straight in that direction. Then he picked up the arrow from earlier and threw it, landing a headshot on the one who had been sniping at him. For a moment, he thought he should have accepted Black Hound's help. But man had to act like a man. Surely there had to be another way for him to hunt peacefully without being bothered by other players. Seeing Black Dragon on the right hand, the third-ranked player in the area, he approached him and told him to protect him from now on. After taking care of the monsters, Black Hound's kill count stood at 502 out of 100. With the triple experience buff from the previous round and the Slaughter Rune's effect increasing his stats when he killed monsters, all of Black Hound's stats had also reached 100%. At the same time, his gold had risen to nearly 20,000. After thinking deeply for a while about the future, Black Hound turned around and swept his scythe once, clearing out the monsters lying in wait for him. The remaining monsters saw this and shrank back in fear. The hunters had become the hunted. The first attack passed, and the players were given a short rest, but nearly 1,000 people had already died. At that moment, Young-sik was still alive, just as Black Hound had expected, and he was struggling while surrounded by players whose goal was to bring him down and take the title of representative. Someone behind him swung a knife at him, but he was saved by Jong Min, which greatly puzzled him. More importantly, however, he was growing weaker after the battle. In that state, he would have a hard time making it through. The second attack began, and the number of monsters being added kept increasing. With his outstanding skill, Black Hound easily cut them in half one by one. After meeting his target quota, he leveled up to level 24, truly reaching an extraordinary level. At the same time, he unlocked the synthesis function, which allowed him to create unique items that other players could not buy from the shop. It did not stop there. His Death Scythe was also enhanced to deal 120% damage, and he learned a unique skill, Death Knight. Its effect created dark energy within a 500-meter radius, forming an illusory night. The caster could cancel the skill whenever he wanted. Death Knight, combined with the Reaper's ancient language, made Black Hound even more powerful, like a tiger with wings. When the monsters approached, he immediately tested his new move. Activating Death Knight, the space around them became pitch black and obscured. Seizing that perfect opportunity, he only needed to swing his scythe a few times to reap a pile of lives. The second wave was completed. He used the opportunity to buy the detection skill, which could locate targets within a 30-meter radius. The third wave began right after that, then the fourth wave, and then the fifth. There was only 1 hour left. If they got through it, they could survive. All the players tried their best, but the number of goblins was gradually increasing to 10,000. While preparing to eliminate them, Young-sik was chased from behind by a group of players trying to steal the title of representative. He used his puppet to defend himself, but it could not hold out for long, so he had no choice but to run for his life. As he ran into Blackhound. At that point, he had been driven into a corner, so he desperately begged Ryu Min to protect him and agreed to do as Blackhound said. But as Ryu Min had said before, life was not that simple. Opportunity only came once, and after refusing, whether Young-sik lived or died no longer had anything to do with Blackhound. Someone who no longer had command authority was not worth keeping alive. Young-sik regretted not agreeing sooner, but it was too late for regrets now. He had no choice but to turn around and face the group of players. Even if he died, he would drag a few of them down with him. Suddenly, Jongmin appeared, reigniting his hope. But before he could feel happy, that bastard rushed in and struck him directly in the face. Young-sik fell and rolled across the ground. Before he could even raise his head, Jongmin kept pounding his face like he was grinding rice, punching him so many times that his face became unrecognizable. He had never expected that one day, a second-rate gangster boss like him would be betrayed by this bastard Jongmin. But it was fitting, because this was the retribution he had been bound to receive sooner or later. To put an end to Young-sik, that bastard Jongmin raised his foot and stomped down with all his strength. After that, there was nothing more. The system immediately displayed a notification. The area representative with the nickname documentary film had been eliminated, and his power would be transferred to the one who had dealt the finishing blow. Yeoman grinned smugly. Now he had 10 chances to order others, and in particular, his current target was Cori. After witnessing that the new representative was Jongmin, who had then betrayed the very person he had wanted to follow, the players nearby could not accept it. They rose up, wanting to target and eliminate him. At that very moment, he went to find Blackhound and requested his protection, while also saying he would obey every order Ryu Min gave. That was simple enough, but on one condition. He had to kneel and beg before Ryu Min would accept. Jongmin hesitated, but because he had no other choice, he could only do as Blackhound said. If anyone in life had to be humiliated, it would be Jongmin. Ryu Min was already sick of watching the scene, but because Jongmin possessed command authority, he agreed. He stepped forward, pointed out the players pursuing Jongmin one by one, and gave them 2 choices. 1. Give up on the representative title and go hunt small monsters. Or 2. Die beneath his Reaper's scythe. They were confused, but because they respected Blackhound and he was far too strong, they chose the first option to preserve their lives. Jongmin, too, could not help but be shocked that Blackhound could completely turn public opinion around with just a few words. To him now, Blackhound was the only person he could rely on. Ryu Min ordered Jongmin to use his 10 commands to destroy the relic. Jongmin looked displeased, because if he used up all 10 of his commands, he would not be able to turn Cori into his slave. He would lose his goal. When he questioned it, Ryu Min told him to shut up and do as he was told. Powerless, Young-min obediently listened. He ordered 10 people to go destroy the relic. Among them were even his friends, making him awkwardly try to explain himself. But because command authority had taken effect, all the people ordered to do it rushed forward together to break the relic. After the system announced that the relic had been broken, the main mission officially failed. As punishment for the players allowing the mission to fail, an incarnation of an angel would appear and sweep through them for 30 minutes. The game would not stop until the time ran out, and that was the hidden submission they had to overcome. All the players there looked delighted, thinking this new arrangement was quite profitable. Protecting the relic only gave 2,000 gold, yet destroying it gave as much as 3,000. The reward from this mission was even greater than killing monsters in round 5. But Blackhound had a reason for not wanting to destroy it with his own hands. The system then displayed a notification. The 10 players who destroyed the relic would receive a penalty, and all their stats would be permanently reduced by 50%. Jiang Min's best friends immediately grew furious and pointed at that bastard. They thought it was only them, but there was no way he could escape punishment either, since he was the representative and had to share the penalty with them. Enraged, he kicked and smashed the wall. Having his strength stats affected was practically the same as receiving a death sentence. Blackhound opened a shop with the gold he had earned and bought the necessary items, the assassin's hood and the cunning long boots. Next, he opened the synthesis system, then combined the necklace he had bought earlier with a mana stone. Immediately, the effect of adding 1 point to all stats was applied to the necklace. Blackhound then attached mana stones to the remaining items to increase their stats as well. Although these stones were only low grade and did not add much, having them was still better than nothing. The space began to grow dark and cold, colder than a drafty wind. The players also began to show fear on their faces. In Ryu Min's previous life, out of 2,700 people, only a mere 500 survived. Simply trying to survive had seemed extremely difficult. Originally, the Incarnation of a God was a boss that required 5 players at level 40 to defeat. But this was his final regression, so he wanted to claim the entire reward alone ahead of time. A rift began to appear in the sky, along with radiant light shining in all directions. The reason he dared to make such a reckless decision was because he had equipped the title he obtained when he killed that angel. First Godslayer doubled all of Blackhound's stats when facing divine beings, and the Incarnation of a God was a divine being. The players murmured among themselves, thinking that perhaps the moment this boss appeared, they would all be wiped out. The Incarnation of a God immediately set up a restricted area, trapping the players inside and preventing them from leaving. The 300 people caught inside had their stats reduced by 50%. Then the divine creature summoned countless spears of light that pierced through those players. Once trapped in that area, dodging was completely impossible. While he was focused on the other players, this was Ryu Min's chance. He knew full well that since this boss had no ears, it would not turn around and discover him. He leaped 5 meters into the air, used the Slaughter rune, then put all his strength into a single death-dealing slash at the boss. By the time it noticed, it was already too late. Ryu Min had struck it right in the eye. That skill had taken away 60% of its health thanks to the Slaughter rune's effect, leaving only 40% remaining. Ryu Min immediately bent his legs and ran, because now it would begin setting up a new area to hunt him down. While it was distracted, Ryu Min slipped around to another side, sprang up, raised his scythe, and slashed straight at its remaining eye. It had now caught Ryu Min inside its restricted area, but with both eyes gone, to him, it was no different from a punching bag. As it was gathering power to summon spears of light, Ryu Min immediately used Death Knight to erase its vision. Light could not defeat darkness, because the system had already set things up that way. Now it was time for Ryu Min to raise his scythe and deliver the finishing blow. Ryu Min sliced off one of its wings, then flipped through the air and followed with another slash, cutting off the remaining wing as well. It now had only 10% health left, but instead of rushing to finish it off, he ran far away. The Incarnation of a God had met the conditions to activate its final radiant halo, transforming into an incarnation of divine punishment with an immortal state. If he had cut off its head before that, there would have been no way to kill it now. It summoned countless void holes that fired purple lightning bolts in pursuit of Ryu Min, but naturally, not a single one hit. It was mostly just for show. After 60 seconds, its immortal state was released. Ryu Min charged in, raised his scythe, and directly severed the head of the Incarnation of a God. The system immediately displayed notifications, rewarding Ryu Min with countless items and confirming that he was the first person to kill the Incarnation of a God. Along with that came a new title, Challenger of Divine Punishment, with the effect of reducing damage from divine beings by 80%. In addition, there were Refined Ether and the Rune of Radiant Light, rewards for being the first to kill the Incarnation of a God. This time, his main target was the Refined Ether, because he needed it in order to create a divine grade item. Furthermore, the effect of the rune of Holy Light also increased his intelligence by 1, and the effectiveness of divine-type skills increased by 1% based on level. Since he had now reached level 30, that meant an increase of 30 intelligence points and a 30% increase in skill effects. The hidden quest was complete. All surviving players were collectively rewarded with 3,000 gold. Everyone admired Ryu Min's strength. He had taken on a terrifying boss all by himself. Even the angel still could not believe it, and this was the first time that the angel, Oliver, acknowledged the strength of a human. The angel landed near Ryu Min and interviewed him with a few questions, but they were all nonsense, so he only answered perfunctorily. The other players admired Ryu Min's chivalrous spirit, thinking that he had saved everyone there out of consideration for them. The angel kept pondering why humans could still unite at a time like this, despite all the conflict that had occurred. But as far as Ryu Min was concerned, these angels were mostly selfish, so how could they understand human principles? The rankings then appeared. Ryu Min had swept through a total of 3,631 monsters, and naturally, he proudly stood at first place across the entire server for this round. The player in second place had not even reached 1,000 monsters, so Ryu Min was truly on a completely different level from the rest. The generous rewards for Ryu Min's top rank began to be distributed. Without thinking too much, he opened a chest containing the Ring of Gale, the Blue Magic Ring, and the Ring of Resistance, and he immediately chose the Ring of Resistance. Its name did not sound especially overwhelming, but its effect was extremely powerful, allowing him to resist all negative status effects. In a remote place like this, sometimes being hit by just one negative effect was enough to cost someone their life. Moving on to the next reward, since there was no triple experience option, he chose to receive 4,000 gold. After that, the angel announced the grim news. Those ranked from 1,225 onward would be executed. Then she snapped her fingers, sending everyone who had failed to make it into the top ranks to the Western Pure Land. And just like that, the third round ended. Cory woke up and was very surprised that she had managed to obtain the Summoner class. She could now summon a spirit, and thanks to that adorable spirit creating shields for her, she had been able to safely complete round 3. Of course, it was also thanks to the reliable bodyguard who had stayed by her side. She had also placed third in this round. Holding the Mana Stone she had just received, she wondered whether Ryu Min would like it. Jiang Min also woke up, filled with resentment and rage. He smashed his bedside lamp, because all his stats had now been permanently reduced by 50%. While he was still furious, he received a phone call from one of his close brothers. His friend kept yelling at him for daring to use command authority to force him to destroy the crystal. Jiang Min replied that at the time, he had been willing but powerless. His friend cursed him, saying that he should have just died instead of wasting space by staying alive. Rather than hurting his friends, he should have gone to sleep and never woken up. Jiang Min tried hard to argue about his own suffering, but in the end, that friend cut ties with him as well, calling him a traitor and telling him never to call again. From now on, whether in reality or in that other world, he would treat Jiang Min like a complete stranger. Furious, Jiang Min called one person after another, but the result was always that the number he had dialed was temporarily unavailable. He felt that now, every tree, every flower, every house, every scene, and every person had their own life, and he no longer needed friends either. So what if people threatened to beat him? If they met, he would take them on. If they clashed, he would face them. Any bastard who dared come at him, he wanted to deal with them all. Under the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunlight, On Saint-Joel came to report to Chairman Ma that he had just completed round 3. When asked about his class, he answered that he had reached level 11 and that his class was Knight. He also said that Cory had reached the same level as him and that her class was Summoner. Thanks to the shield created by her spirit, On Saint-Joel had been able to safely hunt monsters. Chairman Ma was very pleased and wanted him to maintain this good relationship with actress Cory. If he liked her enough, he could even date her. Hearing this, On Saint-Joel immediately grew flustered. But what Ma Jiangrock meant was that he wanted him to act like a playboy and make it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. Even after hearing that, On Saint-Joel still asked once more, with a very confused expression, whether he should date her. Ma Jiangrock smiled brightly, because it had been a long time since he had seen that expression on his face. On Saint-Joel also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that it was not necessary, because Cory did not seem to like him anyway. She always called him Mr. Bodyguard. Putting these trivial matters aside, Ma Jiangrock moved on to the main topic, the urgent report on Sang Chul wanted to make today. He immediately bowed his head solemnly and apologized for failing to carry out Chairman Ma's order to assist Ryu Min and for not yet conveying Ma Jiangrock's message to him. After that, he sat down and told Ma Jiangrock the entire course of events that had occurred in round 3 while he was in the same area as Ryu Min. After hearing it, Ma Jiangrock was very impressed that an extremely powerful being, the incarnation of a god, had been single-handedly beaten down and executed by Ryu Min. Sang Chul felt as if Ryu Min was someone who needed no help from anyone. This also made Ma Jiangrock question his own life, because Ryu Min was so strong that he felt embarrassed for having thought he was strong enough with the Dark Knight rune. He wanted to meet Ryu Min someday. Since there had been a valid reason for what happened, he did not mind it. After that, he asked about the thugs he had told on Sang Chul to investigate the other day. Ma Jiangrock sipped his alcohol as he listened to Sang Chul say that Young Sik had narrowed the search area to Seoul and was certain they would find that person within a month. In other words, after round 4, they would be able to learn the whereabouts of that bastard. There was no hurry until then, so they could search at ease. After that, Jiangrock asked about the gold Sang Chul had earned. He had obtained 10,000 gold, so Jiangrock told him that once he saved up 20,000 gold, he should learn the detection skill from the shop. After chatting at length about matters in that other world, they returned to the real world, and Sang Chul reported that last month, a shareholder had purchased a large amount of Chairman Ma's stock. Ma listened, but he still did not know what stock it was, or rather, which company's stock it was. With as many assets and businesses as he had, how could he remember everything? Sang Chul added that it was Heavenly Demon Consulting, the company Jiangrock was currently focusing his resources on. When asked what percentage the other party owned, Sang Chul casually revealed that it was 31%. His company had a total value of 900 billion won, and for one individual to hold 31% meant that person had invested 240 billion won into his company. It was a wealthy person he did not know at all, but he knew very well that this person wanted to enter the management directly. So he picked up his phone and called a subordinate to ask for information about the person who had invested such a large sum into his company. Meanwhile, Ryu Min had been holding his phone and waiting for Chairman Ma's call since the afternoon, because he knew he was now a major shareholder of Ma's company. While he was focused, Ryu Won suddenly rushed into the room and shouted, asking what level his brother was, startling him so badly that he dropped his phone onto his face. An arrogant neighborhood kid had bragged to Ryu Won that his older brother had reached level 11 and had just obtained a class, so his little brother wanted to ask so he could go flex back at that kid. Afraid of causing trouble because of his loudmouthed younger brother, Ryu Min modestly said that he had only reached level 12. Hearing that, Ryu Won smiled brightly and asked about his brother's class. But Ryu Min immediately pulled the blanket over himself, said it was a secret, and chased his talkative little brother out. Just as he lay back down, a call came from the executive director of Heavenly Demon Consulting, Ma Jiangrock. Although he was an old fox, Ryu Min wanted to play innocent, pretending to be an easily deceived rich young master in order to make Ma lower his guard. Jiangrock greeted him, then invited Ryu Min to meet and talk over a meal. He suggested Friday, but that day was very important because Ryu Min needed to obtain the Inner Thoughts rune, so he rescheduled the meal with him for Saturday. He had been absolutely certain that Ma would call him, because the Heavenly Demon Company Ma had founded was mainly for gaining recognition from his father. Therefore, he would never treat a major shareholder badly. But before meeting him, Ryu Min needed to go and obtain the rune he needed first. There were many ways to obtain runes. They could be found in certain places during certain rounds, or they could be special rewards. They could also drop from boss monsters after players defeated them. In extremely rare cases, they could even drop from ordinary monsters, though the possibility still existed. And there was another method many people still did not know about. It was the method Ryu Min was now taking advantage of, searching for runes in real life. He stepped into a warehouse and lay in wait for a player named Jang Seo-hyun, because that man would appear here shortly. He would never forget this name, because this man was the criminal who had kidnapped his younger brother. He remembered every detail of that bastard's voice. The man had the Inner Thoughts rune, and he had used it to scan Ryu Won's thoughts, thereby learning that Ryu Min was a regressor. And naturally, after that bastard rambled on and provoked the wrong person, he ended up lying in a puddle of syrup. Ryu Min had done that from his 11th regression all the way until now. So at this point, he no longer had any personal grudge against him. Now, he would take the inner thoughts ruined before any of those events could happen. Today, that bastard had kidnapped another girl and brought her here. After she was untied, the girl kept apologizing and begging him to spare her life. To understand the source of this incident, a few days earlier, he had been strolling down the street when he encountered a girl who was exactly his type. After that, he followed her and used his rune to suddenly appear in front of her, shining brightly like the Flash. He found it very amusing to scare girls like this, because his life had always been dull, and he felt that even if he died, it would not matter. The luminescence rune he possessed gave him the ability to emit light and blind his opponents. Because of that, he was extremely confident in real life and went looking for new entertainment. He stopped by a cafe and saw that the female employee there was very pretty and exactly his type. He immediately ordered a large iced Americano, then struck up a conversation with her. After all his bragging, he learned that she was actually the owner of the place and that all the part-time employees there had quit. The reason was that the world had become extremely strange. People could die at any time, so who would waste time working a job like this? When he asked her age, he learned that the woman in front of him was 32, so he happily confessed that he liked her and asked for her phone number. She immediately showed a frightened expression upon hearing those words, which made him extremely angry, thinking it must be because he was not good-looking. He slammed the table, said he no longer wanted the coffee, and demanded his money back because she had dared look down on him. After getting his money back, he walked away while resentfully complaining that she judged people by their appearance and looked down on others. And so, that night, he decided to attack her from behind while she was closing the cafe and heading home, all because of the look she had given him back then. Returning to the present, the man ignored the girl's desperate begging and, with a perverted expression, wanted to commit an obscene act right here. Ryu Min stepped out from behind him wearing a white mask, holding a scythe, making the man think he was some cosplayer wandering around this place. But just look at that scythe. Did it really look like a toy? Ryu Min swung his scythe, and the man immediately realized that he was a player just like him. After that, Ryu Min told the girl to leave this dangerous place. The man started shouting at him, so Ryu Min walked over and delivered a heaven-shaking kick to his precious parts, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. After the man stopped yelling nonsense, Ryu Min told the girl to hurry and leave. Once only the two of them remained, Ryu Min revealed an ominous expression and said that now the real game would begin. Hearing Ryu Min toy with him, the man became furious and cursed, "You son of a bitch, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you bastard." Ryu Min thought that the man's attitude was quite something, but if he gave up too soon, where would the fun be? Hearing that provocation, the man lost control even further and charged straight at him. All of his lightning-fast attacks were easily dodged by Ryu Min. This was something he had never expected. Ryu Min looked at the weapon the man was using to attack him. Then he merely clicked his tongue, spun his body, and with his scythe, cut off the arm that had been attacking so recklessly. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding the scythe in an effortlessly cool manner, he asked the bastard in front of him, "Does it hurt?" The man desperately held his bloody wound, his face full of panic and trembling. Seeing that this man showed no remorse at all, Ryu Min kindly charged in and slashed him once more across the stomach. The man began looking for a way to escape using his luminescent skill. Unfortunately for him, that skill could not be used at all in front of Ryu Min, because Ryu Min's Death Knight did not allow any source of light to exist. Ryu Min knew full well that this man would definitely use that skill, so he had activated Death Knight in advance. After thinking that to himself, he rushed forward and cut off the wrists and ankles of the man before him. The man, furious and with tears streaming down his face, shouted loudly, "Hey, you demon! Why are you treating me like this? Why?" Ryu Min swung his scythe straight into the man's thigh. "Then why do people exterminate pests? Because their existence only causes harm." As he spoke, his hand did not stop attacking the body of the pest beneath his feet. Even though his body was already covered in wounds, the man still kept a defiant attitude as he glared at Ryu Min. Seeing him like that, Ryu Min continued swinging his scythe at this pest. By now, he was lying face down on the cold floor. In his subconscious, he cursed Ryu Min. Damn it. Why was this guy doing this to him? What grudge did he have against him? This was so unfair. Damn it was so unfair. Tears and snot streamed down his face. He gritted his teeth and thought about killing himself to end this torment. He stuck out his tongue, intending to bite it off and commit suicide, but Ryu Min noticed in time and stopped him. Then he continued swinging his scythe at the man's body, already covered in wounds. You won't get to die until you kneel, beg, and plead with me to release you. At this point, his entire body was filled with agony. He only wanted this pain to end. He groaned, then whispered, "Kill me. Please, I'm begging you, kill me." Hearing his powerless pleas, Ryu Min finally revealed the truth to him. "Jang Seo-hyun, here's the thing. We've met before." Hearing Ryu Min call his name snapped him back to awareness, and he even thought Ryu Min might be connected to that woman. But no, Ryu Min had nothing to do with her. Ryu Min continued, telling him about how he had kidnapped his younger brother and then threatened him to make him reveal hidden information. Jang Seo-hyun still had no idea when he had ever done such a thing. Of course, he could not remember because it was something from the future that had not happened yet. Ryu Min had come here to eliminate him because of the inner thoughts rune and to prevent the same thing from happening in the past. That rune was here, and the condition to activate it was hearing another person's true voice, a voice from the heart, sincere and without falsehood. If Ryu Min had not come here today, this bastard would have raped that woman. Afterward, she would have used her true voice to beg him to spare her. At that moment, he would have obtained the inner thoughts rune and gone on to commit even more atrocities. This had been proven many times through Ryu Min's repeated regressions. And even without that, the 12 sentences this man had received in the past were enough to confirm that he was absolute trash. Scum of society. Hearing that, the man immediately begged Ryu Min to just kill him and be done with it. But Ryu Min did not want to do that. He made him bite down on an iron rod. What Ryu Min wanted was to watch him slowly stop breathing in this writhing agony. The man began to suffer even more, inwardly blaming Ryu Min for gagging him and preventing him from speaking. What he did not know was that Ryu Min had already fulfilled the condition to obtain the inner thoughts rune, and Ryu Min had heard every curse he had been muttering in his mind all this time. The inner thoughts rune allowed its user to read the thoughts of a target in front of them. If the user observed the target, they could also briefly read the intentions hidden in the target's mind, and the range for reading thoughts was within 30 meters. Ryu Min now began to toy with the bastard lying before him. After struggling bitterly with the fatal wounds on his body, the man finally stopped breathing and died. Even though there were no witnesses here, Ryu Min wanted everything to be perfectly clean. Afterward, he used the skill trace erasure to remove every trace from the scene. He cheerfully took off his mask and left with the gains he had obtained today. Now he needed to go home and prepare to meet Ma Jeong-rock tomorrow. Early the next morning, Ryu Min dressed himself in a stunning outfit, with his hair styled in a glossy, tousled look. His perceptive younger brother immediately thought that his older brother must be going on a date today because he was dressed far too nicely. Normally, his brother never dressed this formally. Ryu Min then revealed that today he was going to meet a business partner. His younger brother panicked and came over to ask if he was planning to branch out into business. Ryu Min did not answer and casually tapped away on his smartphone, while his younger brother grew suspicious in his mind about his older brother's strange online investment lessons. He worried that if things failed, his brother would be very upset. Thanks to the rune, Ryu Min perceived all those inner thoughts. He sighed happily when he saw that. Instead of worrying about the brother's finances, his younger brother was worried about him. Then he smiled brightly and told his younger brother not to worry too much. If today's meeting went well, he would come home and tell him all the details. Ryu Min put his phone into his pocket and left, not forgetting to tell his younger brother to stay home because it was dangerous outside. Ryu sighed and obediently agreed. While watching the news at home, the boy also learned that players were using their abilities to commit crimes. Overseas, they were even having problems with criminals using their powers to escape. Ryu Min confirmed that all of that information was accurate, because as long as they were of the appropriate age, even criminals were given the chance to become players. Players were becoming stronger and stronger, while the population decreased every month. So it would be strange if nothing changed. Ryu Min thought to himself that, later on, there would be a period when players hunted people like animals and treated ordinary people like slaves. That would happen when the players reached the peak of their strength. And to prevent such a chaotic world from coming to pass, what Ryu Min needed to do now was raise his reputation, while also attaining top-tier strength strength that could overwhelm everyone under the name Black Scythe. As he left through the door, he turned back and reminded his younger brother to be careful if he went outside. His innocent younger brother still wanted to know what business plan his older brother was about to discuss. Ryu-min pinched his younger brother's cheek. "Just wait here. I'll be back soon." He also reminded his brother to buy something more expensive than black bean noodles to eat. After all, now, aside from 7 plots of land like some celebrity, he had nothing but money. After that, he quickly headed to a secluded, heavily guarded place. It was the place Ma Jiangrock had chosen for lunch. On the surface, it was a hotel belonging to the Osung Group, but in reality, it was one of Ma Jiangrock's hotels. This was top-secret information that only a regressor like Ryu-min could know. Besides him, perhaps Ma Jiangrock's relatives knew as well. Ryu-min wanted to use this information to make himself appear more valuable in Ma Jiangrock's eyes. And now, he needed to play the role of a naive, clueless deer to fit the act he had prepared for this man. He walked over and acted flustered at the reception desk, saying that he had an appointment here. The employee immediately recognized him as the person the chairman had arranged to meet. She then pointed to a nearby chair and told Ryu-min to sit and wait. Ryu-min nodded in thanks, then walked to the chair and fidgeted around, acting like a country bumpkin who had just come to the city. While he was gazing up at the chandelier and acting innocent, someone came over to greet him. Both of them were surprised when they met face to face. The man asked Ryu-min, "Haven't we met before?" "At Galleria, for a long-term hotel." Ryu-min immediately recognized him as the bodyguard who had accompanied actress Iori. Earlier, he and his talkative younger brother had gone around giving rice cakes to the neighbors. The bodyguard bowed his head and apologized for his rudeness that day. But he did not forget to think to himself that Ryu-min was only a boy under 20, yet he was a shareholder who had invested 280 billion won. Ryu-min perceived those thoughts through the rune, but he thought it was only natural for the man to be suspicious. After all, what kind of 20-year-old brat possessed hundreds of billions in assets? Ryu-min smiled brightly, rubbed his neck, and cheerfully introduced himself. He acted innocent and said he had not expected the chairman of Heavenly Demon Consulting to be living right above him. The bodyguard raised his hand and said he was not the chairman, then introduced himself as unit chief on Sangchul. After that, On Sang-chul invited Ryu-min into a luxurious private room to wait, because his chairman would be arriving a little late. As soon as Ryu-min sat down, On Sang-chul hurriedly turned around, went outside, took out his phone, and texted his chairman. "Chairman, I have met him in person, and there is no way he invested that amount of money by himself. Someone must have sent him as a proxy, so please be careful." Ryu-min knew all of the man's thoughts. His guess had been spot on. As expected, Ma Jiang-rak had sent On Sang-chul ahead to scout the situation. For an important meeting like this, there was no way someone as meticulous as Ma Jiang-rak would coincidentally arrive late. Just as Ryu-min glanced over, Ma Jiang-rak arrived with a smile and greeted him. "Hello, I am Chairman Ma Jiang-rak of Heavenly Demon Consulting." Ryu-min immediately held out his hand and shook hands with him. After that, the three of them sat down at the table. Ryu-min wondered why Ma Jiang-rak had let On Sang-chul participate in this meeting without even asking his opinion. It seemed he intended to seize the initiative. Ma Jiang-rak invited Ryu-min to have lunch first before discussing business. Afterward, countless authentic five-star dishes were laid out before Ryu-min. Ryu-min took a huge bowl of rice, enjoyed the food, and praised it as delicious. Watching Ryu-min's behavior and gestures, Ma Jiang-rak felt that Unit Chief was probably right. The boy was far too young to have invested 280 billion won by himself. Even if he had that kind of money, he would not have the nerve to do so. Ma Jiang-rak thought that someone must definitely be working with Ryu-min from behind scenes. As he ate, he could not stop overthinking, suspecting that the people behind him might be his siblings or other members of his family. Then he put down his chopsticks and began asking Ryu-min questions. First was his age. He asked how old Ryu-min was. Ryu-min answered frankly that he had just turned 20. Hearing this startled Ma Jiang-rak. Sweat broke out on him, and he hurriedly adjusted his tie, saying that he was 29. It was nice to meet someone around his age. Then he asked Ryu-min seriously why he had so much money at such a young age. Was he the son of a chaebol family? Since Ma Jiangrock was being so direct, Ryu Min also began playing dumb according to his role. I was just an ordinary student until a few months ago. Ryu Min revealed to him that the person who had won the lottery 4 times in a row was him. Hearing this, both on Sang Chiol and Ma Jiangrock could not help showing surprise. Based on the prize value, it only amounted to around 66 billion won, but Ryu Min had also invested in Bitcoin. On Sang Chiol then remembered reading an article saying that Ryu Min had seen the numbers in a dream. Ryu Min cut him off, saying that he had not seen them in a dream. He thought to himself that this was the only way he could gain Ma Jiangrock's acceptance and make him stand on his side. He began bluffing, claiming that he possessed the Future Sight rune. This rune allows me to see events from several years in the future. Ryu Min declared proudly, with a face full of confidence, that he was a prophet who could see the future. Hearing this, Ma Jiangrock thought Ryu Min was talking nonsense. He asked again whether Ryu Min was being serious. Ryu Min then proved that his lie was true by showing that he had won the lottery, then invested all that money into Bitcoin. Because he could see the future, he had been able to invest everything there with confidence. Ma Jiangrock wanted to make sure Ryu Min was not lying, so he told him prove it by guessing what he was about to do in a moment. This was not difficult for Ryu Min, because he could read Ma Jiangrock's thoughts. However, to avoid bringing disaster upon himself, he had already set limitations for the ability he had fabricated. I'm sorry, but I can't use this ability freely. It activates on its own, unexpectedly, and isn't under my control. Hearing this made Ma Jiangrock believe him completely, because for such an overpowered rune, this sort of limitation was extremely reasonable. At that moment, Ma Jiangrock suddenly realized something about Ryu Min investing 280 billion won into his company. Yes, I knew that Heavenly Demon Consulting would grow tremendously in the future, so I invested in it. Ma Jiangrock immediately wanted to ask just how much it would grow. Ryu Min raised his hand and continued, saying that within half a year, Ma Jiangrock could enter the Kospi without any problems. Ma Jiangrock smiled when he heard this, and his heart had already blossomed with joy. If that was true, how wonderful would it be? Not only would his father acknowledge him, but he could also take the chairman's seat. Then he paused for about 5 seconds and corrected his delighted expression, because after all, this news was not guaranteed to be accurate. Ryu Min then said that if he wanted to succeed, he would need to completely change the business model. On Sang Chiol slammed the table in anger, saying that this demand was far too unreasonable. Chairman Ma Jiangrock told him to correct his rude attitude. Ryu Min, meanwhile, calmly continued eating and said that since the type of business would change, naturally the company name would also need to change. On Sang Chiol stood up and showed his disagreement with the way Ryu Min was speaking. Ryu Min looked at On Sang Chiol sternly. At this point, do you still think I'm joking? Since both of them were players, they should understand. Ryu Min had revealed his rune, and that caused great harm to himself. After that, Ryu Min guided them with poetic words, saying that he wanted to work together with them in the future and had always wanted to help the company grow. He had also invested 280 billion won, so if Ma Jiangrock wanted to succeed, he had to cooperate with him. On Sang Chiol panicked, afraid that his chairman would believe Ryu Min's sweet words. Ryu Min sighed when he saw that Ma Jiangrock said nothing. It seems you don't believe in my ability. On Sang Chiol confirmed that this was exactly the case, and that Ma Jiangrock did not believe Ryu Min's words. Ryu Min asked him whether he had ever wondered why he had moved to the apartment right below the penthouse. Don't tell me you think that was a coincidence. Only then did On Sang Chiol suddenly realize something was strange. Ma Jiangrock also turned and asked about it. On Sang Chiol hurriedly explained to him. About 2 months ago, Ryu Min moved there and began living on the floor below actress Iori's penthouse. Ryu Min continued for him. That's right. It was a few days after I obtained the Future Sight rune. Ma Jiangrock grew angry that his subordinate had not mentioned this information to him. Ma Jiangrock thought that if Ryu Min did not know the future, he could not have done everything in such an absurdly uncanny way. But that thought was immediately extinguished, because there was also the possibility that Ryu Min knew he was supporting Iori. Ryu Min smiled as he read Ma Jiangrock's thoughts. It seemed this much was still not enough. He realized that Ma Jiangrock still did not fully trust him. After that, he revealed that this hotel was Ma Jiangrock's property. As for his identity, he was the eldest son of the Osung Group. Heavenly Demon Consulting was a company secretly established so that he could gain recognition from his father. Am I wrong? On Sang-cheol stood up and shouted at Ryu Min, shocked that he could know information that only Ma Jiang-rock's relatives should know. Ma Jiang-rock told his subordinate to calm down. With a cold and serious expression, Ma Jiang-rock said that all the information was correct. However, these things were still not enough to convince him that Ryu Min truly had the future sight rune. After all, everyone in his family knew this top-secret information, and he was suspecting that Ryu Min had been sent here by a third party to make him fall into a trap. Everything Ryu Min knew was truly too unreasonable, and Ma Jiang-rock could not believe it. Ma Jiang-rock thanked Ryu Min for investing in his company. But if he were to change the business strategy according to Ryu Min's wishes, he would need to hold a shareholders meeting. After saying that, he apologized and tried to leave first. Hearing those heartless words, Ryu Min had no choice but to take out his trump card. He had not expected that this would truly be the only way to maintain this trusted relationship. To prove to Ma Jiang-rock that he really did possess the future sight rune, Ryu Min revealed information about Round 4 to him, certain that this information would make Ma Jiang-rock trust him a little more. After telling Ma Jiang-rock this confidential information, Ryu Min left as well. On Sang-cheol also bowed his head and apologized to his chairman for his excessive behavior earlier. Ma Jiang-rock cheerfully waved his hand and said it was fine, since On Sang-cheol had only been worried about him. After that, On Sang-cheol expressed his personal opinion about Ryu Min. He was suspicious of Ryu Min's future-seeing ability. If someone had such an ability, they could simply keep quiet and enjoy a comfortable life by themselves. Why would he help their company? But Chairman Ma had a different thought. He believed that Ryu Min wanted to cooperate because he wanted to make even more money. On Sang-cheol stroked his chin, still unable to understand why Ryu Min was doing this. If he had 280 billion won, that was an enormous sum of money. He could live in luxury without working for the rest of his life. Chairman Ma also found Director On's words very reasonable. But human greed was bottomless, and if Ryu Min truly was a prophet, they needed to make him an ally. Obtaining information about the next round would be extremely beneficial to them. On top of that, it would also help the company grow, truly killing two birds with one stone. As for whether Ryu Min was truly a prophet, time would tell. Outside, Ryu Min walked down the street step by step with a confident air. He was certain that once round 4 ended, Chairman Ma would be convinced that he was the prophet. But he had not revealed all of the important information to him. For example, the subquest or how to climb the rankings. Earlier, he had told Ma Jiang-rock and his subordinates that the mission in round 4 was not to kill monsters. Instead, there would be a massacre between players, and they needed to be especially vigilant. As Ryu Min walked, he imagined a favorable scenario for himself and his younger brother. Once they knew he truly was the prophet, they would protect his family. After all, it was always better to have a prophet on your side than on someone else's. Then he took out his smartphone and was about to call someone. Yuri, dressed in a beautiful outfit, was hurrying to meet someone. While waiting a crosswalk, she noticed a supercar parked in front of her store. She thought the person was terribly inconsiderate for blocking her storefront. Just as she was silently grumbling, Ryu Min opened the door and apologized to her for being so thoughtless. He invited Yuri into the car so they could talk while taking a drive. In the red supercar, Ryu Min turned into a smooth street racer, ready to make a girl's heart race. Yuri was thrilled to be riding in such a luxurious car for the first time. When she asked roughly how much the car cost, Ryu Min answered sincerely, "It's not that much. Just around 900 million won." Yuri was immediately shocked by how casually her friend flexed. With that amount of money, she could have opened many more convenience stores. But for Ryu Min, who was filthy rich and burdened by the pressure of spending money, it truly was not that much. Yuri silently thought that what he said made sense, since he had won as much as 60 billion won in the lottery. The two of them seemed to live in completely different worlds. She even shyly wondered if the two of them were on something like a date. Suddenly, Ryu Min spoke up, startling Yuri. He said he had something to tell her, something he wanted to confess, and that he absolutely did not mean anything strange by it, so he hoped she would not misunderstand. Yuri's face had already turned bright red with embarrassment, but she still tried to act like she was fine. Misunderstand? No way. So what did you want to confess? He reminded her about how he had won the lottery through a dream, but today he told her that he had learned it through a future sight rune, and that the rune allowed him to know events that would happen in the future. He then added that his class was prophet. Hearing that, Yuri was very happy and congratulated him, since it was a special class. She thanked Ryu Min for telling her the truth. Even between friends, telling someone something like that was very difficult. Since Ryu Min had been honest with her, Yuri also told him about the rune she possessed. It was the protection rune. For every person within a 10-meter radius around her, a thin layer of protection would form over her body. Telling Ryu Min the truth made her feel relieved as well. She asked him why he had told her the secret of his rune. Since Ryu Min had already started acting, he decided to make the performance as deep as possible. Keeping his secret weighed on my mind. Besides, I thought that if I didn't confess the truth, you wouldn't believe what I'm about to say. Yuri became curious about what Ryu Min was going to tell her. The car continued gliding along the quiet road. Inside, Yuri was surprised when Ryu Min revealed information about Round 4. Ryu Min warned his friend to be extremely careful, since they did not know what other players might try. Yuri felt deeply grateful, certain that he must care about her a lot to tell her this. She shyly glanced at Ryu Min, thinking that perhaps he had at least some feelings for her, and she sincerely hoped that was true. At dusk, Ryu Min returned home, still unable to believe that Yuri had liked him all this time. She had hidden it so well that he had never noticed. Although he felt a little awkward about it, it was also a good thing. At least she would believe his so-called prophecies, and that would make it easier for her to become his ally. After a long day of tireless work, Ryu Min lay down on the bed he had just bought from the store, then slept soundly as a reward to himself. Just like that, time slowly passed, and the final day of the month arrived. 5 minutes before the new day began, Ryu Min bought an epic item, a dark glove that could only be used at night. Its stats were very high, and the option to make a weapon semi-transparent was also very useful. If he combined this with Death Knight, it would be overwhelmingly powerful. Ryu Won knocked on his older brother's door and asked how things were going and whether his brother felt confident about clearing this round. The younger brother was worried and told his older brother to survive and come back to their family. Ryu Min was annoyed that his little brother was jinxing him before anything had even happened. After that, he fell asleep and entered the 4th round. Jong Min appeared while clutching his head, still unable to understand what had happened before being brought here. A status window immediately appeared with his punishment. All of his stats would be permanently reduced by 50%. Now he had fewer than 10 uses of command authority left. Clearing round 4 had truly become a serious problem for him. In addition, there were those who wanted to steal the representative position and were eyeing his place, as well as the so-called close friends who would each come for revenge in their own way. Only then did he come to his senses and look around. It was a pure white space that looked extremely eerie. All this whiteness made him feel as though he was about to become a lab rat. After turning around, he discovered Black Scythe, the person who had put him in this miserable state. He was someone who had manipulated everything from afar and had even killed the incarnation of divine punishment without hesitation. From behind, Jong Min silently thought that if he were strong enough, he would have smashed Black Scythe's face in. Though deeply irritated, he had no choice but to accept his helplessness. After all, how could roadside grass ever reach the clouds? In order to save himself and survive this round, Jong Min went over to get closer to Black Scythe. He immediately brought up the agreement from the previous round. If he became Black Scythe's subordinate, Black Scythe would protect him. I don't need a subordinate like you anymore. Black Scythe's cold, heartless words hit Jong Min like a bucket of cold water to the face. You don't have any uses of command authority left. What's the point of keeping a regional representative who has no command authority? Besides, most players already have their classes now. Even if you had command authority, it wouldn't be of much use. Black Scythe crossed his arms, smiled brightly, and said, "You have no value left. You're nothing more than a moving target now." Jong Min fell silent when he heard those words from Black Scythe. He began darting his eyes around, observing the players around him. Black Scythe immediately steadied his nerves and told him, "You're only a target in name. Not that many people will actually want to kill you. That was because these players' fates were all very short-lived, and perhaps everyone already understood. Being a regional representative now was nothing more than an empty title. The more people leveled up, the fewer people Jong Min could control with command authority. Compared to the risk, it was hardly worth anything." Hearing Black Scythe's words, Jong Min also felt they sounded pleasant and reasonable. At that moment, Seori and Onsangchul also arrived and joined them. Jong Min froze and gritted his teeth when he saw them gathering here. The two cheerfully greeted Black Scythe and asked whether he remembered them. On Sang-cheol also glanced at Jong-min and teased him. You saved us from the thug standing right here. After all, we wanted to thank you one more time. Jong-min openly sulked after being called a thug. Black Scythe raised a hand to stop him, telling him to calm down his unnecessary emotions. He said, thanking me once was enough. There was no need to come looking for me again. Aside from thanking him, On Sang-cheol also conveyed the gratitude of his company's chairman to Black Scythe for saving them. He wanted to add something else from the chairman, but Black Scythe closed his eyes, shook his head, and said he should stop there because he basically did not care. After that, Cory took out a sparkling purple magic stone and sincerely thanked Black Scythe with both hands. At a glance, he recognized it as the lowest grade purple magic stone. It was indeed an unexpected windfall. Cory felt that words of thanks were not enough, so she wanted to give him this. Before she could finish speaking, Ryu Min's hand had already swiftly taken the item. Since it was an outstanding item, there was no need to refuse. Holding the stone in his hand, he told himself that when he returned, he definitely needed to try making the lowest grade magic stones. Cory's face was beaded with sweat, as she did not know whether Black Scythe liked the gift or not. She was even afraid that he might get angry, because she had given him a stone that looked useless. Ryu Min read all of those thoughts from her. Just as he expected, she did not know the value of magic stones. If she had known, she would not have given it to him. Beside them, Jong-min crossed his arms, watched, and silently thought that he had something like that too. That thought of his caught Ryu Min's attention. Jong-min raised a hand to scratch his face, pondering as he remembered that his stone was called a black gold power stone. As far as Ryu Min knew, a black gold power stone was an item that dropped for monsters at an extremely low rate, an item even harder to obtain than a magic stone. At this point in time, actively trying to obtain one was impossible. Ryu Min smiled when he learned that Jong-min had such a precious item on him. He wondered whether this was good luck or bad luck. Afterward, Cory asked if he needed a protective shield and revealed that she had advanced a summoner. She could summon a spirit to create a shield for him if he needed one. Ryu Min thanked her for offering to help, but he refused because he felt it was unnecessary. Cory looked a little embarrassed after hearing his refusal. She bowed her head to him and wished him good luck in this round. Jong-min also hurried to leave, but Ryu Min called him back. At this rate, you'll regret it. I already told you, didn't I? You're a moving target. Jong-min still did not understand what he meant, since earlier Ryu Min had said that no one would target him. Ryu Min quickly corrected his own statement. I said not many people would, not that absolutely no one would. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't disappeared completely. Even though most people have reached level 10 and gained a class, there are still some who haven't reached that point. That means there are still targets for command authority. Do you think that among thousands of players, not a single person will target you? Jong-min blinked at him and asked what he should do now. Ryu Min smiled brightly like the morning sun. I'll help you, so you don't become an easy target and end up in danger. Those words made Jong-min so happy that he was about to thank him, but Ryu Min cut him off and subtly reminded him, I never said I'd do it for free. As payment for helping you, you saw the stone Cory gave me earlier, right? If you have an item similar to that, give it to me. Hearing this, Jong-min hurriedly opened his status window and took the stone out of his inventory to hand it to Ryu Min. After receiving it, Ryu Min asked, do you have anything else? Jong-min hugged himself in fear that Ryu Min would steal his equipment. He had already given him everything he could give, but he did not need to worry about that, because even if he wanted to offer it, Black Scythe had no desire to take it. Ryu Min put his hand in his pocket, turned, and left, keeping his promise to protect him. At that moment, light shone in every direction, illuminating the entire area. The female angel manifested from within it. Humans, today you have all gathered here once again. However, your numbers have decreased. The players were surprised when they heard that. They wondered if some people had fought in real life. Only Ryu Min, who had regressed 99 times, found this completely normal. Going an entire month without getting caught up in trouble would be the truly unusual thing. Seeing the players' reactions, the angel excitedly announced the rules of round 4. Main quest, slaughter one another within 3 hours. The players were thrown into confusion when they heard the words slaughter and kill one another floating above them. The angel explained once more in detail. All you have to do is stab, slash, and kill the players beside you. Simple, isn't it? The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill one another. Unlike previous rounds, there will be no monsters this time. The players grew anxious when they heard this. a young man raised his hand and asked her, "If half of us can survive, then each of us only needs to kill one other person, right?" The angel smiled and placed a pretty finger to her lips. "That's a secret, and if I told you all the secrets, where would the fun be?" But below, Ryu Min openly looked at her with contempt. He realized it was not because it was fun, but because she had received orders from above and was not allowed to reveal anything from her superiors. The angels were merely tools used to convey information to them in this damn survival game. There was another game administrator as well. The fact that she was hiding a specific rule meant she had received an order from the game master. The angel crossed her arms and added, "You cannot complete the mission simply by killing players. Only the top 521 will survive. As for what criteria the rankings are based on, that is a secret. And one more thing, even if you're the first to kill someone, that does not mean you will be ranked first." That concludes today's broadcast. Now, begin slaughtering one another. As soon as she finished speaking, the system displayed a 3-hour countdown. The other players were confused and did not dare act rashly, since they had no grudges against the players around them. From a distance, Jiang Min watched them. In his heart, he felt very excited about this round, because there were a few people he had a grudge against. Ryu Min glanced at him and saw that his guess had been right. Jiang Min was thinking of killing his friends. Jiang Min smiled brightly, thinking that if the other players did not dare to kill, then he would be invincible. Just as he was thinking about his friends and planning to act against them, Ryu Min walked up beside him and startled him. "Black Scythe, is something wrong?" Ryu Min replied, "I said I'd help you, so you wouldn't become a target, didn't I? So I'm here to keep my promise." As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson scythe appeared in his hand. Before Jiang Min could understand what was happening, Ryu Min slashed his neck. Jiang Min then collapsed. At that moment, the system window displayed a subquest: eliminate the regional representative within a set amount of time. Completing the quest would reward a lowest grade Mana Stone draw ticket. A lowest grade Mana Stone draw ticket randomly provided between 1 and 5 lowest grade Mana Stones. That was exactly the item Ryu Min wanted. He had killed Jiang Min to obtain the subquest reward, though that was not the only reason. When the surrounding players saw this scene, they began criticizing Ryu Min. Ryu Min merely glanced at them and saw nothing but a bunch of fake moralists. They were all pretending to be kind, even though not long ago, they had been the ones aiming for the regional representative position and wanting to kill Jiang Min. A few of them even came straight up to blame Ryu Min. "Hey, Black Scythe, you can't just kill people like that. Do you not have even a shred of humanity? Murderer. You're a murderer." Strictly speaking, they were not wrong to call him that, because he had previously killed Jang Seohyun. Not only that, but he would continue to kill countless more people until round 20. However, one thing worthy of respect was that he never killed anyone without a reason. Especially in this round, he had no choice but to kill in order to clear it, whether he liked it or not. Even though these people knew the rules the angel had just explained, these fake moralists still criticized him. Countless people wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate Black Scythe, because to them, he was a major threat. What they did not know was that Ryu Min had read all of their thoughts. With a confident and pleased expression, Ryu Min thought to himself that they believed they had found a good opportunity. What a joke. They continued spouting criticism, gossip, and nonsense until the system announced, "Player Black Scythe has become the new representative of this region." Only then did they all shut their mouths, because now he was no different from Tiger that had grown wings. Ryu Min immediately folded his arms and mocked the hypocrites in front of him. "What's wrong? Why aren't you shouting anymore? Or are you scared now that I've become the regional representative?" He quickly realized that these frightened people probably still had not changed their classes. Some of those hit where it hurt immediately argued back fiercely. Black Scythe's name then changed from yellow to red. In rounds like this, once you killed someone, your nickname turned red. The more people you killed, the darker the red became. The nickname changed color to distinguish which people had taken action and murdered others. Instead of innocent players, people would choose to kill murderers. After all, that would weigh far less on their conscience. But those who killed murderers would also become murderers themselves. And as a result, they would encourage one another to kill the people around them. Right now, this crowd might still be hesitating and unwilling to kill anyone. But this would be the reason behind the deaths of many people. Ryu Min continued mocking them to provoke the crowd. Several people instantly jumped up and objected, calling him a murderer. Ryu Min explained to them the dilemma of being called a murderer by these people this whole time. This game is simply kill or be killed. Don't tell me you survived until now without understanding such a simple rule. Stop with the fake morality and face reality. If your own life is in danger, there's no way you won't point a knife at the person threatening you. Ryu Min spoke sternly, the light shining directly onto his handsome face. Now isn't the time to sit around doing nothing. If you're that worried, then argue it out, just like when we voted last time. Ryu Min knew full well that even if he did not say these pointless words, they would soon rush in and fight one another anyway. But by then, it would be too late. At the very least, saying this could help them waste less time. And according to his memories, if that happened, the number of people who passed this round might not be 521. He spoke those bitter words that struck straight at their minds because it could help more people survive. The players began to waver after hearing what Black Scythe had just said to them. Two players expressed their own opinions, and the back and forth continued. Harsh words and malicious intentions began flying everywhere, making the place livelier than ever. Cory was worried that they had to kill people to protect their own lives. As for On Sang-cheol, if they did not kill, they would be the ones killed. He expressed his view. Why should we care about the lives of strangers we don't even know? He completely agreed with Black Scythe's words, then reminded Ari that she should make up her mind as well, because killing people was not a pleasant experience. Cory looked at him with a doubtful gaze, as if questioning life itself. You talk as if you've killed someone before. On Sang-cheol quietly walked away and replied, "Of course not. I'm just guessing." The two of them would now kill according to the circumstances in order to survive. An argument then began. Some people even suggested killing Black Scythe, but that was an utterly insane opinion, because how could they possibly kill a player who had reached level 30? Another man immediately refuted that statement. I bet even if all of us attacked him together at once, we still wouldn't be able to kill him. Someone else signaled for him to be quiet, afraid that Black Scythe would hear. On this side, Ryu Min could only click his tongue because he had heard everything. When the man saw him looking over, he panicked. A kind-hearted young man stepped forward and argued against the hypocrites. What the hell are you people saying? Life is precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we still shouldn't kill anyone. The person beside him felt that he was absolutely right. If they killed people, they themselves would become murderers just like him. Someone else shouted, "Who cares about being kind? Someone has to die for him to keep living." The person next to him then suggested they agree to kill criminals. But my friend, how are we supposed to tell who's a criminal? Are you going to ask the people with criminal records to raise their hands? When that young man heard the girl in the distance mocking him, anger appeared on his face. The two of them exchanged words, while outsiders egged them on a fight. Seeing that man provoking him, the young man immediately changed targets to that despicable fellow. The two used their skills and prepared to fight one another. Black Scythe could only shake his head in exasperation as he watched, because they kept talking and did not do anything. But he did not need to worry, because before long they would rush in and clash with one another. In the middle of the chaos, Jong Min suddenly appeared again. This was the hidden rule of this round. 10 minutes after being killed, a player would revive. Jong Min sat up, full of confusion, not understanding why countless people were staring at him. He rubbed his neck, unable to understand what was going on, because just a moment ago he had still been talking with Black Scythe. When the players saw this, they shouted loudly in surprise. The other players also began making their own calculations after seeing Jong Min revived by the system. Weapons began to be drawn. A girl tried hard to stop everyone, saying that there was no guarantee they would revive. But before she could finish speaking, someone suddenly attacked her from behind. She was pierced from behind by an unfamiliar young man using his claws. After stabbing her, the blood covering his body left him unable to hide his shock. Everyone who witnessed the scene stared blankly in terror at that savage sight. Someone realized that Jong Min had revived after 10 minutes, so he came up with the idea of waiting until she revived before deciding what to do next. All the players there unanimously agreed to wait. 10 minutes passed. The wounds on her body healed, and sure enough, she was revived. Just as she turned around in confusion, not knowing who had just murdered her, that bastard suddenly appeared behind her again. But this time, someone else attacked him directly in the back with a large axe. causing him to lose his life soon after. After killing him, the man even laughed cheerfully with an arrogant expression. So they come back to life after 10 minutes, right? His casual words made countless people feel disgusted and horrified. Ryu Min stood proudly and watched. He thought that even if resurrection had been proven, the other players surely still would not feel comfortable killing people. But that was how humans were. They would be influenced by their circumstances and reveal their own madness. Just as he said, all the players then charged into close combat, attacking one another without restraint. Everyone killed one another while telling themselves that the other players would revive anyway. Just like that, around 1,000 players slaughtered one another savagely. In essence, this place had now become a battlefield. Ryu Min then summoned his scythe and went out to face the battle. The players grew wary when they saw him, but they were still swept away by a single slash from him. 3 men behind him wanted to join forces and take this chance to ambush him, but none of them were his match. Fundamentally, he had the detection skill, so sneak attacks were completely useless. Besides Ryu Min, in this round 4, there was also someone with the nickname Black Flame Dragon who was continuously massacring people. Because he possessed the rune of devouring, this situation was a feast for him. Looking at the darkness of his name color, Ryu Min was certain he had killed about 10 people, and he needed to be killed a few times after reviving to repent. This man was extremely delighted because every time he killed someone, his stats increased. His rune of devouring had the effect of increasing a progress bar whenever he killed an enemy. Once the progress bar was full, he would receive a random stat. Riding that momentum, the man slaughtered other players madly to raise his own stats to another level. He was thrilled that his progress bar was increasing so quickly. He wondered how much the progress bar would rise if he killed Black Scythe. But he extinguished that insane thought himself, because who knew what kind of disaster would happen if he provoked such a big shot. He glanced toward the other players and happily enjoyed being able to level up more safely. Continuing with that momentum, he swung his axe and murdered one player after another, as if this playground belonged to him. His prey kept reviving and offering their lives to him. He no longer knew how many people he had murdered, and his goal was to reach first place on the ranking board. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks because standing before him now was Black Scythe. Ryu Min activated Death Knight, and the sky of this mystical space immediately darkened. His scythe also became semi-transparent. The man was focused and preparing to deal with him carefully, but before he could even grasp the situation, his head suddenly flew from his neck. As expected of Black Scythe, I should have avoided running into him. The sounds of blades clashing continued to ring out, and countless players collapsed onto the cold ground. Jiang Min stood watching and saw a girl revive after 10 minutes. He realized this information was indeed accurate and smiled smugly. He thought this was his chance to take revenge on all the bastards who had stabbed him in the back. He hurriedly went to look for those close friends of his who had only cared about themselves. Jiang Min quickly walked over to greet them, then gifted one friend a memorable punch straight to the face. Jiang Min revealed the face of a demon and unleashed countless blows on his friend. After beating him to his heart's content, that friend also died. He turned around with a terrifying expression and wanted to find more people he needed to take revenge on. If hell existed, would it look like this? A place filled with violence, where the people there only knew how to hate one another. Co Ari held a weapon in her hand with a timid posture, her body covered in bloodstains. On Sanctual looked at her and thought to himself, I can endure this somewhat, but Co Ari must be having a hard time. If this affected her mentally and hindered her work, then he would have no face to meet Chairman Ma again. While he was thinking, someone behind Ari grabbed her hair and suddenly attacked her. On Sanctual immediately reacted quickly, rushing over to counterattack and stabbing his sword straight through the man's body. Ari then followed on Sanctual's words and rushed in to finish him off so she could smoothly pass this round. Although he was her bodyguard, if he told her to do something, she still listened to him. Co Ari trembled after killing someone, then stood up, regained her composure, and asked the bodyguard how long they would need to keep fighting. On Sanctual replied that there was still at least 1 more hour before it ended. Ari spoke while trembling in fear. I can't even bear to look at them dying. I don't understand how everyone can kill each other like this. On Sang-Cheol felt frustrated, thinking she was far too weak. It seemed she had been overly sheltered, although he thought that the words he spoke were completely different from his rough attitude. If you're tired, please rest. Haven't you already killed around 50 people? That should be enough to get you onto the ranking board. Please leave the rest to me. CEO Ari shyly thanked him. But that was exactly what he had been waiting for, because now he could fight to his heart's content without having to hand kills over to her anymore, and he could focus on his own score. The time remaining until the round ended was now only 10 minutes. Ryu Min focused intensely on killing the other players because he did not want to lose the reward for ranking first across all regions. He rushed forward at terrifying speed with his powerful scythe. Like that, one slash was captivating and two slashes were entrancing. Although he killed many people to climb the rankings, Ryu Min also set a motto for himself. There is no need to kill someone I've already killed once. The ranking for round 4 was not only based on killing as many people as possible. You had to kill as many different people as possible. Even if you killed the same person twice, it would only count as one kill. And Ryu Min simply passed by Jongmin. He had no choice but to ignore him as Jongmin joyfully swung his fists and killed people. All this time, Jongmin had been killing the same 3 friends of his over and over. And those men would likely have a hard time surviving this round, because if they kept dying the moment they revived like that, they would have no chance to earn points for themselves. There was now only 1 minute left until the end of this round. With little time remaining, Ryu Min strode forward to gain as many points as possible. He observed the players and saw that they were all people he had already killed, but he had not killed that blonde-haired man yet. So Ryu Min gave him a slash to the back. Just as he finished dealing with that man, the round also ended. The angel appeared with a bright smile. Wasn't it fun slaughtering one another? The players looked at her with faces full of dissatisfaction, because who would enjoy killing one another? She glanced at the dirty bloodstains below, twirling her shining golden hair with one hand as she continued speaking. In any case, you have all done very well completing the task of slaughtering one another. Before we look at the results, let's revive the people who died before your eyes. Ryu Min thought she was only putting on airs, because in truth, this revival was an ability of the system. The players were then revived and returned to the game. Jongmin's friends immediately began denouncing that bastard. When the angel heard them shouting noisily, a terrifying expression appeared on her face. From now on, any human who dares to speak will be snapped into 7 pieces by me. Hearing those words, spoken as lightly as a breeze, everyone below immediately shut their mouths. Afin Yongmin was intimidated. The angel then put on an elegant air when she saw that everyone had quieted down. Now, if everyone has revived, let's look at the results. After that, she revealed the sub-quest of this round, leaving everyone stunned. She snapped her fingers, and the system window appeared before all the players. The sub-quest was to eliminate the regional representative within the allotted time, and only one player had completed the sub-quest in this round. It was none other than the idol of the youth, Black Scythe. At this moment, when the rest of the crowd learned this, it was already too late, and they regretted not taking action against Jongmin. Jongmin was furious at having been deceived so bitterly by Black Scythe. The angel then revealed more about how the results were calculated. The rankings will be based on the number of different people you killed. Even if you killed one person multiple times, it will still only count as one kill. When the players realized this, it was too late for regret. The angel laughed brightly and said they were truly a bunch of idiots with all brawn and no brains. How could it be that easy? She snapped her fingers again, and the final results board for this round appeared. Across all regions, Black Scythe was still the one who had killed the most people, with 722 kills. Beside him was Fool, whose class was Mage, with 521 kills. And Heavenly Demon, whose class was Dark Knight, had 433 kills. This time, Black Scythe was still ranked first, making the angel unable to hide her surprise as she gazed at him. The other players also praised him endlessly, saying that Black Scythe alone had managed to wipe out 70% of the people here. The angel clapped and praised him lavishly, wanting to grant a reward for this outstanding student's achievement. The system window also began displaying countless notifications about the rewards. Among them was an intermediate armor selection ticket. After scanning through them, he decided to choose the Bloody Assassin shirt. This shirt had several very powerful stats and high defensive power. There was also a special reward that included a buff increasing his stat limit by 50% for round 5, 5,000 gold, and information about round 5. Because he had regressed countless times and knew that round 5 was extremely difficult, Ryu Min did not think much and immediately chose the 50% increase buff. The angel above announced another shocking piece of information. In their region, 30 people were tied at rank 521, and everyone below that would be eliminated. An excited expression appeared on her face, because now it was time for the process of disposing of those who had been eliminated. Ignoring their pleas, the eliminated players quickly dissolved into dust. Zhangmin luckily escaped disaster, though it was quite close. Cory and Sang-chul also easily passed this round. Round 4 ended just like that, with nearly 90,000 survivors across all regions. In Ryu Min's region, only 521 people survived. After a short while, their souls would also be transferred back to their bodies in the current dimension. Round 5 would begin at midnight on February 3rd, 2024. At the Imperial Hotel, Sang-chul hurriedly went to find Chairman Ma. He was lying on his bed, recuperating after an exhausting round. Sang-chul had rushed over because he could not get in touch with Chairman Ma, fearing something unexpected had happened to him. Ma Jiangrock hurriedly sat up and explained, "Did you think I would die in round 4? Didn't you see the results?" Sang-chul rubbed his neck awkwardly. "I did see your name on the rankings, but I was still worried. After all, that last round was truly insane, wasn't it?" Ma Jiangrock covered his face. "That's why the moment I got back, I passed out on the bed. I'm mentally exhausted." 433 people died after that round. And if you count the people who died over and over again, there were probably even more. At that moment, Ma Jiangrock could only think that he had already become this strong. So, just what kind of monster was Black Scythe? Was he even human? Sang-chul, meanwhile, thought that he might be an active-duty soldier from the Special Forces. Someone in Korea with that level of skill and courage was impossible for him to identify. Ma Jiangrock fell deep into thought. The more he thought about it, the more he admired Black Scythe. Whatever his true identity was, if he could cooperate with him, Ma would feel extremely reassured. Chairman Ma immediately thought of Ryu Min and wanted to ask that prophet about Black Scythe's background. Sang-chul added that Ryu Min's prophecy had been completely accurate, exactly as he had predicted for them. Beforehand, Ryu Min had told them that it would be a massacre, a disaster, and that the players would have to kill one another. Sang-chul asked Chairman Ma more about the prophet Ryu Min and whether he truly wanted to make him a business partner. Ma Jiangrock immediately said of course he did, since Ryu Min already held 31% of the shares anyway. In reality, the company was practically already in Ryu Min's hands. Aside from the fact that the business would now have to follow Ryu Min's wishes, what they needed to do now was draw him over to their side. He warned his subordinate not to look down on him or become arrogant just because he was young. Even if they did not like his attitude, they had to flatter him and obey everything he said. Only then could they reclaim all the sweet benefits from this honey jar known as the prophet. After listening to Chairman Ma's enlightening lecture, Sang-chul also nodded in agreement with what he said. After that, Ma told his subordinate to call Ryu Min right away. He was to say that, in celebration of their survival, they should throw an incredible party tonight. He also told him to say that if Ryu Min had family, he should bring them along. Ma Jiangrock then came up with the idea of inviting top idol Cory to the party as well, to show off. The scene changed. Early the next morning, Ryu Min arrived in his supercar to pick up Juri and take her out to eat with him. So that she would not feel burdened, he said he would treat her to everything today. Having a rich friend truly was useful. Once she got into the car, Juri cheerfully thanked Ryu Min for revealing the detailed information about round 4 to her. Thanks to that, she had been able to get through it easily. Ryu Min thanked her for trusting him and not thinking he was merely lying to her. To Juri, deceiving her would not have benefited him at all, and she believed Ryu Min would never do that. She felt deeply grateful, because if Ryu Min had not told her to kill at least 30 people, she would have turned to dust by now. But Ryu Min thought that she did not actually need to thank him. Whether he had told her or not, she would have passed easily thanks to her overwhelmingly powerful protection rune. Compared to Cory, who was like a flower protected in a greenhouse, Juri was more like a weed growing outside. The two then went to a restaurant to celebrate, and Juri kept thanking Ryu Min. He could only sigh, no longer knowing how many times she had thanked him. As she ate, Juri overthought everything she had done in the 4th round. Ryu Min sensed it. It seemed she still felt guilty. He advised her not to think too much and not to blame herself, since she needed to survive too. Besides, it wasn't just you. I and the other players couldn't avoid it either. Juri trembled in fear and cried because she had killed people. This made Ryu Min angry, and he raised his voice at her. So what? If the same thing happens again in the future, are we just supposed to let it happen? If I don't wake up, what will happen to my family here? We have families waiting for us. Only then did Juri suddenly think of her father at home. If she did not wake up, her father would be devastated. Juri realized that she had forgotten the most important thing, her family. That was the very reason she had held on for so long. After that, she happily enjoyed the food with Ryu Min, soothing the fatigue left behind by round 4. After they finished eating, Juri thanked him again, but this time she called him Min. He was surprised because this was the first time she had called him only by his given name without using his surname. When Juri heard that, she said that if he did not mind, she would call him that. By then, Juri's mood seemed to have calmed again, so Ryu Min wanted to get to the main topic. Ryu Min told her about round 5. It would be the most difficult round so far, and the regions would be merged. Basically, the separated regions would combine into one. Juri was immediately surprised, since that meant she might be able to meet Ryu Min in round 5. He lied and said that they might meet, but not in round 5. In reality, they would meet in round 5, but if he said they would be in the same region, she would definitely want to meet him. Ryu Min wanted to meet Juri while hiding his identity. After that, he told Juri another way she could clear round 5 smoothly. He mentioned Black Scythe and told her to go meet him and ask him for help. Juri was even more surprised because the person Ryu Min mentioned was Black Scythe, the one ranked first across all regions. She immediately wondered why Ryu Min was telling her to ask him for help. Ryu Min quickly explained to avoid a misunderstanding. Rather than asking for help, it would be more accurate to say she should cooperate with him. She needed to temporarily become his ally. Only then could she survive. Juri was worried because, after all, he was level 30, someone who stood above all beneath heaven. How could roadside grass like her ever reach the clouds? Ryu Min reassured her, saying that she had her buff, and Black Scythe would probably need her too. The relationship between the two would be symbiotic. Though she seemed worried on the outside, Juri was thinking differently inside. If she could safely get through this round with his help, that would be great. But her buff was actually extremely powerful, something only Ryu Min knew. It was not simply a small buff, as she thought. Ryu Min told her not to worry, because Black Scythe would cooperate with her not only in this round, but in the next one as well. Since he had seen that scene in the future, she did not need to worry. Hearing this, Juri finally brightened again. She thanked Ryu Min for telling her such important information. After that, she held out her pretty hand and gave him one of her buffs. Ryu Min had expected this to happen because he knew she did not like owing others favors. Now he could confidently go home and use it. Thanks to Juri's blessing effect and the additional stats from the Rune of Slaughter after killing 100 worms, Ryu Min's stats had now risen greatly. He opened his status window to look and was shocked to see that his luck had risen all the way to 84. With luck that high, he confidently used the Magic Stone draw ticket he had received as a reward from the previous round. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably pray to the gods to receive a decent item. But he was far from ordinary. On top of that, he was practically hacking the game in the most heretical way possible, so he could completely forget about praying to that damn god. He recalled the first day he met that angel. He did not know who it was, but this was certainly the work of a god. Who else could seize 1.8 billion people and throw them into a death game? The one behind all of this had to be a god who was toying with humans. If he cleared the final round and could make one wish of his come true, Ryu Min would wish for the wretched god who created this disgusting game to die without leaving an intact corpse. With his sky-high luck, of course, after using the magic ticket, he obtained 5 magic stones. He felt this result was excellent thanks to cursing, not praying to the gods. He felt that he really was incredibly lucky. After that, Min began combining the stones. First, he placed 2 lowest-grade red magic stones together and press combine. When magic stones of the same color and grade were combined like this, it was possible to obtain a higher-grade magic stone. Together with the magic stone he had received from Cori and the one he had drawn from the ticket, he successfully created another low-grade purple magic stone. After that, he combined magic stones with items to gain additional stats. After a few operations, he had used up all the magic stones he had. And now, what he needed to do was go meet Chairman Ma. When he dressed up in an expensive, stylish outfit and came out, his younger brother stared wide-eyed at him. He had learned that the chairman of the company his brother had invested in was the heir to Osung Group. Min did not hide anything and said that it was true, and that today he had been invited to a party as a business partner. In the future, he would continue cooperating with him long term. His younger brother panicked, his arms and legs going weak, unsure whether he was qualified to attend with his older brother. Min straightened one's tie and told his little brother not to worry, since Chairman Ma had said he could bring family along. After that, as the two stepped out the door, they were warmly welcomed by on-schedule subordinates. One greeted them politely and received a business card from one of them as an introduction. The man also apologized for having treated him rudely before. He added that they should consider this party an apology, so he hoped one would not feel uncomfortable. The two were picked up in a luxurious limousine and taken to the Imperial Hotel. When they entered the Grand Hall, his younger brother was startled to hear Chairman Ma call his brother a shareholder. Chairman Ma came over and warmly greeted Min's younger brother, politely making conversation with him. The two were brought to a luxurious dining table filled with noble and extravagant dishes. One's eyes shone like stars when he saw the piles of food prepared by five-star chefs on the table. Seeing his reaction, Chairman Ma immediately invited them to enjoy the small feast. Though he said he had not prepared much, there would certainly be enough to fill their stomachs. Just as they were preparing to dine, top idol CEO Ari suddenly appeared in a mysterious black outfit. CEO Ari bowed and apologized to the chairman, saying she was late because she had gone to pay respects at the funeral of a fellow actor. Ma replied warmly, "You don't need to worry. We understand." Then he pointed and introduced her to the major shareholder of their company. Seeing the idol in the flesh before him, one could not contain his emotions. On the outside, CEO Ari looked pleased that the shareholder was her neighbor. But inwardly, she thought the chairman was teasing her because the boy looked even younger than she was, yet he was already a major shareholder of the company. Min's younger brother could not hide his admiration for CEO Ari's beauty. Anyone who saw her appearance would naturally react this way. Seeing his younger brother like that, Min also tried to show a little interest to play his Hollywood role properly. When Ma saw Min's expression, he revealed a smug look, so he really was still young. In the end, this prophet was just like everyone else. After that, he invited everyone present to join the party and enjoy themselves. Chairman Ma asked whether the dishes he had prepared suited the major shareholder and his younger brother's tastes. The two enthusiastically praised the food, making Ma visibly pleased. Before this, he had tasted every dish and ordered the chefs to take them back and remake them to entertain his honored guests. Ma asked more about Min's family, since he had not brought anyone else with him. Min did not hide anything and said that his younger brother was his only family and that their parents had passed away. Ma was immediately surprised by this unexpected situation. He quickly apologized, thinking to himself that he had lost points by asking that question. When he heard that question, Min's face also showed deep sadness. Seeing this awkward atmosphere, Ma wanted someone to improve the mood. He immediately glanced over at CEO Ari. After drinking a cup of tea, he called her outside to speak privately. Out in the hall, he asked her whether today's food was delicious. When he received the answer that it was very delicious, Ma's face filled with murderous intent. "Do you think I called you here so you could eat and drink to your heart's content? I called you here to help make the atmosphere a little more cheerful. How can you be so slow?" At that moment, Ma revealed another important piece of information to Ari. Aside from Min being a major shareholder, he was also a prophet. His class could see the future exactly as its name suggested. And what they needed to do now was make him feel pleased. If they knew information about the next round in advance, just how enormous would the benefits be? So he gave CEO Ari a plan. Use her perfect face to go along with whatever Min said and smile at him. He clenched his fist and made it clear to Ari. Use every method you can to capture that prophet's heart. CEO Ari wanted to explain something, but Ma immediately cut her off. He had given her the opportunity to become famous through her acting career, and now it was time for her to repay that debt. What she needed to do was make Min happy, no matter what trick she used. Though CEO Ari did not seem willing, she had no choice but to obey his instructions. Back at the dining table, the atmosphere was gloomier than ever. After the conversation outside, Chairman Ma and Ari returned. He invited everyone to move to another entertainment venue he had prepared. He glanced at Ari because she was hesitating while trying to win Min over as he had instructed. Min did not care about her at all, but a boy who had just turned 14 was different. The boy, in the blush of youth, became shy in front of the beauty before him and asked if she could spare a little time later to take a photo with him. Seeing that his younger brother was more interested in Ari, Ma immediately texted Ari, saying they needed to change the plan quickly, change the target, and get close to the younger brother first. CO Ari felt sad because the younger brother was a genuine fan. Yet she had to deceive him for the chairman's personal goals. Min, standing above them, had already read these thoughts of hers. Ma cheerfully imagined a beautiful scenario in his head, unaware that Min had read all of his thoughts. Everyone was led to a VIP room to experience a splendid space and delicious alcoholic drinks from the hotel. Hearing this, one hurriedly refused because he was still a student. Since the chairman had instructed Sang-cheol to bring the boy a different drink, he hurriedly left. With the four of them remaining, Min also said that he could not drink alcohol. Ma immediately urged him to at least try some. Min ignored what he said. He interrupted him and told CO Ari to go outside and take photos with his younger brother, making the two of them leave without understanding what was going on. Once only the two of them were left, Min looked at Ma with a face full of murderous intent. "Mr. Chairman, do you think I'm easy?" Seeing Min's attitude, Ma became extremely nervous. Min subtly reminded him of his profit class, then brought up the fact that Ma had gone outside to discuss a plan with CO Ari, saying that he already knew everything. Min spoke sternly to Chairman Ma. "You should never hide anything from me." At that moment, Ma panicked after realizing his private conversation with CO Ari had been discovered. He had not expected Min to be able to see even the near future. "You told her to win me over, but you even tried to use my younger brother. That crosses the line." Since all his sinister schemes have been exposed, Ma could only apologize sincerely. "I made a foolish decision, Prophet. I will correct everything that displeased you." Seeing his sincerity, Min did not press him further. Ma hurriedly thanked him for giving him another chance. On Sang-cheol returned at that moment, Ma quickly straightened his clothes and told him to go back outside, then instructed him to guide the other two into the room next door. The situation was growing worse, since the beauty was completely useless against Min, then asked him whether he wanted to know more information about the next round. Hearing those words, Ma's eyes lit up. The reason Min had accepted the invitation and come here to enjoy the party was also because he wanted to reveal information about round 5 to him. But with this crooked attitude, whether giving information or cooperating, things would be very difficult. Ma hurriedly apologized and hoped Min would overlook this matter. Min only hoped that he would stop hiding things from him in the future. In the future, he wanted him to trust him unconditionally as well. He hoped Chairman Ma would also stop questioning the way the company was run and told him to persuade the other shareholders at the shareholders meeting. Chairman Ma agreed to his condition without hesitation, and Ryu Min then revealed detailed information about the upcoming 5th round. This time, the mission was to kill 500 orcs, but it would not be that simple because the districts would be linked together. Because the number of players had decreased drastically, the divided areas would begin merging into one. Hearing this made Chairman Ma excitedly ask about the name Black Scythe. Ryu Min shook his head and revealed that he would not be in the same area as the player named Black Scythe. Chairman Ma immediately wanted to ask more about Black Scythe. Ryu Min merely smiled faintly and replied, "I don't know who he is either, but you'll meet that person soon enough. In truth, that person is standing right in front of you," Ryu Min thought to himself. And there was one more thing. He reminded Chairman Ma about the name he had been chasing, Hwang Yongmin. Hearing Ryu Min mentioned, this made Chairman Ma go from one surprise to another. "Just as I thought, your prophet foresight is beyond imagination." Ryu Min only advised him not to investigate that man, because touching him would bring a huge loss. And that was all he could reveal, because heavenly secrets could not be disclosed. In truth, Ryu Min was keeping that man alive, because he was still very useful. Chairman Ma fell silent in thought, then decided that he would no longer investigate Hwang Yongmin, just as Ryu Min had instructed. After that, he invited Ryu Min to return to the party together. In his mind, he was thinking that he had to relieve his mood tonight. Rain poured down in a deserted alley, where a man who had lost one arm was running away because someone was chasing him. He was driven into a dead end. At that moment, the sound of slow footsteps approached. A sword was raised, then swung straight at the man's legs. Beneath a soaked shirt, a muscular six-pack body was revealed. It was none other than Chairman Ma. He was carrying out justice in heaven's name, because this old man was a child rapist. The man had been imprisoned and then released. He lay on the cold ground, begging, but Chairman Ma turned a deaf ear to his pleas. He stabbed his sword straight into the man's body. If you don't want to die slowly and painfully, stop talking and shut your mouth. If you create more witnesses, the number of corpses will increase. Seeing that the old man obeyed him, Chairman Ma used his skill and let him depart as peacefully as possible with dark mana. He thought that if it were not because his dark mana needed replenishing, he would have killed trash like him immediately. In order to use dark aura, he needed dark mana, and to replenish dark mana, he had to take the lives of others. At the same time, killing humans gave him more dark mana than killing monsters. He brushed up his disheveled hair, feeling deeply pleased. From the very beginning, he had been someone who enjoyed killing criminals, and the Dark Knight class truly suited him perfectly. After finishing the job, he approached the man and absorbed mana into his weapon. His dark aura could only devour the life force of a living target, and it could not devour corpses. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him, causing him to turn around warily. Fortunately, it was only a cat. Otherwise, there would have been another murder. Dawn was already breaking. He thought about Ryu Min, about the boy's prophetic foresight, and that perhaps Ryu Min already knew he was a serial killer, yet had still approached him. Ma Jiang Rock smiled mysteriously and found that very interesting. Before leaving, he called his subordinate on Seng Chiol to come and clean up the trash for him. 2 weeks after the party with Ma Jiang Rock, Ryu Min had been staying at home because there was nothing in particular he needed to do. Since he kept thinking about the future, he spent those days listening to very chill music. But today, his period of rest had effectively come to an end. On his phone, he read news about players changing the world, and it was time for him to act. Now, he needed to go and obtain one of the 5 runes that could be found in the real world. The rune he was about to hunt this time was the Rune of Replication. A series of news articles appeared in magazines and on official websites. 1.8 billion people dragged into another world, reduced to 90 million in just 3 months. The economy in danger due to the loss of a younger generation. Schools across the country also closed. Endless grief. Parents and siblings around the world drowned in sorrow. Huang Yongmin sat arrogantly in the middle of a classroom, his body still covered in the stench of blood. It's only the 4th round, and already a whole bunch of people have died. What a useless lot. The news he cared about was basically all talking about the criminal psychology of humans. The game had enabled them to reveal their worst nature in order to eliminate one another. On the contrary, Huang Yongmin was extremely delighted. What a mess. If they were players, they would do the exact same thing. What's wrong with wanting to do whatever I want before I die, you damn senile old fools? That's why they shouldn't always force me into a mold, telling me not to do this, not to do that. It's all because of restrictions and rules. The more he ranted, the angrier he became, and he swung his iron pipe. One blow from him smashed a wooden chair to pieces. Huang Yongmin's blood rushed to his head. That's why all of us are exploding now. His eyes became hollow and bloodthirsty. None of it matters anymore. Who the hell can stop me? I'm a player anyway. Recklessness is the one thing I have over all of them. Huang Yongmin stood before the bloody battlefield he had created. Now then, who should I kill next? Things had gone far beyond control as he yearned for another massacre. I just killed people in real life, but I don't feel anything at all. Is it because I went through hell in the 4th round? Huang Yongmin scratched his head and cursed the system. Only 1 point per person? How stingy. Is it because they're civilians? He pleasantly recalled the previous battle. The 4th round had truly been wonderful. It had even been more enjoyable than killing monsters. A system window appeared, Rune of Devouring. This item allows you to receive a random stat. Huang Yongmin's bloodlust grew stronger by the moment. I want to kill players instead of civilians, because I get more points from them. He stared at the article for a long while. Oh, is this an online player community forum? Can I join the forum and meet other players to kill? This way, I'll get more points. Huang Yongmin wondered to himself. To join the forum, he had to fill in the necessary information: full name, age, level, and username. Huang Yongmin curled his lip in contempt. What? They want all my personal information, and there's even an interview. What a pain in the ass. But I have to get in so I can meet players. The other players will definitely never imagine that there's a player out there killing other players. In the blink of an eye, the day of the interview arrived. Hwang Yong-min stood in front of a certain cafe. Is this really the place? The other side had previously given him the exact address. Please come to Welcome Cafe in Wabu, Namyang, before noon. You may wear whatever you like. Hwang Yong-min stood there blankly for a moment. This is the place, but damn it, they call me out to the middle of nowhere like this? Buses don't even bother coming here. He was endlessly irritated. Then he opened the door and pushed his way inside. I'll kill that damn interviewer if he pisses me off. What? The interior is more modern than I thought. His attention focused on the two customers sitting inside. Are those two the only customers? One of them greeted him first. Are you the person we have an interview appointment with? Hwang Yong-min answered, That's right. The other person approached him. What is your username? The exchange was like a question and answer dialogue. Black Flame Dragon. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm the interviewer. My username is age 30. Hwang Yong-min looked at him in shock. Huh, you're a player. Age 30 merely chuckled. Ah, yes. I know I don't look like one, but I'm 30 years old this year. This way, please. He introduced the other person at the table. This is Little Coco. He's here for an interview too. Little Coco, this is Black Flame Dragon. You two may become teammates, so say hello. Hwang Yong-min had a bad impression of him from the moment they met. Is this anchovy-looking bastard a player too? He looks weak as hell. Even so, he sat down and exchanged greetings. Hello, E. As soon as Hwang Yong-min sat down, he turned this way and that, inspecting the cafe. I guess business isn't exactly booming. There are no customers and no part-time employees either. The owner was not surprised by his remark. It's pretty far from the city, so that's understandable. That's why we rented this place for interviews. Hwang Yong-min was still curious. Oh, so you rented this place. But shouldn't the cafe owner still be here? I don't see anyone. Age 30 slowly explained. The owner is preparing food in the kitchen. This is a cafe, but they also serve meals. Hwang Yong-min looked around and replied indifferently, I see. Just by sweeping his eyes around once, he silently made an assessment. There aren't even any cameras here? Hwang Yong-min quickly dismissed the thought in his head. No, I can't waste this opportunity just to kill two people. Then he opened his mouth and urged them on. Aren't we doing the interview? Min Jin answered calmly. Oh, we're waiting for one more person. We'll begin when he arrives. A question suddenly popped into his mind. One more person? But out loud, he tried to confirm. There are 3 of us? The man explained while looking outside. Yes, the appointment time is a little overdue, so let's wait a bit longer. Oh, he's here. As the door was pulled open, a cheerful jingle rang out. Min Jin hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Are you here to participate in the interview? The man replied briefly, yes. Min Jin then eagerly pressed him with a question. What is your username? When he heard the other person confirm the name Black Scythe, Min Jin unconsciously covered his mouth in emotion. A few days earlier, Taehyung had held an online meeting with the executive staff. Welcome, Jamie. When the chairman called her name, she replied enthusiastically, nice to meet you. He continued calling another name. Welcome, Boring. Once roll call was over, Taehyung immediately got to the main point. Everyone is here except Jam-Made of Honey. Now, let's begin the meeting for the 3rd week of April. Lost Chayak, you speak first. As soon as Lost Chayak said, yes, Chairman, Taehyung hurriedly asked with curiosity, how many people joined the forum this week? Lost Chayak gave a brief report. About 2,000. Taehyung remarked lightly. That's more than last week. Lost Chayak also admitted comfortably, yes. The number of players is decreasing month by month, but the number of forum members is increasing every week. Lost Chayak paused briefly, then voiced his guess. I think the article about us attracted them. Taehyung suddenly grew interested. Who hired the reporter? Jamie raised her hand and admitted, I did, Chairman. Taehyung was a little surprised. I see. I didn't expect you to have connections in that field. She smiled modestly. It's a new connection. His capable staff made him noticeably more excited. Excellent. As expected of a long-time member. Then, Lost Chayak, out of those 2,000 people, how many actually have skill? Lost Chayak cautiously estimated, if we exclude players without classes and those below level 10, we have about 1,200 people. Taehyung propped up his chin in thought. Then how many of them are actually useful? Poring pushed up his glasses and began to take over. I'll talk about that. He looked at his tablet and provided what he knew. One noteworthy player is Black Flame Dragon from Area S45. He is an ordinary level 10 warrior, but he ranked 3rd in his area. Taehyung looked rather conflicted. Third, then he must have a good rune for his level. Either that, or he's lying. Bo Poring did not hesitate to make a suggestion, but I think he's good enough to be selected as a candidate for an executive position. Taehyung gave a perfunctory response and did not forget to urge him on. Right? Is there anyone else? Bo Poring continued fulfilling his duty of providing information. Another person is Little Coco. He comes from Area S, 1227, and is always ranked between 4th and 10th. Finally, Bo Poring gave a rough statistic. Other than those two, there are 50 players who are in the top 100 of their respective areas. Taehyung nodded in satisfaction and planned the next step. Oh, that's quite a lot. Looks like I'll be busy interviewing people. As chairman, of course he would assign personnel to carry out this task. Isn't that right, my age 30? The man was suddenly called out and, half asleep, cried, "Sorry." Taehyung questioned him irritably. Were you dozing off? What did you do last night that you're already sleepy now? Min Jin stammered in response. Well, that. But before he could finish explaining, Taehyung cut him off. I won't listen to excuses. Finish handling the 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you don't make it in time, another senior candidate may replace you. The man bowed deeply in fear and accepted the task. I understand. Please leave it to me. Taehyung impatiently moved on to another matter. Anyway, Lost Chayak, has Black Scythe contacted us yet? Lost Chayak looked at his phone and denied it with a pout. If he had, I would have reported it immediately. Taehyung lowered his eyes and showed a disappointed expression. I suppose that's true. I would grant him an executive position immediately if he joined. What a shame. Taehyung turned his attention to the media card. Jamie, can you ask that reporter to write a few more articles? We'll probably need more promotional strategies to attract Black Scythe into joining. She playfully rubbed her index finger and thumb together as a signal. Of course, as long as there's money. He promised generously. Don't worry about that. I'll reward you for your dedication. Her eyes curved into happy crescents as she shot finger hearts. Hee, thank you, Chairman. Taehyung continued the meeting at ease. Then let's move on to the next topic. Just then, Lost Chayak interrupted in panic. Wait, Chairman. Someone named just now requested to join the forum. Taehyung could not hold back his curiosity and asked, Who is it? Lost Chayak's hand trembled as he held his phone, and he barely managed to utter 2 words. Black Scythe. Everyone present there opened to chat at the same time without anyone needing to say a word. Min Jin recalled that shocking moment. So now he was even more enthusiastic. It's a pleasure to meet you. Was it hard to get here? The man flatly denied any comfort. Yes, it was hard. Min Jin scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry about that. This was the best place for us to maintain privacy. After smiling foolishly enough, Min Jin extended his hand in invitation. Anyway, you really are very handsome. You must be popular with girls. Here, this way. He enthusiastically pulled out a chair and introduced them. Please sit. These two are also here for interviews, just like you. Hwang Yongmin had not expected to meet his enemy again in this situation, and he ground his teeth in rage. As for Ryu Min, he lowered his head to reduce attention on himself, then spoke awkwardly. Oh, hello. And Hong arrogantly crossed his legs and replied with confidence. I'm Black Scythe. Ryu Min raised his head and casually gave his alternate nickname. I'm Little Coco, but in his heart, he wanted to curse 100 times over. This bastard is really amusing. Hwang Yongmin clenched his teeth, trying to suppress both his anger and the confusion in his heart. Black Scythe, the one who killed me 5 times? I really want to ask him whether we've met in real life and why he's so fond of killing me. Min Jin sat opposite them. Seeing that Hwang Yongmin had been silent the entire time, he asked tentatively, Black Flame Dragon, what's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Startled, Hwang Yongmin stammered in response. Hello, I'm Black Flame Dragon, without saying anything. And Hong merely swept his gaze around, and the atmosphere instantly condensed with tension. The nameless pressure made Hwang Yongmin bite his lip, and his mind became lost in a tangled mess with no way out. What is this? He's not reacting at all? I thought he would recognize me once I said my name. Or does he not even remember my name, even though he killed me 5 times? Ryu Min sat quietly in a corner, slowly sipping his strawberry drink, while secretly observing every movement of the person across from him. Was I really that arrogant? I'm impersonating someone too, but this guy is a real fraud. The man's familiar polished appearance quickly allowed Ryu Min to gather some private information in his head. His player name was Kukurabong. He was a professional scammer who had carried out all kinds of schemes and tricks to make money. All the information Ryu Min had about him was negative, which made his head ache slightly. He was not dangerous yet, but later, with the rune of replication, he would become famous, or rather infamous, for the crimes he would commit. Ryu Min's eyes were suddenly covered by a dark, gloomy shadow, and he did not bother hiding the murderous intent radiating from him. It was bitter to know that even criminals possessed power from another world, but it was fine. He had met him just as planned. He would use him to obtain the rune of replication. Only Min Jin paid no attention to the heavy atmosphere at the table and pulled a thick file from his bag. Everyone has finished introducing themselves, right? Then I'll begin by confirming your personal information. Let's start with Little Coco. Called out without warning. He froze for a moment, then quickly regained his composure and answered. Akae mipiaka fine. My name is Kim Seung-hai. I'm 20 years old. I graduated from graduate school, so I don't have a job right now. The man began scribbling those things down, his mouth constantly pressing him to answer quickly. It says here that you're a level 13 assassin. Is that correct? Yes. You also ranked 4th in your region? Yes, that's right. Outwardly, Ryu Min pretended to be flustered, but inwardly, he was quietly annoyed and mocking himself. It's all a lie, of course, except for the player's name. As the memory of passing by the nameless player surfaced, his mind suddenly grew unsettled. Little Coco really was someone who existed. In other words, I'm impersonating someone else too, but I need to do this to obtain the rune of replication. Each of his breaths grew heavier, and his mind became more tangled with every passing second. The rune of replication required the recipient to kill someone at the place where the rune was hidden while impersonating another person. Facing that artificially cold attitude, Ryu Min took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that wanted to burst out. In the past, this bastard killed someone while pretending to be me and obtained the rune of replication. After recording all of his information, Min Jin looked toward Black Flame Dragon to continue the unfinished work. All right, you're next. Black Flame Dragon. After someone had gone first as an example, he also spoke seriously. My name is Huang Yongmin. I'm 17 years old, and I'm currently in high school. The man's face brightened as he continued. Oh, you're the youngest one here. But inside, his hollow way of speaking made others feel disgusted. This fat, flabby pig is a high school student? He's disgustingly rotten. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Ryu Min caught it perfectly. He snorted coldly in his head. Would he still look down on him if he knew Huang Yongmin had killed his own classmate? That was not something an ordinary high school student could do. Because of his round, fat appearance, Min Jin had to ask awkwardly, you're a level 10 warrior and were previously ranked 3rd in your region. Is that really true? Being openly doubted, Huang Yongmin slammed his hand onto the table in anger. Yes, so what? Do you think I'm lying? That made the man panic and change his tone, trying to hold together the tension that had stretched taut. Ahem, it's just part of the process. I apologize if you felt offended. The stack of papers continued to flip quickly in his hands as he opened to a fresh blank page for the next interview. It's your turn, Black Scythe. Your name is... Without hesitation, the man revealed everything with a face as if he had just missed out on a jackpot. Kim In-hong, 28 years old, fund manager. I've never fallen out of first place in my region. Level 30. I'm sure you already know my class is Reaper. Is there anything else you want me to confirm? Being confronted so directly made Min Jin shrink back, his voice trembling. No, that's all. Thank you. Ryu Min leisurely ate strawberries on the outside, but inside, he was cursing recklessly. Fund manager, my ass. More like manager of scammers. After this, he'll use the name Black Scythe to borrow money from other people. Min Jin gently placed the thick file on the table. His calm words slipped from his mouth like alcohol soaking into one's hand. I've only confirmed your identities. Now we'll begin the interview. Just tell me why you want to join the PCW. You first, Little Coco. The moment he was mentioned, Ryu Min activated his superb acting mode and spoke in a trembling voice. Well, the world is very dangerous right now. Going outside alone is scary, so I thought it would be better to stay together with other players. The man pondered for barely a beat before abruptly turning. Good. Next, Black Flame Dragon. Huang Yongmin froze, unable to come up with a new reason in time. I can't exactly say I came here to kill other players. He hurriedly spat out a few disconnected words that sounded like a rough answer scribbled during an exam. I'm similar to Little Coco. I can't go to school anymore either, and I'm also worried about the next round. Hearing that, the man looked toward In Hong with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Is that so? Then what about you, Black Scythe? Too lazy to react, the man casually tossed out a perfunctory answer. I only signed up because I saw it on the forum. It sparked my interest. That response left Min Jin with nothing to say except to laugh it off. So that's how it is. But inwardly, he sighed as if comforting his wounded heart. He'll pass no matter what he says anyway, because he's Black Scythe. In the blink of an eye, the man changed his face even faster than flipping a rice paper sheet. His voice gentle, yet sprinkled with a hint of danger. All right, all of your answers are fairly satisfactory. Next is the final part of the interview. A crazed smile, like the Joker's, was etched clearly on the man's face. A few words hissed through his teeth, enough to send chills down one's spine. Murder. You must kill one person to pass the final part of this interview. Still sitting motionless, Ryu Min swallowed dryly and slowly turned his head. His lips moved soundlessly. Murder? But why? Not receiving the reaction he had hoped for, Min Jin showed obvious disappointment. I guess you don't understand. Fine, let me enlighten you. A quiet pressure spread with each of the man's words, causing the surrounding space to suddenly lose its ordinary feel. I'm sure you've seen the posts. The government has begun to crack down on us and turn its back on us. They fear that we're stronger than they are. His veined hand clenched tightly, as if to display his steadfast conviction. However, we players will soon rule the world. That world will become reality much sooner if all of us cooperate. His empty eyes and crazed smile made Min Jin look no different from someone with antisocial personality disorder. Therefore, we have no reason to let the law get in our way. We need to show the government that players are the law, starting by opposing the law. Ryu Min did not dare break character, so he covered his mouth in shock like a weak, delicate bottom in a comic. That's why we have to kill someone. Enjoying the other person's reaction, Min Jin arrogantly added, Exactly. That is the way to show the government our will. Everyone sitting at the table slowed their breathing. Try to listen to every word leaving the man's mouth, to show them that we are not controlled by the law. Having unleashed a page of horrifying information, Min Jin looked at Ryu Min and gave a professional smile. Do you understand now, little Coco? Ryu Min nodded awkwardly, pretending to be afraid as he avoided the man's gaze. Ah yes. Seeing the atmosphere fall completely silent, the man assumed everyone had taken it to heart and continued without waiting any longer. Anyone who doesn't want to continue the interview may leave, but in exchange, you will no longer receive our assistance. Ryu Min did not bother blending in. He curled into a corner and let his thoughts drift. Obviously, anyone who leaves gets put on a list. They're forcing us to commit murder, so it'll be hard to leave later, even if we want to. Without exchanging a word, the other two sank into a heavy silence, their gazes fixed on empty space. Min Jin immediately took that as an invitation and put on a radiant expression, his momentum rising unstoppably. It seems you're all prepared. Good. Then I'll take it that everyone agrees. We'll begin the final part right now. Huang Yongmin was the first to speak after that blood-scented conclusion. What? Start killing people? But there's no one here to kill. Contrary to his concern, the man was strangely calm and composed. You don't need to worry about that. Thunder rumbled at just the right moment, making Min Jin's expression twist. His wide eyes no longer seemed human. I've prepared everything. The rain arrived right on time, bringing with it a heaviness no one wanted to mention in that cramped house. Realizing it was getting late, the man pushed himself up with one hand. Shall we go? The other three figures stood up with him. All right. Seeing the guests busily putting their chairs back, Bo-Ram could not help stepping in and asking, Oh, are you leaving already? You can keep staying if you want, since you rented out the whole place. Min Jin answered on their behalf in a gentle voice. No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a bathroom here? Hearing that, she indifferently raised her hand and pointed toward a hidden corner. It's over there in the corner. The man turned his head to look, then spoke evasively. Thank you. In the meantime, may I ask you for a favor? Hearing that sudden question, her expression froze for a moment. What is it? The man gently pressed the car key into Bo-Ram's hand and smiled as he asked for help. Could you bring my car out of the parking lot for me? I'm in a bit of a hurry, so... Though that roundabout way of speaking was extremely annoying, he was someone who had paid a large bonus, so she calmly accepted the task. Of course, I'll go get it right away. Using a red umbrella to shield herself, she stepped outside, leaving the four men behind in her territory. The car door was quickly and neatly opened thanks to the key from earlier. Without saying a word, Bo-Ram skillfully folded the umbrella and lightly shook off the lingering rainwater before getting into the car. The moment her hand touched the car's step, a pair of ugly hands silently reached out like a terrifying venomous snake. Min Jin's clenched voice rang out as his hands continued tightly squeezing her neck. Don't worry, Bo-Ram struggled madly, but she could not move at all. Only a few meaningless choking sounds escaped her mouth. Her windpipe was compressed, unable to supply her brain with enough oxygen, causing all of her movements to become even more trembling and heavy. After a while, Bo-Ram fell unconscious, yet the man still held her tightly without letting go. Easy. Aside from In-hong, the other two could not help crying out in shock. What did you just do? Why her? Min Jin glanced at the cowards behind him and opened his mouth calmly, as if discussing afternoon tea. What are you still doing? Get in the car. The moment the man finished speaking, Bo-Ram's dangling hand suddenly jerked once. That made Ryu Min's group even more horrified, cold sweat breaking out. He means the cafe owner? The white car sped along a narrow road hidden among the mountains and forest. The wheels, stained with mud, suddenly stopped, making the gloomy atmosphere inside the car twice as tense. Min Jin hoisted her onto his shoulder and led the group slowly toward a deserted warehouse. We're here. This is where we'll carry out the final part of the interview. Inside, the dark, damp room echoed with the clacking sound of their footsteps. The man threw Bo-Ram onto the ground without hesitation. His dry voice rang out, making the surrounding air suddenly turn icy. Let's begin. Who will kill her? Without giving anyone a second to think, Min Jin appointed someone himself. How about you, Black Scythe? In-hong, standing off to one side, was suddenly dragged into it and froze. Fine. The man laughed playfully at his hesitant attitude. As expected of you. Ryu Min thought silently, then suddenly cut in just as the situation was about to reach its climax. Wait. Having his excitement extinguished instantly, the man asked with some dissatisfaction, What is it, little Coco? Ryu Min hesitated for a while before speaking in a tiny voice. Can I do it? A dark light crept through the man's eyes, as if he had just caught the scent of some new amusement. Huh, you want to do it? Interesting. I won't expect much, since you seem quite timid. His sugary tone probed In-hong, only to see the man nod without hesitation. Well, it's fine with me. Black Scythe, is it all right to let him do it? The two men exchanged positions without saying a word. The moment In-hong passed by Ryu Min, his loose mouth immediately unlocked. Make sure you do it properly. I just helped you. Ryu Min's gloomy gaze swept over the fake man's back beside him. Thanks. I'll be sure to make good use of the rune of replication. Hearing those familiar words, In-hong instantly froze. Huh, Rune? What are you talking? But before he could finish, Ryu Min lunged at him and grabbed his head. A large hand immediately twisted that cunning head to the side. Ryu Min stood, watching his neck bend, without the slightest reaction. Min Jin froze, witnessing everything happen too quickly in an icy, suffocating atmosphere. The man's body trembled violently, and his cold eyes were now covered with a layer of fear. What? He struck his own head and screamed as if his brain were being extracted on the spot. What did you just do? You dare to kill Black Scythe? Are you insane? Ryu Min tilted his head, his gaze shooting straight through him with warning, making the man stiffen. Hey, you're too loud, old man. The aura radiating from him made even Min Jin, who had seemed to know no fear, take a step back. What the fuck? Those eyes looked as if he were staring at prey. It felt like something had changed. What on earth happened? In-hong's death immediately triggered a series of system notification windows. You have killed a person while impersonating someone else. You have satisfied the hidden condition and discovered the rune of replication. This rune has automatically been engraved onto your body. Seeing Ryu Min saunter toward him, the man was so terrified that he backed away. Impersonating? How did you? After a long stretch of stammering, Min Jin's brain finally restarted. You were supposed to kill that woman. Why did you kill Black Scythe? Answer me right now. Under the inhuman man's gaze, Ryu Min slowly sat down in front of Bo-Ram. Because he was trash. You're trash too. He carefully pulled a black plastic bag over her head, still leaving enough space for her to breathe so she would not be in danger. Hearing those words, the man grew so irritated that his blood boiled, and he growled. What? Say that again if you dare. Without warning, Min Jin immediately drew a pirate sword, his expression like someone whose salary had been unfairly cut for 2 straight months. You just called me. Seeing the amusing sight before him, Ryu Min did not intend to lose and waved his hand to summon his own weapon. The death scythe appeared amid deep crimson energy, a terrifying scene that stirred the cowardice in the hearts of those who witnessed it. I said you're trash. What about it? Am I wrong? The man was left speechless, his mind so blank that he could not even arrange a proper sentence in his head. What is that scythe? Could be Black Scythe's main weapon? I've never seen a player with such a huge scythe. No, wait. His face gradually turned deathly pale, and his breathing became rapid in the thick, suffocating air. A player who uses a giant scythe, while his mind was still in chaos. Minjin heard a deep voice come from Ryu Min, because he was a despicable bastard who wanted to impersonate me. That made the man's skin crawl for a long while. Impersonate? Wait. Reading Min Jin's thoughts, Ryu Min lightly shifted his stance and prepared for the confrontation. Do you understand who Black Scythe is now? But the other man pointed the tip of his sword toward the ground, his mouth hesitating strangely. You are Black Scythe. Hearing that weak question, Ryu Min felt a little regretful, but he still answered. Sorry for lying. The man's hands trembled violently, so unsteady that he dropped the sword to the ground without realizing when it happened. So it was true. This person isn't the Black Scythe I knew. He's the real Black Scythe. The moment he felt the situation turn against him, the man immediately dropped to his knees, not bothering to preserve even a shred of pride. Lord Black Scythe, I'm truly sorry for mistaking you. It's just that your acting was too good. Please spare me. In the silent space, a sound suddenly rang out. No. It made the man raise his face by instinct before he felt something brush past his neck. With an unbelievably powerful swing of the scythe, Min Jin's head flew straight to the ground and rolled clattering all the way to Huang Yongmin. The head fell right in front of his shoes, its eyes rolled upward, and before he could think, his toes were already staggering backward. His face turned pale blue, and his mouth stammered without being able to form a proper word. Hey! Facing the masked man, Huang Yongmin seemed frozen in place, silent and not daring to utter a word. This is the real Black Scythe. He's on a completely different level. I couldn't even follow the motion of his scythe. Ryu Min raised his weapon, his voice even, neither high nor low, yet enough to freeze the air. Now it's just you and me. What do you think my next move will be? In his eyes was a lifeless coldness, carrying only a final warning. If you have any last words, say them now. Though his heart was in complete turmoil, Huang Yongmin still forced himself to open his mouth and speak properly. I won't say anything meaningless like asking you to spare my life. I only have one question I've always wanted to ask if I ever got to meet you. Recalling the memory from when they had been sitting in the cafe, he calmly probed the other man's intentions. You're wondering why I killed you 5 times in round 4, aren't you? Before he could hide his shock, the man answered unconsciously. Yes. Ryu Min stood silently for a moment before summarizing the reason in a few simple words. The reason is simple. I wanted to keep you under control. That made him feel both confused and terrified of this genius. Keep me under control? Why me? Since he had already intended to share, Ryu Min did not hesitate to state plainly what he had been thinking at the time. You seem to be the most skilled person among everyone I had met then. I simply needed to eliminate the competition. The moment he finished speaking, Hyong Taek flinched and stepped back as if he could not control himself. Seeing him stammering endlessly, Ryu Min gently urged him on. Anything else? You can close your eyes and die now. Hearing that, Hyong Taek's entire body stiffened as if sealed in place. Can I ask one last question? Ryu Min remained in the same posture and slowly replied, What is it? Hyong Taek's lips trembled for a long, while before he finally forced out a few words. Why do you want to kill me? Like a seasoned judge, Ryu Min slowly let the words fall. Because you're trash. Suddenly saddled with a new crime, Hyong Taek was visibly flustered. Me? What did I do? Then came an answer he could not reasonably refute. Didn't you come all the way here to kill this woman? Fearing for his life, Hyong Taek hurriedly defended himself. But I haven't done anything yet. His weak reasoning was easily brushed aside. You haven't done anything? You've been standing there watching this whole time. Ryu Min's gaze wavered for a brief moment. Then he decisively lowered the weapon in his hand. His voice was neither very loud nor very short, yet it carried a strange authority. Fine, you're not like those other bastards. Your only sin is standing by and watching indifferently. I'll give you a chance. How's that? Suddenly pardoned, Hyong Taek's face brightened at once. Really? Ryu Min lightly tapped the scythe against the floor, but his half-hearted attitude made the atmosphere fall into an unpredictable silence. Every passing second carried a tightly compressed pressure. Now, you must give up everything you have. Looking at the neatly arranged pile of items before him, Ryu Min silently marveled. This guy has quite a lot of useful stuff. His genius brain began glancing over each item and calculating their prices as if it were the most natural thing in the world. If I sell all the items he bought from the shop, I'll make around 2,000 gold. Seeing Ryu Min staring intently at the things on the ground, Hyong Taek awkwardly scratched his head. I even gave you the axe and equipment I use. This really is all my property. I don't have anything else. Ryu Min calmly picked up 2 magic stones and casually replied, I didn't say anything. Seeing that Ryu Min did not seem to intend to choose anything else, Hyong Taek timidly asked, You're not taking anything else? Hyong Taek quickly received his confirmation. I don't need them. You can use them. He hurriedly answered as though he had received a merciful pardon. Yes. Looking at that hastily retreating back, Ryu Min quietly expressed regret in his heart. After all, I can't sell those things back to the shop anyway. After putting everything into his spatial storage, Hyong Taek awkwardly asked once more, Then, you'll spare my life like you promised, right? Seeing that somewhat pathetic appearance, Ryu Min suppressed a laugh and nodded. Of course, I'll let you live. A gentleman's word is his bond. The heart that had been hanging in suspense finally settled down. Hyong Taek quickly bowed in thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much. It annoyed Ryu Min terribly. Stop it. It's embarrassing to listen to. He lightly kicked the lifeless body, curled his lips into a faint smile, and let out words as light as the wind. Live decently from now on. You can deal with these corpses if you want. Frightened by that person's authority, Hyong Taek hurriedly bowed his head and accepted the order. Yes. Ryu Min bent down and looked at Bo-Ram, who had fainted in a corner of the warehouse, not forgetting to mutter, I'll take this woman with me. Remembering the mercy he had just received, Hyong Taek timidly stepped forward. Let me help. Ryu Min slung her arm over his shoulder and spoke irritably from exhaustion. No need. How can I trust you? Get lost. Hyong Taek silently watched him struggle to carry the person away, not daring to utter another word. Only after a long while did he let out a miserable sigh. Phew, I survived. I thought I was going to die just like that, but he spared me. I lost a few valuable items, but nothing is more precious than life. Hyong Taek's face suddenly showed a look of resentment. The problem is, what's this empty feeling in my heart? Did I really do something wrong? He robbed me of my items just because I stood there and watched. His mind was disturbed by a formless frustration that grew thicker and thicker. This is unfair. For an instant, as he looked at the skinny figure ahead, his competitive spirit gradually rose and engulfed his reason. Isn't he completely off guard right now? Black Scythe didn't even die after taking an axe strike to the back, did he? What should I do? If I kill someone high level like Black Scythe, my stats will increase several times over. His breathing grew more rapid with every thought that crossed his mind. That's right, this is a rare chance. A chance I'll never get again. Before he knew it, his veined hand had summoned his steel axe. If I don't take advantage of this chance, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Hyong Taek crept closer. Each step was aimed straight at the target he had chosen. Don't notice me. Please don't notice me. The fantasy on the verge of completion only made his heart beat faster than ever. Just a little more. Hyong Taek's eyes fixed straight on Ryu Min's exposed head. At that moment, his entire body tensed. He clenched his teeth and swung down with all his might at the unprotected head. Die, you damn bastard. The exquisitely engraved axe was immediately stained with blood, all because of one foolish action by its owner. Hyong Taek let out a satisfied sigh as he watched the result of his own work collapse onto the cold floor. The inhuman fat man slightly curled his lips, his eyes openly revealing unconcealed delight. I killed Black Scythe? That easily? Seriously? Black Scythe was killed by a level 10 like me. It did not stop there. Hyong Taek quickly stomped hard on Ryu Min's body to vent the humiliation he had felt earlier. You bastard. You shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your level is? You're so damn stupid. He laughed gleefully, his eyes hollow, completely unaware of how grotesque he looked. Thanks for all these stats, idiot. But as he silently waited, the system message from his dream never appeared. Only then did Hyong Taek become so bewildered that he froze. Why hasn't the stat increase notification appeared yet? Usually, the message should appear immediately. His mouth kept working non-stop, while his brain had remained motionless from beginning to end. What on earth is going on? The plot twist he had failed to account for had arrived. Ryu Min had appeared behind Hyung Taek at some point and opened his mouth in a bone-chillingly cold voice. What do you think? Hearing those words, Hyung Taek hurriedly turned around in utter panic. Seeing Ryu Min standing there calmly, as if nothing had happened, made him so stunned that he stammered. Ryu Min radiated killing intent, yet still spoke gently. Why are you so scared? Did you see a ghost? Hyung Taek's body quickly entered a full-body, trembling state, and he could not stop backing away. Ow! I clearly just killed him. Does he have some resurrection skill or something? His foot accidentally bumped into Bo Ram's shoe behind him. Hyung Taek hesitantly glanced over to see what was happening. There was no longer any human body beside her. Only a layer of floating spiritual energy remained, startling him greatly. Yeah, and there's no blood left either. Ryu Min quickly answered the question clearly written on the other man's face. What you killed was my clone. That made Hyung Taek so horrified that he silently prayed in his heart. A clone? Recalling the action movie Hyung Taek had starred in just now, Ryu Min mercifully granted him an explanation. The ability of the Rune of Replication lets me create a clone exactly like myself. His brain silently skimmed through the information of the new skill. Rune of Replication creates a clone along with a locked path, turning the user into a spirit for 10 seconds. The clone cannot fight, use skills, or access the inventory. Cool down 10 minutes. Ryu Min's voice carried a hint of regret. The problem is it can't fight. Removing the mask, he revealed a deathly smile reserved for that two-faced bastard. But you were completely fooled by it. I suppose it's still useful even if it can't fight. A very good experiment. At this point, Hyung Taek no longer felt any shame. He tore apart the false mask he had worn earlier himself. You tricked me. But Ryu Min did not care much about that fury. He even had the leisure to mock him. Why are you acting like you're the victim now? I'm the real victim here. You almost killed me. Hyung Taek was not afraid either and argued back. You're the victim? You're the bastard who threatened me first. Fed up with the atmosphere of betrayal and inhumanity lingering in the air, Ryu Min quickly summoned his beloved scythe. Fine. Whatever. Without another word, his merciless swing flashed past Hyung Taek's neck in an instant. Hyung Taek's face was filled with disbelief and stupidity as his field of vision suddenly shifted down toward the ground. Huh? What is this? My body won't move. His body collapsed to the floor, leaving his head rolling somewhere else. Ryu Min spoke in disgust. Listening to you talk is just a waste of time. His cold voice rang out, calling forth a skill that covered the entire warehouse. Erase traces. The blood-soaked scene slowly dissolved into nothingness along with that pale blue energy. Seeing that everything had been handled cleanly, Ryu Min put away his weapon and walked straight ahead. No one will be able to say this was a crime scene. Of course, except for one person. Stopping in front of Boram, he coldly examined her. Hey! When the other person did not answer, he had no choice but to tear apart her outstanding performance. You can get up now. How long are you planning to pretend to be unconscious? You know, you can't fool a player. In his mind, he did not forget to mutter, I can hear those thoughts. Realizing that her trick had been exposed, Boram hurriedly sat up. I am sorry. Feeling that the plastic bag over her head was somewhat in the way, Boram cautiously tested the waters. Can I take this off? What she received in return was a firm command from him. No, keep it on until I leave. Frightened, she withdrew her hand. Yes. Seeing the clear light outside, Ryu Min's mood gradually eased. I'll ask you a few questions. Will you cooperate with me? Realizing that this was a way out he was offering her, she quickly seized it. Yes. Looking at the woman on the ground who had been dragged into this for no reason, Ryu Min spoke gently, though his words remained rather sharp. How many customers were there? Can you remember each face? That sentence, mixed with several different attitudes, made Boram naturally uneasy. There were 4 people. One was around his mid-40s. I remember his face because we talked, but the others. Using his skill to evaluate her, Ryu Min's gaze showed satisfaction behind the white mask. She's telling the truth. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied, all right, that's all. The after effects of the cultural shock from earlier still lingered, so she could not help worrying and had to ask for confirmation once more. So I'm safe now? Is everything over? Ryu Min, who was also exhausted by today's unexpected situation, quickly nodded. Yes, you can go home now. Don't report what happened to the police. It might backfire. After hesitating for a few seconds, Bo-ram sadly agreed. Understand. Ryu-min looked toward the warehouse door, calculated the time, then gave an order. You can take the bag off after 1 minute. Toward this strange benefactor, she naturally obeyed despite being unable to see anything. Yes, Bo-ram's polite counting echoed against the dust-covered walls. 1, 2, 3, 58, 59, 60. The final numbers were spoken beneath the dazzling sunlight, and she quickly removed the covering from her face. Her bewildered face turned left and right as if searching for something. What happened? The empty warehouse left the traumatized woman, Bo-ram, caught in a dazed spiral. There's nothing here. It couldn't have been a dream, could it? The sun gradually changed color, making way for the moon to shine high in the sky. As soon as Ryu-min opened the door, he greeted softly, "Goni, I'm home." Ryu-one hurriedly ran out to welcome him. Yung. Seeing his own manly pink jacket, the boy froze. That's my jacket. Where did you go? The sudden question left Ryu-min unsure how to answer properly. Well. He began acting evasively and walked past as if he had not heard anything. Phew, I'm exhausted. So exhausted. Seeing his older brother drenched in sweat, the boy became so worried that he asked one question after another. Where did you go? Have you had dinner? Ryu-min took off the jacket and sighed. I haven't eaten yet. Hearing his tired tone, Ryu-one asked again before Ryu-min could even breathe out. Should we order something? That made Ryu-min swallow his sigh and answer awkwardly. Yeah, order whatever you want to eat. Looking closely at the fabric of the jacket, he fell into thought as he recalled the bloody moment that had taken place earlier. It's spotless, but I can't give it back to him. While waiting for Ryu-min to order food, the boy suddenly saw his beloved jacket being thrown into the trash and froze completely. Min, what are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? Seeing his anxious little brother, Ryu-min still casually placed a hand on his hip and gave a vague explanation. It's old. I'll buy you another one. You've worn it for too long. Even so, the boy was so sad that he burst into tears. But Ryu-min hurriedly tried to comfort him. I'll buy you a better one, okay? Ryu-one's handsome face darkened slightly, his sorrowful eyes revealing all the emotions inside. No, I don't need one. School's closed, and I can't go outside anyway. The fatigue that had already been hovering in Ryu-min's heart now sank another level deeper. He must be so bored, stuck at home, and unable to go to school because of someone like Sim Hyong-taek. Coming up with a good idea, Ryu-min immediately said something that made the gloomy boy brighten at once. Goni, do you want to go out with me tomorrow? Let's go to Eveland. Thinking he had misheard, the boy hurriedly confirmed it again. Eveland? Really? Are you serious? Seeing his younger brother's expression change in an instant, Ryu-min laughed and affectionately stroked his head. Yeah, let's eat dinner quickly and go to bed early. The moment the amusement park appeared before their eyes, lively noise poured into the brother's ears. Ryu-one was so happy that he opened his mouth in a bright, innocent smile, looking as though he might float off the ground. It's been so long since I last came here. Silently watching his excited younger brother look around, Ryu-min inwardly blamed himself. Because life has been so difficult lately, I couldn't bring him here. Before they blended into the lively moments of the complex, the two exchanged a few words. This place is still operating. There are far more places closing than staying open these days. At times like this, hope is an important thing to believe in. Suddenly, a family of 3 wearing rabbit ear headbands happily walked out of the souvenir shop and happened to enter Ryu-one's field of vision. A sly look appeared in his eyes as he secretly plotted against his dense older brother, along with a smile that could not have been more obvious. The boy hurriedly dragged his brother straight ahead without giving him any time to think. Min, let's go there first. Hurry, hurry. The colorful stall was filled with all kinds of panda plushies, from tiny ones that fit neatly in the palm of a hand to enormous ones too big to hug. Ryu-min's embarrassed face somehow shone even brighter as he wore the panda headband. What do you think? Ryu-one looked at the star-like aura radiating from all over him, his hands constantly waving several headbands. You look super cool. So cute. Pick that one. Wow, there's so many cute things. Seeing his younger brother happy made Ryu Min happy as well. Yeah, if you like something, just take it, Goni. After that shopping trip, Ryu Min turned to ask the boy, what do you want to do now? As if he had been waiting for this question from the start, Ryu Won immediately answered, we have to do everything there is to do here. True to those words, the two went on a march to try rare attractions, such as the roller coaster. The water splash ride nearly made Ryu Min choke to death from being drenched all over. After the dangerous rides were over, the two of them healed themselves by watching the baby pandas live their lives. Ryu Min silently enjoyed the happy moment with his younger brother. Wow, twin pandas. They're so cute. In his heart, he was grateful for his quick thinking. He was so down yesterday. Bringing him outside like this was definitely the right choice. After playing for half the day, Ryu Won suddenly remembered his brother's work, and his heart grew so uneasy that he had to ask right away. But, Min, tomorrow is May 1st. Is it really okay for you to be out having fun with me like this? Of course I'm happy, but understanding his concern, Ryu Min comforted him without hesitation. Don't worry about anything. I'll be fine. This time it'll last more than 10 hours, so even if I sleep a little longer, don't be scared. Hearing that only made the boy panic even more. 10 hours? It's not dangerous, right? You have to come back safely, okay? The boy's worry was like a stream of tears washing over the unease in Ryu Min's heart. You really worry too much. Stroking that soft, smooth hair, he quietly told himself, I promised I wouldn't leave you alone. He quickly changed the subject so the two of them would not fall into another spiral of lingering thoughts. That's enough worrying. What should we do now? Then let's go look around the zoo. Okay, April 30th, 11:50 p.m. The skyscraper was studded with warm lights that shone out into the space beyond. Ryu Min lay sprawled across his bed, startled awake from a deep sleep. His phone kept vibrating, forcing him to check it right away. It was Min Yuri. Messages that had slipped into standby mode poured onto the screen. Min, it's almost midnight. Sobi. I believe things will be okay this time too. Do your very best. Fighting. See you later. He could only chuckle when he saw the final emoji at the bottom. She must have been very nervous. Ryu Min's eyes softened, and the smile on his lips would not fade. Don't worry. From now on, I'll protect you. After checking everything, he calmly set his phone back on the table. It's time to go. The clock had just struck midnight, but its owner had already closed his eyes, paying it no mind. A group of players was summoned to a vast, unfamiliar land. Since no announcement had been made yet, a few people began talking to ease the tension. Huh? Is this everyone? No way. I think they just haven't arrived yet. No. In the last round, the number of survivors was around 500. But unexpectedly, that backfired almost instantly. Oh, that sounds about right. Even Ganyu, who had started the conversation, had to take another look at the surrounding atmosphere. It felt somewhat empty. Ryu Min stood silently, listening to what they said and thinking to himself, it does feel empty because there were nearly 10,000 people in the first round. But this empty feeling will soon pass. Suddenly, Oliver spread her wings and descended from the sky, every bit like a supreme deity from ancient legends. It is good to see you all. Congratulations on making it to the 5th round. Yet no one acknowledged her greeting, leaving a heavy silence around her. Not caring that she had embarrassed herself, she even let out a mocking laugh. What's with those faces? Smile, why don't you? The last round was so much fun, wasn't it? You truly worked hard killing your own kind. But the hatred in their eyes was too obvious. Oliver clicked her tongue in irritation. Fine, I'll stop. TSK, your reactions are so boring. A total of 442 surviving players have been summoned. There should have been 521 of you, but we lost nearly 80. It seems there have been conflicts in the real world. The crowd began whispering noisily after hearing that announcement. There are even fewer of us now. It's like this every time. But she paid little attention to those mortal emotions and immediately cut them off. Well, it doesn't matter. What you do in the real world is none of my business. However, with only this many people, we cannot play properly. A chilling smile appeared on the beautiful face hidden behind her veil. So, I have prepared something for all of you. Oliver rested her chin on her hand and smiled mysteriously, then calmly threw out shocking information. Regional integration. One player could not hold back and raised his hand to speak. Excuse me, could you explain in more detail? She frowned and clicked her tongue, showing her annoyance at his slow understanding. You still don't understand after I said that? You're making me do more work. It is exactly what it sounds like, regional integration. Still, she had performed her duty, so she used the last bit of patience she had to explain. I do not know whether you are aware, but there are hundreds of regions in your country. To be exact, 875. The people below immediately grew noisy. What, 875? There are that many in our country? Their reaction made Oliver burst into a contemptuous laugh. Ha, there is no need to be shocked. Compared with other countries, that number is actually small. The person who had first asked the question seemed to accept it. That makes sense. If there are 10,000 people in each region, then there must be other countries with even more regions. Nazi, standing beside him, chimed in as well. That's right. If there is one angel in each region, as if imagining something, he blurted out, doesn't that mean there are at least 10,000 angels? The people around them, catching the important point, immediately erupted. You're right. There are that many angels. She grinned and continued to mock them. That is only your guess. One angel in each region? You're only realizing that now? How foolish. Nazi's mind worked quickly, and he craned his neck to question her in return. Then doesn't that mean there is someone behind you who created this survival game? That sharp insight left Oliver frozen stiff. Her lips moved, but she could not utter a single word of rebuttal. Even so, she recovered very quickly, and the moment she regained her ability to speak, she hurriedly denied it. What makes you think that? Believing he had come close to the truth, he held firmly to his view. I don't think 10,000 angels would join forces just to create a survival game for no purpose. Oliver suddenly flew toward him with a challenging question. And what if we did join forces? Would you praise us? She poked Nazi's forehead with her sharp finger and gave him a warning. Do not ask unnecessary questions. You will be killed. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and with his face turning pale, he sensibly spat out 3 words. I am sorry. She returned to her usual position in midair, but that little interruption had still soured her mood. Akmapa Omans. Ryu Min silently observed everything from beginning to end. A seed of doubt had already formed in his mind. He must have hit a nerve, and I'm certain there is a rule preventing angels from talking about the creator of this game. The more he speculated, the more he felt he was on the right track. Besides, there is no way angels who can be defeated so easily by players could create a survival game like this. Oliver suddenly spoke in an overbearing tone, unintentionally cutting off his thoughts. I will no longer answer your foolish questions. Focus on your own survival. She gave everyone no chance to choose and hurriedly concluded the matter on her own. We cannot waste any more time. In any case, I will begin the regional integration. Remember, this is being done because there are too few of you. To prevent any moths like Nazi from flying toward the truth, she did not hesitate to threaten them further. Do not make up ridiculous stories. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground shook and cracks formed. Deep fissures radiated brilliant golden energy, causing everyone to ask the same question. What is this? An earthquake? A mysterious power divided the space into neat square sections, all packed close together like parcels of land marked for sale. The area closest to them suddenly began moving violently, and even the flames surrounding it burned stronger than the other places. Everyone blinked as they witnessed a scene more shocking than mountains moving and seas being filled, whether standing or sitting. The players all wore the same stunned expressions. The scorching pressure from their newly emerged neighbor began spreading into the region that held nearly 500 residents. The ground there was lifted like the lid of Pandora's box, and no one knew what might leap out from its depths. After releasing enough energy, the entire region was dyed in a glittering golden color. Each precisely divided plot of land emitted an invisible pressure at the same time. Only when the light gradually dispersed did faint embers remain there. Brand new faces, still carrying heat on their bodies, slowly appeared. When the cracks mended, someone's confused voice rang through the space. Is it over? The player who regained his senses first looked around for a long while before speaking cautiously. Those people are... Oliver understood and promptly answered the question on everyone's mind. The regional integration has been completed. She clasped her hands leisurely, but her words carried a sense of urging. What are you doing? Introduce yourselves. Mizzen, who had just made her appearance through the integration, also went along with it. How long are you planning to stare at each other? Everyone stared with wide eyes and open mouths, their faces full of disbelief. Another angel? 10 angels? As if to prove their guess, a group of angels gathered in the crimson sky. Oliver gave a perfunctory introduction on behalf of the group of women. Oh, months. I'm sure you already know this, but we have integrated the regions with too few people. She gracefully brushed back a lock of curly hair before calmly announcing the result. We have combined 10 regions into one. The total number of people here is 4,844. That astronomical number plunged all the players into confusion. 10 regions. There are almost 5,000 of us now. Oh my God, there's so many people. But that was not all she wanted to convey. The other regions are the same. That means the region name must also change. Oliver looked straight down and emphasized each word. From now on, this region will be called CS001, containing only players from South Korea. Each piece of news caused a bigger uproar than the last. The crowd became noisy again. Everyone here is Korean? At least we can communicate. But later, we might have to integrate with other countries. Ryu Min silently agreed in his heart, but he calculated further ahead than they did. That is obvious. But regional integration will continue whenever there are fewer than 5,000 people in each region. A brutal future scenario had already formed in his mind. Later, when fewer than 5,000 players remain in all of South Korea, we will have to compete against players from other countries. For the time being, he felt satisfied with the current situation. Well, will it happen in round 11 or some other round? No, it's better to focus on the present. Ryu Min looked at the white-winged figures above his head, his mind boldly predicting, the angels will soon start the side game. Sure enough, after a period of discussion, Oliver stepped forward again as the spokesperson. Before we announce the main quest, we will create a simple side game to celebrate the integration of the regions. She guided the pace skillfully, successfully instilling a competitive mindset in every player. There was one representative for each region, correct? But now that the regions have been integrated, what should we do? Naturally, we need a new representative, do we not? The female player beside Ryu Min cautiously repeated, "A new representative?" She raised her index finger and explained the only rule. The rule is very simple. The former representatives will step forward and fight. Cruelty spilled from her words in every direction, while Oliver savored it with satisfaction. Until only one person survives. That person will be chosen as the new representative. Discussions of all kinds reached her ears. We have to slaughter each other to become the representative. Oh my God, how cruel. Cuckoo sounds good. It will be interesting to see who becomes the representative. I wish I had popcorn here. Among those who had to be dragged into this unavoidable vortex, some were displeased from the bottom of their hearts. They're laughing because they don't have to fight. Ijira was also frantically calculating in his head. We have to kill each other to choose a representative. Jimin, meanwhile, was gritting his teeth and blaming his past self. I should never have become a representative. Besides those burdened by anxiety, there were also people who belonged to the tribe of optimism. Maybe if we're killed, we'll be resurrected. But whatever mood they were in, everyone coincidentally had the same thought. Can I give up my right to be representative? The only one with his own thoughts was probably Ryu Min. Until now, being a representative has brought no benefits. But from this region onward, things will be different. I must win this death match and become the representative, no matter what. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed tense, Oliver threw out a tranquilizer at just the right time. Everyone, there is no need to be so afraid. You will not die in real life. You will be resurrected after the game. Sure enough, with insurance backing them up, their courage grew by several degrees. Jimin suddenly brightened in an instant. Oh, we won't die this time. But another representative still gave a quiet hum, showing a lack of trust. She noticed that their reaction was not impressive enough, so she continued by tossing out an even sweeter piece of bait. You must be thinking that becoming the representative has no real benefit. The new representative will receive the title position of dominion instead of position of authority. The people below stared blankly as they listened to her paint an alluring picture. It will grant you the power to control players of a lower level. It is an upgraded version of position of authority that allows you to control players, so long as they are lower level than you. However, you can still only use it 10 times, and the position will be granted to the one who kills the current representative. Oliver lifted the corners of her mouth into a meaningful smile, her psychologically manipulative words dripping like honey into their ears. It is rather tempting, is it not? The ability to dominate everyone else. As expected, some naive fish had already lunged at that sugar-coated bullet. If their level is lower, I can control them to do anything. Jimin, in particular, had clenched his fists, blazing with fighting spirit. Even their class. This reaction satisfied her completely, and she immediately gave the order to begin. It seems you have found your motivation. Then prepare yourselves. The player's side had been handled, but now the angels also faced a troublesome issue when Harry spoke. Now that the regions have been integrated, we have to choose one representative. She raised the question, but what answered her was a deathly silence. Is anyone volunteering for this position? Seeming to realize she had misspoken, she let out a long sigh. Of course, I should not have asked that. Priscilla seized the chance to take a jab. An angel volunteering to work would be a mutation. Mizzen spoke at just the right time to ease the awkward atmosphere. We already know no one will volunteer. What should we do? Does anyone have any ideas? Harry snapped her fingers and announced an idea. How about rolling dice? Nova dismissed it without even thinking, leaving it to luck. Not bad, but a little boring. Annette also joined the discussion. What about taking turns? Lytton pointed out the flaw. Then it would not be fair. The later numbers would never get to be representative. Natalia jumped in to agree. That's right. The regions will have to be integrated again, eventually anyway. Alice held her forehead and sighed. Is there any way that is both fun and fair? Priscilla suddenly came up with a bold idea. How about this? The representatives are about to fight, right? She cast Oliver a meaningful look. The angel whose representative dies first will become the representative. The other girls immediately cheered with delight, as if certain their own contestant would not come last. That sounds fun. Good idea. I like that idea. Does anyone agree? All of them raised their hands to vote at once, so quickly that no one had time to change sides. I agree. Me too. Same here. Amid the voices of agreement, Oliver suddenly jumped in to ruin the mood. Wait, how about this? Standing beneath the blazing red sphere of light, she calmly made a proposal that went against the majority. Instead of the one who dies first, choose the angel whose human survives until the very end. She stared at Priscilla and hissed each word through clenched teeth. To become the queen among us. Oliver folded her arms and confidently presented her view. The angel in charge of the human who remains standing until the end will become king. Priscilla could not help repeating, King. Oliver took the opportunity to enlighten her rival. Exactly as the word means. The other angels will fully obey the king's orders. For example, if one of them is merely an angel serving as a guide, that angel must carry out the task because it is the king's command. Harry suddenly joined the discussion with excitement. That if our human wins, we win too. And if we win, we can also play king like our human. The others all chimed in agreement. Oh, that sounds interesting. A king, huh? That makes me pretty interested too. That is quite a clever idea, Oliver. Seeing that the wind had shifted, Priscilla took the chance to jab at her. To dare suggest that the winner becomes king, you must be awfully confident. Oliver admitted it without hesitation. Of course I'm confident. Priscilla's lips curled into a provocative smile. Who knows? My area representative won't be easy to defeat. My human has never once lost first place in his area. Outwardly, Oliver sounded indifferent. Oh, really? But inwardly, she was scoffing. What a feather-brained idiot. First place in one area? She dares act proud over that? Ryu Min's figure appeared in Oliver's mind, making her confidence even firmer. If she knew who my area representative was, she'd probably be so shocked she'd fall out of the sky. Oliver turned to confirm with her direct opponent. So, are we doing this or not? Priscilla snapped her head away in anger, yet still spoke boldly. I have no reason to refuse. At this point, every angel had placed all her hope on her own player, and only cheers of support remained in the air. I agree too. This seems more interesting. Same here. I'm also certain my area representative won't go down easily. Since no one objected, Mizzen urged them on. Then, since it's decided, shall we begin? Oliver, you go inform them. Oliver called out, fine, as if accepting her fate. Floating in midair, she announced the rules of the upcoming battle. We will now begin a special match to decide the area representative. The death match starts now. You will kill or be killed until only one person remains in this arena. The representative players below pressed their lips tight and clenched their fists with determination. Though they came from different areas, at this moment, they unknowingly shared the same goal. Of course, Ryu Min was no exception among those harboring great ambitions. The 10 representatives gathered in one place, each of them looking up at the angel standing above them. Oliver raised her hand in satisfaction, giving the signal to begin. The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly shook violently. All of them were trapped inside a blazing arena, completely separated from the remaining players. Walls gradually rose from the ground, making the battlefield look no different from an ancient Roman Colosseum. The construction took only an instant. When the dust dispersed, the massive structure stood fully revealed. The 10 representatives looked around in alarm, astonishment still lingering on every face. Oliver gazed at her handiwork with excitement, then smiled brightly and reminded them once more. If you die outside the arena, you will not be revived. So even if you must stake your life on it, do not leave this place. Even at this moment, the odd group of mortal enemies tried to stay calm as they listened to her command. Then begin. As if they had been waiting only for that, everyone took out their main weapons, entered combat mode, and raised their guard. Some pairs had even already chosen their targets, glaring at each other with sparks in their eyes. Jimin calculated optimistically in his head. So, if I just kill the other 9 people here, I've become king? He swept his eyes around once, then quietly came to a conclusion. Judging by the fact that no one is attacking first, everyone seems cautious. Well, that makes sense. If they're all area representatives, they must at least have some skill. With blind confidence, he looked around as if searching, then curled his lips in silent mockery. Still, there's definitely no bastard here stronger than me. Of course, this confidence had a basis, because Jimin Mangbak himself had never once lost first place in his area since this began. Besides, my talisman release is basically cheating. It's like a possessed sword. It knows where it needs to cut all on its own. As he recalled his glorious past, he wondered, thanks to that, I killed 312 people in round 4. What are they doing? Why aren't they fighting yet? Harry shared his question and was grinding her teeth as she urged them on. Hurry up and fight. Nova also cursed without thinking, on the verge of bursting with frustration. You damn humans. Seeing the pair of angels fuming in the air, Jimin sank into thought. What is this? Are they betting or something? Why are they so impatient? I was planning to make a move anyway. He decided to become the lead bird and start this battle. After all, no one here was stronger than him. I'll use this chance to make a strong impression and terrify them. And to do that, with schemes filling his belly, he moved to the middle of the arena, then stopped. After confirming a suitable distance, he slowly drew his sword. Jimin stared at the representatives before him, his wrinkleless brain beginning to direct its own performance. I need something practical, a sacrificial lamb to raise the curtain on my show. He lowered his center of gravity into a defensive stance, madly inviting someone in his heart. Anyone is fine. Just step forward. I'll send that person to the grave right here. Since a fat goat had offered itself right to his mouth, there was no reason to refuse. Ryu Min stepped out under everyone's stunned gazes. Carrying his scythe over his shoulder, he calmly observed this dimwit from head to toe. Jimin expressed satisfaction inwardly, and the sword in his hand shifted from a vertical stance to a horizontal one as he prepared to exert force. Finally, you've come, my first sacrifice. If there were a contest in inner monologues, he would firmly take first place, because even now, he was still thinking to himself. But seriously, that scythe is ridiculously huge. That weapon isn't exactly common. Jimin did not rate his opponent very highly in his heart, and confidently gifted him a contemptible smile. I've seen plenty of people with scythe in their nicknames, but the number who actually use one is. Seeing the other party simply staring at him and smiling foolishly, Ryu Min silently displayed the username above his head. Jimin's mind instantly sank into chaos. Huh? Black Scythe? His nickname is Black Scythe? Jimin gripped his sword with both hands, trying to reassure himself and maintain a calm exterior. Maybe it's just the same name? No, impossible. I'm pretty sure no 2 players can have the same nickname. The self-hypnosis did not achieve the desired effect. His hands automatically went limp like noodles, and he lowered his sword. Then that person is? The closer Ryu Min came with the scythe in hand, the more Jimin's suspicions were confirmed. The all-area number 1, Black Scythe, the one who reached level 30? That abnormal reaction entered the eyes of the watching angels, successfully sparking their argument. What's wrong with that human? He looked confident, so why is he frozen now? Lydon questioned her on the spot without any courtesy. Priscilla, isn't he your area representative? Priscilla could only bite her hand in silence. Her frustration made her curse inwardly. What the hell is he doing? This stupid human. In her heart, Priscilla kept screaming toward Jimin. Why are you still standing there? While she was panicking to death, the person beside her could not hold back and burst into laughter. Kiki, hee hee hee. Ignoring her image, Priscilla shouted, Is something funny, Oliver? Oliver tried to hold back her laughter and opened her mouth without a shred of sincerity. Sorry, but this is just too funny. What am I supposed to do? Oliver pointed toward the arena and explained to her dear sister, Look at that human. He's staring at my area representative. He's trembling like grass before the wind. Priscilla mechanically followed the direction of Oliver's hand with her gaze and blankly confirmed, Your area representative? Neither her mind nor her abilities could accept reality. That giant scythe is certainly impressive, but I can't sense any aura strong enough to make him tremble like that at first sight. She turned back toward Oliver and repeated that assessment once more. So, you're saying my area representative is so frightened he can't move just because of your representative? Oliver readily admitted it. Doesn't it look exactly like that? Priscilla had a script she kept acting out, and now that she had been slapped in the face, she brought out a reheated version of it. Stop talking nonsense. Oliver thought, was being first in one area just something to brag about? My area representative has never lost the #1 spot since the first round. The rest of the sisters lowered their heads as they listened to the two of them argue noisily. What? First place across all areas? You dare lie to me? You still haven't realized? I thought any angel who had even glanced at the rankings would know that name. Sure enough, among the unwilling spectators, there were angels who recognized Ryu Min. Huh? Black Sai? I remember that name. He's the human who always appears whenever the results board is announced. Priscilla trembled all over, whether from fear or anger was unclear, but that name truly threw her heart into chaos. Black Scythe is Oliver's area representative? If that person really is Black Scythe, then my area representative is no match for him. At that very moment, an exclamation rang in her ear, startling her badly. It turned out that down in the arena, Jimin's throat had been sliced cleanly by the scythe, successfully becoming the first one to receive his lunchbox. Just as Ryu Min withdrew the murder weapon, Jimin's head rolled to his feet. Oliver did not miss the chance to pour oil on the fire. Looks like Priscilla has been eliminated. The remaining representatives were also thrown into panic by that decisive finish. Black Scythe? Why is Black Scythe here? The 8 people in the arena were like 8 ants crawling in a hot pan, all sharing the same thought without prior agreement. Even if all of us join forces, we can't beat him. I might even die without reacting, just like that guy. How can I defeat someone at level 30? I'm only level 13. Ijira suddenly lowered his head and looked at the bow in his hand, his heart engaged in a fierce psychological struggle. The unlucky victim number 2 saw that Ryu Min was aiming for him and reflexively backed away again and again. Black Scythe, it's so good to meet you. Haha, I'm truly happy to be in the same area as the famous Black Scythe. So happy I could cry. Haha. The closer Ryu Min came, the more panicked he became. Wait, let's talk, okay? Ijira, afraid of being caught in the crossfire, immediately raised his hands in surrender. Look, I've even put down my weapon. I have no intention of fighting you. Since someone had taken the lead, the whole group found a new direction in perfect unity. Each of them looked toward the winged women to express their stance. Hey, angels, I surrender. I give up. Me too. I surrender too. Me as well. I admit defeat. Lydon shouted in frustration. Ha, what a disgraceful sight. Give up? Did you just say you give up, you humans? Alice sighed in boredom. They ruined the fun. Mizzen had no choice but to shamefacedly represent the sisters and issue an ultimatum. I'm warning you in advance. Anyone who mentions surrender will have their head explode immediately. And if that happens, don't even dream of being revived. Understood. Those who had been eager to take the shortcut were suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water, their faces turning as pale as leaves. Ijira suddenly lowered his head and looked again at the bow in his hand, his heart still engaged in an intense psychological struggle. Another representative boldly made a suggestion. There are 8 of us. Maybe we can still win. Ryu Min's face remained calm on the outside, but his mind was turning extremely quickly. So the angels are even scarier to them than I am? Looks like they're planning to attack me all at once. A faint smile, there yet not there, cracked across his expressionless face, because his heart was filled with contempt. But no matter how hard they try, ants are still only ants. That attitude accidentally stimulated the competitive instincts of the remaining 8 people. Is that bastard laughing at us? Is he confident just because his level is higher? We're still the known first-place players in our own areas. After muttering to vent their frustration, no one knew who took the lead, but someone shouted for the whole group to charge. Take him down. Ryu Min said nothing. He simply gathered force into his legs and flashed away from his original position. His blood-red eyes locked onto the position of each prey, and the scythe in his hand was ready to finish anyone who rushed in. He moved in a mysterious wave-like pattern, and every obstacle in his path was cleanly dealt with. The 4 remaining representatives, who had not even managed to move, froze stiff on the spot, all of them wide-eyed and open-mouthed at that terrifying speed. Of course, they did not need to wait long. In the blink of an eye, Ryu Min appeared and sent the entire group to log out. The 1 versus 8 battle that had seemed uneven ended in a way no one had expected. The angels watching from midair all fell silent without prior agreement. Harry was the quickest to regain her senses and stammered. I didn't think it would end that easily. Nova and Lytton spoke after her at the same time. So, it's over. Black Scythe won. Though it was hard to accept, they had to respect reality. Then, as the angel in charge of Black Scythe, Oliver had to be treated as king throughout this integration period. Priscilla impatiently shouted the winner's name. Oliver, unable to swallow her anger, she rushed over to question her. You knew this would happen. Oliver crossed her arms and admitted it comfortably. Of course I knew. That calm attitude made Priscilla even more furious. I knew it. Humiliated into anger, Priscilla incited the other sisters. Everyone, this bitch tricked us. She suggested that because she knew for sure she would win. Oliver suddenly spoke, mocking this long-legged, short-brained girl. Why are you stating the obvious? Priscilla blurted out what? Oliver calmly lectured her in order to open her eyes. Naturally, I suggested the game because I had the advantage. Why did you think I made that proposal in the first place? Oliver looked down at her from above with contempt, then turned the question back on her. Besides, did I force you to accept the bet? No. Everyone thought it would be fun, so you agreed to participate. And now you're saying something different? Priscilla was so angry she choked, stammering for a long while before spitting out one word. You. Oliver took the opportunity to provoke her. What? Are you going to hit me? Go on, hit me. Oliver had nothing to fear and comfortably reminded her not to do anything foolish. Angels fighting in front of humans and disgracing us too? If the Archangel finds out about this, you'll be thrown into the insect bag. Priscilla instinctively thought of that terrifying punishment and had no choice but to swallow all her resentment. The insect bag, anything but that. Because Oliver knew her opponent's Achilles heel, she became increasingly forceful. So what now? You don't want to fight me anymore? Anyway, since I won, it looks like I'm king now. Priscilla, for the time being, you'll serve as the guide for this integrated area. Priscilla stammered in reply. Until when? Oliver answered casually and did not forget to urge her. Until I feel better. What are you doing? Go do your job. Priscilla had no other choice and flew away in humiliation. I can't believe I had to bet on something like that. Priscilla stood before the remaining players and solemnly announced, Ahem, humans. As you can see, the representative of the integrated area has been decided. The system also appeared accordingly with a congratulatory announcement. Player Black Scythe has become the new representative of Area CS007. Temporary skill, Authority of Domination. Forcibly control one player of the same or lower level. They cannot resist orders under any circumstances. Maximum of 10 uses. Only one person may be controlled. Ineffective against higher level players. Looking at the other representatives lying all over the ground, Priscilla rapidly calculated in her heart. I already knew Black Scythe would become the area representative. Since he's level 30, he can command anyone if he wants. I need to get on his good side. After clearly making her plan, Priscilla turned to the urgent matter at hand. Now then, since the decision has been made, the other players will be revived. With just a light flap of her wings, divine power spread throughout the space. The 9 corpses collapsed and pools of blood suddenly began to glow, each person's body enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Jimin sat bolt upright in fright, his face still carrying the same shock he had shown before his passing. Ijira held his head and voiced his question. What happened? Nazi forcefully felt all over his body with a suspicious expression. I clearly remember my body being cut down. Priscilla could no longer bear to watch and stated the truth. All of you lost the match. The new representative of the integrated area is Black Scythe. Only then did everyone finally understand. Voices broke out one after another, and the whole place suddenly grew chaotic. So that was what had happened. The angel above the arena continued explaining the new rules. Since the new area representative has been chosen, the authority you imposed on those revived as representatives will be revoked. Seeing their gloomy faces lower in disappointment, she cleverly released a faint, dreamlike glow. But don't be too disappointed. You will always have a chance to reclaim the representative position. Once Priscilla had enjoyed herself enough, she waved her hand and moved on to the more important matter. Now that the bonus game is over, I will guide you to the official mission. A notification board immediately appeared in front of everyone. Round 5. Main mission. Kill 300 orcs within 10 hours. Submission. Collect 4 balance stones. A reward would be given upon success. The number of people who had completed it in the current area and in all temporary areas was 0. After reading the requirements, Ryu Min grimaced like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What? Kill 300 orcs? And why was the number of completers so low? The man beside him had the same question. Only 1 out of 4 again. Her patience was drained away by their complaints. Why are you complaining about so many things? Are you complaining because the final number is too low? Should I lower it even further? The 2 chatterboxes immediately shut their mouths, wishing they could turn invisible. After Priscilla had scolded them enough, she reminded them according to her duties. Until now, you have only gone through easy rounds. That is why, this time, a more difficult mission has been prepared with a lower completion rate. Do not be too discouraged. Everyone turned to look at one another and laughed. Killing 300 orcs was a difficult mission? Weren't orcs just low-level monsters? She shook her head, clearly fed up. When you face them directly, you'll understand just how difficult it is. I will not explain any further. However, some people still kept their reason and spoke up to ask for more information. Miss Angel, what is the submission? Why is the reward written as question marks? She knew very well how to toy with the players' minds. Her answer was also vague and ambiguous. Unlike the previous rounds, this submission has been clearly revealed. But as you can see, the reward remains unknown. Carrying his scythe, Ryu Min silently repeated it in his head. A great unknown. In truth, he already had the answer in his mind. The reward for the 5th round submission was the balance orb. It was one of the 18 orbs he had to collect, and the reward for this submission would only be given to 1 person in each area. The core problem here was how he himself could seize victory. Of course, since it was divided by area, players from other areas also had a chance to obtain it. However, its difficulty was higher than that of the main mission. He could not help but feel a great question rising in his heart. Even if the submission could be completed, how many people out there could meet the conditions to receive the balance orb? Sure enough, Priscilla said exactly what Ryu Min had just thought. This round submission is to collect balance stones. When you collect all 4, you will immediately receive the mysterious reward. However, only 1 person can obtain it. She even provided more detailed information. Because there are only 4 balance stones in this area, Ryu Min's curiosity burst out. Then what happens if 1 person cannot collect all 4 stones? Wouldn't that make the submission invalid? She raised the corners of her mouth into a meaningful smile, then slowly dropped a shocking bomb. That is possible, but do not worry. You can steal balance stones from other players by killing them. The players once again fell into an uproar. Everyone boldly voiced their guesses. We can steal them by killing people. Like the area representative position, Priscilla finished handing over the rules, then swayed away, leaving behind a cold back. Correct, but you cannot steal their other items, only balance stones. And unlike the previous round, you will not be revived if you die. Death is the end. As if feeling that something was missing, she suddenly turned back and added a few words of encouragement. With that, I've told you everything you need to know. Go out and struggle with all your might." As soon as she finished speaking, the system also began its countdown. Time until the round ends: 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Ryu Min looked toward the teleportation gate where Priscilla had just left, inwardly filled with emotion. This time, things would be troublesome all the way until the end of the mission. But no matter how difficult it was, he had already drawn up a clear strategy in his head. First, I'll quickly kill 300 orcs and set a record. After that, I can help Min Yuri. He was the first to leave the arena, returning to the gathering place of the ordinary players. Strangely, wherever Ryu Min went, people nervously moved aside. Only after putting enough distance between themselves and him did they secretly look at his cold back. Once the moving low-pressure zone had disappeared, everyone began regaining their basic ability to speak. Phew, he just left. What a relief. I was shocked when he came near me. I thought I was about to die. Soren scratched his head innocently. But where is he going? Sammy boldly made a fairly daring suggestion. Should we follow him? Logan rushed over and immediately shattered that ridiculous idea. Are you crazy? Follow Black Scythe? Do you want to be controlled by him? He might turn you into his slave for the rest of your life. Yet Sammy analyzed it in a perfectly reasonable way. But isn't doing something better than just standing still here? Black Scythe is always the first among us to act. That is why he is always ranked first. The others silently lowered their heads and pondered that information. In the end, Lim Mong seemed the most shaken. What if we get caught following him? Sammy immediately reassured them. We just need to watch him from as far away as possible. Only Logan still seemed rather hesitant. Even so, Sammy did not want to waste too much time there, so he quickly settled the matter. If you don't want to, then stay here. I'll go by myself. After that, regardless of how everyone else calculated things, he walked straight ahead with firm resolve. The remaining half-hearted people kept scratching their heads, each wearing an expression as bitter as if they had swallowed coptis root. In the end, Soren led the group after Sammy's footsteps. Oh, whatever. We'll go too. That's right. Black Scythe definitely knows the way. At a small orc village, apart from one orc standing outside on guard, the rest were all busy in the yard. Ryu Min showed no hesitation at all, openly appearing in front of it. The players tailing him also discovered the target. Oh, look, is there a village here? Black Scythe is going in. When the guard orc saw him approaching with a weapon, it roared warily. Ryu Min maintained his usual calm demeanor and charged forward with an oppressive aura, closing in for melee combat. The familiar Grim Reaper's scythe had somehow landed precisely against the orc's neck. Before it could take even one more unnecessary breath, it felt a chill at its throat. The moment he landed on the ground was also the moment its body collapsed. Ryu Min left behind the still-warm corpse and leisurely walked into enemy territory, as if he were on an eco-tour. The remaining orcs froze, to the point that they even forgot the work they had been doing when they saw him. Only when they smelled danger did they shout to one another, draw their weapons, and prepare to fight to the death. Both sides rushed at each other without hesitation, ready to begin a new great battle. Ryu Min only needed to lightly swing his hand, and the orc at the front truly became the first to fall. Hot blood curled along the crimson scythe. The remaining pair seemed to have no sense of fear. Even though they knew they were stepping into hell, they still forced themselves to charge in. He spun the scythe in his hand, so fast that even the wind around it seemed capable of cutting flesh. Then he gripped it tightly with both hands, intending to end the fight quickly with a single move. Indeed, Ryu Min's killer skills were always dazzling to behold. The two unlucky orcs were sent off with clean, smooth cuts. He indifferently left behind his achievements and continued stepping rhythmically toward his next target. Ryu Min walked straight to the entrance of the largest tent, then reached out and lifted the cloth covering without the slightest hesitation. Inside, the sounds of slicing and slaughter rang out again. Finally, he calmly walked out, returning a dead, silent atmosphere to the entire village. The people secretly watching Ryu Min leave were stunned, and no one dared make a sound. Only after confirming that he had disappeared from sight did they quietly discuss it. Phew, it seems these orcs aren't that strong. They're probably only about the same as the gnolls we hunted. Or isn't it easy only because the one fighting them is Black Scythe? Because he had tested the waters for them in advance, everyone was now brimming with fighting spirit. Don't get too confident. That's right, don't be careless. It's getting late. Let's find a village and clean it out too, right? On the surface, things seemed harmonious, but Limong was the first to harbor private thoughts. Do I really have to go with these people now? The others all happened to share the same thought. Just wait. When there's a chance, I can kill them one by one. Having a few more meat shields isn't bad either. The group, outwardly united but inwardly divided, followed the edge of the forest for a long while. Finally, someone shouted in delight, "Oh, there's a village here." They copied Ryu Min and casually revealed themselves in front of the orcs. The difference was that it was noisier here. Ah, this one is bigger. It must be 3 times bigger than the village earlier, right? The guard orc detected the approaching danger and, without hesitation, raised a horn to sound the alarm. A deep sound with its own rhythm echoed throughout the area. The remaining orcs in the village immediately raised their guard. Soren's group froze in fear at this action and turned to ask one another in panic. Why is that orc blowing a horn? Is it calling its companions? Wait, only now did these novices realize that they had poked the wrong hornet's nest. They had just sensed the scale of the target, and before they could recover, they were already about to face wrath charging in from all directions. The orcs gripped their weapons and quickly surrounded everyone in a narrow circle. In terms of physique and numbers, even a fool could tell that the players had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Although everyone had weapons in hand, they could not hide the trembling in their voices. This village seems a little too big. There are too many orcs. There must be more than 50, right? In that desperate situation, Sammy asked a foolish question. What do we do now? Soren shouted angrily. What else? Try to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant orc charged over, frightening him so badly his voice cracked. They're coming. At some point, he must have joined the Optimist Club, because he actually dared shout a meaningless word of comfort. They only outnumber us. Kill them. Soren's sharp blade struck the huge spike club. Just as the orc clumsily pulled away, he quickly cut across its chest. This precise attack gave him more hope. What's this? These guys are really weak. Sammy beside him also picked up on it and chimed in. They move very slowly too. Soren pressed his advantage, thrusting his sword straight through the orc's heart to finish it off. They had only just begun, yet he was already smug inside. Not as bad as I thought. But as the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Because he had gotten too excited just now, he suddenly panicked. Damn it, my sword is stuck. The orc had been waiting for exactly that, and swung its club hard at his head. In the chaotic atmosphere, only the sounds of collisions mixed with curses remained. Damn it, die you damned orcs. But it seemed the players did not have the upper hand either. Sammy even unexpectedly collapsed, lamenting, "I'm being killed by an orc?" Seeing the sharp blade about to chop down toward his head, he unconsciously screamed inwardly, "Save me." Elsewhere, Ryu Min was blinking through space while silently wondering, I don't see those guys who are following me anymore. In truth, he had known about the presence of the 20 people trying to move in silence. Remembering that, Ryu Min blamed himself. Why am I worrying? There are 20 of them. Unless they run into a large orc village. He had already charted his own route in his head. Those villages had fairly strong orcs, so it was best to avoid them. If an orc guard blew a horn, more than 50 orcs would quickly gather there, and if one advanced deeper inside, there would be more than 200. While attacking small villages, Ryu Min continued calculating. Furthermore, orcs' muscular strength is far greater than that of humans. And, somehow, the very things he had tried to avoid, the remaining players had thrown themselves into without missing a single step. If a sword stabbed into an orc and got stuck, it would be very difficult to pull out, and they were also extremely tough. Although Ryu Min was lost in thought, his hands and feet did not slow down. He swung his scythe and finished off the pack of orcs in front of him, also reviewing his experience in his head. So the best method is to cut off their necks and deal with them in a single strike. Ryu Min took advantage of their slowness and casually cut them apart again, just to be certain. Finally, he ended his inner monologue with one concluding thought. That is, for an ordinary person. He lightly set foot on the ground, with traces of black blood still lingering around him. Ryu Min lightly poked his scythe into the stiff back of an orc. It immediately collapsed, like a building whose support had been hollowed out. He quietly called up the progress window. Although there was still a full 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 22 seconds remaining until the end, he was the first person to complete the progress of killing 300 orcs, not only in C007, but across all areas. As Ryu Min put away his scythe, he seemed uncertain. It took me about an hour to finish the main mission. There's still quite a lot of time. Should I go help Minyuri? Since that had been his thought from the beginning anyway, he decisively opened tracking mode. At another orc village, Manji hurriedly ran over to ask after him. Guildmaster, are you all right? Yango dropped to one knee, gasping, and honestly replied, I thought I was going to die. Why are these orcs so strong? The members of a new Challenger Guild took the opportunity to complain. That's right, even though they move very slowly. We really shouldn't underestimate them. After resting for a short while, he suddenly remembered the mission and turned to ask, Manji, how many have we killed? Manji answered extremely quickly, about 50. Yango scratched his chin in disappointment. 5 people, and we only killed 50 in an hour. At this rate, we'll be eliminated. Noah, sitting flat on the ground, raised his hand to correct him. You're wrong to use the word eliminated. Owen stood beside him, made a gesture of slicing across his neck, and continued, If we don't kill enough, we'll die. He exhaled, and after ruffling his hair for a long while, he had no choice but to share a bold plan. Phew, perhaps we have to attack larger villages, Manji cautiously confirmed. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Roman shared the same view. He's right. Fighting 3 orcs at once was already hard. So how are we supposed to fight a larger village? Owen awkwardly voiced a conservative idea. I think we should just focus on attacking small villages. Yango did not deny it, but he also wanted his teammates to look reality in the face. You're right. I admit that. But if we continue like this, we won't kill 300 and we'll die anyway. We have no choice but to gamble once. He added one more word, then paused for a moment to draw their attention. After that, Yango looked straight into their eyes and stated his survival principle. Remember, a sinking ship will not carry you back to shore. The nighttime forest grew increasingly gloomy, with only the chirping of insects echoing around them. After walking for a long while, the group finally reached the edge of the forest. The flickering light between 2 cliffs made Manji shout, Ah, I see it. That's the village we saw earlier. But immediately afterward, he lowered his voice and warned, Wait, it looks like there's a guard post there. Yango immediately suggested, Let's go around. The whole group raised no objections and together followed the darkness closer to that village. Heaven seemed to be helping them too, laying out a path in advance. Look, there's an opening we can crawl through. Manji took the initiative to go over, bent down, and peered through the fence to observe. The quiet scene inside made him briefly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems there's no one around. The group seized this chance and slipped inside one after another. Using large cargo crates as cover, Yango tilted his head and asked quietly, Are they all inside the tents? Manji looked around for a while and answered, I think so. About 5 in each tent. That information made Yango stroke his chin in thought. This village is bigger than I expected. Owen unceremoniously knocked Noah on the head when he saw him trying to rummage through something. Idiot. At that moment, Roman offered an idea. Should we raid each tent one by one? Although the idea was somewhat risky, Yango also agreed. That sounds good. We're already here anyway. Manji nodded along. Fine. If we raid them properly, 5 at a time will be too easy. Once they decided, they acted. Tightening their grips on their weapons, they headed for their first target. Let's start with this tent. We'll charge in when I give a signal. After making sure nothing unexpected would happen, Yango lightly waved his hand and gave the order. The group gently pushed aside the curtain and went inside. Before long, they reached the large door of the tent, and Yango nodded to everyone for one final confirmation. Then they kicked the door hard and burst in. The sight before them made their faces turn pale. A swarm of orcs inside turned their heads toward them. The number left Yango stunned. 10 of them. While they had been working leisurely, several uninvited guests had suddenly barged in from nowhere, and the nearest orc rose to its feet, growling and cursing. Owen stammered at the situation. 10 is way too many. What should we do? Yango had no other choice either. We have to face them. Take them down one at a time. Then he shouted an order. Everyone, the one on the left first. The others answered in unison. Got it. The orc swung its club toward Owen, but fortunately, he managed to block it. Seizing the chance, Yango tightened his grip on his sword and rushed toward its left side. Without hesitation, he delivered a slash to the giant orc's leg. The precise attack wounded its supporting leg, and its massive body faltered before crashing down. Manji immediately kicked off the ground and rushed in, swinging his blade in a cold, sharp arc that cut through its neck before it could struggle. The orc collapsed onto the floor at once, lying still and motionless. The death of its comrade made the braided orc roar in fury. Then it leaped toward the group's position. Flames of rage burned in its eyes as it landed heavily in front of Manji like a bolt of lightning. Before he could react, it struck him hard in the side, making him cry out in pain. Yango froze when he saw his companion fall. Manji, he roared angrily, gripping his sword tightly and charging straight at the monster. Die, you disgusting thing. A decisive sword strike cut through the air, finishing off the enemy before it could even respond. The braided orc, just like its comrade, crashed to the ground and never woke again. The remaining monsters could only gape and communicate with one another in incomprehensible sounds. Even though they had killed 2 in a row, Yango's group did not dare act recklessly, especially since one of their members had been injured. A terrifying silence enveloped the room, and the situation remained locked in a tense standoff. Yango began to break out in a cold sweat, calculating non-stop in his mind. There are only 8 left now, but can we handle them? As if reading his thoughts, Owen answered, no, we should retreat. Yango straightened up and agreed. I think so too. A second later, the whole group turned and ran at his command. Go! This sudden action startled the orcs behind them, but they did not stand there dumbfounded for long and immediately surged toward the door in a crowd, chasing after the humans. Noah instinctively cut through the curtain in front of the tent, but before they could run far, the sight before them made them freeze like stone. At some point, the other orcs in the village had gathered there. The situation made Noah click his tongue despite himself. Roman supported Manji as he hesitantly asked, how many are there? Owen gritted his teeth as he faced the murderous gazes before them. At least 10. Roman understood very well the danger they were facing. It's over. We're finished. Manji's face was pale from pain, and he clenched his fist unwillingly. Is this how it ends? Suddenly, Yango's calm, deep voice rang out, cutting through the gloomy atmosphere around them. Pick up your weapons. However, that still was not enough to raise his companion's spirits. Captain, it's over. It was great being on the same team as you. But Yango continued with a grim expression. Why do you think the orcs still haven't killed us? Then Yango pointed out the situation they had overlooked. Look at their faces. Just as he said, the orcs merely stood there baring their teeth, their red eyes shining with amusement as if they were watching a bunch of clowns. Because their group had fallen silent, they could clearly hear the monsters around them laughing with contempt. Seeing that his friends had realized it, Yango calmly exposed the truth before them. They're laughing at us. They're having fun because we're trembling like rats. Every word stabbed directly into the pride of the other 4. Doesn't that make you angry? That we're being mocked by orcs? That we're being treated like monkeys in a zoo? Then Yango turned without fear to face them. Don't give up until the very end. Kill at least 1 orc. At the very least, we won't die in disgrace. Noah did not have much confidence in himself, but he still tightened his grip on his weapon and prepared to fight. All right. Though injured, Manji drew his sword. Roman shifted into a defensive stance and promised seriously, sorry for showing you such a shameful side of me. I'll fight with you until the end. When the orcs saw the humans draw their weapons again, they stopped laughing and began to grow serious. Yango observed the enemy as he instructed them. When I give the signal, we'll all attack one together. Understood? Noah, answer on behalf of everyone. Yes, Captain. Yango smiled in satisfaction. Then let's fight. But before they could do anything, a thunderous noise rang out from afar, shocking the orcs. The sound seemed to be some special signal to them, something they could not resist even if they wanted to. A second later, more than half of the monsters hurriedly turned and ran away. As if terrified of something, they scrambled over one another and rushed toward the other side of the village. Noah's group had no idea what was going on and could only stare after them in confusion. What's happening? Why did they suddenly leave? Suddenly, Yango's low, hoarse voice rang out, drawing their attention back. You guys! He pointed the tip of his sword straight at the remaining orcs. No one knew why the others had left, nor why several of them stubbornly stayed behind. But the current situation was extremely favorable for their group. Yango smiled and ordered, there are only 8 left now. Let's go. The other 4 immediately regained their spirits, gripped their weapons tightly, and rushed forward. Yes, Captain. After a long while, the massive monsters lay piled on top of one another. Noah panted as he exclaimed in disbelief, we defeated 8 orcs. Owen smiled and turned back. We did it. No, you did it, Captain. Noah joined in excitedly as well. That's right. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead. Yango modestly responded to the praise. Don't say that. It's because you all came together and decided to use everything you had. Without you, I would have died here too. Then he checked on his teammate. By the way, your wound. How is it, Manji? Manji trembled as he clung tightly to his sword to support himself, struggling to move his lips and answer. It hurts a lot, but I can endure it. I'm Fina. Yango noticed that Manji was not in good condition and quickly crouched down to instruct him. You need a rest. Don't move. You guys hide here too. I'll go find a way to escape. This plan made Noah somewhat worried. Isn't that too dangerous? But Yango only answered calmly, don't worry about me. Then he coldly turned and left, leaving behind his teammates' warning. Be careful, Captain. A while later, Yango reached the center of the village. The surrounding atmosphere made him suspicious. Strange. Why is it so quiet? I haven't seen a single orc this whole time. He could not keep hiding forever, so he carefully walked deeper inside step by step. Suddenly, a scene in the distance entered Yango's eyes. HM? What's that? When he looked more closely, he could not help widening his eyes. Countless orcs were lying scattered across the ground, their bodies covered in terrifying flickers of lightning. Yango approached in confusion to examine them more closely. What is this? This disastrous battle was beyond imagination. At that moment, only one question circled in his head. Who did this? Just then, Yango realized that he was not alone here. On the other side stood a figure deep in thought. Huh? You're Black Scythe. Hearing his name, Ryu Min turned his head in surprise. HM? Someone got here before me. Looking at the golden letters that appeared above the other person's head, he reflexively repeated, his name is Cho Yango. The image of Yango's 5 members appeared in his mind at the same time. Ryu Min could hardly believe this meeting. He's Cho Yango, the mercenary king. Knowledge gradually resurfaced in Ryu Min's mind. One of the professions that used close combat weapons was the mercenary. They used a wide variety of weapons like warriors and possessed a similar set of skills. But there was one key difference, which was also what made this profession especially unique. Only mercenaries could become stronger by forming contracts with others. Because of that, most mercenaries either formed parties with acquaintances or signed contracts with the mercenary king. Of course, every relationship came with restrictions. The mercenary king was the only profession that could command mercenaries through contracts, and those mercenaries would receive bonus effects when the king accepted a contract. Therefore, if one was a mercenary, forming a contract was a must. Ryu Min looked coldly at the person who had appeared. The person before me, Cho Yango, is that one-of-a-kind profession, the mercenary king. To have drifted all the way here and still meet him by fate truly surprised him. He had never expected to meet the mercenary king in a place like this. The king in his thoughts was awkwardly scratching his head. Hello there, Mr. Black Scythe. Those words surprised Ryu Min even more. You know who I am? By then, Yango had also regained his ability to speak. Of course, who wouldn't know Black Scythe, the #1 player? Then, like a bashful young girl, Yango thought shyly to himself, wow, I can't believe I happened to meet the top-ranked player here. Would he hate it if I suddenly reached out to shake his hand? But that friendliness was not enough to melt the block of ice in front of him. Ryu Min pressed his lips together and assessed him. He doesn't look like the type to stab someone in the back. That was not too different for what he had thought. Well, that's probably why he received the mercenary king profession. He has a kind heart and the mind of a leader. Yango had no idea he was being evaluated from head to toe and was still hesitating over how to approach his idol. So talking to him a little should be fine, right? Next, he cleared his throat and spoke. All the orcs here. Did you kill them, Mr. Black Scythe? Ryu Min had nothing to hide. That's right. Although he had already guessed as much, Yango was still very surprised to hear the other person confirm it with his own ears. Wow, that's amazing. As expected of the top player in your profession. Then he politely bowed deeply. Thank you. Because you distracted the orcs, I was able to survive. However, Ryu Min coldly brushed off any connection. I didn't even know where you were. Yango replied, as if it were only natural. I know, it was all coincidence. But help is still a help, isn't it? Ryu Min did not want to argue with him any further and sighed as he went along with it. Fine, if you're done here, hurry up and take your other teammates away. I've killed all the orcs inside, so don't worry. The more Yango listened, the more confused he felt. I see, but how did you know I had teammates? Suddenly, a noise rang out behind him, making him turn sharply. At some point, Noah's group had arrived. Yango spoke helplessly. "You guys, what are you doing out here? I told you to wait for me." Owen smiled and teased him. "We were worried you'd abandon us and leave, bro." But Yango apparently had no sense of humor, and he hurriedly defended himself in panic. "What? Do you think I'd go anywhere without you?" Ryu Min silently assessed the group that had just arrived. "It looks like those four are mercenaries, and they formed contracts with Cho Yango." Their situation made him somewhat envious. They must have followed Yango because they were worried about him. He already has loyal followers. He really is no different from a true mercenary king. At that moment, Noah and Owen finally noticed Ryu Min. "Huh? Is that Black Scythe? What brings you here, Mr. Black Scythe?" Ryu Min put a hand on his hip and answered casually. "What else? I came here to hunt, as usual." That extremely ordinary reason made the other two break out in nervous sweat. "Ha, right. Of course. You usually deal with all of them." "Huh. That must have been around 100, right?" That was enough conversation. Ryu Min ordered in a cold voice, "If you're done, then leave." Inwardly, however, he was warmly worried about them. Since all the orcs had died, the mid-boss would soon appear. If they got caught up in it, it would be very dangerous. Being advised by their idol like this was an honor for those two fanatics. "I understand. Then we'll see you later, Mr. Black Scythe. It was an honor to meet you." After bowing in farewell, they left one after another. Suddenly, Owen asked his friend, "Huh? Do you hear something?" Noah asked in confusion, "Hear what?" Owen emphasized it again. "Listen carefully." The sound grew louder and louder, and even Yango was shaken. "What is that sound?" Ryu Min's tone remained as even as ever, but his words carried an urging implication. "It's the mid-boss. Get out of here." Those three words made Yango repeat in surprise. "Huh? Did you say the mid-boss?" As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic monster appeared in the distance. Owen turned around sharply in shock. "What is that thing?" Noah could only make a wild guess as well. "An orc?" Just then, it seemed to discover the tiny humans below and immediately let out a tremendous roar. Then it gripped its weapon tightly and charged in their direction. Ignoring the fierce wind created by its footsteps, Ryu Min calmly glanced at his opponent. "There you are, the orc warrior." Even after he had killed all the orcs in the village at first, Ryu Min had not left because of this one. A brilliant treasure appeared in his mind, strengthening his determination to obtain the side quest item, the Balance Stone. "I need to kill him." Interest was clearly visible in Ryu Min's eyes. "Once I take him down and defeat the bosses of the other three villages, I'll be able to complete the side quest." By now, the orc had also advanced into the center of the village. Roman confirmed with his captain, unable to be certain. "Bro, that guy is furious, right?" Yango replied with a pale face. "Yeah, probably." The closer the giant monster came, the more he trembled. "We're running." For some reason, as if possessed, it seemed to sense something and turned its head in their direction. Then, without hesitation, it swung its arm, aiming straight at the tiny Yango below. The sudden attack left him able only to stare blankly and wait for the pain. The orc slammed down onto the stone floor, creating a massive crack, and the remaining teammates shouted in disbelief, "Bro!" Fortunately, Yango was still alive. He sat down speechlessly beside the gigantic blade. Looking more closely, one could clearly see panic spreading across his face. Just now, Ryu Min had swiftly rushed in and used his scythe to pull Yango away from the attack. Although being thrown backward hurt a little, Yango had managed to keep his small life. Returning to the present, Ryu Min scolded him in confusion. "Why were you standing there like an idiot?" Only then did Yango come back to his senses, and he replied gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Black Scythe." Ryu Min did not care much, and merely raised his head slightly before ordering, "Fall back if you don't want to die." Yango obediently ran away, avoiding the orc as it stomped step by step in their direction. The fact that its prey had escaped just now only increased its anger, and it gnashed its teeth, creating piercing screeches. To Ryu Min, that was nothing more than a provocation. He swung his scythe hard and charged straight in. "I'll tear you apart." Without the slightest mercy, he landed a direct blow on its right leg. The orc screamed again, but this time the sound was mixed with pain. It could not simply stand by and watch that tiny human run wild, so it immediately raised the huge blade in its hand. Then it slashed down hard. Unfortunately for it, Ryu Min quickly sprang backward. Ignoring the fact that one of its weapons was embedded deep in the ground, the monster continued to swing the other one at him. Once again, Ryu Min successfully avoided the attack. He felt no pity for the monster that had been spun around all this time. So what if it hits hard? I just have to dodge. The orc's rage had reached its peak, and it turned as fast as it could toward its target. However, it could not possibly match Ryu Min. The moment his foot had just touched the ground, Ryu Min used the rebound to spring back. It seemed he was quite tired of this game of tag, and this time he raised his scythe high, aiming at his opponent. Stop shrieking already. A thunderous blow swung down, landing a headshot on the orc warrior. Then Ryu Min landed in an incredibly cool pose, in stark contrast to the giant monster's agonized screams. But that alone was not enough to satisfy him. He quickly charged forward and followed up with another strike. The blazing red scythe formed an exceptionally beautiful arc. It successfully carved a sharp line right across its neck. The orc warrior had taken enough damage. It began to unleash the power hidden within itself. But Ryu Min was like a mosquito in the middle of the night. No matter how many times it swatted, it could not hit him. As he dodged, he calmly calculated. Its neck is too thick. 2 cuts aren't enough to slice through it. If so, then he only needed to give it 2 or 3 more slashes. Ryu Min used his strength to leap up to his opponent's height. But this time, he changed his move, shifting the scythe behind the orc warrior's neck, then pulled hard in the opposite direction. Along the way, he used its leg as a foothold and kicked off it to gain momentum. Next, he completed the final motions. The razor-sharp scythe made intimate contact with the flesh at the orc warrior's neck. This time, he successfully reaped the giant monster's head. Its enormous body then crashed down to the ground. Ryu Min landed arrogantly on its corpse. At the same time, the system promptly displayed a notice. You have defeated the orc warrior. Experience plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. Bonus gold 2,000. The orc warrior's fall seemed to shake the surrounding world, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Roman stammered in disbelief. So did he take it down? Yango asked back, stupidly dazed. That giant monster. After receiving the rewards, Ryu Min calmly stepped down from his opponent's corpse. However, there was no obvious joy in his eyes, as if this had simply been a perfectly ordinary hunt. The system notification windows appeared once more. You have defeated the orc warrior. Experience plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. Bonus odua no. You have obtained Ice Sword, Orc Warrior's Heart, low-grade Indigo Mana Stone. Balance Stone. Subquest Progress. Balance Stones 1/4. This generous reward made the corners of Ryu Min's lips lift slightly. Just as I thought. Boss kill rewards are far better than monster kill rewards. On top of that, I got a pile of good items. He opened the detailed information for the Ice Sword, already calculating in his mind. In terms of plane attack damage, this sword is stronger than my scythe. I'll have to raise its selling price later. Ryu Min also carefully considered the second item. And then there's the Orc Warrior's Heart. Some people would think it looked disgusting and throw it away, but they would regret it if they did. It's an item used to create unique equipment. That's how I got today's Death Scythe. Before he could finish examining everything, Yango's group rushed over and interrupted him. Black Scythe, thank you for taking care of that monster. Thanks to you, my brothers are still alive. By the way, did you know that monster would appear beforehand? Ryu Min found it troublesome, so he decided it would be best to give a vague answer. Thus, he nodded as if it were nothing. In other villages, once all the orcs are killed, the mid-boss often appears. Those words made the eyes of the fans before him gradually sparkle. Ah, so that's why you told us to leave quickly, right? You really are a good person. This enthusiastic attitude was a bit too much for Ryu Min. What I mean is, well, I'm done here, so I'll be going. All 5 of them politely bowed to say goodbye to him. Yes, thank you again for saving us. Take care, Black Scythe. After that, Yango turned and gave an order. Let's go together. We should start hunting soon. Just then, Manji seemed unable to endure any longer and collapsed with a thud. The situation made the remaining members panic and shout. Manji, are you all right? He clutched his chest tightly and answered while gasping, "B brother, I can't do it. I can't endure anymore." Yango questioned him in fear. What are you talking about? You said you were fine just now. Manji forced out a smile, but it only made his pale face look even worse. I said that so you wouldn't worry, but I'm already at my limit. Yango did not know what to do except keep encouraging him. Just hold on. If you don't make it through, you'll die in the real world. But Manji had practically given up on everything. You know it too. If we don't kill 300 orcs, everything will be for nothing. Just leave me behind. I can't become a burden. Naturally, Yango did not agree with such an inhuman act. No way. There has to be another method. All right, we'll fight the orcs, and you can finish them off with the last hit. How about that? Manji bit his lip and lowered his head, his body gradually trembling violently. But then you and the others won't be able to hunt anything. Even if I kill 300 orcs, I won't be able to survive the remaining time. The pain struck again, making him groan. Yango cried out in anguish. Manji! Ryu Min coldly took an entire scene. I really didn't expect it. The future mercenary king, who will command hundreds of soldiers, is this weak in front of a single comrade. Then he found the answer himself. Well, if they're sworn brothers, then I suppose that makes sense. Just then, a sorrowful scene from the past suddenly surfaced, coincidentally overlapping with the appearance of the group over there. That similarity made Ryu Min freeze for a few seconds. Then he decided to turn back. I have a younger brother too. Maybe I should help them. Then, in a cold voice, he made an offer. Hey, it looks like you need help. Do you mind if I take a look at the wound? Yango hurriedly stood up and made way, the flame of hope lighting in his heart once again. Is there really a way to save him? A simple yes from Ryu Min made the atmosphere ease. He bent down and observed Manji for a while, then gave an assessment that was not very optimistic. The wound is quite serious. To him, however, it was only a minor matter, but it isn't incurable. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle blue energy suddenly appeared in Ryu Min's palm. It gave off a soft light, then wrapped around the wound like a quiet stream of water. And then, before everyone's eyes, the flesh there began to close, healing itself at an unbelievable speed, as if a miracle were reviving each cell one by one. Yango and the others could not believe their eyes. Oh, the wound disappeared. How did you do that, Black Scythe? Ryu Min stood up and explained to everyone. It's a skill called emergency treatment. Anyone can buy it in the shop. Only then did Noah remember. I think I saw that skill before. Roman also nodded in agreement. Yeah, I saw before too. It costs 20,000 gold, right? I didn't expect it to be that amazing. However, there were still a few things Ryu Min did not say. You're misunderstanding. Emergency treatment isn't that powerful. He stared at his hand and continued thinking. All it can actually do is stop bleeding and heal small cuts. It isn't strong enough to heal a broken shoulder. However, emergency treatment is a holy type skill, so the higher the user's intelligence, the stronger its recovery ability becomes. Thinking of this, Ryu Min briefly recalled the skill he possessed. My current intelligence stat is 123. Thanks to the enhancement effect of the ancient rune of glory, I was able to heal his broken shoulder. Then he regained his focus and suggested, try moving your shoulder. The wound will probably leave a scar, but you should be able to move your shoulder normally. Manji trusted him and did as he was told, then cried out joyfully, I really can move it normally again. This result made Ryu Min quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Then he warned the other party, that doesn't mean you're fully recovered. In the end, it's only emergency treatment. If you overdo it, the wound could tear open again. However, hunting should probably be fine. Manji blankly let out an ah. Then he quickly stood up and bowed repeatedly. Thank you so much, Black Scythe. You saved my life. Thank you. Yango led the remaining members in bowing deeply. Black Scythe, thank you for healing Manji. Roman and Noah also expressed their feelings one after another. Thank you for saving our comrade. Thank you, Black Scythe. And it did not stop at words. Yango sincerely held both hands out in front of him. I don't know if this will be useful, but please accept it. This is our sincerity. The moment the red stone appeared, it successfully awakened a thought in Manji and Owen. They hurriedly took out countless items to give Ryu Min Black Scythe. Please accept mine too. Black Scythe, please take this. This too, Black Scythe. You can sell this at the shop for a little gold. Still, Ryu Min knew moderation. I should probably refuse politely. Then he coldly declined. There's no need to go this far. However, this weak resistance was not enough for Noah's group to take seriously. Not at all. Please accept them. This is our gratitude. Please accept them. And so, all the treasures were pushed into Ryu Min's hands. With a blank face, he inwardly commented, "They're all junk items, but when I'm receiving them from 5 people combined, it's still pretty good." Suddenly, he frowned and thought, but the real profit is over there. Just as expected, Yongo smiled and offered another benefit. "Thanks to you, Black Scythe, this friend now has hope to keep living. Aside from the items I just gave you, someday I will definitely repay this favor." The close bond between the two made Ryu Min feel secretly pleased as well. The mercenary king owes me a debt and favors me too. All because I learned a skill I would have learned anyway. A profit like this isn't bad. After everything had been handled, he used magic to put all the items away and said, "Then, see you next time." After that, he left in the coolest manner possible amid the mercenary group's farewells. "Take care." At the same time, deep in the forest, Yuri sat on a rock with her head lowered, sighing. She was so worried that she bit her lip hard. Is this really okay? An hour has already passed. The system window in her hand quietly counted down. Time remaining: 8 hours, 55 minutes, 15 seconds. Main quest progress: Orcs 0 of 300. Yuri screamed in fear inside her heart. Am I going to be erased without killing all 300 orcs? Now that the situation had reached this point, all she could do was cover her face and blame herself. This is all my fault, because I was afraid I missed the chance to go with Black Scythe. Then she briefly recalled an earlier time. After round 5 began, it had not been difficult to spot Black Scythe. He had been one of the 10 regional representatives gathered for the bonus game. But after that, Yuri ground her teeth in regret. Why? Why did I end up like this? The image of that bloody battle that day returned to her mind. The death scythe in Ryu Min's hand swept across again and again, taking his opponent's heads. No matter how numerous the enemies were, as long as he lightly swung his hand, their lives would end. In the middle of the chaotic battle, Ryu Min's crimson eyes suddenly glanced over. The moment she met that gaze, Yuri unconsciously froze. The quiet coldness in those eyes made her heart tighten. At that time, she had made her own plan. The bonus game is over. Now I should talk to him. But her legs could not take even a single step. Yuri could only squeeze her eyes shut and quietly mutter to reassure herself. "Don't be afraid. He won't hurt me. He isn't some lunatic who draws his sword and cuts people down for no reason the first time he meets them." Only after she calmed down did she open her eyes slightly. Unfortunately, the opportunity had already slipped from her grasp. She looked around in panic. Where did he go? Yuri knew she had made a serious mistake. In the end, I missed him. What am I supposed to do now? She briefly remembered Ryu Min's warning. The quest to kill 300 orcs is no joke. Orcs are extremely tough and usually move in large groups. He took a sip of tea and offered the appropriate plan. No matter how hard you try, you definitely won't be able to hunt them alone. Once the representatives of each region gather, look for Black Scythe first. No matter what, don't even think about fighting the orcs. Even if you can't meet him, wait at least an hour before moving. But now, Yuri began to doubt those words. Min told me again and again to stay in one place. So I waited. She worriedly touched her chin. But there's no guarantee he'll return to the starting point, right? I might not meet him before this round ends. In any case, staying in one place would not help. Yuri stood up and decided, I have to go look for him. Yuri was still feeling her way along a small path, following Ryu Min's traces. At a glance, it seemed he went this way. When she reached an open area, something suddenly entered her field of vision. Over there. It turned out that below this forest, there were many houses built close together. She was somewhat uncertain. A village? Looking at the wooden stakes driven upright to form a fence, Yuri came up with a guess. Could that be where the orcs live? If so, maybe Black Scythe is inside too. But then she immediately shook her head rapidly, rejecting that thought. No, it's better to stay away for now. It could be very dangerous. Speak of the devil, and he appears. It was almost impressive how unlucky she was. A tall, hulking, dark, foul-smelling orc had been waiting behind her for who knew how long. She felt something was wrong, and as soon as she turned her head, she was scared out of her wits. That startled cry was nothing. It would show her what a scream that echoed through the mountains and forest truly was. It roared. As expected, Yuri was a little intimidated. Damn it, I really don't want to fight an orc. She quickly used magic on her sword. Blessing. Immediately afterward, a notification window sounded. Blessing skill reduces all initial stats by 50%. While the orc raised its axe and revealed a savage smile, she was busy analyzing. However, there's still two things in my favor. First, there's only one enemy. Then it swung down fiercely, the wind seeming to whistle past her ears. Even so, she remained calm because she already had a plan in mind. Second, I know that orc's weakness. Another blow came down, but Yuri nimbly dodged it, her brain constantly calculating a plan. Everywhere else is hard muscle. I have to aim for the neck. The problem is how to hit it. Her delicate brows knitted tightly because there was a difficult problem that had to be solved. If I miss and hit it somewhere else, it will counterattack. But she still gripped her sword tightly and thrust straight forward, even though she knew there were other dangers and that people said it was very hard to pull the sword back out because the muscle density was too high. Yuri drove the sword tip right toward the orc's neck, keeping one thing in mind: swift and decisive. Though it had a large build, its agility could not be underestimated. Just as the sword tip was only a hair's breadth from its neck, the orc twisted aside and avoided its vital point. In that urgent situation, it chose to use its sturdy upper arm to block this sharp thrust. Seeing that the enemy had only bled a little, she bit her lower lip hard to suppress the fear in her heart. Damn it, it dodged. With that thought, she decisively yanked the sword out of its body, sending green blood splattering everywhere. After that, Yuri resolutely ran in the opposite direction to keep her distance, secretly relieved. Thank goodness. Since my stab missed, the blade didn't get stuck in that layer of muscle. But this officially enraged the orc. It roared and raised the axe in its hand again. What followed was a relentless series of attacks aimed at her. This seemed like a completely one-sided battle. Suddenly, Yuri leaned to one side and stopped retreating, her hand gripping the sword tightly. Immediately, she stabbed toward the vital spot at the orc's neck without the slightest hesitation, her eyes filled with determination. There's the opening. Her waiting had not been in vain. A fairly deep line was cut across its neck, and its pained scream rang out so sharply it hurt the ears. Thanks to that, she gained a little time to steady her pace, and hope grew stronger and stronger. Good. My technique worked. With her resolve and courage, Yuri had turned the game around. Now, the prey had become the hunter, striking with skillful and dangerous sword attacks. Just a little more. Heaven rewards hard work. The orc's neck was riddled with holes, and no matter how sturdy it was, it could not withstand the slow wearing down of water against stone. Its huge body crashed to the ground, the sound echoing through the entire area. A few seconds later, Yuri finally snapped back to her senses, her eyes blank with disbelief. I did it, but that was quickly replaced by joy and excitement on her face. I took down an orc all by myself. Just then, the sound of someone stepping on the grass drew her attention. The person walking toward her was none other than the handsome Ryu Min. Yuri thought her eyes were blurry because she had not wiped them, so she hurriedly rubbed them to get a clearer look. What is this? Am I seeing things? Only after rubbing her eyes until they nearly hurt did she stare dazedly at him walking toward her and marvel. He's right in front of me. Is that really Black Scythe? The person I've been exhausting myself trying to chase all this time came here on his own? But in the very next second, she jolted awake and snapped herself out of the illusion. Then she realized in shock, no, he's only passing by. Fortunately, Yuri came to her senses in time. Damn it, this isn't the time to hesitate. She quickly turned back and called after him. Excuse me. Ryu Min immediately looked back and replied, what is it? Though she was still a little afraid, she mustered all her courage and hesitantly invited him. Well, Mr. Black Scythe, please team up with me. Hearing that, he looked slightly surprised and blurted out, what? Thinking he had not understood what she meant, she shyly explained more clearly. Form a party. A party? He sighed and asked a devastating question in return. Why should I form a party with you? Yuri did not know how to win Ryu Min over and was flustered for a long while. Well, in the end, she decided to act as persuasive proof. I'll show you. Then, a magic circle formed from her hand, carrying a faint blue hue. It gradually became dazzling and enveloped him, making his eyes widen in surprise. This is... Yuri withdrew her hand in satisfaction, smiling proudly as she explained, my enhancement skill, Blessing, lasts for a full 3 hours. It should have increased all your attributes by 50%. Still somewhat doubtful, he opened his information window to check. His suspicion quickly vanished, and Ryu Min nodded in confirmation. I checked. It's exactly as you said. She was already eager to recruit him. Then does that answer your question? My enhancement skill will really help you hunt. Thinking it was not bad, he slowly sounded her out. So, if I want that enhancement skill, I have to form a party with you? Yuri had no intention of hiding it and frankly stated her wish. Yes, to be more precise, I want you to help me hunt. Ryu Min put on an indifferent expression, his emotions unreadable, and replied, I'm not sure. Then he made a blunt statement. I have command authority. Right now, I could simply use you as support. As if struck by lightning, she froze stiff and could only utter a startled sound. Before she could even process it, he continued testing the candidate's sincerity. Can you promise not to betray me? Yuri reacted with a start. Of course. Having received that assurance, Ryu Min extended his hand in goodwill. All right, I'll trust you. Then he formally introduced himself. Black Scythe, level 32. I'm a melee type. She smiled and replied, Oh, I understand. I'm level 13, and my class is support. Now that they were in a party, his way of speaking also became more relaxed. You said you needed help, but you handled that orc pretty well just now. Hearing that, Yuri could only give an awkward laugh. Actually, that was the first one I ever killed. Ryu Min broke into a cold sweat as he looked at his new teammate. That was the first monster you killed in the past 90 minutes? In awkward moments like this, all one needed was a confident smile. Yes, that's right. Although she was somewhat troublesome, he not only did not criticize her, but even thought of a way to help. Then you don't have much time left. I'll help you take them down as quickly as possible. Yuri looked at the person before her in confusion. How? Without saying a word, he simply turned and walked ahead. After they had gone a short distance, although Ryu Min appeared indifferent on the outside, he was still very concerned about his companion. Stay close to me and follow behind. If you're not within my sight, I won't be able to protect you. She nodded and obeyed. All right. As she hurried her steps to keep up with him, she secretly assessed him. He isn't as cold as he looks. I'm glad you listened to me. Suddenly, something extremely bad entered those blue-green eyes. Before them now were familiar towering figures that made both of them stop in their tracks. Yuri frowned in fear, her hands already in a stance ready to fight at any moment. Orcs, and 3 of them. But unlike earlier, she now had someone protecting her. Ryu Min stepped forward and kindly instructed her, wait here for a moment. Then he stomped hard against the ground, gripped his scythe tightly with both hands, and used the momentum to leap toward the orcs just as they had only begun to notice the enemy in surprise. He raised his weapon high, his gaze fixed on the target. In the blink of an eye, the scythe slashed across their legs. The 3 orcs stared down in shock at their bodies, suddenly becoming a whole measure shorter, and roared madly. One of them had keenly noticed the danger. Ryu Min jumped right in front of it. Even if the orc wanted to counterattack, it was currently difficult for it even to stand, let alone resist. Just like that, the first arm was severed from its body. The other orcs suffered the same fate. Of their 4 limbs, only one remained. Their pained, grating screams, like pigs being slaughtered, were enough to terrify anyone. Yuri was no exception. The scene before her made her face turn pale, her eyes clearly filled with horror. As for him, he stood proudly among the orcs that still had a little life left, seemingly with no intention of finishing them off. He gently wiped the blood from his face, his tone calm, yet filled with murderous intent. Now you kill them. Seeing Yuri not move, Ryu Min urged her once more. Why are you still standing there? Only then did she jolt awake from her shock. Saw thee. As she slowly approached one of the orcs, she told herself, I'm just being a little careful, in case something unexpected happens. Then she thrust her sword straight into the target's neck, causing it to immediately spurt out a mouthful of blood and die. Notifications rang out one after another. You have defeated an orc. Experience increased by approximately 2.4%. Gold increased by 40. The series of events struck Yuri's fragile mind one after another. She could not help being surprised, repeatedly marveling inwardly. This is way too easy. I thought I'd at least have to take some risks, but I never expected killing orcs to be this simple. Then she looked at the powerful benefactor she had just latched onto and admired him. Black Scythe really is strong. Seeing that she was no longer attacking, Ryu Min turned and urged her, if you're done, let's keep going. She panicked and hurriedly explained, I still have 2 more to deal with. He simply walked ahead, and after Yuri finished her work, she quickly chased after him. Let's go together. At the same time, she silently thanked her ancestors for blessing her. Seriously, I'm so lucky to be in the same party as Black Scythe. A while later, the two of them were still diligently farming monsters, and the orcs all had their lives ended with a single sword strike. After finishing off another one, her mood was not bad, so she joked around and teased her teammate. Having an expert carry me really is amazing. I never thought hunting monsters could be this easy. Ryu Min did not pay much attention and did not react much, only asking in return, "How many have you taken down?" Yuri happily gave a number, her voice carrying a hint of pride. "I killed 52 in just 30 minutes. Pretty fast, right?" He walked silently among the dying orcs. Feeling not quite satisfied with this result, he thought, compared to other players, it's fast, but for me, it still isn't enough. Wandering around a hunt still wastes too much time. His mind began to turn and calculate. But if I raid a village, Min Yuri might get hurt. Even I can't perfectly protect someone else when surrounded by 50 enemies at once. If this plan would not work, he would come up with another. Ryu Min still had a better option anyway. Looks like finding the orc shaman is the best strategy. She smiled and reported her progress to him. At this rate, I can reach 300 kills in 3 hours. Before Yuri could finish speaking, he cut her off. 3 hours is too long. I'll end it in 1 hour. Hearing that unimaginable number, she started in shock. Huh, 1 hour? Really? How? The answer came immediately. We'll use the orc shaman. That name was far too unfamiliar to her. What is an orc shaman? Since they were teammates, he did not hide anything. An orc shaman is a monster that summons other orcs. Then he briefly stated the key point of his method. If it keeps summoning orcs, we can shorten the time spent searching for orcs. She understood the plan, but still asked again to make sure. So you mean we won't kill the shaman and we'll just let it keep summoning? Ryu Min nodded firmly, his voice calm as though it were an everyday matter. Yes, I'll leave it alive until you reach 300 kills. By now, Yuri had become more familiar with this teammate who looked cold on the surface, so she comfortably asked, "But how do you know about the orc shaman, Mr. Black Scythe? Isn't this your first time facing it?" He frankly explained a reason. "I fought one before meeting you. That's why I know where it is." Hearing that, she only gave a forced laugh. "Ah, I see." But as if he had read her hidden thoughts, he suddenly said, "Don't worry." What followed was a sentence full of consideration. "I'll handle all the risks." It made her widen her eyes, as though she could not believe what she had heard. Looking at the strong, elegant back walking ahead of her, Yuri's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Her eyes also carried a hint of thought, and inwardly, she could not help marveling. He's unexpectedly considerate. It's true that you only really understand a person after meeting them yourself. The scenery here was strange. The leaves were an unnatural shade of red, as though they could only have been dyed that color after being soaked in a pool of blood. Not long after, the two of them finally arrived at their destination. "This is the place." With some doubt, she asked Ryu Min, "There's a boss in such a small village?" She immediately received a confirming nod. "Yes, if you just go in thinking everything is easy, you'll run into a swarm of orcs summoned by the orc shaman." His gaze hardened as memories of hardship flowed back through his mind. It's a trap set to lure in players. It was exactly the same in the previous round. He had long since known the terrifying truth hidden beneath this peaceful appearance. Circle around to the back, and you'll see a mountain of player corpses hidden by the orc shaman. That is the intelligence and cunning of the orc shaman. But from those actions, one thing could be inferred. In other words, it was cowardly. It did not have the guts to face anyone head-on. Ryu Min coldly called to the person behind him. "This way." As soon as Yuri stepped inside, she looked around. "But I don't see any orcs." He was like a walking dictionary, always having the answer to 100,000 whys. These houses are just camouflage to lure players closer. In reality, only the orc shaman lives here. As he spoke, he pointed his scythe forward. Looking at the seemingly harmless house, he said in a low voice, "The orc shaman is inside. It dug a trap pit and is waiting for us to step in." She suddenly felt puzzled. "A trap?" Ryu Min lowered his weapon and put aside a bit of his indifference to explain to her. "The trap is very simple. The moment a player lets down their guard and steps onto the trap point, the orc shaman will summon orcs to surround them." He continued telling her what he knew. "It summons about 10 to 20 at a time. That's too many to survive if you're surrounded." Hearing that, Yuri became flustered. "What do we do? If it summons them all at once, it'll be very hard for it to survive." Perhaps she had forgotten that beside her was an important figure with boundless strength. He had already come up with a plan. That's right, but there's still a way to turn it around. Suddenly, he leaned close and whispered right beside her ear, making her blush shyly without realizing it. After learning the entire plan, she unconsciously doubted how reliable it was. Really? Will it fall for the trap? Will the orc shaman really be fooled? He affirmed it once again. Don't worry, this has already been verified. Yuri immediately patted her chest and confidently took responsibility. Then please leave that plan to me. Ryu Min did not trust this novice before him very much. You intend to handle it yourself? However, she still firmly held to her intention. That's right. There's no need for both of us to go in, is there? It doesn't feel right to keep clinging to you like a baby bird. At the very least, I can do this. Now he saw her in a slightly different light. Since Yuri had said that, he had no reason to refuse. All right, then I'll wait out here. After that, she walked up the steps alone and approached the large door. Then, filled with anxiety, she quietly pushed the door open and went inside. There was not a single person within, only a straight path extending deep into the darkness, waiting for her. She gripped the sword in her hand tightly to give herself a little confidence and carefully walked in step by step. Suddenly, Yuri saw something below. It turned out that at the end of the path was a large room, and the object below was easy to identify, a red carpet. She frowned and recalled the whispers from earlier. This is the trap point Black Scythe mentioned. This spot is what matters. Ryu Min's plan was like this. Inside, an orc shaman is hiding. When you reach the end of the corridor, you'll see an area covered with a red carpet. If you step onto it, it's designed to summon orcs and block your escape route. Using that, he had laid another trap of his own. We'll approach the carpet and then turn back. Then the orc shaman will think its prey got away and send out a few more scouts. We just need to eliminate those scouts. Feeling afraid, she comforted herself. Yeah, it's that simple. Then she slowly walked closer to the carpet as instructed. As long as I make some noise and then run away. Immediately, a beam of light swept out from a chair against the wall and spread throughout the room. The shaman had opened his eyes, and the light was radiating from an object on his body. Yuri said nothing and instantly turned around. She tried to run as fast as she could toward the door that was gradually closing. With a bang, in the next second, the door shut completely. After that thrilling scene, she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, nothing happened, but my heart keeps pounding. Ryu Min quickly asked after her, "Are you all right?" She laughed and reported the situation. Haha, of course. I went straight to the carpet and came back just like you said. Then she received rare praise. Good work. Even so, Yuri still doubted whether this method would work. Will it really send scouts out? He was too lazy to explain again and only answered perfunctorily, "We'll know soon." A few seconds later, that door suddenly opened a crack, revealing the gloomy darkness behind it. Just as Ryu Min had predicted, the orcs really did step out. As soon as they came outside, they kept looking around. Suddenly, Ryu Min's voice sounded from behind, making the orcs look back. "What are you looking for?" The moment one of them raised its head, it saw him carrying a deathly scythe as he jumped down from above. "I'm right here." And with a spin, he drew a beautiful arc through the air, successfully cutting off the limbs of 7 orcs. Only after they were writhing on the ground did he call her. "Come out." Yuri quickly poked her head out from a nearby hiding place. Okay, time slowly passed again, and the flames on the tall torches still burned brightly. She finally finished killing those orcs and let out a tired sigh of relief. Phew, done. But before she could rest, Ryu Min suggested, then lure them out again. Although she knew his words were always right, this time she could not help feeling doubtful. Will it really fall for this trick again? He explained simply and clearly. It is smart, but its memory is no better than a goldfish's. He suddenly smiled to reassure his teammate. So don't worry. With that assurance, she gave a bright smile and nodded in trust. Okay, in no time at all, orc corpses were scattered all over the yard, limbs strewn everywhere, and their bodies gradually began to disappear. Yuri happily turned to tell Ryu Min the news. "Mr. Black Scythe, I've killed all 300 of them." He nodded in satisfaction. Exactly 1 hour had passed. She tilted her head and smiled brightly, her voice full of sincerity. Thanks to you, the hunt went quickly and easily. I'm truly grateful to you. He suddenly asked her, how many levels did you gain? She excitedly gave him a number. I've reached level 19. He immediately encouraged his teammate. Just one more level and your class rank will increase. Ryu Min continued looking at her, thinking of her immense future potential. Once her rank increased, she would learn new skills, and her current skills would grow stronger. He would benefit from that too. He kept calculating inwardly. If I want to set a record against the final boss, I'll need her stronger buff effect. Yet outwardly, he kindly suggested, I'll help you until you reach level 20. Once you're at that level, dealing with the orcs will be much easier. Hearing him say that made her blush without realizing it, and she began imagining things on her own. Is he doing all of this for me? She bashfully stammered for a long while before finally forming a sentence. Then, if it isn't too much trouble, please help me. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out from behind them, making both of them turn their heads. Look over there. A group of 5 men slowly approached. They kept asking questions. Wait, isn't that Black Scythe? Who's the person standing next to him? What's with all these orc corpses? Setting those matters aside for the moment, Nova approached Ryu Min and awkwardly spoke. Hello. Ryu Min looked at him coldly. What is it? Glancing around, he stammered as he explained. We only came here to hunt orcs. We didn't expect someone to arrive first. He could not help being shocked. No way. The orc bodies scattered everywhere made the whole group break out in goosebumps. Just 2 people wiped all of these out. Ray keenly noticed something strange. A small village like this has this many orcs? That's odd. Meanwhile, Stella noticed something else. Who's the girl standing beside him? A teammate. Victor frowned, unable to understand. Black Scythe is working with a teammate? That makes no sense. As for Celadon, he used his vulgar eyes to look Yuri up and down. Maybe she's his type or something. Haha, now that I look closely, she's pretty cute. Suddenly, the shaft of the scythe slammed hard into the ground, producing a resounding crash. Ryu Min was angered by the attitude of these strangers. He growled an order. Don't bother us. Get lost. They shuddered before even fighting, flinching in alarm. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes, and murderous intent surged out for a moment. Think whatever you want, but right now you've crossed the line. He patiently repeated himself once more. If you have no business here, get lost. As if their pride had been wounded, the group immediately bristled and barked back. Hey, who do you think you are, speaking so rudely to us? That's right, we only just met, and you're already talking down to us. Don't you think that's disrespectful? Yuri gaped in panic. Are they insane? They dare talk back to Mr. Black Scythe? Celadon boldly stepped forward to question him, though his tone could not hide his fear. I don't care if you're ranked first. While he was still criticizing Ryu Min, a cut instantly appeared on his forehead. You have no right to look down on us. Seeing a streak of blood flowed down from the wound, he suddenly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Ryu Min warned them again. If you still want to keep your lives, scram. You people only learn after getting hit. They hurriedly ran for their lives. Everyone, let's go. Sorry for bothering you. Sorry for interrupting. Even so, the group still could not swallow their resentment and secretly made plans. Damn it, does he think we'll just leave like this? Even if we have to follow him, we need to see what the hell he's doing. As if he knew their intentions, Ryu Min felt somewhat annoyed. Those bastards planned to secretly follow me. A few flies buzzing around won't stop me from hunting, but some idiot might steal the boss achievement, so I should deal with it and claim the reward. Having made a clear plan, Ryu Min returned to the main issue. But first, I'll get Min Yuri to level 20. Then he calmly suggested to Yuri, now that the insects are gone, let's continue hunting. She obediently followed him. Yes, after running quite a distance away, Celadon suddenly stopped and looked back. We should be out of sight by now, right? Seeing this, the others stopped as well. Gray was somewhat dissatisfied with this pig of a teammate. What are you planning to do? Celadon frowned and offered tempting bait. Aren't you curious how that Black Scythe guy hunts? Stella agreed and continued. Yeah, me too. Where did he find that many orcs? Just like that, the group began discussing enthusiastically. So what now? We spy on them from the shadows. We won't be spotted from far away. Don't worry. If you're scared, go die. Scared? Nonsense. Let's go. With that, They returned to the earlier spot. The group hid behind the bushes and watched the actions of the two people inside the gate. There they are. Just then, several more orcs emerged from inside the house. They saw Ryu Min standing there alone, as if provoking them, then immediately swarmed toward him like a storm. He stood still, but that did not mean he was allowing himself to be attacked. His hands suddenly clenched tight, and his eyes burned red like fire. The lead orc was instantly punched in the stomach, the pain making it spit blood from its mouth. The force was so powerful that it sent the orc flying backward. Its massive body crashed right into the unlucky orc nearby. Before the shock from that impact could even pass, another storm arrived and startled it in astonishment. Ryu Min continued pressing them with sharp arcs. In the blink of an eye, both of their limbs had to bid farewell to their bodies. Only when the orcs saw their companions' arms and legs flying before them did they snap out of their shock. Watching him utterly thrash the orcs, Victor could not help praising him in admiration. As expected of rank 1, Stella was also sweating heavily. We struggled so much just to kill one. But Gray suddenly saw something surprising. Huh, what's this? A question arose when Ryu Min simply stood there instead of continuing to attack. Why isn't he finishing it off? Someone else immediately reported. The girl from earlier is approaching it. The restrained orcs immediately met their end by Yuri's blade. Seeing this, Nova seemed to understand something. No way. Could she be? Celadon bluntly said it aloud. He's letting her take the monster kills? The whole group erupted into commotion again. Why? What does Black Scythe lack that he has to do that? Who is that girl to deserve such favoritism? Damn it, look at how easily she's farming. I'm so jealous, damn it. Yuri was now gradually entering the house, completely unaware that a group of people had gathered behind her to gossip. We have to sweat blood and tears just to kill one orc. She had already gone inside by then, but they kept babbling. Meanwhile, someone else just sits there and enjoys the experience. Even after she came back out, the sharp tone of those skirt-wearing men still rang out. This is so irritating. Seriously. However, Nova, who had been watching closely the entire time, discovered something. One of them realized something. Something's off. Celadon asked back in confusion. What is it? He quickly voiced his suspicion. Every time that girl goes in and out of that house, orcs pour out behind her. They watched Ryu Min display his abilities while raising doubts. Isn't that strange, though? How can there be that many orcs inside such a tiny house? Wait, are you saying that hut is an orc respawn point? Looks like it. Otherwise, there's no other explanation. The group continued making assumptions based on their imagination. Damn it, so there was a respawn point right here. Wow, those bastards have been sitting there farming like crazy this whole time. Now I get it. They told us to leave so they could monopolize the respawn point. Someone suddenly made a suggestion. Why don't we just wait until they leave? Once they're gone, that place will be ours. Naturally, the others all agreed. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'd like to take it by force too, but we're not strong enough. A moment later, Yuri happily looked at the system window. She looked up at Ryu Min with eyes full of satisfaction and pride. Mr. Black Scythe, I reached level 20. He replied gently, congratulations. The joy did not stop there. I even learned a new skill. She was so delighted that she could not hold back from showing off. And my blessing buff increased from 50 to 60%. Wanting to see its effect, he suggested, can you use it right now? Yuri agreed immediately. Of course. With that, she raised her hand into the air. A mysterious green light immediately radiated outward, then quickly enveloped both of them. At the same time, the system notification rang out. The blessing skill increases all stats by 60%. The remaining duration of the blessing skill is approximately 3 hours. Her clear blue eyes shone with passion as she excitedly introduced the next performance. This is enhanced blessing. What comes next is the new buff I learned. As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of energy wrapped around the blade of the death scythe, then slowly spread down to Ryu Min's legs. Finally, it surrounded his entire body. The continuous circulation of energy created an utterly cinematic effect. The system notification appeared again. Attack speed and movement speed have increased by 60% due to the effect of the haste skill. The remaining duration of the haste skill is approximately 30 minutes. As he read the system window, he calmly commented, improved attack and movement speed. Huh? Not bad. Yuri nodded in agreement. Right? I can use it on you every half hour. He suddenly felt like teasing her and pretended to speak indifferently. I really appreciate it. She puffed out her cheeks in response. I mean it. Their brief, playful moment had to pause because there was still work to do. That's enough. Let's go catch the orc shaman. She hurriedly asked after him. Is there anything I can help with? Ryu Min turned and walked away, not forgetting to instruct her. Just stay far away. It seemed as if he was unaware, but when he glanced toward the thicket, it became clear that everything was within his control. From the corner of his eye, he indeed saw figures flickering in the distance. Those bastards are probably happily talking behind our backs. Yuri, however, remained innocent and oblivious as ever. All right, then I don't have to worry about that. Ryu Min had a plan of his own as well, and he was looking forward to seeing what they would do. He kept the method of luring the orcs outside, but instead of Yuri going in, he entered. Meanwhile, she hid to one side, frowning as she looked in that direction with worry. The other group was still watching them. Seeing that the situation had changed, Celadon became confused. What's this? This time Black Scythe is going into the house. A moment later, two horizontal cuts suddenly appeared across the door. With a bang, Ryu Min broke through the door from inside and rushed out. Behind him were ferocious orcs, weapons in hand, chasing him down. They charged like starving tigers, while he tried to run at full speed to escape the savages. Yuri, standing nearby, happened to notice him. Her heart filled with 1,000 questions. Why is Mr. Black Scythe running away? What? Celadon's hidden group was equally astonished. What is this? Black Scythe is being chased by orcs. No way. Black Scythe. Suddenly, the orc shaman tapped its staff on the ground a few times. Then it raised its staff high and began screeching in shrill cries. The entire space was abruptly drawn into a vortex of dark sorcery. After that, it launched a spell straight at him. A series of powerful spiritual beams shot up to block Ryu Min's path. The next second, another army of orcs was summoned. They perfectly formed a pincer formation to trap him tightly. After witnessing that grand scene, Victor could not help wondering, who's that masked one in the back? Gray looked in the direction his teammate pointed and confirmed, it looks much bigger than the other orcs. He observed it carefully and made a guess. If it's the only one that big, maybe it's the leader. Victor marveled after hearing that. A boss, then. Only now did Nova realize the difference. So they're not respawning orcs. They're being summoned. Elsewhere, Yuri was trembling in panic, completely at a loss. Mr. Black Scythe is surrounded by orcs. What should I do? Should I step in and help? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she looked toward him. As Yuri watched Ryu Min fight alone in the heart of the enemy, she could not stop marveling. Those eyes. He isn't panicking at all. Seeing that the situation seemed unfavorable, the enraged orc shaman summoned wave after wave of additional minions. Stella hurriedly counted in shock. 10 more orcs appeared again. But to Ryu Min, 10 was only a number. He calmly swept across the battlefield. The orcs attacked one after another, but he easily dodged them all. One of them exclaimed in admiration, "Damn it, he dodged everything? He really is a monster." Gray immediately cut in, rousing his dazed companions. Hey, this isn't the time to stand around. That guy over there, the big one that looks like a boss, no one seems to be guarding it, right? Celadon suddenly came back to his senses. You're right. He immediately smiled with delight, his face revealing his greed. Should we steal it? The two behind him still hesitated, not daring to act. I don't know. What if Black Scythe catches us? Gray waved his hand, dismissing the thought. He won't catch us. He's busy dealing with the orcs. Even if he's Black Scythe, being surrounded like that must be tough. Celadon joined in as well, even helping with the scheming. That's right. And if he asks, we could just say we thought he was in danger and rushed in to help. Nova was completely persuaded. That does make sense. Not wanting to waste any more time, Gray got straight to the point. So, do you want to join this little theft operation? The group confirmed one after another. I'm in. Me too. According to the plan they had discussed, they crept closer to the orc shaman while Ryu Min was exerting himself dealing with the minions. However, Yuri discovered what was happening. She silently observed them, unable to help wondering, what are those people doing? The next second, she suddenly jolted when she guessed their intention. Don't tell me that while Mr. Black Scythe is drawing all the attention, they're trying to kill the orc shaman and steal the credit? Suddenly, she remembered a moment in the forest. Hey, Mr. Black Scythe. Back then, Yuri had followed behind him and softly asked, I'm grateful for your help, but am I getting in the way of what you're trying to do, Mr. Black Scythe? Ryu Min calmly reassured her. Don't worry about that. I've already completed the main quest. His indifferent answer made her cry out without realizing it. What? He glanced back and coldly stated his objective. My target isn't the main quest, but the side quest. I've already obtained one balance stone. Yuri's eyes widened in admiration. Oh, you already got one? Ryu Min explained the origin of the stone further. I got it by killing a boss called the Orc Warrior. The others will probably drop from bosses too. Yuri listened closely to every word he said. All I need are the bosses, so there's no need to feel guilty. Only then did she reply with relief. All right. Returning to the present, after finally understanding everything, she was filled with determination to carry out justice. No, that shaman belongs to Mr. Black Scythe. If this continues, some stranger will steal the finishing blow on the orc shaman. That thought pushed her more and more strongly into action, and her hand unconsciously tightened around her weapon. I have to stop them. On the other side, those people were still smugly playing at ambush. Suddenly, Ryu Min's voice rang out. Dark night. The entire space was then swallowed by black flames, causing the whole group's eyes to widen in surprise. The rest could not suppress their curiosity and leisurely stepped out to observe. Nova was frightened by the scene before him. What is this? Celadon quickly covered his mouth. Hey. Before the two could say anything else, their faces turned deathly pale. It turned out that the orc shaman was about to send the two of them to the grave. It frantically screeched, its piercing cries seeming to echo from the depths of the underworld. The whole group was terrified and hurriedly turned tail to run. Damn it, we've been found out. Everyone run. Since they had met, it was hard to part. With so much unfinished business between them, the shaman naturally could not let such delicious prey slip away. It immediately swung its staff and summoned magic. A new pack of orcs was called forth and surrounded them. The orcs raised their weapons high, ready to slaughter their opponents. Celadon and Nova only had time to say a few last words. Damn it, we're done for. As soon as the words fell, a clean slash tore into his shoulder, and blood immediately sprayed out like a fountain. The others fared no better, and anguished screams rang throughout the area. The smell of fresh blood from the chaotic melee immediately rushed into his nose. The gravely wounded player Grace slowly crawled out and shouted, "Please help me, sir." But when he raised his head, there was no one there. There was only an orc waiting, lifting its foot to crush the person before it. In the blink of an eye, it coldly brought its foot down. Tears streamed down the man's face as he realized his fate was sealed. No, with a sickening crunch, blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the area red. On Ryu Min's side, he swung in a beautiful, powerful arc, cutting straight through an orc's head. Their corpses fell like straw. Taking advantage of the brief lull, he let out a sigh. But then his gaze suddenly sharpened. Ryu Min looked toward the vicious crowd, already calculating in his mind. I lured the orc shaman out. Let's see what they choose to do. Will they try to take it from me while I'm in danger? But when he saw the players' corpses strewn across the ground, he had his answer. So that's how it is. After that, he slowly approached the orc shaman, still lost in thought. In any case, they wasted time lying in wait for us. They must have failed the quest and been wiped out. The orc minions noticed him in time, then charged madly to stop him. But before they could even attack, their bodies were covered in blood-red slash marks. Ryu Min swung his scythe wildly around him, moving so fast and naked I could barely follow. He smiled in satisfaction. My attack speed has definitely increased. With the agility enchantment and the additional 50% nighttime attack speed, of course it has. The system immediately displayed its full information. Reaper Stigma doubles scythe damage. At night, attack speed increases by an additional 50%, while staying still at night greatly reduces the chance of being detected by enemies. He stamped the ground hard for momentum, then shot toward the orc shaman like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Ryu Min appeared behind it, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake. The shaman turned its head to look back at its opponent, unaware that the scythe was already right at its neck. His eyes met its at just the right moment. The next second, he coldly uttered 2 words. Goodbye. Then he pulled his hand back, sending his opponent to the afterlife. Ryu Min landed lightly, leaving the orc shaman's corpse to collapse behind him. The system immediately displayed a series of notifications. You have defeated the orc shaman. Experience increased by 37.8%. Gold increased by 4,000. Level up. You have obtained the Orb of Eternal Rest, the mysterious wooden spirit statue a low-grade blue mana crystal, and a balance stone. Balance stone side, quest progress, February 4th. He toyed with a necklace around his neck, feeling extremely pleased. I reached level 33, and I picked up an insanely powerful item. The system appeared again, displaying its full information. Orb of Eternal Rest. Epic Necklace. Each time you kill a monster, gain 1 stack and lose 1 durability. Exchange 100 stacks for 1 stat point. A necklace with a murky gray orb. It is said to seal the souls of the murdered. The Orb of Eternal Rest grants 1 stat point whenever 100 stacks are accumulated. It was similar to the Rune of Devouring that the Black Flame Dragon once used, but it had one drawback. The more stacks it accumulated, the more its durability wore down. It was a consumable piece of equipment. However, if used together with the Rune of Durability from round 8, and if he had a blacksmith's help, Ryu Min could restore its durability. That meant he could increase his stats without limit. While he was lost in thought, Yuri's voice rang out. "Black Side, where are you?" That made him suddenly pay attention. It seems the effect of Reaper's stigma is making me harder to detect. Ryu Min looked down at the battlefield littered with corpses and silently thought of a way to handle it. "Before I dispel Dark Night, I should." As he spoke, he cast a spell to clean up the scene and erase all traces. Only after finishing everything did he feel at ease. Dispel Dark Night. The entire sky suddenly returned to normal. The sudden rush of light left Yuri unable to adjust in time. How strange. Why does this place keep flickering between light and dark? All of a sudden, she noticed someone's footsteps. At last, Yuri met Ryu Min. She cried out joyfully, "There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you." He glanced at the orc shaman's corpse. "As you can see, I was busy." After that, she asked innocently, "So you finally got it? But did you see anyone else around here?" A few people tried to steal the orc shaman. He tilted his head and denied it flatly. "No, I didn't see anyone." Yuri still had it on her mind, as if she was not convinced. "That's strange. I thought I heard screams." She continued thinking for a long while. Ryu Min watched from beside her, suddenly feeling somewhat bored. In the end, leaving the bodies exposed wouldn't benefit me at all. After that, he turned to leave. "Hurry, we still have to take down the next boss." A while later, the village before them had turned into a graveyard. Orc corpses lay scattered everywhere, and the whole space reeked of resentment. Only one large boss remained, resisting fiercely against Ryu Min. However, it was no match for him at all. In the blink of an eye, its entire arm was severed. He swung his scythe again, dealing a fatal blow across its body. The orc was mercilessly cut into pieces, its blood gushing like a stream. It died without an intact corpse. The system immediately displayed a congratulatory message. "You have defeated the orc archer. You have received 37.8% experience for 1,000 gold, the agile archer's boots, a rusty arrow, a green mana stone, and a balance stone." Progress reached March 4th. Looking at the pile of rewards, he was very satisfied. Let's check the item. The information was fully displayed. Agile Archer's Boots. Epic Quality. Defense, 60. Effect, Agility increases by 10. Durability, 1000/1000. Requirement, Normal Quality or higher. A pair of boots belonging to an Agile Archer. Ryu Min looked at his old boots and calculated inwardly. They're much better than the boots I'm wearing now. There's no reason not to switch. He opened the item forging screen, his hands moving swiftly. If I combine them with the green mana stone I just obtained, the effect will be even better. After weighing his options for a while, he pressed the screen. Combine. The system immediately displayed a confirmation message. Combination successful. The option Agility Plus 4 has been added to the Agile Archer's Boots. Ryu Min felt extremely satisfied. Great, now I've dealt with all the sub-bosses. However, there was still one final challenge that made him wary. Only the final boss, the High Orc, remains. Unlike the others, the High Orc had an attack pattern based on time. I have to defeat it as quickly as possible. He suddenly thought of his previous record. The faster the clear, the greater the reward. The best record in the previous round was 43 seconds. When he saw Yuri, Ryu Min lowered his voice. "All right, let's go." "Yes." His heart was filled with confidence. "Min Yuri has buffed me. This time, I'll definitely break the record." The two of them set out for the next quest location, while his mind kept working. Still, if possible, I want to shorten the time even more. First, I need to reach the maximum level, then use the Orb of Eternal Rest to boost my stats. This time was no better for the orcs than before. They all yielded before his strength. The system displayed a notification. Time remaining until the first stage ends, approximately 30 minutes. After sweeping through an entire area, Ryu Min took the chance to catch his breath. He looked at the battlefield before him, feeling a little regretful. It's time to act. I'm only one level away from reaching 40, but I'm out of time. Even so, when he looked at the necklace, Ryu Min felt somewhat comforted. Still, I have no regrets. I achieved my goal. The system displayed its current condition. 9 stat points. Durability, 1/1000. Seeing him hurry off, Yuri called after him. Black Scythe, aren't you going to keep hunting? He turned back and replied calmly, I think this is enough. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked further, then are you going to defeat the final boss now? Ryu Min waved his hand in farewell. Yes, let's part ways here. Thank you for accompanying me. She tightly held his hand, her tone somewhat regretful. Is it really over? A sense of melancholy suddenly rose in her heart. Now that we're about to part, I feel a little sad. I was even going to ask if I could stay with him until he defeats the final boss. She hurriedly shook her head, brushing away that thought. No, if I stay, I'll only get in the way. It's better for us to part here. Ryu Min had already caught that reaction in his eyes. Though he knew she was reluctant, he had no other choice. It seems she's grown attached in this short time. But the High Orc is very dangerous. There's no need for you to come along, Min Yuri. After a moment of inner struggle, Yuri softly made a request. Black Scythe, let me buff you one last time. She held out her hand and began casting magic. Black Scythe, thank you again for helping me hunt monsters. If I'd been alone, it would have been very difficult. After saying that, she opened her own equipment window. It isn't much, but here, as she took out a beautiful turquoise quartz. I received this item while being guided by you. I don't know if you need it, but please accept it. Ryu Min was polite. You should keep it. Yuri immediately waved her hand and refused. No, just receiving the experience was more than enough for me. She thought inwardly that it was not a big deal. Actually, I have two, but I need to give one to Min, so... Ryu Min looked at her warmly. She's worried about me, without knowing that I'm that very person. And she thinks she owes Black Scythe a favor. He gave a faint smirk, then finally reached out and accepted the return gift. But I received help as well. So let's call it even. Yuri was unable to react for a moment, because his attitude had suddenly changed completely. Holding the stone, he quickly turned and walked away. Then I'll accept it. If fate allows, we'll meet again. She did not answer, only silently watching his back as he gradually disappeared into the distance. A while later, Ryu Min summoned a flying projectile. He stood on it and sped through the night. The system immediately displayed a notification. Location of the boss monster High Orc confirmed. Distance to target, 1,121 meters. He grew urgent when he realized he still had a chance. I can still track it, which means no one has defeated it yet. Ryu Min rushed forward, suddenly thinking to himself, not that anyone ever defeated the High Orc in previous rounds. Among the 4 bosses of round 5, the High Orc was so powerful that the other 3 were merely considered mid-bosses. Perhaps it would take 100 level, 20 players risking their lives together to defeat it. Ordinary players would never be able to bring it down. A while later, he came upon a gloomy forest. He could not help thinking back to the past. Even I had to lose 4 lives before I defeated it. That was how I set the current record of 43 seconds. Ryu Min suddenly accelerated. As the system announced that the distance was rapidly shrinking, distance to target, 321 meters, he resolved himself inwardly. This time, I'll break that record. He stamped hard against the ground for momentum, then launched himself into the air just in time to encounter the final boss. Distance to target, 160 meters. Suddenly, he cried out in surprise. He had witnessed another blonde player being strangled to death by it. The monster roared, then turned its lifeless, pale eyes toward Ryu Min. The enormous monster before him let out piercing roars that seemed to come from the depths of the underworld. Its eyes blazed, and its sharp teeth were bared as if it wanted to devour anyone who dared face it. Run Siok's face turned pale with fear. His whole body trembled as he collapsed to the ground. What the hell is happening? How things turn out like this? In his panic, he remembered the past. Not long ago, everything had still been fine. Run Siok's group had been discussing their battle plan in the forest. Orcs move in packs, so why can't we? Let's hunt them together. He quickly introduced himself first. Let me introduce myself. I'm Amrun Siak, warrior, level 12. Brady smiled and continued, same level as me. Nice to meet you. I'm Brady Bit. My class is Hunter. Ban scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and introduced his name to everyone. Martial artist, level 13. Bubba Yuk. Hard to pronounce, right? I panicked back then and just made it up on the spot. At first, it was only a mutually beneficial agreement, but even though it was an improvised party, their coordination and the atmosphere were extremely good. In the middle of an intense battle, Brady asked his teammate, Mr. Amrun Siak, draw the enemy's attention. He immediately agreed. Got it. Leave it to me. Then he ran over and body slammed the orc in front of him. Hey, you ugly damned orc. Look over here. With such smooth cooperation, kiting and cutting down the small orcs became too easy. We now happened to catch another one and called loudly to alert her teammates. Brady Bit now aimed for its throat. On the other side, she was also supporting Ban very well. Mr. Bubayuk, watch your back. After more than 6 hours of non-stop hunting, they happily reported their personal achievements. I've reached 300 kills. Me too. Congratulations. Everyone survived. The main quest had been completed, Amrun Siak enthusiastically suggested. But isn't it too early to split up now? How about we keep hunting? Brady agreed immediately without hesitation. Yeah, I was planning to reach level 22. They continued their hunt. At that time, the system continuously displayed notifications. Level up. You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from trainee to official. You can now use the combination function. In the end, the entire group reached level 20 and even learned new skills. And as a result, they gathered around an orc's corpse. Brady disparaged their opponent harshly. These damned orcs are nothing but trash now. Wuna gave a wry laugh. I can't believe there was a time when we struggled against these pigs. Standing beside them, Ban responded enthusiastically. Exactly. They had grown much stronger. Wanting to press their advantage, Ban eagerly suggested more farming. Then why don't we sweep through one more large camp? Suddenly, Amrun Siak pointed in one direction and spoke in a panicked tone. Wait, what is that? Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. Beneath the dense canopy, they could only make out an enormous orc. Brady suddenly froze, his tone somewhat hesitant. It looks like an orc, but he raised a hand to shield his eyes and tried to observe it carefully. I've never seen one like that before. Could it be the boss? The boss. Weena, not yet afraid because she had not seen the danger clearly, remained very confident. Want to try? With all 5 of us together, we might have a chance. She nodded, clearly unwilling to let the tempting prey before them go. Besides, bosses drop good items, right? She glanced at the companion beside her. We'll split the loot evenly, right? Understanding her meaning, Brady nodded and made up his mind. All right, deal. The orc that had been moving slowly suddenly stopped. Then it abruptly turned its head toward Amrun Siak's group. Its eyes burned in their dark sockets like hellfire. The monster let out a roar. Rua. They were quickly struck by a curse. The entire space seemed to suffocate under its powerful, killing intent. Amrun Siak had thought the group had become much stronger, but the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. The bloodthirsty monster charged wildly, wanting to devour the prey before it. It stamped the ground hard several times to build momentum, then made a spectacular leap through the air before the entire group's eyes. The next second, it pounced into the middle of the battlefield. They were fundamentally unable to resist and could only stand frozen as they were attacked. The hierarch swung its arm back, intent on crushing its unfortunate victim. The first to die was Weena. Her entire body was pierced through by its sharp claws, and blood gushed out like a stream. Still unsatisfied, it suddenly turned its head back to search for more prey. When it noticed Anton kneeling on the ground, the monster raised its hand forward. Then it used all its strength to crush her to death. The ground beneath shattered apart, and the girl died without an intact corpse. That was not prey. Before Brady could react, it grabbed him. The next second, he was strangled until he coughed up blood. We're going to die. Returning to the present, the orc had swept through the entire group alone, dyeing the whole area red with blood. That was the Grim Reaper. By the time Amrun Siak realized it, it was already too late. Without giving its opponent even a second to breathe, it swung its tail, searching for its next prey. Bubba Yuk was the unlucky victim caught by the monster. A moment later, his body was slammed hard into the ground. The force of the impact split the earth open, and blood splattered through the debris. Bubba Yuk only managed to let out one miserable scream before leaving this world. Help me. Once it was done, it immediately turned toward its final prey. The moment Run Siak met its eyes, he trembled like a leaf. "We're dead. We're dead. We're dead." The orc slowly approached, its mouth letting out piercing shrieks. "Queek! Queek!" The pressure from the creature made him panic and stumble backward. "No, don't come any closer." Sweat instantly poured down his forehead, his terrified eyes fixed on the monster before him. He raised his arm, begging in vain. "No, please." But it paid him no attention at all. Instead, it cruelly raised its arm high, ready to deliver the final blow. Just then, Ryu Min appeared in the nick of time. He quickly charged in with the Reaper's scythe in hand, his eyes locked on the target ahead. Before it could even notice him, a blazing red slash appeared across its neck. A moment later, its left head was severed. The remaining head shrieked madly, as if accusing him. However, its fate was the same as before. At some point, a slash as thin as a thread had already carved deep into its neck. In the blink of an eye, the entire orc collapsed to the ground before Run Siak's eyes. He stared wide-eyed at the person in front of him. That person is... Ryu Min calmly descended like a savior. Run Siak was utterly stunned. Black Scythe. Ryu Min glanced at the orc's corpse and quietly evaluated it. "I didn't expect it to die in a single strike." The system immediately displayed a notification. "You have defeated the High Orc. You have leveled up to level 40. You have advanced from apprentice to official. You may now use the trade function." Ryu Min stood there and carefully read each line of the notification. The damage increase of Reaper's Stigma has risen by an additional 20%. The range of the Dark Knight skill has increased by 500 meters. You have also learned the Reaper's exclusive skill, Moon Slash. The next skill will be unlocked at level 60. He smiled in satisfaction. "I finally learned it." The Reaper's only attack skill, Moon Slash. The system displayed the full information for the newly learned skill. Moon Slash charges for 1 second, deals 1,200% wide-range cone-shaped damage. Mixed damage, multiplied by 1.5 at night. Cooldown 10 minutes, can only be used with a scythe. Normally, having only one attack skill like this meant that missing carried a huge risk. But Moon Slash had a wide range, making it easy to land. It was extremely useful because it dealt mixed damage. Even if the enemy was immune to physical attacks, the magic portion of the damage would still hit. Ryu Min smirked when he realized he had hit the jackpot. Well, the monsters right now are still low level, but later on, some enemies will be terrifyingly powerful. This skill is essential. Now then, let's check the next rewards. The system chimed repeatedly with notifications. You have obtained High Orc Gloves, High Orc Fangs, a low-grade purple mana stone, and a balance stone. Subquest progress. Balance stones, 4/4. You have completed the subquest. You have obtained the Rune of Balance. Ryu Min reached out to receive it, delighted inwardly. This is exactly what I wanted most in this round. The rune he received was automatically engraved deep into the player's body. The system displayed the full information for the rune. Effect: all stats are doubled when the difference between the lowest and highest stat is under 10 points. This only applies to stats increased with points. After reading it, he already had a plan in mind. This rune will only take effect if I raise all 4 of my stats evenly. He looked over his own stat window. All his stats were perfectly even, and I intentionally kept my stats from differing too much because I knew for certain that I would obtain this rune. As soon as he decided, Ryu Min operated the screen, his heart filled with excitement. Now that it's engraved into my body, let's see how high my stats have become. Ryu Min stared at the screen, unable to stop marveling inwardly. All my stats are over 300. His eyes widened, and he pressed his lips together, trying to stay calm. I knew the strengthening effect of this round, and Min Yuri's blessing were helping, but this is far beyond my imagination. He stood there pondering for a long while. I suppose the Rune of Balance is best if I want to grow stronger quickly. And finally, the time attack reward. The system continuously exploded with notifications. You defeated the High Orc, the boss of round 5, in just 1 second. You qualify for the time attack rule. You have received the maximum reward of 100,000 gold. Congratulations. Looking at the benefit he received on the screen, He smiled in complete satisfaction. Last time, I only got 23,255 gold because it took me 43 seconds. This is unbelievable. I'll use this to learn all the common skills I haven't had the chance to learn yet. Before his joy had even faded, the system brought him more good news. You have set a world record. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic records. You will receive a reward. Choice of one unique item. Ryu Min froze at once. What? What is this? I get a reward for setting a record. In front of him now was a powerful card. Ryu Min still had not recovered from his shock, his mind filled with questions. It says I can choose one unique item. Does that mean I can choose any unique item? Without hesitating any longer, he swiped his hand and placed the card into the empty slot on the screen. The system immediately displayed every category of reward equipment. He rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. Can I really choose anything? In that case, I don't need a unique weapon, since I'll craft one when I return. Something else. As he said that, he reached out and tapped the helmet category. Oh, that one's good. Only now did Run Siok finally come back to his senses. He slowly walked closer. The moment his eyes landed on the orc boss's corpse, his hand hurriedly covered his mouth in shock. No way. That monster died in a single blow. Run Siok still could not accept the truth and kept denying it inwardly. Is this Blackside's power? The 5 of US couldn't defeat it, and we were level 20, yet he did it alone. Even so, he had to admit inwardly that the other man had just saved his life. No, I should be thanking him, not doubting him. Suddenly, Ryu Min turned around, and their eyes happened to meet. Run Siok flinched and unconsciously stepped back. Before he could even decide what to say, the other man had already turned and walked away. He stood there silently watching, filled with regret. I didn't even get to thank him. Elsewhere, Priscilla clasped her hands and asked casually, "So, has everyone completed the mission?" Seeing that the players did not answer, she quickly guessed, "It seems many people died during those 10 hours. Then she giggled, her tone full of mockery. "I doubt you died to those weak orcs. Were you having a civil war among yourselves?" As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. "Then let's see the results." The round 5 ranking board immediately appeared. On it, Blackside sat firmly in first place in the relevant area, C ESK 007, as well as in all areas. After reading it, the other players could not help but exclaim, "Damn, level 40. His record is insane too." A wave of noisy chatter immediately broke out. Ryu Min had now become the center of attention. 300 orcs in just 1 hour? Is that even possible? However, he paid no attention at all and merely sighed. "I just want to receive my reward." The system immediately displayed a series of notifications. Congratulations. You ranked first across all areas. You placed first in all 5 rounds. You have received a mid-grade epic necklace, a special reward box, and the title leader of all. It was an unbelievable achievement. Ryu Min smiled with satisfaction. Great, I got the title I wanted. The title window immediately appeared before his eyes. Leader of all. Condition, rank first across all areas throughout the first 5 rounds. Effect, all experience gained is increased by 1.5 times. He stood still and thought for a moment. This is why I wanted to rank first across all areas. I couldn't miss the chance to level up 1.5 times faster. After that, he opened the equipment box, his finger ready to move. I'll choose my reward now. The system then opened a selection window containing several types of epic necklaces, including the Bone Knight's necklace, the Java necklace, and the Necklace of Strength. After reading them, Ryu Min kept thinking to himself, an ordinary person would just choose one at random, but I've used all of them before. Then his finger decisively selected the second option. What I need is the Java necklace. The system displayed the full information for the equipment. The Java necklace was an epic necklace with the effects of increasing all stats by 3 and granting 35% status effect resistance. It had durability of 1000/1000, no class restriction, and was said to contain the magical power of the Java tribe. After finishing everything, he continued calculating inwardly. Why need to strengthen right now isn't power or stats. Because he understood better than anyone what trials he would face next, he needed proper preparation. What he needed was resistance to negative status effects. He looked at the necklace, sparkling brightly, feeling overjoyed. An item with resistant stats is extremely rare, so I can sell it for a high price later if I don't need it anymore. but he had no choice but to set it aside for the time being. Next is Ryu Min's eyes fixed on the reward screen, which included 3 options. Triple experience gain, only applied to round 6. 6,000 gold, and information about round 6. It did not take him long to reach his answer. Of course, experience gain. Suddenly, Priscilla's clapping rang out. All the players immediately looked up into the sky. She calmly asked, "Has everyone seen the rankings?" Then her eyes lit up and her tone became icy. A total of 1,585 people completed the main mission. Then she coldly announced the bad news. From rank 1,212 onward, all will be killed. The unlucky players kept kneeling and begging. "No, wait, Angel, please spare us." Miserable cries rang out everywhere. "Save us." They slowly dissolved into dust and flew off to the other world. Priscilla sneered several times, her words full of contempt. "Begging for your lives? How pitiful. You are worse than insects." Hearing that, Ryu Min could not help feeling disgusted. "Do you think you're any different?" As she spoke, she carefully read each line on the achievement board. "None of you completed the mission." Then she turned to look at him meaningfully. "Or so I thought." Seeing his confident expression, she questioned him. "You completed it?" Priscilla hurriedly cast magic, preparing to leave. Then, "Humans, we shall meet again in the next round." A moment later, a summary window appeared. Across all areas, 19,327,557 people survived, and in the relevant area, CESK007, 1,211 people survived. You will now be transferred back to reality. Round 6 will begin at midnight on June 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. A little while later, the sky had already grown dark, and the high-rise buildings in the city began lighting up. Ryu Min took a bit of time to stretch his muscles after a long sleep. He listlessly tilted his head back. "Now that I've eaten, I'll begin." Combination window. His finger quickly placed the weapon into the center slot. "I'll use the Reaper's Scythe as the main material." Then he began combining the other materials in the adjacent slots. The secondary materials will be the Orc Heart, the mysterious wooden spirit statue, the rusty arrowhead, and the High Orc's Fawn. Suddenly, he stopped his hand and thought for a moment. "If I combine them like this, my weapon will reach epic grade." Ryu Min suddenly remembered the gift from earlier. "However, I also have the black diamond from Huang Yongmin." He immediately changed his strategy. His finger did not hesitate as it pressed the combine button. "If I use it too, I'll get a unique item instead of an epic one." The system then displayed a notification. "Combination complete. You have created the Death Scythe. This is a unique weapon with 300 damage, the effects of increasing all stats by 10 and skill damage by 10%, durability of 3,000/3,000, and can only be used by specialists and above. It is said to carry the darkness of death even during the day." Ryu Min burst into delighted laughter, startling Ryu 1. "Finally, I upgraded my old Reaper's Scythe. Thanks to the enormous amount of money he gained from killing the boss, he could leisurely learn new skills. Now, I'll learn some common skills with all the money I have." As soon as he entered the shop, he immediately chose the first skill. "I'll start with Area Search, which lets me see the area around me like a mini-map." The second skill quickly caught his eye as well, and Dynamic Vision Enhancement to improve my sight. After that, a series of new knowledge was continuously absorbed by him. "I'll also learn Basic Resistance to increase my resistance to negative status effects by 15%. As well as hand-eye coordination to increase skill accuracy by 20%. That's it for the common skills. A while later, Ryu Min sighed in boredom because he had too much money and did not know what to do with it. "I still have 14,000 gold after all that. I don't really have anything to buy except the epic items that will appear in a few days." A moment later, he sat up straight. That's enough." He requested the status window to open, and a dense array of information appeared before him. It was all the achievements he had accumulated after 5 rounds. Ryu Min smiled, as everything had gone exactly as he wanted. It was thanks to the effect of the Rune of Balance. All of it would add a number of stats to his stat window. He looked satisfied and continued calculating. "Good, I'm as strong as I can be for now. I'll continue working with Ma Kyung-rak. After that, I'll also use Huang Yongmin for a few things." As soon as he mentioned the familiar name, he could not help wondering, wait, what happened to him? Is he still alive? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he immediately activated the skill he had just learned. Track Huang Yongmin. If he could track him, that meant he was still alive. Ryu Min rested his chin on his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Good, he's still useful to me. Because of that, the thought of using the other man arose in his mind. But this will be the last time. I'll use him one more time in reality, then throw him away. On a beautiful and peaceful morning in the real world, Yuri sat in a familiar cafe, gazing pensively out the window. Only she knew how nervous she was. Why did Min ask to meet again? Don't tell me. A romantic image filled with roses suddenly appeared in her mind. Ryu Min gently brushed Yuri's hair aside and whispered, "Yuri, I missed you so much." She hurriedly shook her head to make that embarrassing vision disappear. What a ridiculous thought. Calm down, calm down. I absolutely can't let it show. Just then, the cafe door opened. Ryu Min had arrived at the meeting place. He was surprised to see that Yuri was already waiting. "Oh, you're here. Have you been waiting long?" She sprang to her feet in surprise. "Oh no, I just got here too." After that, Yuri tried to change the subject to ease her awkwardness. "I'll go order drinks. What do you want? I'm treating today, so pick whatever you like." Ryu Min happily agreed. "Really? Then I'll have an iced Americano with one extra shot." She hurried off to place the order. "All right, wait just a moment." He sat down at the table and smiled. "Thanks for the drink, Yuri." She replied in confusion, "You're welcome." Then she blushed and took a sip of her drink, unable to stop her mind from wandering elsewhere. Why is the atmosphere so awkward? It must be because I had those strange thoughts earlier. The scene from before appeared in her mind once more, but before it could become clear, Ryu Min's question cut it off. "So how was round 5? Did you meet Black Scythe?" She snapped back to her senses and immediately answered, "Ah, yes. Just like you said, I met him and hunted together with him." Mentioning this still made Yuri very happy. "Actually, at first I didn't believe that the first-ranked player would agree to cooperate with me, but when I showed my abilities, he agreed." Ryu Min laughed along as well. "I told you, as long as he saw your buff skills, even Black Scythe wouldn't need you." She continued recounting everything. "Thanks to that, hunting became incredibly easy. He helped a lot too. For the first time, I even ranked second in the area." He asked in surprise, "Wow, second place? That's amazing. What reward did you receive?" With this friend, Yuri did not need to hide anything. "Want to see?" She quickly summoned the item to show him. It's a mid-grade rare necklace that increases agility. "What do you think? It looks pretty good, right?" Ryu Min exclaimed in surprise again. "Oh wow, it really is beautiful. I can't believe Yuri pushed it toward you. Here, take it." The gesture made him flustered, and he stepped back. "Huh, why are you giving this to me?" She gently tried to persuade him. "Just accept it. I only got it thanks to your prediction." But Ryu Min still firmly refused. "No, it's fine. I can't accept a reward you worked hard to earn." The praise made Yuri a little shy. It wasn't really that hard. Black Scythe carried me the whole match, so hunting was a breeze. Taking the opportunity, Ryu Min asked further, "Then why don't you give it to him instead of me?" She let out a sigh. Would an expert of his level really need a low-grade necklace like this? Ryu Min silently answered that question in his heart. Of course not. He doesn't need it. So Ryu Min continued, waving his hand in refusal. "I really appreciate your kindness, but I don't need it. I haven't even reached an official class yet." Yuri could not help being startled by that information. "You still aren't official? What level are you now?" He briefly lowered his eyes and answered awkwardly, "I'm level 19. It was a real struggle for me to kill 300 orcs on my own within 10 hours. Yuri could only let out an "oh" in response, then regretfully took back the necklace. Right, the prophet class isn't really suited for combat. Suddenly, she remembered something she had been curious about for a long time. "By the way, Min, what does a prophet fight?" Ryu Min scratched his head and answered honestly, "I have a few magic spells, but it's honestly a little embarrassing to show them." Yuri touched her chin as she reasoned it out. Then you don't really need a necklace that increases agility. If you use magic, you need intelligence, right?" He smiled and confirmed it. "That's right." Immediately afterward, she summoned a red stone. "Then I'll give you this instead of the necklace." Yuri held it out to him, but this time her attitude was much more resolute. "I picked this up while hunting. At least accept this. I'm not sure if it's good, but it's mine, so don't refuse." How could Ryu Min fail to notice her concern? Deep in his eyes, happiness appeared. Then he reached out and accepted it. "Thank you. You even thought of me?" The unexpected skin contact immediately made Yuri freeze. "It's not like I was thinking of you or anything. You always give me information, and I felt bad only receiving things, so..." Suddenly, Ryu Min cut her off in a gentle voice. "Then I should give you something too, Yuri." She asked back blankly, "Huh? For me? What is it?" Unfortunately, his next words shattered the hope in Yuri's heart. What else? Information about round 6, of course. She could only answer with a forced smile. If you're willing to tell me, I'd be very grateful. As if he had not noticed, Ryu Min continued. All right, the mission in round 6 is... He told her everything without hiding a single thing. After listening, Yuri asked in confusion to confirm one thing. I should form a party with Black Scythe again. Ryu Min answered with certainty. He probably won't refuse you. You prove your worth with your buff skill in round 5. Those words made Yuri touch her chin in deep thought. Form a party with him again. Ryu Min was slightly startled by her strange attitude. You're happy about that, aren't you? She answered innocently. Of course. He treated me really well. Ryu Min let out a faint sigh of relief. Is that so? But the comments that followed struck his head like arrows. He was more considerate than I expected. He wasn't scary at all, unlike what I thought. He was a little arrogant, but that's only natural. He's ranked first, after all. Ryu Min stiffened and repeated mechanically. Is that so? Now that she mentioned it again, Yuri realized a few strange points. Also, he seemed to have very good intuition. Ryu Min asked nervously, what do you mean? She recalled and recounted a few things. I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt like he could see through people's hearts. He lowered his eyes and silently answered that vague feeling. Ah, that's because of the rune of inner thoughts. A sense of helplessness from the past came flooding back. I'm not perfect either. I failed 99 times. In the previous round, it was like I had been tricked because it required a full party of 5. The system window at the time had driven Ryu Min into a dead end. Boss room entry conditions, 1 out of 5. At least 5 people are required to open the boss room. Thinking of that, he quietly made a decision. In any case, this is my final chance. No matter what it takes, I have to reach the final round together with Min Yuri and the priest from the United States. Suddenly, Yuri's voice pulled him back to reality. Min, what are you thinking about? Ryu Min looked up in surprise and answered, Nothing. But the emotion he had shown just now had entered her eyes. Are you worried about the next round? Since she had given him a reason first, he had no reason not to use it. Yeah, a little. I'm not very strong, after all. Yuri let out a regretful sigh. If only we were in the same area, I could help you. Ryu Min asked innocently, for free. She hurriedly confirmed, of course. Then she lowered her head and fiddled with her hands. But I don't feel comfortable constantly receiving help. If this keeps up, I won't be able to do anything for you at all. The young man Black Scythe appeared and gave her a thumbs up. You've already helped me more than enough, Yuri. Thanks to you, I defeated the High Orc in an instant. Then Ryu Min comforted her in a gentle voice. Don't worry. One day, we'll meet again in the other world. Yuri looked a little expectant. Really, that beautiful prospect seemed to give her strength. Please hold on until then. I'll do my best too. Good luck. Ryu Min awkwardly raised his hand in response. Good luck. But inside, he was already a little worried. Good grief. I'm a little worried about how she'll react when she finds out I'm Black Scythe. After that meeting, he quickly returned to Heavenly Demon Company. Sang-Cheon bowed and reported to the person inside. Sir, Mr. Ryu Min has arrived. Ma Kyung-rok smiled and rose from his chair. Welcome. Then he patted Ryu Min's shoulder in a friendly manner. Please sit. Manager in. 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea. Sang-Cheon immediately accepted the order. Yes, sir. Then Ma Kyung-rok greeted his honored guest. Mr. Ryu Min, I hope the trip here wasn't too difficult for you. Ryu Min also replied politely. Thanks to the car you prepared, the trip was very comfortable. Ma Kyung-rok nodded in satisfaction. Haha, is that so? That's good. If anything dissatisfies you, tell me directly. I'll take care of it right away. Outwardly, Ryu Min continued chatting calmly. Oh, all right. But inwardly, he was calculating. The genuine demon Ma Kyung-rok, a man who kills people as easily as eating, says he'll take care of everything. It's best not to say anything unnecessary. He generously invited him to eat. Have you had lunch? If not, join me. But Ryu Min cut him off bluntly. There's something more important than that right now. Ma Kyung-rok leaned forward with interest. Could it be information about the next round? That attitude made Ryu Min curl the corner of his mouth slightly and think he really is impatient. Then he calmly confirmed, that goes without saying. Everything was going so smoothly that Ma Kyung-rok was surprised. Really? Thank you. And once again, he was interrupted. But in exchange, I want you to organize a shareholders meeting. Ryu Min furrowed his brow and made his request. We need to discuss business. We need to change both this company's business type and its name. Ma Kyung-rak withdrew his playful expression and asked seriously, "What do you want me to do?" What Ryu-min needed was very simple. "Please support the business idea I'll propose at the meeting." He added his wish in a low voice. "There must not be any objections. What I mean is, I need you to persuade the other shareholders." At the same time, he gave the reason why he needed help. In the future I saw, they didn't exactly welcome this idea. Ma Kyung-rak suddenly had a bad feeling. "What kind of business idea are you planning to propose?" This reaction was exactly as Ryu-min had predicted. "He looks very curious." "Well, of course he is. I told him that if he changed the business type, it would succeed." Ryu-min had no reason to hide it, so he frankly presented the upcoming plan. It's to create a social open market exclusively for players. Ma Kyung-rak asked uncertainly, "You mean a shopping site?" Ryu-min confirmed seriously, "Exactly. The difference is that only players can access it, and they'll sell in-game items instead of ordinary goods." Ma Kyung-rak continued clarifying a few points. "So they can buy and sell items with real money?" Ryu-min's answer slightly surprised Sing-cheon, who was standing beside them. "Whether they use cash or barter will be decided by the seller when they list the item." Ma Kyung-rak thought for a moment and commented, "Bartering makes sense, but will players really need real money?" Ryu-min calmly threw the question back at him. "There will surely be players who need cash too, don't you think?" However, there were still a few things he needed to consider. At present, there isn't really any suitable method yet. Those two words made Ma Kyung-rak frown. "At present? Are you saying there will be a new method later?" That quick reaction made Ryu-min praise him inwardly. As expected, he's as reliable as ever. He comfortably leaned back and continued explaining. "That's right. I caught a glimpse of the future. Players above level 40 all trade using gold instead of cash." Ma Kyung-rak unconsciously repeated, "Using what?" Ryu-min patiently explained in more detail. "When players reach level 40, the trade function is unlocked. They can exchange gold with one another. We'll build a system for safe trading. Of course, we'll collect a fee, whether it's in cash or gold." The more Ma Kyung-rak listened, the more convincing it sounded. A social marketplace exclusively for players. That's not a bad idea at all. We'll have first mover advantage because no one has done this yet. If it succeeds, we can monopolize this niche market. Then he raised an important issue. But will people really use a marketplace only for players? Of course, Ryu-min had personally researched the market. By round 5, players have already started accumulating quite a few items. Moreover, as fellow participants, we know what other people need. You already know this, but items dropped by monsters can't be sold to stores. So they must be wondering what to do with all those items. Beyond that, for Ryu-min, someone who had failed 99 times, the current psychology of the majority was far too easy to grasp. Most people have now surpassed level 20. They've unlocked crafting, so they're definitely trying to combine items in all kinds of ways. Then what if a website appears where they can easily buy those items? Ma Kyung-rak touched his chin and gave an answer. Then they'll flock to it immediately. Ryu-min seized the chance and delivered the final blow. Now is the perfect time. Ma Kyung-rak remained silent. Countless thoughts spun through his mind. If the prophecy is true, then building the system right now could become a resounding success. We can attract users by spreading articles. Ryu-min did not rush him, giving him time to consider carefully. We should also make an app so players can access it easily. Adding an auction system might be a good idea too. At first, we should probably allow free item listings. That attitude made Ryu-min unable to hold back a smile. It looks like he's truly interested in the business plan I proposed. Well, I'm a prophet, so it would be hard to refuse. Besides, this benefits me too. He briefly recalled the things he possessed. If I can monopolize crafting materials whose uses no one knows yet, I'll be able to craft unique items. And not only legendary sets, but perhaps even god-grade equipment. After a long while, Ma Kyung-rak raised his head and asked one final thing. We've settled on the business type as a social marketplace. Now what should we change the company's name to? That question was no different from agreeing to Ryu-min's request. Do you have any ideas? Ma Kyung-rak brightly tossed the responsibility back to him. Let's set my ideas aside for now. We should follow the prophet's vision as much as possible. Besides, aren't you the company's largest shareholder? Ryu-min gave an awkward laugh. In any case, this issue was not difficult. Then how about a name that means player place? How does player place sound? Ma Kyung-rak had no further objections. Ah, that sounds good. Shortening it to P place would be nice too. Ryu-min had only one final matter left. I'm glad you like it. Then how long will it take to develop and launch? Ma Kyung-rak thought it over and gave a number. Even at the fastest, it will take 1 month. Ryu-min calculated and said, so it'll be after round 6. Since the plan had been settled, he had no hesitation about discussing today's purpose. While I'm here, I'll share information about round 6 with you. Both Ma Kyung-rak and Sang Cheon focused on him. After listening, Ma Kyung-rak rested his chin on his hand and thought, it seems round 6 will require cooperation too. Then he bowed his head deeply and expressed his gratitude. I understand. Thank you, Prophet. Ryu-min answered calmly. It's nothing. But where no one could see, a satisfied smile appeared on Ma Kyung-rak's face. I knew keeping the Prophet by my side was the right decision. Everything is progressing smoothly, both in reality and in the other world. Then he returned to his usual friendly expression. Then I'll proceed with the business plan today. I'll convene an emergency shareholders meeting as soon as possible to get it approved. Mr. Ryu-min, can you attend in person and present the business plan? Ryu-min did not mind either. Sure, no problem. Ma Kyung-rak nodded in satisfaction. Understood. We'll contact you as soon as the meeting is scheduled. Then he turned to Sang Cheon and instructed him, Mr. and please escort the Prophet home. While you're on the way, stop by the actor's house and pass on the information as well. He immediately accepted the order. Yes, sir. Then Ma Kyung-rak personally saw Ryu-min to the door. Shall we go, Prophet? On the morning of a few days later, Ryu-min opened his phone, checked the calendar, and thought to himself, today is the day the epic item appears. Then he quickly opened the system window to check. Shop. Let's see today's item. Before long, Ryu-min obtained the result he wanted. Here it is. The Wanderer's Ragged Cloak. After reading the series of information on the screen, he clicked his tongue and evaluated it. The defense is terrible, but this attack speed and movement speed increase is amazing. Without the slightest hesitation, Ryu-min pressed the purchase button. An epic item for only 20,000 gold? That's rare. Then, as he closed the system, he thought deeply. I won't have to rely on the shop anymore. From now on, I'll buy everything I need from the social marketplace. The future scenario had already been drawn out in Ryu-min's mind. And when that time comes, blueprint-type items will be sold at very high prices. As long as there is a blueprint that records the recipe for a specific item, people will no longer have to fumble around combining things at random to find a recipe. He could not help smiling. Moreover, because they can be resold to others, they'll definitely become extremely popular. If I make good use of that, I can draw even more people to the social marketplace. Thinking this, Ryu-min tiredly laid back on his bed. Of course, first I need to properly finish tomorrow's emergency shareholders meeting. The next day, dazzling sunlight shone directly against the glass of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Sang Cheon politely handed files to the participating shareholders. Please take these documents. Everyone, please fill the seats, starting from the front row. The shareholders' meeting proceeded smoothly, without any obstacles. Just as Ryu-min had predicted, there were still skeptical and dissatisfied voices. But when he answered every question decisively, the number of questions gradually decreased. In the end, under Ryu-min's confidence, the resolution was passed without any obstruction. After the meeting, Ma Kyung-rak smiled and praised him. Major shareholder, you worked hard today. You spoke very confidently and didn't reveal even the slightest nervousness. Ryu-min answered modestly, I guess practicing a few times at home wasn't a waste. Then Ma Kyung-rak placed a hand on his chest and promised, leave the website development and system setup to me. You just need to focus on surviving the next round. However, Ryu-min had noticed the calculations behind it. They're probably worried that if I die, they'll lose access to the prophecy. Then Ma Kyung-rak extended an invitation. You must be hungry. Shall we have lunch at a hotel? This time, Ryu-min did not refuse. Sure, that sounds good. He also felt more at ease inside. That means everything I needed to do today is complete. Ryu-min planned his next steps one by one. Now, there's only one thing left. Using Hwang Yong-min. That Sunday, the Player Survival Cafe held a regular meeting. Jamie cheerfully waved her hand. Hello. Papa Ryan replied gloomily. Hello, Lady Jamie. Surprised, she asked, Why is the mood so dark? Did something happen? He raised his eyes and said quietly, You haven't heard the news, Lady Jamie? Curious, she leaned closer to the screen. What news? Then Papa Ryan gave her a piece of information that made her freeze. We've lost contact with 30 years old and Honey Slick. There's been no news from them since round 5. It seems they didn't survive, but that emotion did not last long. Jamie frowned and wondered. No wonder the atmosphere is so heavy. Someone died, after all. But still, isn't something strange? They only ever met through video chat, so why are they this sad? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. They're acting. They're trying to look good in front of the chairman. A familiar figure appeared in her head. The founder of this community cafe was clearly a top-tier power player. Currying favor with one's superior was a basic rule of society, especially when the chairman truly grieved whenever a player died. Jamie covered her amused smile with her hand. Then I can't fall behind. After that, she began showing off her acting skills. Oh no, 30 years old, Honey Slick those two. The other players were not much different, covering their faces and rubbing their eyes. Please don't cry, Lady Jamie. You'll make me want to cry too. The situation made Jamie feel somewhat mocking inside. Look at these foxes clinging to this opportunity. Well, humans are like that by nature. Just then, a system notification appeared. The chairman has joined the Players Survival Cafe chat room. Tihui keenly noticed something odd. What's going on? Why does everyone look so depressed? Lostiak sighed and informed him. Chairman, it's like this. After hearing the news, Tihui covered his mouth in pain. How could something like that happen? At least, fortunately, the others are still alive. He squeezed his eyes shut as if trying to suppress the feelings in his heart. Trouble just keeps coming one after another. Now, we only have 6 members left on the executive board. At that moment, Brad raised his hand with an opinion. Chairman, can't we take this opportunity to recruit new executives? Tihui spoke in a low voice, sounding troubled. I would like to, but there are no suitable candidates, are there? And there's been no news from the people who applied before, either. Lostiak, still no word from the 3 previous interviewees? He answered sadly, No, sir. I've called them many times, but no one picked up. Tihui regretfully turned his face aside. Then perhaps they also died in round 5. Only now did Lostiak reveal the important information he had. I'm not sure about the other 2, but Black Scythe is still alive. You all saw the results of round 5, didn't you? Someone that's strong would not only survive in the game, he should be fine in real life too. Tihui silently looked at the ranking list on the system screen, where the name Black Scythe still dominated the top spot. Then why would he apply to join and then disappear without a trace? That question left his mind spinning in a dead end. That I don't know. Brad complained, scratching his head. Could he have just been messing with us? Papa Ryan offered another theory, full of suspicion. Or maybe it wasn't the real Black Scythe from the beginning. Maybe we haven't heard anything because they died in round 5. Someone in the group nodded in agreement. Papa Ryan has a point. Tihui frowned in thought. An imposter. That does sound plausible. Jamie remained silent, listening to the discussion, but her eyes were full of contemplation. Humble, meanwhile, sighed in boredom, mixed with a sneer. Right, as if a big name like Black Scythe would join some nameless cafe like this. His body suddenly stiffened, cold sweat running down him as he realized he had misspoken. Wait, sure enough, the other 3 all turned their eyes toward him. Their expressions of shock differed, but all of them stared at him with scrutinizing gazes. Tihui was the first to react. His voice was still calm, but it contained killing intent. Run Siak, did you just say a nameless cafe? Could you explain more clearly what kind of cafe you meant? Humble stammered fearfully. I meant. His face darkened completely, and his sharp gaze swept toward him. This cafe, a place that gathers players and leads the new era. It seems you have some problem with this cafe. Humble grew tense and hurriedly made excuses. I'm sorry, Chairman. I absolutely didn't mean it that way. Unfortunately, Tihui had no intention of forgiving him. Humble run Siak. From now on, you are stripped of your executive position. No, rather, you are permanently banned from this cafe. Humble cried out in panic. What? Tihui mercilessly handed down his death sentence. Right now, what we need is unity, not someone who looks down on the cafe. I cannot accept a person like that as a member. His face turned pale, and he tried to salvage the situation. Chairman, but Tihui concluded firmly, Run Siak will be blacklisted from this moment on. And when the new era begins, you had better learn how to adapt. Immediately afterward, Humble's window vanished, and a system notification appeared. The operator has removed Humble Run Siak from the chat room. After resolving the obstacle, Tihui quickly returned to his usual gentle expression. All right, now that the dissenter has been removed, let's continue the meeting. The atmosphere in the room sank, and the remaining people answered with caution and hesitation. Ah, yes. Suddenly, Lostiak flinched slightly, as if he had discovered something. Tihui asked with concern. Lostiak, is something wrong? He hesitated, his voice cracking with astonishment. Someone just sent in an application to join, and their in-game nickname is Black Scythe. That name made the other 3 people simultaneously freeze in shock. None of them could believe their ears. Tihui confirmed suspiciously. Black Scythe applied again. Lostiak checked and reported, yes, Chairman. But this time, the applicant's real name is different from before. The applicant this time is Huang Yongmin. After a moment of thought, Tihui made a decision. Go to his home and meet him. We won't be able to know for sure whether he is real unless we meet him in person. Lostiak cautiously asked for his opinion. But what if he's another fake? What should we do, Chairman? Tihui pondered for a moment. Then he raised his head, his gaze more solemn than ever. He will pay the price for daring to mess with us. At the same time, in a pitch-black computer room lit only by the glow of a monitor, the light illuminated the figure of someone leaning back in a chair. Ryu Min folded his arms and coldly analyzed the situation. Another person pretending to be Black Scythe has appeared, so the executives of Phone C3 definitely won't sit still. He slowly turned his chair and continued his deduction. They'll use the interview as an excuse to go to his house. The very address I clearly wrote down for Huang Yongmin. He stood up and walked slowly through the cramped room. Their way of forcing people to take lives and the way they reject ordinary people and turn them into slaves is wrong. Those atrocities will only divide players and civilians, and in the end, lead to destruction. His voice lowered, heavy but still resolute. That's why I can't just stand by and watch. It would be best to eradicate the executives from the root, then take control of the organization myself. Sooner or later, Phone C3 will grow into a massive force, with over 30% of the country's players as members. He calmly weighed the pros and cons. So, instead of destroying the group, it would be far more beneficial to use that organization to control the player community. That's why I applied to join Phone C3 in the first place. Ryu Min reached out and pushed the door open. Once I use Huang Yongmin to bring down the executives, I'll take the chairman's seat. After saying that, he took off his hat and coat, then quietly left the computer room. The doorbell rang clearly, announcing a visitor's arrival. The owner sitting behind the reception counter was still focused on reading the newspaper and did not notice the suspicious person who had just walked in. Dalian raised his head to greet him. Hello. The old man's words abruptly stopped when a rough black cloth bag was violently thrown onto the table. Yongmin was completely covered in pitch-black clothing, his face concealed in the classic style of a robber. He threatened in a low voice, "Put all the cash in here if you don't want to die." Seeing that, the old man trembled uncontrollably, his face deathly pale as he stammered in fear. Hey, a player? Yongmin's gaze instantly darkened. His icy eyes swept over him, making the air seem to freeze. His brows knitted tightly, his face filled with killing intent. His patience exhausted, he gritted his teeth and slammed his fist hard onto the table. A sharp cracking sound rang out, and the tabletop instantly shattered into pieces. Damn it, what are you hesitating for? You think I'm joking? Yongmin shouted impatiently, not bothering to hide the irritation surging inside him. Hurry up, do you really want your skull smashed in? Dalian tried to calm himself, his heart pounding wildly as if it would leap out of his chest. With trembling hands, he took the bag. I'll do it right away. He hurriedly stuffed it full of cash, then humbly handed it over to Yongmin. Here. The aura around Yongmin was gloomy as he questioned him. Is this all? Dalian lowered his head and explained, lottery ticket sales have been suspended, so business has been bad lately. We also sell some things like a convenience store, but Yongmin stepped close and faced him, his icy voice exposing the truth. Did I ask you about any of that? I know there's a safe in the back. He raised his fist toward the old man. Bring it out. Now. Dalian hurriedly turned around to obey. I am going. A moment later, he returned, the bag bulging, so full of money it could barely be zipped. Yongmin silently calculated, temporarily satisfied. About 10 million won. Huh? That should be enough. Before leaving, he turned his head back. His gaze seemed to pour ice down the old man's spine, and his warning was dry yet filled with menace. Try calling the police. I'll break out of prison and deal with you myself. The old man's body went rigid, not daring to resist. Having finished his business, Youngmin quickly left the scene and blended into the city's silent night. Youngmin ran through several narrow alleys. Only when he was sure he had shaken off every gaze did he pull off his hat and coat. His face was drenched in sweat, and he quickly let out a long sigh. The feeling of being freed from the thick, heavy cloth mask made his whole body feel lighter. A delighted smile appeared on his lips. Today's haul wasn't bad either. This should be enough to live on for a month. But his joy did not last long. Soon after, his lips pressed tightly together, and his gaze darkened. I can manage in the real world, but what about that other world? Can I survive the next round? His hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging. It's all because of that bastard Black Scythe. Because of him, I lost a friend, and my stats dropped terribly. Rage blazed up, and Youngmin could not hold it back as he roared into the night. It's all that bastard's fault. A stray cat leaped over a low wall, making Youngmin jump in fright. He froze in place, his heart pounding. His eyes darted around, and his steps unconsciously slowed, wary as if someone were watching him. Black Scythe, that son of a bitch. If I ever meet him in real life, I'll cut him in half on the spot. The space sank into an eerie silence. On the narrow street, only a few window lights still glimmered faintly. Carrying the bag of money, Youngmin nervously observed his surroundings, his breathing rapid. The moment he turned, his muscles tensed because he saw someone standing in front of his room. His voice trembled slightly, no longer carrying the same aggression as before. Who are you? Lostiak raised his head from his phone, the light from the screen shining on his face. He kept his gaze calm and looked straight at the man before him. You're Huang Youngmin, right? Youngmin stopped, gripping the bag of money tightly in his hand and taking half a step back in caution. Sweat began to bead at his temple. Lostiak calmly confirmed, judging by your reaction, I guessed right. The question slipped out unconsciously, carrying Youngmin's instinctive guardedness. Who are you? The police. That made Lostiak somewhat confused. The police. He froze for a moment, then slightly curled his lips, half laughing and half surprised. What's these? Did you commit some crime or something? Then he introduced himself in a friendly manner. I'm Lostiak, the interview manager for Phone C3. You applied to join this morning, didn't you? Youngmin's eyes flickered for an instant, but he immediately frowned, his voice irritated. Is this bastard trying to sell me something? What kind of nonsense is this? Lostiak grew even more puzzled as he observed him. Aren't you Black Scythe? After understanding what the other person meant, Youngmin reacted gruffly. You think I'm Black Scythe? Are you messing with me? And what the hell is Phone C3? Lostiak awkwardly said, embarrassed. He raised a hand to cover his face. I'm sorry for bothering you. I'll be going now. Youngmin's face twisted, and unable to suppress his irritation, he shouted, What the hell? At least tell me what's going on. This time, Lostiak no longer avoided the matter, nor did he hide anything. His voice returned to calm. It seems someone knew your personal information and deliberately played a trick, because both the name and address matched. Youngmin exploded in anger, as if he had been painfully deceived. What bastard dared to do that? Right then, a calm voice cut into the chaos. It was me. I used your name. The two of them instantly fell silent and turned at the same time to observe the person who had appeared. The newcomer was Ryu Min wearing a mask, his entire body emitting a calm yet oppressive air. He spoke clearly, calling out the name of the person before him. Huang Youngmin. Youngmin narrowed his eyes at the newcomer and asked through gritted teeth, What the hell is this? Who is that crazy bastard? Do you know me? The newcomer was, of course, Ryu Min. He curled his lips and answered with a smile. Of course I do. Hearing that, Youngmin asked suspiciously, And who the hell are you? You're asking who I am? Ryu Min gave a cold laugh, and his hand was suddenly wrapped in a stream of mana. In an instant, a large scythe appeared in his hand. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Does this answer your question? Seeing the scythe, Lostiak's expression immediately turned ugly. That absurdly huge scythe. Could it really be Black Scythe? But that appearance. Ryu Min is too short. He doesn't look like he's 1.70 meters at all, and his body is thin too. Lostiak felt that he was completely different from the Black Scythe he had imagined. He looked very easy to deal with. In contrast, Youngmin was certain that the person before him was Black Scythe. His physique was slightly different, but his tone of voice and aura were exactly the same. Above all, those eyes were real. The real person had appeared. Black Scythe had come to find him in real life. Thinking that, Young-min reflexively stepped back several paces, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He did not understand. Why had Black Scythe come here? Why had he used his name? They should not have had anything to do with each other, right? And bringing a weapon here meant it was nothing good. At the same time, Lostiak also saw Young-min trembling. So the person in front of him truly was Black Scythe. He had never met Black Scythe directly, but if this person really was Black Scythe, then at level 20, Lostiak truly had no chance at all. While Lostiak was thinking, Ryu-min suddenly spoke. You. That made him flinch. Ryu-min did not care and asked coldly, You didn't come here alone, did you? Tell the others to come out. I already know they're here. Those words made Lostiak's expression grow even uglier. He actually knew the other officers were here too. Seeing that they had been discovered, the two people hiding in the darkness appeared. Paparine and Brad looked warily at Ryu-min and muttered in low voices, We were found out. How did he know we were here? Just as they wanted to step forward, Ryu-min raised his scythe toward them and warned coldly, Don't even think about coming closer unless you want to die. Hearing that, Brad could not help but laugh contemptuously. Hey, you're small, but you sure talk big. Yet at that moment, Paparine stepped forward and asked seriously, Hey, are you really Black Scythe? You should know just by looking at this. Ryu-min answered indifferently, then held the scythe out in front of him. Paparine remained very cautious and slowly spoke. I heard you use a scythe as your main weapon, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Just seeing a scythe isn't enough to convince me. Ryu-min did not care whether he believed him or not. He snorted coldly and said, If you don't believe me, why ask? Paparine replied flatly, I just want to hear it directly from your mouth. Ryu-min narrowed his eyes at him. Only then did he slowly speak. Fine, I am Black Scythe. Are you satisfied now? As soon as those words came out, a notification appeared in Paparine's mind. It confirmed that Ryu-min's words were true. Seeing Paparine fall silent, Brad walked over and asked quietly, What did it say? Paparine answered, trembling. He told the truth. When Lostiak heard that, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He wanted not to believe it, but it was true. Brad was even more terrified now. Earlier, he had loudly insulted Ryu-min, but now he was shaking like a leaf, not knowing what to do, even thinking of kneeling down and begging. After hesitating for a long while, Brad walked up to Ryu-min and spoke ingratiatingly. Lord Black Scythe, it is truly an honor. But before he could finish, Ryu-min cut him off coldly. Skip the greeting. You want to check whether I'm really Black Scythe, don't you? Then confirm it yourself. Those words made Brad's face turn deathly pale. Had he heard the message? There was no getting out of this now, so he had to apologize first. Brad hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness earlier, Lord Black Scythe. But Ryu-min did not want to hear it. He snorted coldly and interrupted him. Stop apologizing. Don't you want to check whether I'm really Black Scythe? Seeing that he was about to act, Paparine hurriedly tried to stop him. You don't need to demonstrate your strength. The information has already been verified. I only mentioned the name, didn't I? I have an ancient rune related to, but before he could finish, Ryu-min cut him off coldly. Enough. If you can block my attack, I'll pretend nothing happened earlier. Brad panicked when he heard that and begged, Please, Lord Black Scythe, just this once, spare me. I'm starting now. But Ryu-min did not listen at all. He snorted coldly, then struck immediately. Brad's head was severed from his neck just like that, leaving Hwang Young-min and Lostiak utterly terrified. Lostiak bit his lip hard and cursed inwardly. Damn it, what the hell is this bastard? He had not even been able to see how Ryu-min swung the scythe. Paparine was just as frightened at that moment. Lostiak could no longer hold back and aggressively questioned him. Lord Black Scythe, what are you doing? Ryu-min answered calmly. What do you mean? I'm proving that I really am Black Scythe with my skill. Lostiak bit his lip hard and protested in dissatisfaction. I already told you there was no need to do that anymore. Of course, they had come here to recruit him, but a madman who killed without even giving a warning, and they were supposed to invite him to become an executive? That would not do. Paparine was thinking the same thing on his side. Inviting Black Scythe to become an ally was far too dangerous. If they could not recruit Ryu-min, they needed to kill him here and now. But the important thing was that Ryu-min was level 40, so it would not be easy. They would have to pretend to surrender, make him lower his guard, and ambush him. However, their plan did not succeed because Ryu Min noticed very quickly. He snorted coldly and said, "Nonsense. You're clearly giving off murderous intent. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Paparazzi flinched slightly and muttered guiltily, "What are you talking about?" Ryu Min repeated indifferently, "You're planning to kill me?" Paparazzi shook his head in denial. "Impossible. How could we dare think of killing you?" Without waiting for him to finish, Ryu Min spoke again. "You're just pretending to surrender like this, and then you plan to ambush me. Am I right?" After saying that, he glanced at Lostiak behind him, making him startle and step back. But Ryu Min did not care and continued asking, "Do you know why I used Huang Yongmin's name and address to register? Because I wanted to meet your executives." Those words made Lostiak panic, and he asked in disbelief, "Us? What do you want to do?" Ryu Min shrugged indifferently and answered flatly, "It's simple. You're all going to die by my hand." The more Paparazzi heard, the more frightened he became. He needed to buy time. Buying time was the best option. But before he could do anything, his eyes widened in horror. That was because Lostiak had already collapsed, fresh blood spreading all over the floor. Paparazzi's face turned from green to white. From the very beginning, Ryu Min had lured them here to kill them, but he did not understand. He questioned him aggressively. "Why? What grudge do you have against us?" Ryu Min did not answer. He pointed his side to the man's neck and spoke sternly. "Do I have a grudge against you? You killed innocent people under the guise of a recruitment test, didn't you?" As soon as those words came out, Paparazzi's complexion went from green to white. He trembled and muttered, "That. How do you know?" Ryu Min ignored him and snorted coldly. "Especially the executive interviews. You made them personally kill innocent civilians one by one." Hearing that, Paparazzi refuted him unconvinced. They weren't innocent. He said the people who had been killed were not innocent civilians. They were merely lowlifes, yet they had dared to insult players while secretly envying their abilities. Paparazzi said those people were hypocrites who all deserved to die. Ryu Min unconsciously let out a faint snort and spoke coldly. "And what about you? Strict with others, but lenient with yourself. Isn't that hypocrisy too?" Paparazzi was enraged by those words. He pressed his lips together and muttered, "You're really troublesome. You don't know anything about me." But how could he not? Ryu Min could see through everything with the true rune. Ryu Min simply did not say it aloud. He swung his scythe directly, sending Paparazzi off to the afterlife. He was nothing but scum who killed innocent people. He deserved to die, and Ryu Min felt no pity at all. After dealing with those two, he looked behind him again. There, Huang Yongmin was trembling like a leaf, his face drained of all color. Ryu Min curled his lips into a smile and said, "Don't be scared. I'll help you reunite with your friends soon." Those words scared Huang Yongmin so badly that he wet himself. He asked in a trembling voice, "How do you know my friends?" Ryu Min answered indifferently, "Why wouldn't I? We used to go around together. To be precise, your group dragged me around everywhere." Huang Yongmin looked at him in confusion and muttered blankly, "What?" Seeing his reaction, Ryu Min laughed softly again. "You don't know who I am?" As he spoke, he took off his mask. Revealing his true face, Ryu Min curled his lips into a smile and said, "It's me, Ryu Min, the person you used to bully." Huang Yongmin's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes filled with disbelief. "What? Ryu Min?" Remembering the past, he had once beaten Ryu Min like a dog. Then he remembered that Black Scythe had cut off his arm in the game. Huang Yongmin truly could not connect those two images into one. Seeing his reaction, Ryu Min could not help sneering. "You don't believe it? That I'm Black Scythe." But Huang Yongmin still stood there in silence, his body trembling nonstop. Seeing that, Ryu Min continued with a smile, "I understand. Just last year, you beat me until I was miserable." Only then did Huang Yongmin raise his head and question him aggressively. "What the hell are you? Have you been deceiving me all this time? Why did you pretend to be a loser?" Ryu Min shrugged indifferently, pursed his lips, and asked, "What are you talking about? When was I ever a loser?" Yet as soon as he finished speaking, he swung his scythe downward. The item on Huang Yongmin's body was sliced apart, money scattering everywhere, and one of his arms was also severed, making him tremble and kneel on the ground. Ryu Min did not care. He snorted coldly in disdain. "Being called a loser by someone like you really pisses me off." The pain made Huang Yongmin scream nonstop, causing Ryu Min to lose patience. He shouted coldly, "Shut up, unless you want your tongue cut off too." Those words successfully silenced his blood-curdling screams. Seeing this, Ryu Min finally nodded in satisfaction. Good, you know how to listen. I'll bandage you up a little. You've lost an arm, haven't you? It doesn't matter. You're going to die soon anyway. After saying that, he truly activated a healing skill to treat Huang Yongmin's wound. Looking at the wound that had stopped bleeding, Huang Yongmin could not help panicking. After finally coming back to his senses, he trembled and muttered, "Are you really the Ryu Min I used to know?" Ryu Min clicked his tongue and answered with a pout, "No, the Ryu Min you used to know no longer exists. Goodbye, you bastard." As he spoke, he raised his scythe, preparing to send him to the afterlife. Seeing that, Huang Yongmin shouted in terror, "Wait, hold on, Min." Ryu Min's movement paused slightly. As if he had grasped a life-saving straw, Huang Yongmin hurriedly begged, "I bullied you a lot, didn't I? I was wrong. I really regret it. Please don't kill me." Ryu Min frowned slightly and asked in silence, "Really?" Yes, yes." Huang Yongmin nodded repeatedly without hesitation. He hurriedly explained, "Besides, killing me won't benefit you, right? Use me instead." Ryu Min narrowed his eyes at him and asked suspiciously, "Use you? How?" Huang Yongmin thought for a moment before answering, "I'll become your personal servant. I'll do anything." Hearing this, Ryu Min fell into thought. Huang Yongmin was visibly delighted. But his joy did not last long, because Ryu Min slowly opened his mouth. "No, that's still not enough." That made him freeze. Ryu Min said indifferently, "You're still thinking about stabbing me in the back, aren't you? This servant act is only to buy time and find a chance to kill me." Those words were like a direct hit to Huang Yongmin's sore spot. He muttered guiltily, What are you talking about? Why would I think that?" He said that on the outside, but in truth, inside, he was cursing Ryu Min's ancestors for 18 generations nonstop. Ryu Min was not surprised. He knew it all. He spoke coldly. "A stray dog that dares bite its master can't be kept by my side. Your value ends here." Hearing those words, Huang Yongmin immediately screamed in terror, "Wait, please. Give me one." But before he could finish speaking, Ryu Min swung his scythe, cutting off Huang Yongmin's head just like that. He spoke indifferently. "Already gave you a chance. In the previous round." Back when Ryu Min had not yet obtained the Rune of Thought, he had been deceived by Huang Yongmin's sweet words and spared him. And the result, of course, was a stab in the back. Ryu Min thought he had been truly weak back then, which was why he had been killed by a bastard like Huang Yongmin. But now things were different. Ryu Min looked coldly at Huang Yongmin's corpse lying on the ground, snorted softly, and muttered, "Goodbye, you bastard." The filthy entanglement between him and that man ended here. This would be the last time he had to see that unlucky face. Thinking of that, Ryu Min could not help letting out a sigh of relief. Then he began using his skill to erase all traces. In the blink of an eye, the corpses and the pools of blood on the floor were all wiped clean by him. After finishing everything, Ryu Min put away his scythe, then slowly walked down the hallway to Huang Yongmin's house. A moment later, in the chat room of the Player Survival Cafe, Jamie entered the chat and waved to everyone in greeting. "Welcome, Chairwoman." Tihui was slightly startled when he saw her enter and hurriedly spoke. "You're here?" Jamie asked slowly. "It seems the interview with Black Scythe has ended, but where are the other executives?" Hearing that, Tihui sighed and said gravely, "They're all dead. They went to the interview and were killed." Those words made Jamie cry out in shock. Who would dare do something like that? But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and muttered through pressed lips, "It can't be. Don't tell me." Tihui also guessed what Jamie was thinking and nodded. "That's right. Black Scythe. He is hunting down the members of our cafe." Hearing that, Jamie's face turned deathly pale, and she spoke in a trembling voice. "Then Saburo, Jomtin, even Paparine. Are you saying all of them died at his hands alone?" Tihui answered calmly. "Exactly." Jamie asked in confusion, "Why? What did those people do wrong?" Tihui shook his head slightly and sighed. Does a murderer need a reason? Perhaps he did it to satisfy himself. He also speculated that perhaps Black Scythe hated the fact that they were becoming more and more influential. After hearing that, Jamie frowned and fell silent. There were always people who wanted to take away things better than what they had. Could he have interfered out of jealousy and envy? If that was the case, she thought they had to kill Black Scythe. Thinking this, Jamie's fingers lightly tapped the table, and she slowly spoke. So the request to join the cafe was just a trap to lure the executives out. That's right. Tihui nodded in agreement. He thought the same. Jamie laughed out of sheer anger and cursed through gritted teeth. I had been looking forward to the day I would meet Black Scythe, but he turned out to be a psychopath hostile to us. It's a good thing we didn't accept him as an executive. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Tihui also sighed and said, truly, my head might have been taken by Black Scythe as well. Now Black Scythe was clearly their enemy. He said they had to find Black Scythe and avenge the fallen members. Hearing this, Jamie could not help hesitating and muttered, but are we certain it really was Black Scythe and not someone impersonating him? Understanding her thoughts, Tihui spoke. There is a witness for you. Explain it to Jamie, Lostiak. Yes, Chairman. As soon as he said that, Lostiak actually appeared and nodded calmly. And so, immediately afterward, the conversation between the three continued. Only after a long while did they stop. Tihui spoke first. Then I'll see everyone at the next regular meeting. Jamie and Lostiak also said goodbye to him. Very soon after, Tihui left the conversation. Before leaving the chat room, Lostiak also said goodbye. Jamie, see you next time. Jamie nodded slightly and replied, yes. You must be tired today too, so rest and take care of your health. Yeah, all right, Lostiak replied perfunctorily, then also exited the conversation. But only a second later, the face reflected on the screen was Ryu Min's. He had used a layer of skin to disguise himself as Lostiak and infiltrate the Player Survival Cafe's chat room. At this moment, he had removed that skin and returned to his own face. Ryu Min let out a sigh of relief and muttered, good thing they didn't notice. As expected, acting really suits me. The assassin's mask was a selectable reward he had obtained after the 5th attack round. If he needed a special item right now, this was the best choice. Being able to transform into the appearance of a player he had killed was a tremendous advantage. No assassination was easier than betrayal from an ally. To be honest, Ryu Min really wanted to kill the chairman and disguise himself as him, but the assassin's mask did not work on him. That was because the chairman of the Player Survival Cafe, Tihui, was not a player. The head of an organization made up entirely of players was not a player himself. Was it not terribly ironic? Moreover, there was a trash player named Jamie who was very close to him. In his current state, Ryu Min could not resist her ability. Until he found a way to deal with it, Ryu Min would avoid contact with the high-ranking members. He would continue playing the role of Lostiak through video chats and observe the situation. After finishing everything, Ryu Min opened the door and left. He left the building, but his mind was still on that matter. They probably would not search for Lostiak until the next meeting. During this time, he should take the opportunity to restore the durability of the Eternal Orb. It seemed he would have to make a trip overseas. A few days later, in the Cotswolds of England, inside a small house deep in the forest, a man named Russell was hammering away with constant clangs. Very soon after, he submerged the metal in his hand into water. By the time he took it out, a sharp blade had taken shape. Russell continued focusing on his work until the thing in his hand became a short sword, only then stopping. But then Russell suddenly sighed gloomily. He pressed his lips together and muttered, "What's the point of making these things? I can't even sell them. Ever since those damn angels appeared, my customers have kept dwindling." He had endured until now, but he had truly reached his limit. His bank account had also been drained dry. Becoming a blacksmith for life had been Russell's dream, but was there really no other way? At that moment, he suddenly remembered something and cried out excitedly. Now that I think about it, they said if you survive until round 20, your wish will be granted. Russell immediately stood up happily. That's right, I can't give up blacksmithing. What's the point of being young otherwise? A man needs ambition. He believed that he would clear the final round and achieve his wish. Even after going to another world, he had ended up as a blacksmith. It truly was fate. The blacksmith profession was not exactly combat-oriented, but with his current strength, Russell thought he could manage. He had obtained the weapon sharpening skill at level 20. In any case, he had to do his best until round 20. But very soon, Russell's spirits sank again. That was one thing, but money was another. Right now, he did not even have the money to buy materials. Thinking this, he sighed again. No choice then. I'll have to take a temporary break until I gather enough money to buy materials. Once he had money, he could return to the shed and forge again as a hobby. Just like that, Russell began tidying up the small house. Right then, a figure appeared outside. Hearing footsteps, Russell turned his head to look. The person who had come was Ryu Min, and he was carrying a large bag in his hand. Russell quietly observed Ryu Min, realizing he was Asian. He frowned and asked, "What is it? Are you lost?" Ryu Min did not answer. He smiled and asked, "You're Russell Daniel, aren't you? The famous young blacksmith." The moment those words came out, Russell immediately panicked and asked back, "Who are you?" Seeing that, Ryu Min smiled and said, "Judging by your reaction, I found the right person." Russell looked at him warily and asked hesitantly, "Where did you hear about me?" Ryu Min shook his head lightly and replied, "I didn't hear it. I saw it." Those words stunned Russell. "Saw it?" Ryu Min nodded calmly and said indifferently, "I'm a prophet. I can see the future." Hearing that, Russell could not help but burst out laughing. "A prophet? You say something that ridiculous the first time we meet." But before he could finish speaking, Ryu Min coldly cut him off. Level 21, profession, blacksmith, and your area name is Sergio008. Correct. Russell froze in an instant. Guessing his level and profession was one thing, but even his area name was correct? Could he really be a prophet? After thinking that, he asked hesitantly, "Can you really foresee the future?" Ryu Min nodded without hesitation and replied, "That's right." Russell spoke again in suspicion. "I've never heard of a profession called prophet." Ryu Min smiled faintly and calmly explained, "It's rare, so that's understandable. You may not know this, but it's a unique class. Only one person can possess it. Prophet is one of them." Russell seemed to have gradually started believing him. He asked doubtfully again, "Why would someone amazing like that come here?" Ryu Min slowly opened his mouth. "Calm down, Russell. I came because I want to make a deal with you. All you have to do is use your repair skill to fix one item. Once it's done, I'll give you useful information." Hearing that, Russell asked suspiciously, "Useful information?" Ryu Min nodded calmly and answered casually, "That's right. Information about round 6. Russell's entire body stiffened in an instant. If he knew the next round in advance, it would certainly help tremendously in clearing it. But exchanging information about round 6, just for repairing one item, made the reward far too great compared to the task. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "You'll really give me information about round 6 just for restoring an item's durability? You don't want anything else?" Hearing that, Ryu Min could not help but sigh inwardly. That was very much like Russell. If he had accepted too easily, Ryu Min would have been disappointed. Thinking that, he slowly spoke, "To be honest, I want to get closer to you." Those words made Russell's face go blank. He asked doubtfully, "What are you talking about?" Ryu Min slowly explained, "I saw the future. You reach the peak as a blacksmith and survive until round 15 without anyone's help." But he said that was the end point. After that, there was no future for Russell. A tragic ending. After hearing that, Russell fell silent. However, Ryu Min soon smiled lightly and said, "But I can help you. If you cooperate with me, you will not only grow faster, but also make it past round 15 and continue pursuing the blacksmithing career you have dreamed of your whole life." Those words shook Russell. He pressed his lips together and thought for a long time. In the end, he asked doubtfully, "What do you want from me?" Ryu Min smiled faintly and spoke sincerely. "Nothing major. We'll simply help each other." Russell was the only blacksmith who survived until round 15. Maintaining a good relationship with such a talented person would be beneficial in every way. However, Russell seemed to be thinking about many things. Perhaps Ryu Min should help him make the decision. Thinking that, Ryu Min slowly opened his mouth. "I'm not asking for much. Just repair my equipment when necessary and use a few skills on me. In return, I'll provide you with information for the next round." He said that way, Russell could seize advantages he would normally miss and grow stronger quickly. After hearing those words, Russell still said nothing. He was still hesitating. This was an offer he normally should not even need to think about. But could he trust this person? From the way Ryu Min spoke, he seemed sincere. Even so, it was better to be careful. After hesitating for a long time, Russell slowly said, "I appreciate you valuing me so highly, but I still can't be certain. Can I decide whether to continue the deal after seeing the results of round 6? Ryu Min did not think much of it and nodded. "Do as you like. I'm not asking for a contract." Hearing that, Russell happily proposed, "Then let me repair your item first. After that, I can receive the information about round 6. "All right." Ryu Min nodded lightly, then took out a string of beads. These were the beads of rest, an epic item with only one durability remaining. He needed to increase its durability, so he had no choice but to hand it to Russell. Russell reached out and accepted it without hesitation, then began repairing it. In just a moment, he handed it back to Ryu Min. "Here, it's fixed." Ryu Min accepted it back with some confusion. It really had been repaired. The durability of the beads of rest had reached 1,000. Only then did he smile in satisfaction. "Good. Now I can start building stacks again." Across from him, Russell was also very pleased. He did not know what kind of necklace it was, but it must have been quite good for Ryu Min to want it repaired just so he could continue using it. From the way Russell spoke, it seemed he did not know the details of the item. Ryu Min regarded that as private and had deliberately not read into it. At that moment, Ryu Min slowly opened his mouth. "Thank you. Thanks to you, its durability has been fully restored." Hearing that, Russell hesitantly asked, "Then you'll give me the information about round 6 now, right?" "Of course. The mission for round 6 is..." Ryu Min nodded lightly, then began telling him about round 6. After hearing it, Russell could not help but mutter anxiously, "If that's true, I'd better gather strong allies." Ryu Min nodded in agreement as well. "That's right. After all, the monsters will be rather strong." Russell felt that the matter was over. He hurriedly said, "Then our deal ends here for now." Yet before he could finish speaking, Ryu Min interrupted him. "By the way, could you sell me an item? Dark iron powder. You have it, don't you?" Hearing those words, Russell was immediately shocked. Ryu Min had even guessed what he possessed. Seeing that he did not answer, Ryu Min asked again, "So, will you sell me the dark iron powder? It seems you're looking for work to cover the cost of materials. I'll pay generously." The fact that he even knew Russell was looking for work truly shocked him. He could not help but marvel. "You really are incredible. Now I believe you're a prophet. To be honest, I suspected you might have been using some trick. I am sorry." Ryu Min did not mind and said casually, "There's no need to apologize. I only say what I see. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Russell frowned and silently thought for a long time. In the end, he slowly opened his mouth. "I'll give you the dark iron powder." Those words startled Ryu Min. Russell pressed his lips together and explained, "I feel like I've received more from you than I've given. I'm not shameless enough for that. Take it." After saying that, Russell handed Ryu Min a pouch. Inside was the dark iron powder, and a faint trace of magic could be felt from it. Seeing that, Ryu Min felt somewhat awkward. Russell was giving him this rare item for free? Dark iron powder was a material used to craft divine-grade items, and Russell certainly did not know that it was very difficult to obtain before round 11. If anything, Ryu Min should be the one thanking him. Thinking of that, Ryu Min asked, "Are you sure you're fine with just giving this to me?" Russell smiled and answered, "It's fine. To be honest, I don't even know what it's used for. Only you, the prophet, would know its true value." Since Ryu Min had personally asked for it, it must be important. But Russell would not pry. He had already received help, and asking for more would be too greedy. At the same time, Ryu Min was inwardly praising Russell for having good character. After that, he tossed the bag in his hand to Russell, leaving him extremely confused. Ryu Min slowly suggested, "Open that." Russell suspiciously opened the bag. Inside was a pouch of money. Russell felt as though he were holding something extremely heavy, and his hands would not stop trembling. Ryu Min smiled and explained, "It's 20,000 pounds in total. I feel uncomfortable receiving an item for free. That should be enough to cover the cost of your materials, right?" "Of course." Russell nodded lightly in reply. With this much, he would no longer need to look for another job. Thinking that, he hugged the pouch of money and grinned foolishly like an idiot. After coming back to his senses, he hesitantly asked, "But is it really all right for me to receive this much money?" Ryu Min shook his head lightly and answered, "It's worth that much, so accept it with peace of mind. I'm not giving it to you only so you could buy materials, either." Hearing that, Russell could not help but ask in confusion, "Huh, then what for?" Ryu Min slowly explained, "Open an overseas stock account and invest about half of the money I gave you into Korean stocks. The company's name is Player Place." Russell only grew more confused the more he listened. So Ryu Min patiently explained, "I'm not forcing you, but this is a company that is about to take off. If you invest, you'll never have to worry about material costs again. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Russell hesitated for a moment. After a long while, he nodded and replied, "Since it's advice from the prophet, I'll believe it. Besides, this is money I earned easily." Ryu Min chuckled and said, "Then I wish you luck in the next round. May I give you my number?" "Of course." Russell nodded without hesitation. But when they exchanged numbers, he realized he still did not know Ryu Min's name. He awkwardly asked, I forgot that I still haven't asked your name." "Your name is..." Ryu Min answered casually, "Just call me Mr. Ryu." A few days later, in a vast desert, Ryu Min was transported to this place. Immediately afterward, countless other players appeared one after another. Looking at the vast desert, the players could not help but whisper among themselves. This time it's a desert area? What kind of mission drops us in a place like this? They did not know, but Ryu Min knew clearly. Round 6 was a cooperative round, so he needed to find people to cooperate with. The first person he had to find was Zuri. Honestly, other than Zuri, Ryu Min did not need anyone else, but he still had to add 3 more people to form a 5-person party. Just then, someone suddenly called him from behind. Echo! Ryu Min immediately turned his head and saw Zuri running over from afar, waving at him. She cheerfully asked, "Long time no see. How have you been?" Ryu Min did not answer and instead muttered doubtfully, "Has it been that long?" Zuri smiled and said, "It's been a month since we last met, after all." While the two of them were talking, the surrounding players looked over with great curiosity. They were wondering who Zuri was and why she dared to speak so casually to the first-ranked player. Some people recognized Zuri as well. She had appeared in second place on the results board in the previous round. Seeing her being close to a top-ranked expert made them feel very envious. Zuri did not know what everyone was thinking and continued chatting happily with Ryu Min. "Did you defeat the final boss in the last round?" Ryu Min answered casually, "Yeah." Hearing that, Zuri could not help but exclaim, "You handled it so quickly even though time was tight. Then you also completed the side quest to collect the balance stones." Ryu Min calmly admitted, "Yes, but I'm not going to tell you what the reward was." Zuri froze for a moment, then asked in disbelief, "How did you know?" "I was going to ask that," he answered calmly. "I can tell just by looking." Zuri did not mind. She raised her head to look at Ryu Min and smiled as she sighed. "I felt this for a long time, Hako. You really do have very keen eyes." Those words left Ryu Min somewhat confused, and even Zuri felt very embarrassed after saying them. She hurriedly spoke up. "That was too cheesy, wasn't it?" Seeing her reaction, Ryu Min shook his head and smiled. "What is there to apologize for? Anyway, thanks for the compliment." Hearing that, Zuri smiled again. Inwardly, she could not help but think that he was sometimes considerate and sometimes charming. He truly was an interesting person. While the two of them were chatting happily, 2 figures appeared. They were Sang-chun and Aaron. Seeing a girl beside Ryu Min, Aaron was startled. "Who was that person?" The two quickly walked up to Ryu Min, and Sang-chun cheerfully said, "Long time no see, Hako." Aaron also asked hesitantly, "Mr. Hako, is this person your companion?" Her words displeased Ryu Min. He said coldly, "I don't see any reason why I have to tell you." Only then did Aaron realize she had been rude and hurriedly nodded. "All right, of course." At that moment, she was extremely confused inside. He had been smiling just a moment ago, but when facing her, he was so irritated. While Aaron was thinking, Ryu Min asked doubtfully, "Anyway, what did you come here for?" Aaron flinched slightly, not knowing how to answer. Seeing her reaction, Ryu Min immediately understood. She had come because the prophet told them to form a party with Hako. After hesitating for a long time, Sang-chun cautiously spoke. "Hako, to be honest, we want to form a party with you." Ryu Min pretended not to know and asked with a pout, "Form a party? With me?" Sang-chun nodded lightly and replied, "We know we'll only be a burden to you, but we'll do everything we can not to drag you down." Ryu Min did not answer right away and pretended to think. To be honest, these two were only numbers needed to fill the party. But if he accepted them into his party instead of other people, Nyanlog would have a better impression of Hako. Seeing that Ryu Min did not answer, Sang-chun spoke again. "We're not asking to join the party for free. I have information about round 6. If you accept us, I'll share it with you." The moment those words came out, Ryu Min's gaze immediately darkened. Using information as a trade? He should test them a little. Thinking that, he pretended not to care and shook his head. "No need." Hearing that, Sang-chun panicked. "Why not? Wouldn't it be beneficial to know the strategy for round 6 in advance?" Ryu Min answered blandly, "I always do things my own way. I won't rely on unreliable information." Hearing that he was not interested, Sang-chun grew even more flustered and wanted to say something. But before he could finish, Ryu Min coldly opened his mouth. "Then where did you get that information? Who is the source?" The sudden question startled Sang-chun, and he stammered for a long time without answering. Seeing that, Ryu Min spoke again. "You can't say it, even if I let you join the party." After hesitating for a long time, Sang-chun finally lowered his head and shouted, "I'm sorry." Seeing his behavior, Ryu Min could not help but feel satisfied. He refused to tell him about the prophet. He was more tight-lipped than Ryu Min had expected. Not bad. While Ryu Min was thinking, Sang-chun spoke again. Then. But before he could finish, Ryu Min interrupted him again. "I'll let you join the party." Those words left him dazed and unable to understand. Ryu, Min slowly explained. Because you didn't reveal your source, I think you're trustworthy. I hate people who can't keep their mouths shut. Hearing those words, Sang-chun let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If he had accidentally mentioned the prophet, he might have drawn attention right away. And so, both Sang-chun and Aaron bowed their heads and thanked Ryu Min. Seeing that, Ryu Min pointed towards Zuri and introduced her. This person is a buffer who has made a pact with me. Hearing that, Sang-chun became confused. Or a pact and a buffer. Aaron, meanwhile, wondered how the two of them had met. After thinking for a while, she walked over and greeted her. Hello, I'm Seo Aaron. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zuri also nodded in return. Ah yes, I'm in Zuri. However, as soon as she said that, she realized something and hurriedly exclaimed, Wait, you aren't the actress Seo Aaron, are you? You just changed your face to look like her, right? Aaron smiled and replied, No, this is my real face. Hearing that, Zuri's eyes immediately lit up. She hugged Aaron and said with a smile, I really love Oh My Destiny. It's my father's favorite drama, and you're his favorite actress in it. Aaron was a little awkward in the face of her excitement, but she still spoke politely. Really? Thank you for thinking well of me. Ignoring the two girls, Sang-chun hesitantly asked, Then you really don't believe the information about round 6? Ryu Min answered casually, I don't need it. Don't waste your effort telling me. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Ah, if that is how you see it, then all right. Sang-chun nodded slightly and said that he had only wanted to repay him by providing information. If he was going down the wrong path, Sang-chun would at least give him a small tip from the sidelines. After thinking that, Sang-chun walked over to Zuri and asked, Min Zuri, you said your class is a buffer. What exactly is that? Zuri hurriedly explained, It is a class specialized in strengthening stats. I will buff everyone later. Hearing that, Aaron also chimed in, I have something similar to a buff too. My summoned creature, a fairy, can create a shield. After hearing that, Zuri cried out excitedly, Wow, a fairy. Aaron nodded slightly and replied, I will show everyone later too. Just like that, Sang-chun was left off to the side by the two of them. A little while later, Zuri finally turned to him and said, Nice to meet you. Sang-chun smiled and introduced himself. I am in Sang-chun. Zuri glanced at Ryu Min in the distance, then looked back at him and asked, It seems like you already knew Black Scythe before this? Sang-chun nodded and admitted, That is right. Black Scythe once saved both our lives. After hearing that, Zuri admired him even more. He had even saved people in a moment of danger. As expected, her eyes had not been wrong about him. Just then, an angel appeared in the sky. She curled her lips into a smile and said, Welcome, humans. Have you rested well over the past month? This round has 1,020 participants, a perfect number. Seeing her, all the players raised their heads and looked up. Priscilla flapped her wings twice and spoke calmly. Let us get straight to the point. In an instant, window panels appeared in front of the players. The main mission of round 6 was to defeat a boss within 6 hours. As soon as that appeared, a wave of murmuring broke out. Only Ryu Min remained standing there calmly. Priscilla paid no attention and continued with a smile, Do not worry. After all, it is not possible to defeat one alone. Hearing those words, the players began asking one another, If we cannot defeat it, then what are we supposed to do? Priscilla curled her lips and said, Obviously, you must fight together. That is why we have prepared something, the party system. She said that parties allowed players to form groups and cooperate with one another. They needed free members to form a party, and once a party was established, they would be recognized as allies and could not damage one another. Hearing that, someone let out a sigh of relief. Then we do not have to worry about being stabbed in the back. But they were happy too soon. Priscilla continued, Of course, only attacks from members of the same party will be nullified. While in a party, experience and gold from monsters will be divided equally, regardless of who lands the finishing blow. However, if the distance exceeds 100 meters, the rewards will not be shared. The players began whispering among themselves again. Experience and gold are divided equally. So how do we split items? Priscilla slowly explained. Dropped items are based on contribution rate. For example, if two players contribute 70% and 30% in a hunt, they will have corresponding chances of receiving the item. Someone could not help raising a hand and asking, So even if your contribution is low, As long as you are lucky, you can still pick up an item? Priscilla nodded slightly and replied, that is right. As long as you contribute even 1%, you still have a chance to receive it if you are lucky. Also, contribution will be calculated by the system based on every factor. If you deal high damage, your contribution rate will rise, but it is not based only on damage. Players specializing in buffs will also have their contributions recognized by the system. Those words made buff-type players like Zuri breathe a sigh of relief. Priscilla did not care whether they understood or not and curled her lips into a smile. That is the entire explanation of parties. See, this mission is not so bad, is it? You only need to kill one boss. It is simple. Hearing those words, Ryu Min could not help cursing inwardly. In the eyes of these angels, everything was simple. At that moment, Priscilla shouted excitedly again. Now then, humans, give it your all and bring down the bosses. There is no side mission this time, either. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the air. Once she had disappeared, the players immediately began complaining. Damn it, they call this an easy mission? There has to be a reason a boss is called a boss. It is definitely going to be extremely tough. To form a party, 5 people had to hold hands and shout "party formed" in unison. If they were not in a party, their mission progress would not be counted. Time remaining until the end of round 6. 5 hours and 59 minutes. Everyone began forming parties of 5 right away. At that moment, Sang-chun secretly let out a sigh of relief. Just as the prophet had said, round 6 was indeed a mission that required a 5-person party. Fortunately, they had followed the prophet's words and accompanied Black Scythe from early on. After thinking that, he spoke up. Black Scythe, can we form a party now? Ryu Min shook his head and said, wait. This is a 5-person party. We need one more person. Hearing that, Zuri anxiously opened her mouth. Then who will be chosen for the last spot? After thinking for a moment, Sang-chun suggested, let the strongest among us, Black Scythe, decide. Everyone agreed with that idea. Ryu Min, however, said nothing because he was waiting for someone. He was thinking how good it would be if that person were nearby. That way, Ryu Min could pretend to choose randomly and bring him in naturally. At the same time, the other players were also worrying about forming parties. They kept whispering among themselves. First, I need to form a party, right? If you're not in a party, even killing the boss will not count. So each team has 5 people. And so, they soon began searching for teams on their own. There were also people who shouted directly, level 20 warrior here. Does anyone want to form a party with me? But many people thought that if they were going to join a party, it absolutely had to be with Black Scythe. So, after hesitating for a while, someone could no longer hold back and walked over to Ryu Min. They asked carefully, hello Black Scythe, could you consider joining our party? Ryu Min refused without the slightest hesitation. No, go away. They did not dare say another word and turned to leave. Inwardly, they could not help thinking that he had told them to leave without even pretending to think about it. There was no chance of clinging to Black Scythe anymore. Ryu Min had his reasons for refusing. In the past, he had accepted just anyone at random simply to fill the required number. But in this round, he needed to nurture people who could grow alongside him. After all, no matter what round it was, Ryu Min always seemed to attract others. While he was thinking, another person approached. Before that person could even speak, Ryu Min drove him away. Do not bother me. Go. However, the players refused to give up. They came over in groups one after another, and all met the same fate, being mercilessly chased off by Ryu Min. After failing to get into his party, some people began cursing inwardly in dissatisfaction. What the hell? Is it that hard to let one person in? How stingy. He should at least hear me out before rejecting me. But they clearly saw that there were people beside Ryu Min, and they felt jealous because of it. At the same time, Sang-chun had guessed Ryu Min's intention. Is he planning to put someone specific into that final empty spot? He thought that if only his chairman were here, he could have strongly recommended him. As for Zuri, she thought that if Ryu Min were here, he would definitely fight for the final empty spot. But Ryu Min was right in front of her. She simply did not know it. Just then, someone approached from behind, startling Sang-chun. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, now who are these nameless nobodies? A group of people was walking toward Ryu Min. The person leading them was someone Ryu Min had once saved, Young-ho. He smiled happily and said, we are very glad to meet you. Ryu Min also nodded and said, I'm glad to see you are still alive. I thought you had been eliminated in round 5. Hearing that, Young-ho joked with a smile, were you not underestimating me a little too much? Back then, watching your battle pushed me to finish my own hunt quickly. In any case, he thanked Ryu Min. Thanks to him, Young-ho's friend was also doing well. As soon as those words ended, a young man named Mankey ran forward and spoke gratefully. Black Scythe, thank you for healing my shoulder back then. Thanks to you, I was able to keep my life going like this. Ryu-min observed him for a moment before finally speaking. You reached 300 lives with a body like that. Mankey hurriedly replied, it is all thanks to you. You're my lifesaver. Just then, Young-ho suddenly asked, Black Scythe, are you looking for a party? Ryu-min was slightly startled. Seeing his reaction, Young-ho hurriedly explained, do not worry. We did not come to ask to join. We have already formed our own party. Ryu-min knew that their party had already been formed. Each of them had a golden chain around their wrist, proving the connection. After thinking that, he asked doubtfully, then I do not have to worry about that. But why did you come to me? Young-ho hurriedly said, partly to greet you, and partly to make a proposal. Hearing that, Ryu-min frowned and asked back, a proposal? Young-ho nodded slightly and replied, what if we make my team and yours into an alliance? They were not aiming for items or experience points. If a boss appeared, they would give priority to him first. Ryu-min was somewhat confused when he heard this. Seeing that, Young-ho explained again, we only want to help, so you do not need to be on guard. Really? Yet as soon as he finished speaking, Ryu-min said coldly, I refuse. Young-go froze. He asked in confusion, huh? Why? Is it because we would get in your way? Ryu-min shook his head slightly and said, no, I simply dislike unnecessary trouble. Thank you for the offer, but I will refuse. Hearing this, Young-ho muttered in slight disappointment. What a shame. I wanted to lend a hand. Seeing his reaction, Ryu-min suddenly spoke. I will ask for help if I truly need you. Young-ho's eyes instantly shone brightly. You really will? Then promise you will tell us if you need us. All right. Ryu-min nodded calmly, but Young-ho stubbornly wanted him to promise one more time, leaving him somewhat speechless. After that, Young-ho's group bowed their heads to Ryu-min. Then we will take our leave. If you need help, please call us anytime. After saying that, they left. At that moment, Sang-chun suddenly spoke. Black Scythe, it is time for you to decide. Who will you choose for the final empty spot? I have decided. Hearing that, Ryu-min curled his lips into a smile and glanced behind him. Then, under everyone's doubtful gazes, he pointed in one direction. Sang-chun and the others hurriedly looked in the direction Ryu-min was pointing and saw a young man in a black cloak standing not far away. Ryu-min spoke calmly. You, the one wearing the hood. Come here. His words made the man in black flinch slightly. Then he slowly and cautiously walked over, one step at a time. Ryu-min narrowed his eyes at him and asked, You have been watching me for a while, have you not? The young man was slightly startled, but still answered honestly, yes. Ryu-min narrowed his eyes and asked, Why? He slowly explained, Because I wanted to form a party with you, Black Scythe. Ryu-min continued asking, Your level in class? The young man answered shakily, Level 23, Dark Mage. Ryu-min had only asked for amusement. He did not mind and said calmly, That does not matter much. He will fill the final empty spot. Those sudden words left the young man momentarily stunned. Sang-chun's group also stood there completely baffled. Sang-chun sighed helplessly. He rejected everyone else and then chose someone so weak. What on earth does that mean? The young man did indeed look very frail, trembling constantly. But Ryu-min knew him well. His nickname was No Pinijin. One day, No Pinijin would become the founder of a religion that worshipped Black Scythe as a god. He would become a fanatical believer of Ryu-min, so creating a bond early would be useful in many ways. Thinking that, Ryu-min held out his hand and said, Then we will form the party like this. Everyone, put your hands together. Following his words, all four people immediately placed their hands on top of one another. The party was quickly formed, and chains appeared around their hands. They signified the connection between the five of them. No Pinijin still could not believe his eyes. He felt that this was far too absurd and could not understand why Black Scythe had chosen him when everyone else had turned their backs on him. Before this game appeared, from his first year of middle school, COK had become the errand boy of a group of bullies. He had been bullied for no reason at all. They simply saw him as easy prey. The bullies cornered COK, beat him, and kept cursing. Friends should get along, right? Do not forget to bring money. Huh? Do our words mean nothing to you? At the time, Suke could only answer shakily, "I'm sorry. I live with my grandmother. I do not have money to give you." Those words angered the ringleader of the bullies, who gritted his teeth and ordered, "Then steal it and bring it to us. Got it? If you do not have it, you know what will happen. Because of you, we are all out of money. Do you want me to bury you together with your grandmother when you die?" As soon as those words came out, Seok's face darkened. Furious, he wanted to rush forward and fight back. "You bastards!" But Seok was not strong enough. He was beaten black and blue by them, and the pain made him want to just die. Perhaps that would have been easier. But Seok thought, "If I am gone, what will happen to grandmother? She has only ever suffered because of me." Seok had promised that he would earn money and repay her by giving her a better life. Thinking of that, he could only grit his teeth and endure. With the determination to repay his grandmother, Seok endured stubbornly for 3 years, and everything finally ended when he was about to graduate. But with the appearance of the angels, the great disaster began. Instead of taking care of his grandmother, Seok could not even find a part-time job. Then, around the end of round 2, when he returned home, he saw those bullies beating his grandmother. In that very instant, Seok was filled with rage. Then, he awakened in tears and killed those bullying bastards with Dark Arrow. Wherever the Dark Arrow touched, their bodies began to rot. It was extremely grotesque. The last one still alive saw that scene and was so frightened he wet his pants. He trembled and muttered, "Damn it, do not touch me, you bastard. Did you change classes?" But in the end, they still died at Seok's hands, their corpses rotting. Yet it could not soothe Seok's pain. From that day on, he began building a wall between himself and others and started stuttering. And he resolved to clear the final round and use the wish to save his grandmother. After that, Seok began clearing one round after another. Ever since changing classes, he had never lost first place in his area. But there is always a higher mountain beyond the mountain. Starting from round 3, the tide changed. The first place position belonged to Black Scythe. Once, when Ryu Min was fighting, Seok had the chance to observe him up close. He had been utterly amazed when Ryu Min defeated 9 regional representatives in only a quarter of an hour. If only he were that strong, then he could have saved his grandmother. Seok had always wanted to know why Ryu Min was so strong and had wanted to meet him at least once. And now, had he not accomplished that? Ryu Min was standing right in front of him. Seeing him frozen in place, Ryu Min spoke. "Nopi Nohin." Startled by being called so suddenly, Seok immediately flinched. Ryu Min spoke calmly. "We have formed a party now, so introduce yourself." Hearing that, Seok hurriedly opened his mouth. "I'm a level 23 Dark Mage. My skills are Dark Arrow and Chains of Darkness." Yet after saying that, he felt strange. Normally, he stuttered badly whenever he spoke in front of others, but now he did not feel nervous at all. Was it because he felt confident in front of Black Scythe? After everyone finished introducing themselves, Ryu Min spoke again and suggested, "Then let us go hunting." Zuri nodded with a smile and replied, "I will buff everyone." As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly snapped her fingers, and blue energy appeared, wrapping around Sang-chun. This is the Blessing skill. All stats increase by 60%, and the duration is 3 hours. After that, Zuri also buffed Eren. Everyone's attack speed and movement speed would increase by 60%. The duration was 30 minutes. After seeing the stat window, Sang-chun cried out in shock. "What is this? My stats went up by 60%. Eren also nodded in agreement. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 60% too. Seok also felt as if this had to be a system error. After a moment, Sang-chun acted as if he had understood something. He nodded and said with a smile, "So that's why Black Scythe brought Min Zuri along. You're amazing supporter." Hearing this, Eren unconsciously looked toward Ryu Min while he still stood there calmly. Zuri smiled happily at the praise and said, "Hee hee, it's nothing." Eren felt that she could not lose like this, so she hurriedly spoke up. "I'll use my summons to buff everyone too." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned her spirits. Seeing them, Zuri could not help exclaiming, "Are these spirits? They're so cute." Eren smiled happily and said, "Before, they only knew how to create shields and had no combat ability, but after reaching level 20, I can summon 2 of them, and they've started using attack magic." As she spoke, she snapped her fingers again. In an instant, the surrounding rocks suddenly gathered together in one place. Eren explained with a smile, "And after reaching level 20, I can also summon this golem. The golem has no buffs, but it will draw the monster's attention." Seeing this, Zuri exclaimed, "A supporter and a tank. That's amazing." Aaron paid no attention to her. She glanced toward Ryu Min, wanting him to know that she was useful, wanting to be praised. But Ryu Min only spoke indifferently. Let's go. Hearing that, Aaron sighed in disappointment. Seok walked behind them, looking at his party formation, and could not help thinking, a buffer and a summoner. Everyone is impressive. I have to contribute too. A little while later, in a corner of the desert, as everyone was moving, a roar suddenly rang out from far away, startling them. Seok hurriedly ran toward it. But very soon he stopped short because he saw a group of people surrounding and hunting a monster. The players shouted excitedly, "We found a boss this easily? Attack it now!" Immediately afterward, they all rushed in at once. But the monster only swung its arm once, and they were all sent flying. They picked up their weapons again and shouted in panic, "This guy is seriously strong." Split up and attack. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not bring it down. Someone even foolishly attacked it from behind. Ryu Min watched from a distance, and seeing this scene, he could not help clicking his tongue. Then, in an instant, the person attacking from behind was kicked away by the horse. He was sent flying dozens of meters and slid across the sand. Seeing this, his teammates anxiously ran over to check on him. Ryu Min could not help shaking his head and sighing. Attacking a horse from behind? Idiot. On the other side, a female player launched throwing knives at the boss, while an archer-type player attacked at the same time. This time, the boss was actually hit by them and kept roaring. This sight frightened Seok, who was watching. Before long, that group of players defeated the boss. They immediately cheered joyfully. "We won. We got first place. We finally completed the first place mission." Seok looked at Ryu Min worriedly. No way. Did someone steal first place? While he was standing there in a daze, he realized that at some point he had truly lost the top position. Thinking that, Seok glanced at Ryu Min again. He thought Ryu Min would be very disappointed, but instead he saw him still standing there calmly, without even furrowing his brow. Just then, a player suddenly cried out in shock. "Did everyone get the mission completion notification except me?" Those words seemed to remind everyone. Some people also started checking, muttering anxiously, "Why isn't it appearing? Don't tell me." Seeing their reactions, Ryu Min curled his lips into a sneer. "You're only realizing it now. The centaur they had just killed was not the boss. The real boss was the bull-headed minotaur. To defeat it, at least 20 players were needed. In other words, at least 4 5-person parties would need to cooperate to have a chance. That was one of this round's traps. It was designed to look as though a 5-person party could defeat the boss, but those angels had never said that 5 people could defeat the boss. Those bastard angels knew it and simply pretended otherwise. He also could not go around revealing that fact, so for now, he would only observe. The other players were extremely confused by this, and so was Seok, who knew nothing about the prophecy. The other members of the party, however, all looked fairly calm. Thinking of this, Ryu Min suddenly decided that perhaps he should act a little. So after that, he coughed dryly twice and began speaking, basing his words on the reactions of the other parties. "That thing wasn't the boss. The real boss must be somewhere else. From now on, I'll tell you my plan." He said they would leave the boss aside and kill centaurs to level up until the time ran out. Hearing this, Seok asked in surprise, "Why?" Ryu Min slowly explained, "It takes 5 level, 20 players to kill 1 centaur. If that's just a normal monster, then the boss will probably require at least 3 or 4 parties to defeat." He said they did not know how strong it was, so charging at the boss was not a good idea. There could be other traps as well. And what if we kill the boss too early and get trapped inside a pillar of light? Then we just waste all the remaining time. Hunting normal monsters and observing seems like the better choice. Hearing his plan, Sang-chun could not help exclaiming, to come up with a strategy without relying on the prophecy. "I never expected Black Scythe to have such insight." Seok, who knew nothing, anxiously asked at that moment, "But if we wait before fighting the boss, you might lose the top spot. Are you fine with that?" Ryu Min replied calmly, "It doesn't matter. Even without the first place reward, the experience from 6 hours of hunting will be enough. Besides, first place may not be determined by who kills the boss first." The more Sang-chun listened, the more surprised he became. He could not understand how Ryu Min always found the right method without needing the prophecy. Zuri also asked hesitantly at that moment, "Then are we going to hunt together?" Aaron also suggested, "Shouldn't we first come up with a rough strategy?" "There's no need." Ryu Min shook his head without hesitation and said, "I'll be the only one killing monsters." Those words left everyone stunned. Aaron asked in surprise, "You're going to fight alone, Black Scythe?" Seok, on the other hand, was not worried at all. He had blind faith in Ryu Min. Ryu Min could easily do alone. Ryu Min glanced at everyone again and spoke. "That's right. You don't need to do anything. I'll be the one killing the monsters." Hearing this, Sang Chun asked hesitantly, "Then what should we do?" Ryu Min replied casually, "Just follow me and take the experience and gold. Think of it as being carried. But in exchange, all items obtained through contribution will belong to me. You'll receive experience and gold without any danger." He asked what they thought. Sang Chun and the other two agreed without hesitation, and even Seok nodded and replied, "We'll follow your wishes, Black Scythe." Seeing that they offered no resistance, Ryu Min nodded in satisfaction. "Good choice. You won't regret it. Then shall we go?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his scythe, lifted his foot, and left. It was just that Ryu Min's speed was no different from flying. Seeing this, Sang Chun and the other four were startled. Sang Chun hurriedly shouted, "Quick, run after him." Ryu Min's speed was extremely fast. He paid no attention to the people behind him running desperately to keep up. They could not understand why Ryu Min was so fast. Just how high was his speed stat? Seok, on the other hand, admired him even more at that moment. He had thought he himself was fairly fast, but compared to Ryu Min, he was like a cat standing beside a leopard. While thinking this, Seok suddenly saw something. He hurriedly pointed into the distance and shouted, "Ah, over there!" Following the direction he pointed, everyone saw a monster, and Ryu Min saw it as well. In a flash, his figure disappeared, and when he appeared again, the monster had already fallen, fresh blood spraying out like rain. This scene terrified Sang Chun and the others. What had just happened? They had seen nothing at all, yet Ryu Min had already taken it down. Just like that, they kept running across the desert. Whenever they encountered a monster, Ryu Min charged straight at it. With one swing of his scythe, he could bring a monster down. His scythe was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and countless monster corpses had already had their lives taken by it. Ryu Min's movements were extremely practiced, as if he had done this countless times before. He simply placed the scythe at a monster's neck, then sliced straight through, sending its head flying and blood spraying. Ryu Min was like a moth charging forward. He stepped on the legs of the monster's horse body, then skillfully beheaded it. In an instant, the heavy smell of fresh blood spread through the air. The very moment the monster was defeated, a series of notifications popped up. The triple experience buff had been activated. The title effect increased experience by 1.5 times. Experience increased by 0.89%. Current kill count, 172 out of 100. Effective massacre, all stats increased by 100%. Only then did Ryu Min stop. 172 kills in 30 minutes. The pace was not bad. 2,000 centaurs had been released onto this battlefield. At this rate, he could claim all of them within 6 hours, except for the few killed by others. While Ryu Min was thinking, cries of surprise suddenly rang out from behind him, making him turn his head in surprise. He saw Sang Chun and the others running over, panting heavily. They kept groaning, "We're going to die." Ryu Min frowned at them, then suggested, "If you're tired, we can rest for a bit." "Really? Thank you." As if they had been pardoned, they cried out joyfully, then collapsed to the ground and began resting. Sang Chun sighed and complained that just chasing after him had exhausted him to death. Aaron also pouted and said, "I thought a 100-meter range wouldn't be that big, but it really is." Seok also nodded in agreement, completely agreeing with her. After catching her breath, Zuri began praising him. "Black Scythe, you're incredible. Your hunting speed is truly unbelievable." Hearing this, Ryu Min could not help joking. "Does that mean you don't like it?" Zuri hurriedly shook her head in denial. "That's not it. I level up just by following you. So how could I hate it?" Seok also raised his thumb at that moment and exclaimed, "But doing far more work than us, Black Scythe." Seeing that his body was trembling, Ryu Min curled his lips and said, "To me, you look like the one who's exhausted." Just then, footsteps suddenly rang out from behind them. A group of people was slowly walking toward them. Seeing the number of people appearing, Zuri became alarmed, and Seok also muttered in confusion, "What's that? Someone's coming toward us." Ryu Min glanced at the group walking over. He was not particularly worried. He was certain they would not be stupid enough to provoke him. The leader of that group was a black-haired young man. He spoke with a grin. "Hello, Black Scythe. How lucky to meet you here, haha." Ryu Min was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he frowned and asked, "Enough. What do you want?" Seeing his impatience, the young man hurriedly said, "It's just that we're recruiting a team to hunt the boss." But before he even finished speaking, Ryu Min coldly cut him off. "I refuse." Those words made the young man cry out in surprise. "What? But why?" However, very quickly, he looked in one direction and said, "Black Scythe, perhaps you don't know, but this boss isn't an easy opponent." The young man pointed toward the bull-headed monster and explained, "Do you see that bull-headed guy over there? That's the boss, and it's not easy prey." He said that another party had already tried to face it, but they had been wiped out. Only then had he realized that multiple parties needed to join forces. But Ryu Min did not care and spoke indifferently. "Handle it yourselves. Don't drag us into it." The young man did not understand and hurriedly tried to persuade him. "But wouldn't it be better if we helped each other? If you want, we'll let you land the finishing blow. So please reconsider." But without waiting for him to finish, Ryu Min coldly interrupted him, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Don't make me say it a third time." Seeing his expression, the young man immediately turned and ran. "Understood. Please spare us." After returning to his group, the man vented angrily. "Damn it. It was useless." Someone asked hesitantly, "Did you tell him we'd let him strike first?" He nodded and replied, "I did, but he still refused. He told us to handle it ourselves." The young man still thought Ryu Min had refused because he was afraid of the boss, but there was no other way. They could only choose to challenge it themselves. Just then, the bull-headed boss walked over, and that group silently followed behind it. Someone could not help whispering quietly, "Up close, it's even bigger. Can we really beat it?" But while they were talking, the bull-headed boss noticed them, and so its gaze turned vicious. Without hesitation, it charged toward them. Seeing this situation, the players panicked. "Damn it, it's charging this way." But very soon, they regained their senses and began attacking the bull-headed boss. Elsewhere, Ryu Min had jumped onto a stone pillar to observe. He was calculating how much time it would take them to bring it down. The Minotaur was not actually as difficult to kill as it looked. Its sluggish movements made its attacks easy to predict and easy to dodge. But its skin was extremely thick, so even if sword-type players attacked it repeatedly, they would only leave surface scratches. Because of that, players had great difficulty damaging its hide. But after dozens of slashes, one strike would eventually hit a vital spot. And when that happened, even a Minotaur would not be able to endure it. It would just take quite a bit of time. After surrounding and attacking it for a while, the players still could not do anything to it. The young man, leading them, angrily cursed, "This bastard is too tough." Then someone else shouted a suggestion, "Focus on dodging as much as possible." Just then, a player carrying an axe ran forward and shouted fiercely, "Die, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the axe. The axe flew forward with the force of a spinning wheel and buried itself in one of the monster's shoulders. Fresh blood instantly poured out like rain, but they did not stop. The magic-type players began summoning attack spells. A fireball rushed forward violently. In an instant, the boss's entire body was engulfed in flames, causing it to roar continuously. After that, it collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the players shouted excitedly, "We killed it! We finally did it!" We're the first ones to bring it down. But they could not rejoice for long. A pillar of light suddenly appeared. Very soon, all the players who had participated in the battle were trapped inside the pillar of light. Someone could not help complaining, "Damn it, we have to do it again." It looks like after clearing it, a pillar of light appears, just like last time. Someone else realized something and asked in confusion, "But do we have to stay here until the time runs out?" The young man leading them sighed helplessly. "Looks that way. Getting to rest early is nice, but it feels like we're losing out." Those who were not trapped inside the pillar of light saw this and thought about finding another party. But just then, someone noticed Ryu Min standing on the stone pillar and hesitantly tried to speak. "Black Scythe, our party." But seeing his cold face, they left dejectedly because they knew that no matter what they said, nothing would change. Ryu Min then jumped down from above and spoke with a sigh of relief. "What a relief. If we had killed the boss too early, we would have wasted the remaining time." Zuri nodded slightly in agreement. "That's right, just as you predicted, Black Scythe." Ryu Min paid no attention to that and suggested, "We've rested enough. Stay close behind me." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward once again. At the same time, inside the pillars of light. The players trapped within had nothing to do and were bored. Someone suddenly voiced a question in confusion. I wonder what rank will be once we clear it. It doesn't show the rankings, so there's no way to know. Hearing that, a girl immediately pouted and said, "Who cares? As long as we can kill the boss, we survive, right?" Just then, a young man seemed to spot something and cried out in surprise. "Huh, what's going on over there?" Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw a figure flying through the air with a monster in front of him. It was Ryu Min. As usual, he swung his scythe and killed the monster on the spot. The sight made the bored players cry out in shock. "Isn't that Black Sai? He took that thing down with one blow? Wow, that's the difference being level 40 makes." Someone suddenly asked in confusion, "But if he's only hunting centaurs and not fighting the boss, wouldn't it be better to kill the boss quickly and rest?" Another person shook his head and refuted him. "No, if he killed it now, he'd only rank below the top 50. He must have given up on competing for rank and is just focusing on farming." After saying that, he sighed regretfully. "What a shame. I thought he'd take first place again this time." Even Black Scythe couldn't stay in first place forever. Still, it was a clever thought. At least he was grinding the dungeon. Ryu Min paid no attention to what they thought and continued focusing on killing monsters. At that moment, a system notification appeared. No centaur targets found. Current kill count, 1,920/100. There were 20 minutes remaining until the round ended. Ryu Min let out a breath of relief. It seemed he had finally taken all of them down. At the same time, Sang Chun's group ran over, and Zuri panted as she suggested, "Black Scythe, can we rest for a bit?" Ryu Min nodded slightly and said calmly, "Sure, the hunt is over. Now we'll kill the boss." Hearing that, Zuri could not help asking in confusion, "What do you mean the hunt is over?" Ryu Min explained slowly, "I used my tracking ability. There isn't a single centaur left on the field." Sang Chun hurriedly opened his status window to check. Right after that, he cried out in astonishment, "Everyone, check your levels." Hearing him, Zuri and No Pinijin also opened theirs to look, and all of them were left gaping. Ryu Min asked indifferently, "How much did it go up?" Sang Chun answered in a trembling voice, "I was level 20 before, but now I'm level 34. Aaron chimed in as well. "Me too, level 34. After checking, Zuri also replied, "I went from 21 to 35. No Pinijin also muttered shakily, "I used to be level 23, but now I'm 36. Hearing that, Ryu Min nodded in satisfaction. So everyone had gained around 13 to 14 levels, and so had he. His level had risen from 40 to 54. In addition, Ryu Min had obtained 19 magic stones, 9 common pieces of equipment, and assorted loot. While he was thinking, Zuri spoke again. "The gold is piling up like crazy." Aaron also nodded in agreement. "Same here." Ryu Min, on the other hand, remained very calm. He did not pay much attention to those things. No Pinijin could not hold back and cried out, 115,000 gold? That's way too much. Sang Chun also remarked emotionally, "Doesn't suddenly having this much feel like a dream? What am I supposed to do with all this?" Ryu Min suggested, "Buy a few common skills from a shop. You need things like presence detection, enhanced reflexes, and basic resistance. If you see anything useful on today's special item list, buy it." Hearing him, everyone began searching for items in the shop, but even after a while, they still had not found anything. Seeing that, Ryu Min suggested, "Buy things later. Follow me. We still have to kill the final boss." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his tracking ability and searched for the Minotaur's trail. Very quickly, he found the direction and immediately rushed off. However, when he saw the situation before him, he frowned. His steps came to a halt as well. The players surrounding the boss heard the movement and glanced over. Upon seeing him, someone immediately ran over and suggested, "It's Black Scythe. Form a party with us." Ryu Min refused without the slightest hesitation. "No, I have no intention of sharing contribution with you people." He said he would kill the boss alone. As soon as those words came out, the players immediately frowned in shock. "You're seriously saying you'll take down the boss by yourself? It takes 20 people just to nearly kill one Minotaur." At that moment, someone could not help sneering, "Now I get it. You're pretty full of yourself, aren't you, Black Scythe?" "Full of myself." Ryu Min snorted lightly and said coldly, "You're underestimating me too much. Just because you can't kill it doesn't mean I can't." The other person was unconvinced and retorted, "But we have numbers." Ryu Min spoke disdainfully, "Numbers won't help. The man stared at him in astonishment and muttered in disbelief. That's going a little too far. But Ryu Min had already brushed past him and left. Seeing this, Zuri called out worriedly, "Black Scythe," but he continued walking calmly without even turning his head and said indifferently, "Wait here. I'll finish it quickly." This scene made many players confused, and they kept discussing it. Don't tell me he's actually going to fight alone. Well, I was bored anyway. This is perfect timing. At the same time, Ryu Min swept his gaze over the players, including those inside the pillars of light. There were surely dozens of people watching. If possible, he would have preferred to keep his ultimate skill hidden. But this was probably a perfect chance to show them Ryu Min's true strength. If they saw how quickly he could take down the Minotaur, at the very least, no one here would dare look down on him again. And so Ryu Min decided to end it cleanly and swiftly. As he thought that, he walked up in front of the boss. The moment the monster saw him approaching, its eyes turned ferocious. But Ryu Min paid it no mind and charged straight forward. Seeing this, the players outside began chattering noisily. What is he doing? It looks like he's about to use a skill. That's such a strange stance. Ryu Min did not care what they thought. He was beginning to calculate how to fight. The system would only begin recording time once he was close enough for an attack to land. In other words, this was still counted as a preparatory movement, and the timer had not started running yet. At the same time, the boss let out a roar, then charged forward with its weapon in hand. Ryu Min initially remained still, but as the distance grew closer, he also lifted his foot and rushed in. After only 2 seconds, the distance between him and the monster had closed. Then, the surroundings suddenly turned dark. Ryu Min had activated Death Knight. After that, he swung his scythe down. A crescent-shaped slash of light surged forward wildly, cutting horizontally through the monster's body. It had only just opened its mouth and had not even had time to roar before its head separated from its neck, fresh blood gushing out. The boss's head quickly flew away and fell in front of the players, while its massive body collapsed as well. The players could not believe their eyes and cried out in shock. Look, the Minotaur's head just fell off. Did he just kill it with one hit? Some people even shook their heads in disbelief and denied it. No way. Hearing that, Ryu Min could not help sneering inwardly. No way. Did they know just how high his stats were? At the same time, the system displayed another notification. The Minotaur has been eliminated. You have obtained Minotaur leather and a Minotaur blueprint. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes as he looked at the display window. Cowhide and a Minotaur armor blueprint. He could sell them for a good price. After thinking that, he glanced at Sang Chun's group and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Their group immediately flinched, and only after long while did they come back to their senses and answer, "Ah, yes, sir." Only No Pinijin was looking at Ryu Min with eyes full of infatuation. Seeing this reaction, Ryu Min sighed speechlessly. That expression was really something, but he understood why the guy was like that. One day, he would become a believer. Still, it was best for Ryu Min to keep his distance. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. In an instant, it descended from the heavens and enveloped Ryu Min's entire body. At the same time, Priscilla appeared as well and spoke excitedly. So all 100 bosses have been defeated? Then every team that failed to kill a boss will be erased immediately. At this point, Priscilla's eyes turned malicious, and she snorted coldly as she cursed. Trash. Disappear. Hearing that, the players who had been trapped inside the pillars of light immediately cried out in panic. No, wait. Angel, please wait. But no matter how they screamed, they had already dissolved away. A moment later, Priscilla curled her lips into a smile and said, "Now, let's check the rankings." As soon as she finished speaking, the results for round 6 appeared, and, as usual, Ryu Min's team was in first place again. Seeing this, someone objected indignantly. What? Why isn't our team in first place? We clearly killed ours first. They killed theirs afterward. Something isn't right. However, hearing this questioning, Priscilla became displeased and snorted coldly. Who said the rankings were based on who killed it first? As you can see, the rankings are determined by how much time it took to kill the boss. Her words made that group of players realize the truth, and they sighed helplessly. Time. So that's why we're last. Priscilla spoke disdainfully again. 11 minutes and 30 seconds? It took you that long to kill one cow. What a pathetic bunch of humans. Meanwhile, the fastest time is 1 minute. That's Blackside's team, so I expected as much. As soon as she finished speaking, someone cautiously said, "Angel, it isn't 1 minute." Those words made Priscilla freeze. She hurriedly looked back at the results board, and only then did she notice that Ryu Min's team's time was 1 second. That time made Priscilla's expression turn ugly, and she muttered in disbelief. 1 second? Not 1 minute, but 1 second. After saying that, she glanced at the players and grumbled irritably. I made a mistake in front of humans. But very quickly, Priscilla regained her composure, then spoke again with an arrogant manner. Hee, so a 1 second record is possible. Just how weak was that, boss? In that case, reward will be given to the top 3 ranks. At that moment, Ryu Min saw a notification saying he had achieved first place in his district. There was also a notification that he had achieved first place across all districts. The district category reward was an epic hat selection ticket. The all-district first place reward was a special reward selection box. Seeing this series of notifications, Ryu Min was pleased. It was time to change his hat. As soon as he pressed select, the system appeared again. You may choose one of the following epic hats. It gave him 3 choices: an angel's ring, a minotaur's hat, and Hermes' feathered hat. Ryu Min chose the feathered hat without the slightest hesitation. It had good options. Hermes' feather hat had a defense stat of up to 180, also increased agility, and had an invisibility effect. After making his choice, Ryu Min equipped it on his head. Its temporary skill allowed him to turn invisible. From now on, he could use it. It did not conceal sound, but later he would obtain an ancient stealth rune to fix that. At that moment, the system displayed another notification. You may now choose one of the special rewards. The system gave Ryu Min 3 choices: an item material selection ticket, 14,000 gold, and information about round 7. Ryu Min did not need gold or information, so he took the first option, the material. The system allowed him to choose one of 4 types: a broken ironwood branch, bubbling liquid, a hard magic shell, and an angel's gold dust. Ryu Min knew exactly what each material was used for, so there was no need to hesitate. He chose the divine grade material, angel's gold dust. After he finished making his choice, Priscilla finally spoke. All rewards have been distributed. Now you may return. See you in the next round. Round 6 was completed just like that, and only a little over 8 million people survived. Outside in the real world, Ma Jiangrock was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by a loud shout. Director Ma. He woke up groggily and raised a hand to rub his aching head. Ma Jiangrock quickly got out of bed. He went out and opened the door to see who had come. The person who had arrived was Sang-chan. He asked unhappily, "Manager, and what is it? Did you run straight here after returning?" Sang-chan hurriedly said, "Can we go inside first?" And so the two entered the house. Ma Jiangrock sat down in a chair and said calmly, "Of course, your level must have gone up. After all, you were in Blackside's party for 6 hours of hunting. So how many levels did you gain to be this excited?" Sang-chan hesitated for a moment before answering. "I went from level 20 to 34. I gained 14 levels in one go." Those words made the hand holding Ma Jiangrock's wineglass pause. He asked in disbelief, "Level 34? Are you sure?" Sang-chan nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. Isn't it extraordinary?" Ma Jiangrock took a sip of wine, then slowly said, "It's understandable. Blackside did everything himself, didn't he?" Sang-chan nodded slightly and answered, "Yes. He hunted by himself. We could barely keep up." Hearing that, Ma Jiangrock frowned and said, "I assume he kept all the loot for himself." Sang-chan did not find anything strange about that and replied calmly, "That's right, but I don't regret giving up those items at all. I never thought I'd level up this fast." Ma Jiangrock suddenly fell silent and muttered, "I never thought you would surpass me in level either." Hearing that, Sang-chan asked in confusion, "Then what level are you now, Director?" He answered in a low voice, 29. That number startled Sang-chan, and he did not know how to react. Seeing this, Ma Jiangrock continued, "Then Actress EO must be around the same level too, right?" Sang-chan nodded awkwardly in acknowledgement. Ma Jiangrock sighed helplessly. "I never expected to lose to her in levels. I'll have to speed up." After saying that, he put down his wineglass and calmly requested, "Tell me, Managerin, did Blackside really kill them that quickly?" Sang-chan replied calmly, "Yes. He killed the centaurs in one blow." Hearing that, Ma Jiangrock could not help nodding in understanding. So that's how it was. That's certainly Blackside's style. The results showed that he killed the Minotaur monster in just 1 second. Is that true? Sang-chan recalled Ryu Min's technique and only answered after a long while. Yes, he used some kind of shining skill and cut off its head in a single strike. It was a skill I had never seen before. Hearing this, Ma Jiangrock's brows furrowed tightly into a straight line. Ryu Min killed a minotaur with one skill? The gap between him and the rest of us is this large. Even the powerful Dark Knight is strong, but not like Black Scythe. Will I become that strong too when I reach level 40? Ma Jiangrock could not help sighing helplessly. Right now, he should focus on leveling up instead of daydreaming. Thinking that, he tilted his head back and drained his wine glass, then said calmly, I'll have to push myself harder. Sangchun was somewhat puzzled by those words. Ma Jiangrock slowly opened his mouth. Perhaps I should thank Black Scythe. He gave me back the motivation I'd lost, and he even helped manager and actress CEO grow stronger. If I meet him again someday, I'll repay him properly. After saying that, he asked in confusion, when the prophet arrives, should I ask when we'll be able to meet Black Scythe again? Hearing this, Sangchun asked doubtfully, do you think the prophet survived? Ma Jiangrock glanced at him, curled his lip, and said, instead of wondering, it would be faster to call and check. Hearing that, Sangchun hurriedly took out his phone and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I'll check right away. Ma Jiangrock, on the other hand, did not mind and said calmly, no need to apologize. Just report once you've confirmed it. By the way, did you learn the skills I told you to? Sangchun nodded and replied, yes, I made sure to learn them. Hearing that, Ma Jiangrock gave an order. Good. Then later, when we go out, we'll test those skills while cleaning up. It's been a very long time since we want to take out the trash. Sangchun could not help crying out in shock. You're going to work at this hour? The sun is about to rise. Ma Jiangrock replied calmly, it's fine. It's not as if we're killing anyone outside anyway. Hearing that, Sangchun no longer tried to stop him and nodded as he accepted the order. Yes, director. After finishing his instructions, Ma Jiangrock looked out the window again. Outside, the fog was thick. He curled his lips into a smile and said, perfect for relieving stress. Meanwhile, in a small house, a young man was lying on his bed. It was COK. He had just woken up after leaving that game, and he could not help thinking about Ryu Min. COK was delighted that Ryu Min had really allowed him onto the team, and also by his overwhelming power. He was certain Ryu Min was someone far beyond his reach, someone he would never dare look down on. He was a god. Thinking of that, COK suddenly grew anxious. He did not know how to repay Ryu Min, since he had never been of any help to him. He felt that he was not even as useful as the support girl. No matter how he thought about it, COK could not help Ryu Min in this other world. Then perhaps he could in the real world? At that thought, he began wondering what someone like Ryu Min, a god, needed most. Naturally, it would be sincere believers. At the same time, just as Ryu Min woke up in bed, he suddenly felt a chill run through him. He murmured in a trembling voice, why do I keep getting chills down my spine today? After thinking and thinking without figuring out the reason, Ryu Min decided he was just tired. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was an international call. Ryu Min reached out, picked up his phone, and answered. The caller was Russell. He called out cheerfully, hello, Prophet. Ryu Min asked doubtfully, what is it? Russell, on the other end of the line, spoke in great excitement. First, thank you. I was able to survive thanks to you, Prophet. When I get there, I'll explain everything in detail. Hearing this, Ryu Min could not help being startled and asked, huh? You're coming to Korea? Russell replied happily, yes, I just booked a flight. Ryu Min could not help being shocked. What's going on? This never happened in the previous timeline. When he did not answer, Russell carefully asked, did I upset you? If this is troublesome, I can cancel the trip right away. Ryu Min smiled calmly and replied, not really. I've always wanted to meet you. This is perfect timing. Russell was happy to hear that. I'm finally going to see you again. Of course I'm happy. The next day, at a Korean airport, after a long flight, Russell landed, and Ryu Min had come to pick him up. Seeing him, Russell immediately called out happily, it's so good to finally meet you in person. Ryu Min also nodded in greeting. Welcome to Korea, Russell. Let's go. I'll show you around. Soon after, the two left the airport. Ryu Min took Russell to a luxurious restaurant and ordered many delicious dishes. Seeing so much food, Russell cried out in surprise. There are so many kinds of food. I've never seen a table this full before. Ryu Min said calmly, eat as much as you like. It's on me. Hearing that, Russell waved his hand and said with a smile, no, I can't keep owing you. Please, At least let me pay for this meal. Thinking Russell was being modest, Ryu Min raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't be like that. Let me pay for this meal. In exchange, repair my durability like last time." Russell froze slightly, but he quickly agreed. "Of course, that's the least I can do." With that, he took the item from Ryu Min and repaired it. It was called the Orb of Eternal Rest. He finished very quickly and returned it to Ryu Min, taking it. Ryu Min smiled happily and said, "Thanks. Then I'll pay for the meal." However, Russell still spoke with guilt. "I still feel like I haven't repaid you enough." Ryu Min smiled calmly and said, "It's fine. By the way, what happened? You said you almost died." Still frightened, Russell recounted, "I hunted for almost 6 hours exactly as you advised, and then challenged the boss. That thing was so strong, I nearly died. If I hadn't leveled up first like you told me, I would have been finished." Hearing this, Ryu Min nodded and smiled. "I'm glad I was able to help you. Did you level up a lot?" Russell scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I reached level 29, but I'm a little embarrassed to ask this. Am I really going to become a top blacksmith like you said? It's just hard to believe." Ryu Min nodded without the slightest hesitation. "If you keep working hard, then yes. With my help, you may even surpass that level." Hearing this, Russell smiled in satisfaction. Then he was relieved. After that, the two ate while talking about investing in the company. Russell had opened an account and had invested more than half the amount Ryu Min had recommended. Hearing that, Ryu Min nodded in satisfaction. "Good decision. That alone will make your life comfortable." However, Russell asked somewhat cautiously, "But that company, what kind of business do they do?" Those words stunned Ryu Min. He asked suspiciously, "You didn't even research it before investing?" Russell shook his head and replied, "No, I just trusted your word. I figured it would be fine." Because of this, after the meal, the two went to a large building in the city. This was the headquarters of the Player Plate Company that Ryu Min had recommended. Ryu Min observed it for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. It seemed almost ready. When they entered, Russell looked around and could not help murmuring, "So this is the company I invested 70% of my total assets into?" Strictly speaking, that was his money, not mine. Hearing that, Ryu Min said helplessly, "That money is yours. Don't feel pressured. But if you only kept 30%, won't life be difficult?" Russell sighed and replied, "It'll be a little tight, but I'll manage." Ryu Min frowned slightly at those words and said seriously, "I'll help you with some cash outside the company. $10,000 should be enough for now, right?" Russell was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. He said excitedly, "Prophet, you really are an angel." But then he remembered those damned angels in the game and immediately corrected himself. Not that kind of angel. As the two talked, they entered the elevator. Russell hesitated and asked again, "Are we allowed to just walk into someone else's company like this?" Ryu Min replied calmly, "It's fine. I'm not the CEO, but in reality, it's my company. We recently completely overhauled the business model. I'll explain once we're inside." Yet Russell smiled with absolute trust and said, "Honestly, I don't even think you need to explain. If it's something you put your heart into, then it's definitely going to be a huge success." The two kept talking like that until the elevator reached the 40th floor. Ryu Min walked out first and led the way to her room. When the receptionist saw the two of them, she immediately started and looked somewhat awkward. Sang-chun was also standing outside, busy with something. Ryu Min could not help feeling puzzled. Why are they blocking the door like that? Is someone else inside? Sang-chun had also seen him by then and hurriedly said, "Mr. Ryu Min, our major shareholder, what brings you here?" Ryu Min said apologetically, "Sorry for dropping by so suddenly. I just wanted to introduce our company to an overseas investor. I want to meet the CEO. He's inside, right?" Sang-chun replied awkwardly, "That's right, but he currently has a guest." Hearing this, Ryu Min could not help being surprised. A guest? However, when he saw Sang-chun's evasive eyes, he understood. It seemed Ma Jiangrock had ordered that no one be allowed in. Still, were they pretending not to see him, signaling them? They could follow Ma Jiangrock's orders as if their lives depended on it. But who the hell had come to visit? At the same time, Sang-chun was feeling extremely awkward because Ryu Min had arrived exactly when Ma Jiangrock's fiancé was visiting. But he did not know that Ryu Min was reading his thoughts. After learning this, Ryu Min was immediately startled, but very quickly he smiled. That woman had come? Not long after, the door to the room opened. As soon as Ma Jiangrock stepped out and saw Ryu Min, he asked in surprise, "What made you come here without notifying me?" Ryu Min pouted and asked back, "Do I have to make a reservation to come here now?" Hearing this, Ma Jiangrock realized he had misspoken and hurriedly smiled. "Haha, I must not have expressed myself clearly. That really didn't sound right. He said that, but Ryu Min knew very well there had been no misunderstanding. Ma Jiangrock simply thought prophets were not necessarily powerful, and that foreseeing the future was all they had. He was secretly looking down on him. Seeing Ryu Min's face harden, Ma Jiangrock scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry. Of course, as a major shareholder, you can visit anytime. It's just that you usually make an appointment beforehand. So this caught me a little off guard." Hearing that half-hearted explanation, Ryu Min merely gave a dry laugh and replied, "Ha, is that so?" Then he glanced at the woman who had come out with him. He knew this girl, Christine Kreth. She possessed the unique class priest and was a woman who survived all the way to round 15. Like other buffing classes, priest was considered an essential support class. In particular, the resurrection skill learned at level 60 was a powerful skill that could revive the dead. It had the limitation that only those who had been dead for less than 10 minutes could be revived, but even so, having an extra life was an enormous advantage. The reason Ryu Min had approached Ma Jiangrock in the first place was because of Christine. He had not expected to meet her this early, but no matter what happened, he needed to turn her into an ally and bring her forward at least until round 20. Seeing Ryu Min staring at Christine, Ma Jiangrock introduced her. "This is my friend, Christine Kreth." Hearing that, Ryu Min could not help laughing. Friend? Was he trying to make him laugh? He had said there should be no secrets between them. So what was this about hiding his fiancée from him? However, Ryu Min did not say those words aloud. He extended his hand in greeting. "Nice to meet you, Ms. Kreth. My name is Ryu Min. I'm his partner." Christine also shook his hand politely and said, "Nice to meet you. Please call me Christine." I didn't know the CEO had a business partner. The two spoke in English, making Ma Jiangrock unable to help panicking. But when he heard Ryu Min call Christine his fiancée, he became even more flustered. Ryu Min gave Ma Jiangrock a meaningful look, making him feel guilty. He had not expected Ryu Min to know about his fiancée as well. Thus, Ma Jiangrock had no choice but to lower his head and apologize. "I am sorry, prophet. I didn't mean to deceive you." Ryu Min shook his head and said, "It's fine. I understand. It must have been awkward for you." Hearing that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for understanding." But before he could finish speaking, Ryu Min interrupted again. "But I had hoped you trusted me a little more." A guilty expression briefly appeared on Ma Jiangrock's face, and he cursed inwardly. Christine, standing beside them at that moment, did not understand what they meant. After a while, Ryu Min spoke again and suggested, "I intend to provide information about the next round to your fiancé as well, so let's talk together." "Joffrey, wait for a moment." Joffrey had no objections and obediently nodded. "Yes." After that, Ryu Min and the other two entered the room. Ma Jiangrock introduced him. "Christine, I didn't introduce him properly earlier, but Mr. Ryu Min is my business partner and the manager of our company." At this point, he seemed to want to say something else, but hesitated and looked toward Ryu Min. Ryu Min knew what he was going to say and nodded once as tacit approval. Thus, Ma Jiangrock said it directly. "And he is a prophet, someone who can see the future." Hearing this, Christine cried out in surprise. "A prophet? What do you mean?" Ryu Min slowly explained. "He's right. My unique class is prophet, and I can see the future. For example, the strategy for round 7. Christine found it somewhat hard to believe. She glanced at Ma Jiangrock and asked again, "Really?" He nodded calmly. The prophet's words have never been wrong. His predictions have never missed. Christine looked at him, then looked back at Ryu Min and asked suspiciously, "Then why are you suddenly revealing this to me?" Ryu Min replied calmly, "Because I'm going to give you information about round 7 without asking for anything in return." Christine froze instantly and hesitated for a long while before speaking. "I'm listening." Seeing her reaction, Ryu Min could not help sighing helplessly. Even though he offered to reveal the future, she probably still did not believe him. Thinking this, he spoke seriously. "Do not be led astray by temptation. For round 7, that is what the two of you need to remember." Hearing this, Ma Jiangrock could not help asking in alarm, "Is that a prophecy?" Ryu Min nodded slightly and replied, "I can't reveal any more. If I do, it will affect everyone." He repeated it once more. "Do not be led astray by temptation. Keep in mind, that is all I can say." After that, Ryu Min looked toward Christine again and suggested, "Christine, there is something I want to tell you privately. I arranged this meeting partly to tell you this." He said that in round 11, she would be in danger. Her life might be threatened. Hearing that, Christine cried out in surprise. Me? Seeing her panic, Ryu Min reassured her, but don't worry. A lifeline will be thrown down to save you. After speaking with Ryu Min, Christine boarded a plane back to her country. On the plane, she kept thinking about what Ryu Min had warned her. Her life might be threatened? If her father were here, things would be troublesome. With his temper, he would definitely explode. But Ryu Min had said there would be a lifeline. She had asked him what he meant by that. Ryu Min said that someone would save her. She then asked doubtfully, "Who will save me?" Unfortunately, Ryu Min only shook his head and replied, "I can't say that part." Thinking about this, Christine sighed helplessly again. She wondered whether Ryu Min could truly see the future. Everything he had said was merely the surface of a prophecy. Could she be being deceived? A while later, the plane landed at the airport. As soon as Christine got off, she saw someone there to pick her up. A young man wearing glasses walked up to her and said with a smile, "Christine, did you return safely from Korea?" Christine cried out in surprise. "I didn't expect you to come pick me up at the airport." The young man reached out and took the suitcase from her, saying as they walked, "I was asked to bring you straight home without letting you wander around." Hearing that, Christine sighed helplessly. "I figured as much." A while later, at the largest gathering hall in America, Stinningwood Hall, Christine and the young man slowly entered. They stopped in front of a room. The young man accompanying her reached out and knocked on the door, then said in a low voice, "Reverend, Christine is here." A deep voice immediately came from inside. "Let the girl in." Hearing this, Christine pushed the door open and entered. The man sitting inside looked intently at her and said, "You're here." Christine nodded slightly and sat in the chair. The man asked in a low voice, "So, how has that boy been living lately?" Christine replied calmly, "He seems to be living very well, just like before." The man suddenly asked, "Has that boy treated you badly?" Christine shook her head slightly and replied, "Not at all. He treats me very politely." Hearing that, the man smiled happily and said, "Of course he does. Whose daughter do you think you are? Then did you feel any closer to him this time?" Christine hesitated for a long while before answering, "I'm still not sure." These words surprised the man. He said in confusion, "You two have been dating for 6 months." Christine found it a little absurd and pouted as she retorted, "What dating? We don't even have feelings for each other. How can that be called dating?" The man glared at her unhappily and shouted coldly, "A marriage with the heir to a chaebol like that will only benefit you. Even if you don't like him, feelings will gradually develop, won't they?" After hearing this, Christine lowered her head and whispered, "I don't know. He keeps hiding things and plotting a lot, so he still feels suspicious." The man asked doubtfully, "Why are you harboring such suspicion?" Christine sighed and said, "Maybe because I'm your daughter." Hearing this, the man fell silent. After a long while, he continued asking, "Then what has he been doing lately?" Christine replied calmly, "He said he was preparing for a business deal." Hearing this, the man curled his lip in disgust. "He still can't abandon worldly greed?" These words made Christine think of something, and somehow, as if possessed, she muttered, "You're the same, father." And naturally, the man unhappily retorted, "I was not chosen by God." Just then, a pale blue light suddenly appeared in Christine's hand. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly asked, "Father, do you truly believe this is God's choice and God's power?" The man nodded without the slightest hesitation and replied, "I believe my daughter has received an angel's blessing." Christine sighed when she heard that. An angel's blessing? Huh? Even after she had told him so many times about what the angels had done, he still did not understand. At that moment, the man continued, "Is your fiancé making good use of God's gift?" Christine slowly replied, "He's level 29. He's ranked 2nd or 3rd in the region, something like that. This time, he said he's going to create a social marketplace for players, and now he has a business partner." She told the man about Ryu Min, and also said that he was a prophet, which made his eyes widen in astonishment. Christine paid it no mind and pouted as she said, "He bragged and gave me information about round 7, but I don't know whether it's trustworthy. He only said things that sounded absurd." The man fell silent for a moment. Only after a long while did he say in a low voice, "In chaotic times like these, few abilities are more appealing than seeing the future. Why don't you try to get closer to him?" "I don't know." Christine shook her head slightly and said with a sigh, "It's hard to get close when he keeps saying I'll be in danger or die. It sounds ridiculous." What did you say?" Her words made the man cry out in shock. "Don't be careless. Someone among those following you may betray you." But Christine spoke with great confidence. "Don't worry. Have you forgotten that I'm the regional representative?" She said that there were far more people who wanted to protect her and stay by her side than betray her, so she would be safe. The man thought for a long time before speaking. If you say so, then I'll trust you. But always be prepared for unexpected situations. Yes, father. Christine nodded in response, then went outside, sighing as she walked. The young man waiting outside saw this and looked after her back in puzzlement. Just then, the man inside called out Jeffrey. Hearing that, Jeffrey immediately went in. The man's expression darkened as he said, I heard Ma Jiangrock's partner is a prophet, and he dared to talk nonsense about my daughter dying. Investigate whether he's a fraud or not. Jeffrey nodded and accepted the order. I will carry out Father's command in the name of God. A few days later, the chat room of the Fosiba Guild opened once again. The accounts of Lostiak and Jammy quickly entered the room. The user of that account was none other than Ryu Min. He grinned and said, Welcome, Jammy. Jammy asked suspiciously, You're here this early? Ryu Min casually explained, I didn't have anything else to do either. Ha! A moment later, the guild master also joined the chat room. Taehyun quickly appeared. He greeted everyone seriously. Hello, everyone. Let's begin the meeting right away. Last time, we decided to recruit managers, correct? Lostiak, have you selected candidates from among the applicants? Ryu Min nodded slightly and replied, I selected 30 people in order of highest level and regional ranking, then sent the list to you. When Taehyun heard that, he frowned and asked again, There aren't any strangers among them, are there? Ryu Min calmly replied, If there were, I would have reported it immediately. Taehyun continued asking, What about the other names? Ryu Min slowly answered, I searched, but there were no nicknames like Heavenly Demon or Fool. Taehyun frowned and fell silent for a moment before speaking. Then there's nothing we can do. Jammy, conduct the screening and choose 5 people to pass. Jammy nodded slightly and replied, Yes, team leader. After giving the instructions, Taehyun spoke seriously again. And next is another matter. I hear a member of the National Assembly has been denouncing players lately. When Ryu Min heard this, he quickly opened his mouth. I saw the news. It's Assemblyman Lee Song-hun, right? Taehyun nodded slightly and replied, That's right. After selecting the managers, we will discuss whether to deal with him or not. After all, the enemy of us players is the law, which tries to bind us with legal restrictions. Hearing that nonsense, Ryu Min cursed inwardly. You're not even a player, so what do you mean us players? But he did not say those words aloud. Taehyun brought up a few more matters, then disconnected. A little while later, in a skyscraper in the city center, Ryu Min finished his work, took a shower, and checked the news. Player Plate's official website had successfully opened. As expected, tens of thousands of players had accessed it, and items had been listed. Everyone must have been short on money, because all kinds of things had been put up. First, he would sweep up the unique materials. Once he made up his mind, Ryu Min entered the website and began buying materials. With this much, he could make 3 unique items. After that, he chose to receive everything by delivery. Once he finished selecting materials, Ryu Min switched over to magic stones. Magic stones with known combination formulas cost over 2 million gold each. Although they were only low-grade magic stones, he did not mind and clicked to buy them all. 2 days later, at Ryu Min's building, Ryu 1 carried a trash bag outside. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw a pile of packages blocking the entrance. The boy cried out in alarm. Hyung, what is all this? Ryu Min was sitting in the living room. Hearing that, he hurriedly ran out. Ryu 1 glared at him and questioned him. Oh, they're here? Did you order all of this? What in the world is it that there's so much? Ryu Min calmly explained, It's nothing major. They're just items used by players. Ryu 1 understood something when he heard that and nodded in comprehension. Ah, it's that marketplace just for players, right? After that, Ryu Min carried the entire pile of packages inside and checked them one by one. Nothing was missing. Everything was here. Now he would try combining them. First, he started with the magic stones, which he had the most of. 16 lowest grade magic stones could create 1 highest grade magic stone. Sure enough, not long after, the system notified him that the combination had succeeded. Ryu Min created a highest grade red magic stone, then a highest grade orange magic stone, followed by a highest grade yellow magic stone. In only a short while, many magic stones have been added to Ryu Min's equipment inventory. After finishing that, he began combining them into each piece of equipment. Not long after, the system again announced a successful combination. The Death Scythe gained the effect of 16% increased damage. Hermes' feathered hat gained the effect of strength plus 32. The Traveler's Cloak gained the effect of luck plus 32. The elemental resistance ring gained the effect of all stats plus 16. Now Ryu Min tried equipping everything and opened his status window to take a look. Even without the Rune of Slaughter and the Blessing buff, all of his stats were above 200. Seeing this, Ryu Min smiled in satisfaction. If I receive buffs on top of this, they'll probably rise from 600 to 900. Moreover, he also had other equipment. System notifications popped up in succession. 7 highest grade magic stones of 7 colors are currently equipped. Rainbow Effect buff has been applied. With the Rainbow Effect buff, resistance to negative statuses increases by 50%. Ryu Min smiled widely in satisfaction. My resistance to negative statuses has increased by 50%. Add Zelva's necklace at 35%, the elemental resistance ring at 35%, and the basic middle resistance skill at 15%. What happens then? If calculated multiplicatively, he could block negative statuses at a rate of about 82.1%. At the present time, the only person who had filled his equipment with highest grade magic stones was probably Ryu Min, because he had monopolized all types of magic stones. Of course, more would be listed over time, but by then, the value of magic stones would rise and scarcity would occur. Since even the lowest grade ones would exceed 20 million gold, he had no choice but to get ahead of the curve. For now, Ryu Min had to store the remaining unique materials. If possible, it would be more beneficial to enhance the high-level equipment he was wearing into unique grade. He would combine them later, after reaching level 60. Until then, he would keep an eye out to see whether any more unique materials were listed. And yet, there was a gain. While browsing the website, he saw something that was a necessary material for combining a legendary item. Regardless of player rank, items also existed in 6th grade from top to bottom as follows: Divine, Legendary, Unique, Epic, Rare, and Common. The highest grade items that could be bought from the shop were only Epic. Anything higher had to be crafted through combination. The higher the grade, the lower the chance of obtaining the combination materials. Of course, it was not impossible. It was just extremely difficult to obtain. At the current point in time, the hard-to-find immortal skin fragment could only drop from one place: the boss of round 5, the High Orc. Killing it gave an extremely low chance of dropping an immortal skin fragment. But not only had someone killed a High Orc, they had even been lucky enough to obtain that material. Thinking this far, Ryu Min's eyes suddenly narrowed. He abruptly thought of one person. It was someone with enough strength to kill an orc, and that guy also had the rune of item drop. If it really was him, then there was a high chance this was a trap, and a rather dangerous one at that. The fact that it was only for direct transactions seemed to confirm it. Ryu Min thought for a moment, then messaged the seller. "Hello, you're the seller of the immortal skin fragment, right?" The other side replied very quickly, but with only one word: "Yes." Ryu Min paid it no mind. He asked, "Can you lower the price?" The other side seemed a little surprised and asked in return what price he had in mind. Ryu Min calmly replied, "Would 900,000 gold work?" The person on the other side hesitated for a while before replying. "That's a bit difficult for me." "Is that so? Is that amount nothing?" Ryu Min looked at those messages, frowned, and fell silent. He thought he should try pushing the price down a little more. So he quickly messaged back, "No, I typed it wrong. Take off another 100,000 gold. 800,000 gold." The other side's reply seemed a little annoyed. Ryu Min began pretending to be pitiful. "I was planning to try combining this and that. Everyone buys material items for that, don't they? I really don't have money, so can't you lower the price a little?" The other side did not reply, but he continued messaging. "Hey, are you not selling?" He had to wait a little longer. Only then did the other person reply, "Fine, I feel sorry for you, so I'll sell it for 800,000 gold. But the trade has to be in cash. Can you come to Suwon?" Seeing that he had to go to Suwon, Ryu Min realized it. This guy was indeed that man. Even after Ryu Min cut 200,000 gold off the price, he still agreed to sell. And the item was only bait to lure someone over. With a psychotic bastard like him, that was hardly surprising. Thinking that, Ryu Min went into his room and prepared to change clothes and go out. Before any more victims appeared, he wanted to go see what that guy looked like. Of course, it was also to take the legendary item material as well. There was no way it would escape his hands. Meanwhile, in a small alley in Suwon, there was a man holding a small knife, laughing like a lunatic. This bastard is pretty funny. After that, he snorted coldly and muttered, I asked for 1 million, and he dared to haggle it down to 800,000. The man's eyes were filled with malice, and he kept cursing inwardly. Does he even understand how precious this item is? This is loot dropped by the round 5-high orc bug. It was the high orc he had only managed to defeat by sacrificing the corpses of 20 others. Back then, the man had thought he was finished, and yet Ryu Min was trying to take the item he had struggled so hard to obtain for only 800,000 gold. It really made him furious. Thinking this, the man tightened his grip on the knife and muttered, what a cheap piece of trash. If I catch you in real life, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Just then, there was someone in front of him. The person was injured and lying on the ground, trembling non-stop as he pleaded, Please help me. The man stepped back in disgust and cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, you startled me. Hey, old man, what's with you? You're still not dead. The other man continued begging, but the lunatic snorted coldly and said, Help you? Is that how you speak to someone? As soon as he finished speaking, the lunatic stabbed the knife into the man's neck, and fresh blood began pouring out. After that, he pulled the knife back out, clicked his tongue, and said, You made me jump for no reason. What a nuisance. After saying that, the lunatic crouched down and used the dead man's clean clothes to wipe the blood from his knife. He thought to himself, I just need to wait for that guy to come, and he'll be finished. This time, things will be much more interesting. While living in this world, there are times when you suddenly feel bored, so bored that you want to give up everything. This lunatic had been like that ever since he was young. No matter what he did, he felt no excitement. Everything was dull, and everything made him feel sick of it. Even after this lunatic entered middle school, it was the same. Thinking that focusing on something might help, he tried studying according to his parents' wishes. He had never once fallen from first place in his class. But then studying also became boring, so the lunatic neglected it. His grades plummeted, and his parents nagged him even more. Thinking of the past, the lunatic could not help but burst out laughing. Looking back now, that moment had been the best. It had given him a strange new emotion. This lunatic still could not forget that feeling, and he had killed people. He had killed his own biological parents. Because he had been young, he escaped imprisonment. After that, this lunatic continued committing countless murders until he was 27 years old, but thanks to careful planning, he had never been caught. In the midst of that, the otherworldly game this lunatic joined suited his nature strangely well. Thanks to the rune of item drop he had received at the beginning, the lunatic collected many useful items, and later even obtained an item for changing his class to shaman. So he quickly changed classes. The game began to become truly captivating from round 4 onward. Killing people and monsters genuinely made this lunatic feel pleasure. The lunatic decided that when he cleared all the rounds and was granted a wish, he would wish for more stages. Because it was extremely thrilling to him. The exhilaration of watching the world collapse like this was not bad either. Thinking of this, he looked down at the corpse beside him, then began dragging the man's body away. He had to stuff the corpse into a trash can. Then, when the other person approached at just the right time, he would use the corpse's servant skill to make the body explode and blow it apart. If the other person was lucky enough to survive, the lunatic would use Fear Curse to restrain him, then toy with him to his heart's content and kill him as if crushing an insect. The more this lunatic thought about it, the more excited he became, and so he hid in a blind spot. A little while later, footsteps suddenly sounded in the alley. When the lunatic heard them, excitement appeared in his eyes. He curled his lips into a grin and said, Hurry up and crawl over here, you bastard. I prepared a gift for you. Very soon, the footsteps drew closer and closer. A tall figure appeared from behind the wall. It was Ayamin, but Ayamin was clearly dead, which meant this person was Ryu Min in disguise. Seeing this, the lunatic nodded in satisfaction. There he is. Seeing the prey walking toward him, he secretly rejoiced. That's right, just a little farther. Only 5 more steps. But just as he was getting excited, Ryu Min suddenly stopped. He slowly opened his mouth. Hey, you're the one selling the immortal skin fragment, right? At that moment, the lunatic's expression turned somewhat ugly. He cursed inwardly through gritted teeth. Damn it, just 2 more steps, and he'd be within the corpse's blast range. Seeing that he did not answer, Ryu Min asked again, "What are you doing over there? Aren't you going to sell the item? Come out here." If the lunatic stepped out, he would also be within the explosion range and would be hit by the corpse blast. But there was no other choice, so he had no choice but to walk out and speak awkwardly. "You came very quickly." However, the lunatic made calculations in his mind. He could abandon the corpse explosion plan and just use Fear Curse to capture Ryu Min, but then it would not be fun. The scenario he had set up was not supposed to be like this. Seeing that the lunatic was slow to come out, Ryu Min shouted in dissatisfaction, "What are you doing? Aren't you coming over?" The lunatic still stood there, frowning as he thought to himself, "Just one step. I only need to lure him one more step forward." Thinking that, he hurriedly spoke. Could you come a little closer? My leg hurts, so it's a little hard for me to walk." But Ryu Min lost patience and snapped. "Damn it, do you think you're the only one whose legs hurt?" Seeing that, the madman explained in a low voice, "I'm sorry. I'm disabled, so it's a little difficult for me to walk." Ryu Min snorted coldly. "Disabled? Your two legs look perfectly fine to me." Those words made the madman's body tremble reflexively. Had he sniffed something out? But very quickly, he denied it. No, there was no way Ryu Min knew about the corpse hidden in the trash can. How could he know that he was a shaman with the corpse servant skill? While the madman was thinking, Ryu Min cursed again. "Damn it, you never intended to make a deal in the first place, did you? That item you said you had is a fake too, right, you bastard?" Seeing that the madman said nothing, he continued shouting, "Did you lure me here so you could strip me of all my money and equipment? That's why you kept telling me to come closer, isn't it, you son of a bitch?" The madman bit his lip hard and forced himself to calm down. He could not let himself be swept along by Ryu Min's pace. After all, as long as he lured him one more step closer, it would be over. Thinking that, he cautiously said, "I think you're misunderstanding something. It's not like that." But Ryu Min did not believe him. He snorted coldly and shouted, "What do you mean it's not like that? Damn it!" Seeing this, the madman tried to advise him, "Please stop swearing." But Ryu Min had a short fuse and angrily cursed, "Stop swearing, my ass, you dog. You think I'm going to speak politely to some guy selling fake goods to set up a robbery trap?" Those words completely enraged the madman. He took out the item and spoke irritably. "Come here and look carefully. Does this look fake to you?" Ryu Min stared intently at the item in his hand. Then, he suddenly curled his lips into a sneer. And then, a flash of blade light suddenly slashed over. It made the madman's arm fall to the ground. The madman immediately panicked. Ryu Min was clearly standing right there. So how could he attack him without moving a single step? Across from him, Ryu Min gave a cold laugh, and the madman's face turned from blue to white. He suddenly realized something in terror. When he turned his head to look, Ryu Min was already behind him. Seeing the scene before him, the madman cried out in panic, "Two of you!" But Ryu Min snorted coldly and retorted, "Two of who? What nonsense are you talking about, kid? There's only one person here." As soon as those words fell, his figure disappeared, making the madman even more frightened. While he was still dazed, Ryu Min bent down to pick up the item and said blandly, "Do I really have to waste my breath explaining even that to you?" Seeing that the immortal skin fragment was already in Ryu Min's hand, the madman shouted furiously, You son of a bitch." Immediately afterward, he activated the Fear Curse skill. Unfortunately, Ryu Min was able to resist this skill. The curse failed, and a trace of panic appeared on the madman's face. Seeing that, Ryu Min clicked his tongue. What's there to panic about? After that, he directly slammed a fist into the madman's face, warping one side of his face. The man could not help cursing inwardly. My God, just how high is this guy's strength stat? But that was not enough. Ryu Min continued punching down, sending the madman flying. He lay trembling on the ground, unable to resist. But at that moment, Ryu Min's hand suddenly reached out. A ray of light wrapped around the madman's body. His body was able to sit up, and he muttered in confusion, "What the hell?" Ryu Min said calmly, "I'm using a healing skill on you, because I want to beat you up a little more." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed a fist into the madman's face, then punched him in the stomach. Just like that, Ryu Min kept beating the madman. Whenever he felt the man's breathing grow weak, he would heal him, making the man curse furiously. "Damn it, you son of a bitch." Ryu Min snorted coldly and asked, "Still haven't been beaten enough?" The madman bit his lip hard and stood up. He only needed time for the cooldown to end. Before long, the cooldown of Fear Curse ended, and he grew smug. But right at that moment, something sharp stabbed down. The madman's two eyes were gouged out, making him scream in pain. "My eyes! Ryu Min clicked his tongue and said, "Your parents must be crying tears of blood for giving birth to someone like you. Just like you are right now." The madman bit his lip hard and cursed. "You bastard, you tricked me." With that, he swung his knife wildly through the air. Ryu Min kicked him in dissatisfaction, making him tumble to the ground. The madman trembled with rage. What now? One arm had been cut off, and now even his eyes had been stabbed blind. Was this truly the end for him here? But very quickly, the madman suddenly curled his lips into a cold smile. Even if he died, he would drag Ryu Min down with him. Ryu Min, standing across from him, felt slightly startled when he saw that smile. At that very moment, an explosion rang out. When the people nearby heard the explosion, they ran outside in panic. When they entered the alley, they saw a pile of rubble. After that, they reported it to the police and recounted everything. At the same time, on a building not far away, Ryu Min was looking down from upstairs. Only then did he let out a breath of relief. That was close. We almost all died. Thinking that, he glanced at the unconscious madman sitting there. He knew this man. His name was Ju Sung Tak, and his nickname was Fool. Like Heavenly Demon Ma Jian Rock, he was a talented player competing for second and third place in the entire region. But no matter how capable he was, a serial killer could not accompany Ryu Min to round 20. However, before that, he could use Sung Tak to hunt bosses, because the rune he possessed was very useful. The drop rune was a type of rune that increased the chance of obtaining items while hunting. It increased the chance of receiving special items from boss-class monsters by 10 times. As long as Sung Tak was alive, he would continue collecting good materials and listing them on the market. The problem was that he was a serial killer. If Sung Tak was allowed to live, he would clearly continue killing innocent people. Ryu Min had dealt with the severed arm, so Sung Tak could not reattach it. Now he would no longer be able to wander around killing people at will. In any case, what was needed to obtain items was his body in the other world. Sung Tak did not know Ryu Min's real face either, so he could not come to take revenge. A while later, Sung Tak slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked around, confused as to where he was. Sung Tak did not understand. He had clearly activated Corpse Explosion in that alley. But very quickly, Sung Tak remembered. Ryu Min had cut off his hand. But where had he gone? Only at that moment did he realize that one of his legs had also been cut off. He cried out in panic, "Damn it, my leg!" Sung Tak was so angry that he ground his teeth. "Where are you? Where are you, you bastard? I'm asking where you are." But there was no one around. There was only a piece of paper by his hand. Sung Tak opened it in confusion to take a look. Inside was a message Ryu Min had left behind. He said that Sung Tak's leg ending up like that was not his doing, but the result of Sung Tak's own explosion. Ryu Min also told Sung Tak to know his place, stop doing useless things, and live properly. After reading it, Sung Tak trembled with rage. The explosion he had activated had not only failed to kill Ryu Min, but it also made his leg end up like this. It was truly absurd. Sung Tak hurriedly reached into his pocket, wanting to see how long he had been unconscious for Ryu Min to do this and escape. But no matter how much he searched his pockets, he could not find his phone. Even his wallet was gone, and he had put all his cash assets inside it. Sung Tak bit his lip hard. Ryu Min had not only cut off his arm, but had also taken the item and his wallet. In the end, he could no longer hold back and screamed, "You bastard! I will definitely pay back today's humiliation many times over." Elsewhere, at a large hotel in the city, Ryu Min and Yuri were enjoying a meal there. Ryu Min smiled and said, "The traditional Korean food at this restaurant is delicious, isn't it?" Yuri nodded lightly and replied, "Yes." Hearing that, Ryu Min said with satisfaction, "That's a relief. I'm glad it suits your taste. Let's come here often from now on." Those words made Yuri freeze and mutter, "Oh, often?" Ryu Min realized he had misspoken and shyly explained, "Not often. I mean occasionally." "Ah, yes. That's fine too." Yuri nodded lightly, then spoke again. "But Min, you seem very busy lately, don't you? Every time I contact you, you always say we should meet later." Ryu Min answered awkwardly, "Sorry. I have some personal matters too." It was true that he was busy. Every weekend, he had to attend meetings at Player Plate and then attend other conferences as well. On top of that, there were also times when Ryu Min could not go out comfortably because he had to guard against being followed. Even at that very moment, there were eyes watching him from the shadows. He knew who that person was. It was the 28th ranked assassin, Jeffrey Bishop. The person behind him was Christine's father, Nathan Kreth. At first, Ryu Min had not known he was being followed, but thanks to his presence detection skill, he realized that someone had been tailing him for several days straight. Since he could not see the person's form, it meant the person was an assassin with a stealth skill, but one who did not have presence detection. If he had, he would not have dared to follow so openly. After discovering him, Ryu Min followed the man in return. The moment the man dispelled his stealth, Ryu Min recognized his identity. He read his thoughts and learned his purpose for following him. Ryu Min guessed that Christine had told her father about him, and he understood why Nathan was displeased. His daughter would die in the future, so he probably wanted to confirm who the person who said such a thing was. Therefore, Ryu Min decided to let Jeffrey continue tailing him like that. As long as he had his mask and invisibility magic, he looked no different from an ordinary office worker. While Ryu Min was thinking, Yuri called out to him, pulling him back to reality. She hesitantly asked, "By the way, Ryu Min, last time you told me information about Round 7, right? Is that really all? Don't be tempted by temptation." Ryu Min nodded calmly and replied, "Yes. You just need to remember that. If someone knew the mission in advance, they would instead be eliminated from the round. Being eliminated meant disappearing. He could not let the people he needed to protect until round 20 disappear. This time, he would do his best to save as many people as possible and advance to the final round." Thinking that, Ryu Min suddenly called out, "Yuri." He looked at her with utmost sincerity, smiled, and said, "Let's definitely survive until the final round." Yuri was slightly stunned, but very quickly, she also nodded and replied, "Yes, all right." A few days later, the players were summoned once again. Priscilla was in the air, sweeping her eyes over everyone with a smile as she said, "Hello, humans. Have you been living well this past month?" Hearing that, everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. But Priscilla paid it no mind and continued speaking. "The number of survivors this time is 434. As you can see, there are too few people, so rules cannot be established, right?" She said that, for this reason, the regions would be merged again this time. As soon as Priscilla finished speaking, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake. In an instant, countless players appeared together. Priscilla had merged 10 regions. The number of people rose to 4,992, and before long, the empty land was packed with people. A crowd of players stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. Priscilla slowly explained, "The new region's name is C2SK003. As you can see, everyone here is Korean, so there's no need to be too wary. Then, before we begin, shouldn't we choose this region's representative?" As soon as those words came out, the players' expressions turned ugly. But at that moment, Priscilla suddenly spoke. Before that, please wait a moment. There is an issue to discuss regarding how to proceed." Ryu Min, on the other hand, did not panic at all because he knew very well that a representative selection was about to take place. This time, he absolutely could not miss the position of regional representative. Even if it was only once, it granted him authority that could be used even in the real world. Moreover, it was also the reward for this round's submission, the Mental Wall rune. It was one of the 18 essential runes he had to have, and he needed it to oppose Jamie's ability. The regional representative reward and the Mental Wall rune. Those two things had to be obtained at all costs. To achieve that, Ryu Min had prepared thoroughly. At the same time, many angels appeared in the sky. They began whispering among themselves. One person asked hesitantly, "Does anyone want to do it?" An angel pouted in disgust. Who would want to step forward and be the guide for a merged region? Ignoring that, another angel asked in confusion, "Oh, by the way, I heard you had a wonderful game with Oliver, Priscilla." Priscilla looked slightly awkward when she heard them say that. But after that, she proposed, "Then the method of choosing the representative will be the most basic deathmatch method." But before she could finish, Nova interrupted. "Wait, your region has a cheat character." Priscilla asked in slight surprise. "Huh? Nova pouted and said, "Isn't he the only human to surpass level 50? If it's a deathmatch, then of course you, Priscilla, will become king. That's too unfair." Priscilla frowned and asked, "Then do you have a better idea?" An angel curled his lips into a smile and said, "If there's a cheat character, then a game that uses strength will be disadvantageous to us. How about giving it to the first person to clear round 7 instead?" The other angels heard that and nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea. In any case, this is a round unrelated to strength. Priscilla, what do you think?" Priscilla fell silent for a moment. After a long while, she returned before the players and spoke. "The method for selecting the representative has been decided. The position of representative of the merged region will be given to the representative of the region that clears the mission mission earliest. Hearing this, the players immediately became confused. Wasn't it supposed to be a death match? They did not know what it was, but it was probably better than a death match. Ignoring everyone's confusion, Priscilla continued, "Then I will announce the Round 7 mission." Immediately, a notification window appeared, but the main mission was only a series of question marks. The players were utterly bewildered and began discussing in shock. Why are there question marks? Mine too. Hey, isn't there an error in the system? It is not an error. Priscilla shook her head lightly, curled her lips into a smile, and said, "The Round 7 mission is a secret mission. That is all." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. She left the players not understanding a thing, while the timer had already begun counting down. The players stared blankly in the direction where Priscilla had left and cursed in dissatisfaction. How are we supposed to do it when we don't even know what the mission is? Are they just doing whatever they want now? But there was no other way. They could only search on their own in frustration. On this side, Sang-chun's group came over to find Ryu Min. Ryu Min frowned as he looked at them and asked, "Everyone, why are you all together?" Sang-chun smiled and explained, "We happened to run into one another nearby." But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly asked seriously, Mr. Cheat, regarding the mission just now, have you guessed anything?" Ryu Min pouted and replied, "Why are you asking me? If the mission doesn't show up, there's nothing I can do either." Hearing that, Sang-chun spoke cheerfully. "Is that so? Then, Mr. Cheat, let me tell you some information about Round 7. After hearing this, Ryu Min frowned and asked, "Information about Round 7? How do you know about that?" Sang-chun slowly explained, "Because I heard it from a prophet in the real world." Those words made Ryu Min's face darken. Last time, he had hidden it, yet this time, he was casually revealing it. He really had been foolish to think that Sang-chun was trustworthy. Sang-chun felt guilty for some reason and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ryu Min snorted coldly and cursed. "What nonsense are you saying? What prophet? I'm telling the truth." Hearing that, Sang-chun hurriedly explained, "She's an acquaintance of mine, so I've received her help many times." "Right, Miss Aaron." Aaron was momentarily stunned, but she nodded and replied, "Ah, yes." Ryu Min sighed helplessly. Another untrustworthy person. Thinking that, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Fine, try telling me." Sang-chun spoke without the slightest hesitation. "To get through Round 7, you only need to remember this one sentence. Don't be seduced by temptation." Yuri was startled when she heard that. Taehyun asked in surprise, "Temptation? What do you mean?" Sang-chun shook his head slightly and replied, "I don't know the details either." After hesitating for a long while, Yuri cried out in alarm. Could the name of that prophet be Ryu Min? Her words startled both Sang-chun and Aaron. Seeing this, Ryu Min sighed helplessly. The existence and identity of the prophet had now become known to 4 people. As long as his identity as Black Scythe was not exposed, it should be fine. For now, it would be better to separate these 4 people. With that thought, he spoke calmly. "Thank you for the information. We'll have to wait and see what that prophet's words really mean. For now, we should split up and search for more detailed information." Sang-chun asked in surprise, "Split up? But if we go together..." Before he could finish, Ryu Min coldly cut him off. "We don't even know whether this is a group mission. Why should we do that?" Sang-chun stared at him blankly, then nodded after a long moment and replied, "I understand. Then everyone will handle Round 7 on their own. Good luck, everyone." The others quickly followed suit. Only Yuri remained standing there hesitantly, stammering, then I should also..." Ryu Min spoke without the slightest mercy. "You go too." Yuri had no other choice and nodded before leaving. Ryu Min watched their backs as they walked away and sighed once more. The situation had become troublesome. But then, what was the mission for Round 7 again? Before he could recall it, a scream suddenly rang out in the distance, startling him. Ryu Min hurriedly lifted his feet and ran in that direction, his eyes filled with worry. But when he arrived and saw the scene before him, Ryu Min's eyes narrowed because there was fresh blood on the ground. Yuri was leaning against the trunk of an ancient tree, clutching her waist with her hand as blood flowed from her wound. Ryu Min hurried over to check her condition and asked anxiously, "Min Yuri, what on earth happened?" Yuri called out shakily, "Black Side, no, Min, please help me." Hearing those words, Ryu Min could not help but freeze. Did she know his identity? Just what was going on? Seeing that Ryu Min did not answer, Yuri asked again in a trembling voice, "Min, you're Ryu Min, aren't you?" Ryu Min pressed his lips together and muttered, "How did you know my identity?" Yuri smiled and replied, "Of course I knew. How could I not? You're the first person I ever loved. No matter how hard you try to hide it, everything had already been exposed. Biting his lip hard, Ryu Min asked suspiciously, "So you've known all this time, but pretended not to?" Yuri nodded and replied, "That's right. It's been really hard pretending not to know all this time." Ryu Min sighed helplessly. There was no time to care about that. He hurriedly said, "But let's put that aside for later. What happened to your stomach? Who did this?" As he asked, he used a healing skill on Yuri. This wound was too severe. If Ryu Min had arrived just a little later, Yuri would have lost her life. A moment later, Yuri's wound had healed. She said gratefully, "Thank you, Min." Ryu Min frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Who was it? Who stabbed you?" Yuri pressed her lips together and muttered, "That man did it." And Sang-chan. It was a name Ryu Min had not expected. His eyes widened in horror. But immediately afterward, Ryu Min trembled with rage and muttered through clenched teeth, "Where is that bastard?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sang-chan's voice sounded from behind him. "I'm right here." Aaron was also beside him. Hearing the voice, Ryu Min turned his head and looked back, cursing furiously, "You filthy, damned bastards." Sang-chan clicked his tongue and remarked in admiration, "I didn't expect your words to be that vulgar, prophet." Ryu Min could not help asking in surprise, "You know I'm a prophet?" Sang-chan replied calmly, "We tortured this girl to get information. Until just now, we didn't know anything." Only then did Yuri speak apologetically. "I am sorry, Min. It hurts so much that I couldn't hold back and ended up telling them everything." Ryu Min's rage had reached its peak, his eyes vicious as he looked at Sang-chan. Not only was Sang-chan unafraid, he even laughed mockingly. "Don't glare at me like that. Do you know how shocked I was? I never imagined that weak-looking fellow was actually Black Scythe." Ryu Min gritted his teeth and cursed. "Before I tear your mouths apart, listen to my question. Why did you attack Min Yuri?" Sang-chun shrugged indifferently and answered casually, "Because she seemed to have a close relationship with you. I only acted in secret to search for a little information." He said he had not expected the harvest to be far greater than anticipated. If his director found out, he would surely be very pleased. Ryu Min had already taken out his scythe. He spoke through clenched teeth. "Let's see whether you'll survive long enough to report that." Seeing him approach, Sang-chun curled his lips into a smile. "Hey, stay right there. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I'll detonate the bomb hidden inside Min Yuri's body." Those words stunned Ryu Min. He looked toward Yuri, who was sitting behind him. "Is there really a bomb?" While he was still unable to understand, Sang-chun spoke again. "This friend here helped me out." Ryu Min looked toward the other person. It was Tae-suk. He muttered angrily. "Necromancer," Tae-suk whispered in a low voice. "I'm sorry, Lord Black Scythe." Ryu Min stared at him in disbelief. "Impossible. How could he?" But Ryu Min quickly remembered. Dark Seed was a skill learned by a dark mage upon reaching level 40. After burying a dark seed in the ground and activating it, it could randomly summon one of the demon's monsters there. But if a skill like that were planted into a human body and then summoned, what would happen? The more he thought about it, the uglier Ryu Min's expression became. He gritted his teeth and asked, "How did you already reach level 40? Tae-suk curled his lips into a smile and said, "Because I wanted to become strong like Lord Black Scythe, so I trained very hard." Ryu Min glared at him and shouted coldly, "Necromancer, remove the seed immediately." Tae-suk shook his head without the slightest hesitation and refused. "I don't want to do that." Ryu Min cursed angrily. "How dare you? Didn't you always admire me in your heart?" Tae-suk raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Of course. To me, Lord Black Scythe is no different from a god." But he said that was only true when Ryu Min handled every situation perfectly. If Ryu Min was no longer perfect, then he had no reason to worship him anymore. By now, Ryu Min realized that he had been completely stabbed in the back. With no other choice, he could only compromise. He asked seriously, "What do you want?" Sang-chun did not answer and instead joked with a laugh. "This girl seems to be quite important to you, doesn't she?" Seeing him ramble, Ryu Min shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth and tell me what you want. And promise that if I meet your demand, you won't kill Min Yuri." Hearing that, Sang-chun laughed loudly in triumph. "Fine, if you agree." Ryu Min frowned at him and asked coldly, "Then what do you want? Information about the next round? Or the location of the hidden elements?" Sang-chun clicked his tongue once, shook his head, and said with a smile, "We don't care about those things. I just find it ridiculous that someone like you dared to deceive us and even tried to manipulate the director." And so, he wanted Ryu Min to end his own life right in front of him. Then they would spare Yuri. That proposal threw Yuri into panic. Ryu Min hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke after a long while. "Keep your promise. With that, he raised his scythe. Seeing that, Yuri hurriedly screamed to stop him. No, Mint. As long as he could save Yuri, that was enough. Thinking that, he swung the scythe down and severed his own head. Sang-chun and the other two watched the scene maliciously, then revealed wicked smiles. But at that moment, the system suddenly popped up with a notification. There's a hidden mission. The scene before his eyes immediately rewound, and Ryu Min returned to the original location. The system announced again, player Black Scythe is escaping the illusion. You have completed the main mission, escape the illusion, within 2 hours. You have completed the submission, end yourself without hesitation. Only then did Ryu Min realize that everything had been an illusion. At last, he remembered. The main mission of Round 7 was to escape the illusion. However, if he had known beforehand that it was an illusion, the mission progression would have become stuck and led to elimination. That was why, as soon as he entered Round 7, Ryu Min had used authority of rule on himself. After the time limit began, the system would create a trial illusion, and if he became aware of its existence, a self-destruction penalty would appear. The command Ryu Min had placed on it was that he must not think this is an illusion until he completed the submission. He had erased his own memories. And in order to conquer the submission, Ryu Min had brainwashed himself before coming to the other world. He had made himself believe that he had to save Yuri even if it cost him his life, and that he loved her. In Round 7, the system would create an illusion based on the anxiety hidden within each player's heart and guide them into a situation where they had to end themselves. In Ryu Min's case, his anxiety was that his identity would be exposed and that the comrades he trusted would betray him. The system had used that to create an illusion to test him. In the system's eyes, it seemed that Ryu Min was in love with Yuri, so it built his storyline around that. And from there lured Ryu Min into ending himself. Fortunately, thanks to the brainwashing, everything had gone exactly according to his plan. While Ryu Min was thinking, someone appeared. It was Aaron. She ran to his side and said with a smile, "Lord Black Scythe, did you pass the Round 7 mission?" Ryu Min nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah, you too." Aaron said happily, "Yes, it escaped the illusion too. The others don't seem to have escaped yet." After hearing that, Ryu Min nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Just then, Aaron spoke again. "Lord Black Scythe, I wonder if you'll be surprised if I suddenly say this." Hearing those words, Ryu Min glanced at her. Aaron suddenly murmured cautiously, Actually, I think I like you a lot." That was too sudden, wasn't it? Ignoring her rambling, Ryu Min took out his scythe. Aaron did not notice and continued speaking at length before hesitantly asking, "Do you have feelings for me?" Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, Ryu Min swung his scythe down and cut off her head on the spot. He snorted coldly and said, "Stop these pointless tricks." At the same time, the system's mechanical voice rang out. "You have completed the main mission, escape temptation, within 2 hours." At the same time, Aaron's corpse on the ground gradually disappeared, and the other players slowly returned as well. Priscilla, who had been waiting, saw this and felt puzzled. She pressed her lips together and muttered, "Someone woke up at this point?" So she hurriedly ran over and finally saw Ryu Min standing there proudly. He glanced at Priscilla and asked suspiciously, "Angel, what the hell is going on here?" Priscilla chuckled and replied, "Black Scythe, you are the first to overcome that bewitching illusion. I offer you my congratulations." Hearing that, Ryu Min frowned and muttered, "So it was only an illusion?" At the same time, the system popped up another notification. "Please wait until the designated time ends. After the results are compiled, rewards will be sent to the players." There was 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the countdown until the round ended. Priscilla said nothing more and quickly ran off. Ryu Min stood still, thinking to himself that, in the end, the main mission was still the most important, overcoming temptation. This main trial was like the initial illusion. The system would extract each individual's data to create separate temptations. It could be the allure of material wealth, the desire to be freed from suffering, or even seduction from the opposite sex. If players could not escape it before time ran out, or if they were defeated before facing it, they would be eliminated. However, if they successfully overcame it, the rankings would be based on the speed at which they completed the mission. Although he did not know the exact number, they would surely all wake up within a short period of time, just like last time. Just as he predicted, the players began to wake up. Afterward, they kept muttering incomprehensible things. "What the hell is going on? I already have a girlfriend. What just happened? Seeing everyone gradually return, Priscilla clapped her hands and spoke. Now, everyone, focus and come to your senses. As soon as she finished, a notification window appeared. The main mission of Round 7 was to escape temptation within 2 hours. The submission was to successfully end yourself without the slightest hesitation. Seeing it, the players shouted in outrage. What? Ending yourself was a submission? Why is there such a damn awful trial? Priscilla paid no attention and merely curled her lips into a smug smile. After that, the results report appeared. Unsurprisingly, Ryu Min was first again. Seeing that name, everyone complained unhappily again. It's that black side guy in first place again? How could he take first place in a bizarre mission like this? This is unbelievable. Erin stood among the crowd, her expression somewhat ugly. A moment later, the system issued a chain of notifications again. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in this region by completing the mission. Congratulations. You have achieved first place across all regions by completing the mission. Ryu Min stood there calmly, waiting for the next notifications. The system announced that the regional first place reward was 1 random draw selection ticket, and the all-region first place reward was 1 special reward selection box. The angels in the sky also could not believe the scene and discussed it in dissatisfaction. Does that mean his mental strength is powerful and has no openings at all? So in the end, Priscilla really was the one on top. At that moment, Priscilla spoke in great excitement. All right then, those who failed to complete the mission within the allowed time, say your farewells. The players began to disappear, no matter how much they begged. Afterward, the system displayed another message. Player Black Scythe has officially become the new representative of Region C2SK003. A special reward for Black Scythe, who unified the role of regional representative. In an instant, Ryu Min was enveloped in a pale golden light. The effect of the temporary skill authority of rule will change. From this moment on, Black Scythe is permitted to use authority of rule 1 time in the real world. Ryu Min smiled in satisfaction. At last, he had found a way to confront Jamie. Now he could also seize control of the player plate at any time. A little later, at Ma Jiangrock's home, he woke up on his bed, his head still throbbing. Ma Jiangrock frowned and thought to himself, have I really returned to the real world? Were the things I saw only illusions? The image of his other brothers trying to take his life, perhaps it had not been an illusion, but a glimpse of the future. Thinking that, Ma Jiangrock hurriedly got out of bed. He had to quickly develop the company and gain his father's recognition. But then again, on the ranking list, there did not seem to be any name resembling the Prophet. What exactly was going on? This was not a mission that required combat power. Could the Prophet have known the mission requirements in advance, but failed to carry them out, falling from the top of the rankings? Or was he deliberately delaying the end of the mission? Elsewhere, after returning to the real world, Ryu Min made plans to meet Yuri. But throughout the entire time, she was listless, her eyes filled with tangled thoughts. Her mind still seemed somewhat exhausted. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes at Yuri and said, "What's wrong? Is the food not to your taste?" Yuri flinched slightly, then shook her head and explained, "Ah, no, it's delicious. It really is." Ryu Min felt that something was wrong and continued asking, "Did something bad happen to you in round 7? Yet as soon as he asked, Yuri's eyes reddened. She avoided his gaze and denied it. "No, nothing happened." Hearing that, Ryu Min advised her, "No matter what illusion you saw, try to forget round 7. Everything is over now." Yuri smiled and replied, "I guess I'll have to. It's fine. Maybe I'm just a little exhausted because I prepared too hastily." While the two of them were talking, Jeffrey Bishop was still quietly observing from the side. Ryu Min pretended not to know and said calmly, "Actually, the reason I invited you to lunch today was because I wanted to tell you in advance about round 8. After saying that, Ryu Min paused for a moment. Whether intentionally or not, he looked toward Jeffrey Bishop, who was standing nearby. He hoped that from now on, Jeffrey would carefully remember every single thing he said. In order to gain Christine's trust, this information absolutely had to be passed on through Jeffrey Bishop. A few hours later, in the chat room of the Fosiba Association, Taehyun was lowering his head and staring intently at his phone without participating in the chat room. There was an inscrutable look in his eyes. At that moment, countless news articles related to the commercial application Player Place were displayed on his phone. Taehyun bit his lip hard. Only a few minutes have passed, and there's already new news? Earlier, Taehyun's father had called him into his office and scolded him. I heard the youngest son of the Ocean Group succeeded with a project aimed at players, didn't he? He's 3 years younger than you, yet he already has such sharp business insight. Remembering his father's mocking words, Taehyun trembled with anger. I never imagined Player Place would belong to that guy. It's all because of that bastard Ma Jae-rock. If I had become a player too, I could have competed fairly against him. Looking at the pile of news that had gone viral on social media, Taehyun's expression darkened. In order to expand his influence and prove his abilities to his father, he had to begin putting his plan into action immediately. Right after that, Taehyun joined the chat room. Seeing him, Ryu Min, who was disguised as Lo Stia, immediately turned his head and looked over. Zami also greeted him happily. "You've arrived, sir?" "Chairman." Taehyun slowly opened his mouth. "Zami, about the personnel interview last time, you said a total of 3 people passed that murder test, correct?" Ryu Min simply sat there in silence without saying anything. Zami, on the other hand, spoke up with great excitement. "That is correct." Taehyun nodded in satisfaction, curled his lips into a smile, and said, "Tomorrow, I will officially carry out the plan." At the same time, at the great cathedral in America, Nathan had called Christine over to talk. "Christine, perhaps keeping that prophet by your side would be a good choice." Those words stunned Christine. She cried out in surprise, "Father, do you really believe what he said? Everything might just be a coincidence." But before she could finish speaking, Nathan cut her off coldly. "I sent Jeffrey to verify it, and he found that the young man is not dangerous. I heard he is merely a gentle young man who only knows how to go to work and then return home." Hearing that, Christine fell silent. After a long while, she sighed and murmured, "But I still can't truly." Yet at that moment, a sudden voice rang out, interrupting their conversation. "Then how about this, Christine?" Nathan and his daughter immediately turned their heads to look. They saw Jeffrey Bishop walking in, raising his eyebrows with a smile as he said, "I just received information about round 8 from that person." Hearing that, Nathan asked in surprise, "Round 8? Do you mean you heard a new prophecy?" Jeffrey Bishop nodded and replied, "Yes." This time, he revealed quite detailed information. He said that if Christine still has doubts, it won't be too late to wait until after experiencing round 8 before making a judgment. Christine hesitated for a while before speaking. "Then let us hear it." Seeing that she had relented, Jeffrey Bishop nodded and smiled. He began recounting what Ryu Min had said earlier. In round 8, the difficulty of the trial will change depending on each person's decision, and the amount of experience accumulated will also differ based on that choice. After finishing, Jeffrey Bishop seemed to remember something and hurriedly continued, "There is one more thing." He mentioned that a completely new factor will appear in round 8. Hearing that, Christine asked in surprise, "A new element in the round?" Jeffrey Bishop nodded slightly and replied, "NPCs." Ryu Min said NPCs will appear in round 8.